Soul Land, Spirit Pearl Divine, Sword Decisive and Killing, Genius, Transmigration, Refreshing Text, Different World, Golden Finger Young Tianlin, wielding the Spirit Pearl. Divine Sword Martial Soul, traverses the Douluo Continent, aiming for the peak. Chapter 1. Crossing Douluo Continent Martial Soul Awakening Ceremony. Qibao Village, a peaceful little mountain village, is not too populous but lives a prosperous life, with smiles on everyone's faces. At the entrance of the village, a little boy can be seen lying on a large rock, basking in the sun and sleeping. He is about 5 or 6 years old, with a mature expression that is different from children of his age. The boy has sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, although he is not fully matured. He already shows signs of being a handsome young man. Xiao Tian, come down quickly, it's time for lunch. A gentle woman calls from below. The boy jumps directly off the rock and replies with a smile, I'm coming, Mom. You always scare me like this. The woman seems accustomed to such situations, but as a mother, her heart can't help but race when her son jumps around like this. I know your body has been stronger than other kids since you were little, but you have to pay attention to safety. What if something happens? What will your father and I do? I understand, I won't do it again next time. The boy's surname is June, and his name is Tianlin. His parents are both natives of Qibao Village, but he is different. He is a traveler from another world. While playing a game and watching Douluo anime, his computer inexplicably exploded, bringing him here. It is said that on the day he was born, a shooting star streaked across the sky and fell into the Stardow Forest. Many people in Douluo Continent witnessed it, and it is rumored that it even triggered a riot among the soul beasts there. His father believed it was a sign of a divine child, so he named him Tianlin. I was clearly playing a game about swords. Why did I end up in the world of Douluo Continent? This is completely illogical. When Tianlin first arrived, he roared in his heart. Indeed, this is Douluo Continent, a world full of martial souls. The so-called Qibao Village, as its name suggests, is related to the Qibao Glazed Sect. The Qibao Glazed Sect is the second-ranking sect in Douluo Continent, located at Qibao Mountain in the Tiandu Empire, and it possesses the #1 auxiliary martial soul, the Qibao Glazed Tower. However, the Qibao Glazed Tower has no offensive capabilities, so apart from direct disciples, the sect also has many affiliated families that join as protectors of the direct disciples, such as the Sword Douluo Qinshin lineage and the Bone Douluo Gu family lineage. Moreover, the Qibao Glazed Sect protects many villages at the foot of the mountain because sometimes commoners can produce golden phoenixes. The Qibao Glazed Sect is wealthy and aims to absorb a large number of battle-type soul masters. Those with potential are nurtured, while the average ones become ordinary protective disciples. Even the most ordinary battle martial souls can slay enemies across boundaries with the assistance of the Qibao Glazed Tower. If the so-called #1 sect, the Haotian sect, relies on quality to dominate, then the Qibao Glazed Sect relies on quantity to win. And Qibao Village is the largest village at the foot of Qibao Mountain, originally named Shaohun Village. Decades ago, a commoner golden phoenix indeed emerged here, leading the previous sect master to rename it Qibao. That golden phoenix is still alive today and is the 4th most important figure in the Qibao Glazed Sect, aside from the sect master and 2 titled Douluos. Now 78 years old, his surname is Yin, name Yang, an 89-level agility attack battle soul Doa with a martial soul of Thunder Feather Golden Eagle, the greatest pride of Qibao Village. This character did not appear in the original work after all. He is merely a soul Douluo, and he may have died during a soul hunting operation by the Spear Hall. However, it is reasonable to think that with such a large sect as the Qibao Glazed Sect, there cannot only be those 2 titled Douluos as the top combat power ordinary high-end. Combat powers such as Soul Douluos and Soul Saints must also exist. Returning home, Tianlin sees a rugged man picking him up. It is his father, Jun Tianhai. Ha! My precious son is back. Tomorrow is your martial soul awakening day. Your father is counting on you to bring glory to our family. Dad, you better not have too high expectations. Tianlin helplessly shrugs his shoulders. Although his father has high hopes for him, he really cannot guarantee anything. As for martial soul inheritance, unless it is a mutation, it generally comes from the stronger parent. However, Tianlin's parents possess very ordinary martial souls. His mother has a pearl martial soul, which is of no use and has no innate soul power. His father has a sword, which is originally a decent battle martial soul, but the problem is that it is a rusty sword with insufficient attack power, and his innate soul power is only at level 1.5. Now nearing 30, his father only has a level 21 soul power, with 2 soul rings, 1 white and 1 yellow, as a great soul master. It is unlikely he will ever become a soul venerable in this lifetime. Of course, as a great soul master, his father holds some status in the village and is the village's warehouse manager. Although Tianlin does not blame his parents for this, he often feels regretful. You can have a sword, but why does it have to be rusty? Are you kidding me? Without a system and without bringing any skills or hidden weapons like Tang San, he has no idea how to survive in this world where strength is paramount. However, he does not have no advantages in his mind. There are 2 books. Unfortunately, he can only see the covers and cannot flip the pages, so he has no idea what the content is. Forget it, son. It doesn't matter what your martial soul is. If you inherit your father's, then in the future, you can just be like him, the warehouse manager of the village. With income and status, you can marry a wife and live a stable life. Tianlin's mother is named Lan. As an ordinary woman, she does not have dreams of her son becoming a dragon. She just hopes he can live a stable life. As Tianlin eats, his fists slowly clench. If he lives as his mother suggests, he will not be satisfied. Since he has come to this place, he must carve out a world of his own. The awakening ceremony is tomorrow, and the outcome is still uncertain. The next morning, under the village chief's summons, all the children in the village who have reached the age of 6 gather together. The village chief, with a kind demeanor, says, "Children, soon the soul masters from the Qibao Glaze sect will come to help you awaken your martial souls. You must cooperate well with them. I hope among you, there will be someone who can become a soul master, just like your grandpa Yin Yang." Upon hearing the name Yin Yang, the children show admiration. They have all grown up hearing about him. The awakening in this village is conducted by the Qibao Glazed sect. After all, it is a village under their protection. If they were to have the spirit hall conduct the awakening, it would be too degrading for the sect. Before long, a sound of breaking air suddenly comes from the sky, and a figure descends from the air, landing in front of the children. It is a middle-aged man with a pair of wings behind him, clearly belonging to a flying-type beast martial soul. Moreover, he has 1 white, 1 yellow, and 2 purple soul rings floating around him, indicating he is a powerful soul master at the soul sect level. Respected soul sect master, thank you for your arrival. The village chief immediately steps forward to greet him. Not at all, village chief, you are too polite. The soul sect master is indeed courteous, but this courtesy is not directed at the village chief as an ordinary person, but rather because of his connection to Yin Yang. The 3rd elder of the Qibao Glaze sect is from this village, and he loves his hometown. If he were to misbehave here, it would be surprising if he were not skinned by the elders of his own sect. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the soul sect master leads the children into the awakening hall. All right, children, stand in a line and don't be nervous. My name is Tianyu from the Qibao Glaze sect's reconnaissance hall, a level 42 agility attack battle soul sect master with a martial soul of a white bird. I will now begin to awaken your martial souls one by one. Aside from the direct disciples, the Qibao Glaze sect has 3 major halls for external combat: the battle hall and the defense hall, which are respectively led by the attack type titled Douluo Continent and the defense type titled Douluo Guro. The elder of the reconnaissance hall is Yin Yang. Compared to the first 2 halls, this one is less renowned, as there is no titled Douluo station there, and it mainly focuses on gathering intelligence. Many soul masters with flying-type martial souls are present in this hall. In other words, the soul sect in front of them is actually a direct subordinate of Yin Yang. No wonder. They are so polite to them. Alas, it's a pity that it wasn't Master Su Yuntao who helped me awaken. If he had helped me awaken a useless martial soul, I might still have a chance to become a god in the future. Tianlin sighed in his heart. He was very familiar with the name of the blind Douluo Su Yuntao from his previous life. It is said that any useless martial soul he identified had the potential to soar to great heights. While Tianlin was lost in thought, the awakening ceremony had already begun. Tianyu took out 2 things, 6 black round stones and a shiny blue crystal ball. He arranged the 6 stones and then signaled the first child to stand among them. Don't be afraid. Close your eyes and feel carefully. As he spoke, Tianyu mobilized his soul power, and 4 soul rings appeared again. white bird possess. At the same time, a pair of huge, snow-white wings extended from his back, and his fingers transformed into sharp claws, looking quite majestic. This was the manifestation of a beast martial soul. Seeing this, not just the other children, even Tianlin, who was already mentally prepared, was taken aback. The application of martial souls by soul masters was indeed incredibly marvelous. Children, this is my martial soul, white bird. If any of you awaken a beast martial soul, you will also have the same abilities as me. Come, child, extend your right hand. Tianyu ordered the boy with authority. The boy instinctively extended his right hand, and immediately, countless points of light emitted from the 6 stones surrounding him. A long spear slowly materialized in his hand. Oh, it's actually a spear. This can be considered a decent, strong attack-type weapon martial soul. Come, let me test if you have soul power. As long as you have soul power, you can become a battle soul master in the future, Tianyu said with joy. He was responsible for awakening in various villages and knew how difficult it was for ordinary people to become soul masters. He didn't expect to encounter someone with potential right at the start today. Sir, what should I do? Seeing Tianyu in a good mood, the boy mustered up the courage to ask. Use your will to retract your martial soul. In the future, you will need to summon it with your will. Now let's test your innate soul power. After finishing, Tianyu handed the crystal ball to the boy. The boy retracted his martial soul and placed his hand on it. Immediately, the crystal ball emitted a burst of light. Indeed, you have soul power, and like me, you have reached the innate level 4 standard. That's great. Tianyu was overjoyed today. He could report to Elder Yinyang. It should be noted that in the past few years, no soul master had been born in Qibao village, and he had seen the elders sigh repeatedly. All right, child, stand aside for now. You have the hope of becoming a soul master. I will take you back to the sect later. You must practice hard, understand? Tianyu said gently. Okay. The little boy was extremely excited. Becoming a soul master was the dream of all the children in the village. Tianyu looked up and continued. Now the next one. Next, various scenes unfolded continuously. But unfortunately, except for the first child, the outcomes for the others were not good. Martial soul, can barely be considered a weapon, but unfortunately, no soul power. Martial soul, water tank, no soul power. Martial soul, chicken, indeed a beast martial soul, but still no soul power. Chicken seemed to have no use. Martial soul, blue silvergrass, this is completely useless. No attack power, no defense power, no support ability, the standard form of a useless martial soul. After awakening several children in a row, Tianyu sighed heavily. Indeed, miracles do not happen often, but fortunately, this year there was finally a long spear martial soul, so it wasn't a wasted trip. As the number of children gradually decreased, those who could not become soul masters hung their heads, feeling indescribably disappointed. However, the first boy had a proud expression in his heart. He felt he was now in a different world from the others. He was the chosen one, the future soul master. Finally the last one. Child, come. After awakening several people in succession, Tianyu looked somewhat tired. After catching his breath, he called Tianlin, who was at the end of the line. Tianlin nervously stood in the center of the formation. As Tianyu mobilized his soul power, Tianlin's body involuntarily floated up, and the 6 awakening stones emitted a light far exceeding that of before. This child, could it be? With such a grand awakening scene, Tianyu felt that he might have an unexpected harvest this time. At this moment, Tianlin, with his eyes closed, felt as if he was in a warm world, just like being in his parents' embrace when he was young. The breath flowed through his organs and limbs, making him feel indescribably comfortable. At the same time, a strong force surged in both his hands, as if trying to break the shackles of his body. Tianlin immediately clenched his left hand tightly, only extending his right hand. Having read the original work, he naturally understood that this situation was likely the phenomenon of dual martial soul awakening. As a transmigrator, he knew the principle of not revealing wealth, so he immediately retracted the item on his left hand with his will and hid it away. Meanwhile, on his right hand, a ghostly blue long sword appeared, with many ancient characters inscribed on the blade. This is the demon sword. Tianlin was greatly moved. Wasn't this the sword of Murong Xing and Jing Tian from the game series Jian he was playing before his transmigration? He had reached the final level back then and challenged the heavy tower for a perfect ending. and the demon sword was developed to its limits. Unexpectedly, this demon sword had followed him over. Then he could roughly guess what the item on his left hand was. It was probably stronger than the demon sword. What a great sword! Tianyu suddenly couldn't help but exclaim. The sword's design was so gorgeous that just by looking at it, one could feel its extraordinary nature. Child, does this sword have a name? Yes, it's called the Demon. Demon Suppressing Sword. Tianlin initially wanted to say Demon Sword, but then he thought about how people in Douluo Continent had a strong aversion to evil soul masters. The name Demon Sword sounded ominous if someone mistook him for an evil soul master and attacked him. That would be too unjust. Adding the character Zhengjun made it completely different. Zhengma implies subduing demons and vanquishing evil, and it sounds like a righteous divine weapon. Chapter 2, Testing Innate Soul Power, the Little Witch of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Zhenmo, what a good name. Come, let us test your soul power. Tianyu eagerly handed over the crystal ball. After retracting his sword, Tianlin placed his right hand on it, and in an instant, the crystal ball emitted an incredibly dazzling light, at least several times stronger than the first child. The crystal ball only needs to show a faint response to prove the existence of soul power, but such a brilliant and striking glow. Could it be? No, it must be. Tianyu was immensely excited. Child, you are indeed born with full soul power. What is innate full soul power? Tianlin asked knowingly. The strength of a martial soul is not only related to its form, but the strength of innate soul power is also very important. The higher the innate soul power, the faster the cultivation speed in the future. Innate full soul power is the highest level of soul power achievable at birth, level 10. Child, with innate full soul power and a top-tier weapon martial soul, you are a rare genius in 100 years. If Elder Yin sees you, he will definitely be very happy. Tianyu affectionately patted Tianlin's head. This time, it was not because of others, but because of Tianlin himself. Although Tianyu had already reached level 40, with Tianlin's innate full soul power cultivation speed, it would not be long before he surpassed him. Building a good relationship with future top powerhouses is definitely a wise move. After the martial soul awakening was completed, Tianyu led the children out of the awakening shrine. The parents of the children and the old village chief had been waiting here for quite some time. As soon as the door opened, they hurriedly approached their respective children, asking all sorts of questions, mostly about what their martial souls were and whether there was hope to become soul masters. Only the village chief approached Tianyu and directly asked, Sir, this year in our village. Tianyu raised a hand to interrupt. No need to ask, old village chief. I have a huge piece of good news to tell you. This year, Seven Treasure Village surprisingly has 2 people with soul power, and one of them even has a top-quality sword martial soul along with innate full soul power. You're going to prosper this year. Innate full soul power. The old village chief, well-versed in knowledge, naturally knew what innate full soul power meant, and he became so excited that he was speechless. Even their 7 Treasure Village's greatest pride, Yin Yang, only had innate level 8 soul power when his martial soul mutated into the Thunder-Winged Golden Eagle. Over the past 70 years, although people with soul power occasionally emerged in the village, they rarely exceeded level 4. Now suddenly having someone with full soul power was something this old man could hardly accept. Haha, old village chief, just celebrate properly. I have to go report to the sect first. That child will definitely receive the strongest training from the sect. Tianyu said no more and directly spread his wings, flying towards 7 Treasure Mountain. Such an important matter must be reported to the sect leader immediately. Meanwhile, within the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the awakening of the direct disciples' martial souls was also underway. Sect leader Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo Qinshin, and Bone Douluo Gurong, the pillars of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, were standing on a high platform watching, while Elder Yin Yang was in charge of presiding over the event. Ning Dao, martial soul 7 Treasure Glazed Tile, innate soul power level 5. Ning Hai, martial soul 7 Treasure Glazed Tile, innate soul power level 5. Ning Ke, martial soul 7 Treasure Glazed Tile, innate soul power level 6. These direct disciples all had the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile as their martial soul, but their innate levels varied. Auxiliary martial souls are generally harder to cultivate than battle martial souls, and their innate levels are usually not very high. When Ning Fengji awakened, he had innate level 8 and was praised as a rare genius of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Sigh, these children have low innate levels. I wonder if they can cultivate to Soul Saint in the future. Ning Fengji sighed. Heaven is fair. The auxiliary abilities of the 7 treasure glazed tile are indeed too strong, but also has its drawbacks, which is that it cannot cultivate to title Douluo, with the highest being Soul Saint. And Soul Saint is also the minimum standard to inherit the position of sect leader of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Don't worry, Fengji, it's not over yet. Look, it's Rong. The sword Douluo suddenly became excited. Bone Douluo also widened his eyes, staring intently at the awakening platform. These 2 titled Douluos had no children, and they were quite imposing. Everyone both respected and feared them. Only Ning Rong was not afraid at all, and kept playfully making them accompany her. To these 2, Ning Rong was like a beloved granddaughter, their precious treasure. It didn't matter if they offended them, but if they offended this little princess, they could be turned into chips in an instant by these 2 protective figures. With these 2 big shots pampering her, Ning Rong had completely turned into a little witch, and now even Ning Fengji couldn't control her. Fortunately, she was merely willful and not inherently bad, which is why Ning Fengji always wanted to change her temperament. Grandpa Eagle, I don't want them to awaken me. Can you help me awaken instead? You're so powerful. You must be able to help me awaken the strongest 7 treasure glazed tile. Ning Rong clung to Elder Yin Yang's arm and acted cute. She was a princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. How could she be like ordinary people and just find any soul master to awaken her? Even a soul sect or soul king wouldn't be enough. At least a soul Douluo was required. Originally, such a request would be quite rude, but Elder Yin Yang not only didn't get angry, but instead smiled and said, "All right, I will personally awaken our little princess." That's right, this old man was also a granddaughter doting type. Ning Rong's call of grandpa completely conquered him. Elder Yin Yang took Ning Rong to the center and waved his hand at the previous awakening personnel. You can step down. I will personally be in charge of the little princess's awakening. Yes, Elder. Now, Rong, stand in the center of the formation and concentrate. The soul power of a soul Douluo is far beyond that of a soul sect. Elder Yin Yang merely waved his hand, and the light of the formation shone brightly. A radiant treasure tower appeared in Ning Rong's hand. It was indeed the 7 treasure glazed tile. To everyone's surprise, her innate soul power tested at an astonishing level 9, which might be the highest innate soul power ever seen for an auxiliary martial soul. Level 9. No wonder my precious Rong is so amazing. An auxiliary martial soul has never produced such astonishing innate soul power. The sword Douluo exclaimed with joy, unaware that Ning Rong could only rank 2nd. Not long ago, there was another soul master with innate full soul power of a food-type martial soul, but their fame was still not prominent. Innate level 9, if it's Rong, perhaps she can accomplish what I have never achieved in my life, breaking the martial soul constraints of our 7 treasure glazed tile school. Ning Fengji's lifelong wish was to see a true direct titled Douluo emerge in the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Today, he finally saw hope, and that hope was his daughter, Ning Rong. Chapter 3. Second Martial Soul, Sacred Spirit Pearl Wow, as expected of Miss Rong. She has broken the highest record for innate spirit power among auxiliary martial souls, almost reaching the maximum innate spirit power. She is truly the hope of our 7 treasure glazed tile sect. It's just her personality. Sigh, what's wrong with her personality? She is still young. She will surely understand things gradually in the future. With Ning Rong's awakening, the entire 7 treasure glazed tile sect erupted with excitement. Ning Rong was like a swan, proudly raising her neck. Grandpa Eagle, I'm amazing, right? Of course. You are the most talented auxiliary spirit master I have ever seen. In the future, our little princess will definitely be the best on the continent. Yin Yang praised as he patted Ning Rong's head. Uncle Eagle, don't spoil her too much. At this rate, she'll become overly proud. Ning Fengji walked over and said, The Bon Douluo immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. What are you talking about? Our Rong is so outstanding. What is wrong with old Eagle praising her? The sword Douluo nodded. Old Bone, I couldn't agree more with what you just said. Ning Fengji felt utterly helpless. It was always like this. Whenever he praised Ning Rongrong, these two old men would counter him tenfold. As her father, his ability to intimidate Rongrong was almost zero. However, as the sect master, there were some things he had to say. Rongrong, talent does not equate to strength. Don't think that having high innate spirit power means you are strong. On the contrary, the higher it is, the more you need to work hard in the future. Don't waste your talent. I understand, father. And grandpa's Jian, Gu, and Eagle, I want to let you down. Although Ning Rongrong was willful, she wasn't completely oblivious. She knew that her father and 3 grandfathers loved her, so she would work hard to train and achieve enough results to repay them. Our Rongrong is so obedient. Fengji, look at you. Having a daughter like Rongrong is a treasure bestowed by heaven. You should feel fortunate, the sword Douluo said, his heart melting as he hugged Ning Rongrong and laughed. Ning Fengji nodded in satisfaction. Although she was usually a little devil, she was quite obedient when it mattered, and that was why they loved her so much. It's a pity that during the awakening of the affiliated family disciples, there were no outstanding battle spirit masters. No matter how excellent Rongrong is, she will always be an auxiliary type. If there are no battle spirit masters to protect her in the future, that one do. Ning Fengji still had some worries. Right now, he had 2 titled Douluo guarding him. But what about Ning Rongrong in the future? Once an auxiliary spirit master is away from a battle spirit master, they're not much stronger than ordinary people. Don't worry, Fengji. We old fellows can at least live another 100 or 80 years. Ensuring Rongrong grows up healthy is not a problem. I don't believe we can't find our successor after all this time. The sword Douluo comforted as he patted Ning Fengji's shoulder. Let us hope so. Ning Fengti siket bitterly. Finding a battle spirit master with title Douluo potential is not so easy. At least among the younger generation of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect over the past few decades, he hadn't seen a single one. Suddenly, a figure rushed in. It was Tianyu from before. Reporting to the sect master and the 3 elders, I have important news to report. He was so anxious that he forgot to release his martial soul. Tianyu, how can you be so disrespectful in front of the sect master? First, retract your martial soul. How many times have I told you? Those who gather intelligence must remain calm and composed at all times. Otherwise, how can you ensure you obtain accurate information? Yin Yang reprimanded. Yes. Tianyu retracted his white bird martial soul. Only then did Yin Yang nod and ask, speak. What is so urgent? I remember you went to 7 Treasure Village to awaken the children's martial souls. Did you find any good seedlings? Reporting elder. It's not just a good seedling. This year in 7 Treasure Village, there are 2 children with spirit power, and both are suitable to be battle spirit masters. One of them has a top-tier sword martial soul and possesses maximum innate spirit power. Tianyu said in one breath. Suddenly, 4 roars erupted. What did you say? The sect master of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect and the 3 elders completely lost their composure at that moment. Tianyu was startled and replied dumbfoundedly. I said, top-tier sword martial soul, maximum innate spirit power. The next moment, with a flash of lightning, 2 figures rushed out of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect like a bolt of lightning. Sigh, Uncle Eagle was just teaching people to stay calm a moment ago. And now he has gone mad. And Uncle Jian has also become so anxious. Ning Fengti sighed helplessly. The Bon Douluo laughed heartily. What can we do? 7 Treasure Village is old Eagle's hometown. With such a genius coming out of there, how can he not be excited? As for old Jian, upon hearing top-tier sword martial soul, he naturally cannot remain indifferent. Well, since Uncle Eagle and Uncle Jian have already gone, let us wait here and see this extraordinary genius. Ning Fengji was also excited inside. He had just been lamenting the lack of battle spirit masters with title Douluo potential, and now one had immediately appeared. If every time he sighed, a new one would come, Ning Fengji felt he might as well keep sighing until he developed a melancholic disorder. At this moment, Tianlin had returned home. After telling his parents about his awakening, they were so excited they could hardly catch their breath. Jun Tianhai laughed heartily as he picked up his son, sword martial soul. It must be inherited from me, but it has mutated, and it's a positive mutation. It just mutated too much, becoming a top-tier martial soul with maximum innate spirit power. My good son. As he spoke, Jun Tianhai shed tears. Every father wishes for his son to become a dragon, and his son is an extraordinary genius, which makes him happier than being a genius himself. All right, we should celebrate today. Tianlin has just awakened, and he must be very tired. Emolan took her son back from her husband and kissed Tianlin on the cheek. Darling, mother will go make you something delicious. Tonight, let us celebrate as a family. You go back to your room and rest for now. Okay. Tianlin obediently ran back to his room. He indeed needed some time alone, primarily to confirm his other martial soul. Tianlin extended his left hand. Come out, my other martial soul. As the words fell, a light burst forth from Tianlin's hand, and another martial soul appeared from his palm. It was a pearl, clearly inherited from his mother, but mutated with elements from the world of the immortal sword. Sacred Spirit Pearl, an ancestral treasure of the Hua clan. The resting place of the holy souls throughout the ages, containing boundless magical power and vitality. It is the most important and powerful spiritual pearl in the Immortal Sword series. This should be an auxiliary-type martial soul, although it also possesses combat power, as the Sacred Spirit Pearl can summon martial gods to unleash devastating attacks. If the Demon Sword is a super martial soul, then the Sacred Spirit Pearl is a god-level martial soul. However, unlike the six-winged angel, a god-given martial soul, where the last 10 levels are bestowed by the gods, the Sacred Spirit Pearl is not a martial soul produced by the local gods of Douluo Continent. It lacks divine attributes and can only reach the maximum innate level of 10. However, in terms of growth potential, it is definitely more powerful than the six-winged angel. Chapter 4. Martial Arts and Skills. The arrival of the sword. Tianlin carefully studied his two martial souls and found that they were far more terrifying than he had imagined. Although he didn't have a system or a personal elder to guide him, the advantages he possessed were not small at all. Firstly, the magic sword completely inherited the powerful abilities from the game Xianjian 3. It came with an innate soul skill, the Shadow Sword, which could transform into thousands of swords for attack. The higher the level, the more swords there were, and the greater the attack power. Moreover, this sword could absorb different attributes to gain various magic sword skills. For Tianlin, who had mastered Xianjian 3 thoroughly, he was already well-versed in which attributes corresponded to which skills. In this Douluo Continent, it meant absorbing the corresponding attribute soul rings to gradually enhance the power of the magic sword. Additionally, with the awakening of his martial soul, the books in his mind finally began to turn pages, including the Shushan treasure record, which contained the Shushan immortal sword technique, as well as the secrets of body techniques like Huan, Shun, and lightness skills, the Xianfeng Yeni technique, and the drunken immortal moon viewing steps. The Holy Spirit Pearl was even more extraordinary with its innate soul skill, the Holy Breath Barrier. This barrier could be used not only in combat, but also for training. In battle, it accelerated the soul power recovery speed of all allied members within the barrier and suppressed the enemy soul power. During training, it sped up the cultivation process, almost like a cheat device. Furthermore, this martial soul also came with a cultivation method, which was another book, the Hua Huang meditation method. Clearly, the Shushan immortal sword technique was a combat skill, while this meditation method was for cultivation, complementing each other perfectly. Not only that, but both of these techniques had not fully revealed themselves yet. What Tianlin had in his mind was just a part of them. Perhaps the rest would appear when he reached a higher level. Tianlin was overjoyed. Now his cheat was even greater than Tang San's. One must know that meditation methods are also ranked. The ordinary civilian's meditation method obtained from junior academies could hardly compare to those modified through generations by major clans titled the law. For instance, the meditation method of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family is one of the strongest beast martial soul meditation methods, producing soul power that is not only robust, but also extraordinarily domineering. Similarly, Tang San's Xiantian skill, a superior Taoist mental method, although not as domineering as that of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, had the advantage of being everlasting with an incredibly fast soul power recovery speed, perfectly complementing the characteristics of the Blue-Silver Emperor's spring breeze reviving. Tianlin was confident that his Hua Huang meditation method must be even more advanced than these. He couldn't wait to try it out, but found that he couldn't understand it at all. After all, he was just an ordinary person in his previous life. Although he recognized the characters on the page, he had no idea how to operate soul power according to what was written, nourish his body, and channel it to his dantian. Where were the meridians? Where were the organs located? The distribution of various acupoints was utterly confusing to him. Tianlin realized that what he was missing now was a good teacher to guide him in cultivation. Even the Shushan sword technique required a certain level of proficiency in swordsmanship before one could begin practicing. Right now, even with the magic sword in hand, Tianlin could only swing it to cut at people without executing any intricate sword techniques. Who could he turn to for help? A master? A figure flashed through Tianlin's mind, but was quickly dismissed. Forget it. While the master was a theoretical expert, he was not suitable for him at all. Moreover, there were many aspects of his teachings that Tianlin disagreed with. The most famous saying, "They're only useless soul masters, not useless martial souls," was something he strongly opposed. This statement didn't belong to the 10 major theories. It was merely a slogan. However, everything depends on talent, especially for soul masters. Yu Xiaojing himself was the best proof of this. If what he said were true, why had he been stuck at the great soul master level throughout his life instead of achieving title Duo early on? Furthermore, this statement was like insulting his father. The reason his father worked as a warehouse manager was to cultivate, in the Douluo Continent, as a fantasy world full of dangers. Every village had a place to store weapons for the villagers to protect themselves in times of peril. His father was in charge of the weapon storage room, and since his martial soul was a sword, it was more conducive to soul power growth in such a place. Yet even so, it was very difficult for him to break through level 30 in his lifetime. Such a hard-working father, just because of a single sentence from a master, had to bear the title of useless. Tianlin absolutely could not agree with that. "Xiao Tian, come out. 2 soul masters are here to see you." At that moment, Tianlin heard his father's voice outside, sounding somewhat nervous for some reason. Tianlin stepped out of the room and saw 2 people outside, realizing why his father was so tense. One of them he recognized from a few encounters. It was the soul, Yin Yang, who after becoming a soul, hadn't forgotten his hometown and often returned to check on things, bringing gold soul coins or food to help the villagers and contribute to the village's development. How could his father not be nervous about such an important person visiting? The other person appeared to be middle-aged and somewhat handsome, but with a head full of white hair. He walked ahead of Yin Yang, clearly of a higher status. Because Tianlin had awakened his sword martial soul, he could sense that the person ahead was less of a person and more like a sword, an extraordinary sword capable of cutting through all things in the world. With such strength and status, the identity of this person was self-evident. The sword Douluo Continent. Tianlin's eyes immediately lit up. This was the most suitable teacher for him. You are Tianlin, the child who has awakened the sword-type martial soul and possesses innate full soul power. Chun Xian's gaze seemed to emit sword chi, causing Tianlin to feel a tingling sensation all over. Tianlin clasped his hands and said, "Yes, I am Tianlin. I have met Senior Yin and Sword Douluo." "Oh, you can actually recognize me?" Chun Xian said, slightly surprised. "It's just a guess. You walking ahead of Senior Yin shows that your strength and status are at least equal to his. Moreover, because I awakened a sword martial soul, I can sense the sharp sword intent from you, Your Excellency. With so many factors, if I still couldn't guess your identity, I would be a fool." Tianlin replied confidently. To attract a mentor, one must at least show their outstanding qualities. At that moment, Chun Xian was indeed intrigued. Haha, interesting. Only 6 years old. Not only exceptionally gifted, but also so clever. Very well. Would you like to come back to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School with me? Although Chun Xian did not directly express his intention to take him as a disciple, he had already taken a liking to this child. Tianlin, not being modest, immediately responded, "Of course, I am willing. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has protected my village for many years, and all of us in the village are grateful." I wish to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to repay this great kindness. Ha, good. Xiao Tian, I am your grandfather Yin Yang. You must know me. In the future, if you need anything in the sect, just come to me. Yin Yang said kindly, feeling that his hometown had finally produced another genius, one capable of surpassing him and aspiring to become a title Douluo. He was determined to cultivate him well. Thank you, Grandfather Yin Yang. Tianlin expressed his gratitude. All right, Old Eagle, let's come back tomorrow morning to pick him up. Tonight, let him have a good farewell with his parents. This is what a son should do. He will need to focus on his cultivation for a long time, and opportunities to meet will be few. Chen Xian was understanding, and Tianlin's fondness for him immediately increased. Chapter 5. Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Xiao Tian, are you really going to the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect? I actually think staying in a village as a warehouse manager and marrying a wife would be great. The income is stable and it's safe. Tianlin's mother held her child with a reluctant expression. After hearing what Sword Douluo just said, she realized that after Tianlin leaves, the chances of meeting her and her husband will greatly decrease, which is hard for her, a mother who cherishes her child. Oh, what do you know as a woman? Tianlin may leave, but he will receive the full support of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, and he will definitely become a great soul Douluo like Lord Yin Yang in the future, or even a title Douluo. Although Jun Tianhai was also reluctant, he knew that allowing Tianlin to leave was the best choice for him. Since their marriage, he had spoiled his wife, yielding to her every whim. But for their son's future, he had to assert the authority of the head of the family today. As for Tianlin going to the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, I agree with it. This matter is settled, and no objections are allowed. Upon hearing this, Tianlin quickly said, Yes, mother. Going to the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect is my own decision. Mother, my dream is to become a great soul master. You will support me, right? Tianlin looked at his mother with hope. The support of his family was extremely important to him. Looking at her child's eager expression, Mo Lan sighed and ultimately relented. She was Jun Tianhai's nemesis, and Tianlin was also her nemesis. Sai, since you want to go so badly, then Mom agrees, but you must take care of yourself. I heard that soul masters have to hunt creatures called soul beasts, which is very dangerous. Your father once came back with serious injuries. You must be extra careful. If anything happens to you, Mom definitely won't be able to live on. Mom, don't worry. My purpose in becoming a soul master is to protect the important people in my life. Before that, I must protect myself first, so I will definitely be fine. Tianlin promised confidently. Seeing their sensible and obedient son, the couple felt a sense of comfort. Parents should not become obstacles to their children's dreams. They finally reached a consensus and agreed to let Tianlin go to the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect to study. That night, Tianlin returned to his room and summoned the magic sword again. Long Kuei, are you there? Long Kuei, Hong Kuei, either one is fine. If you're here, respond. He tried to call out to the sword spirit of the magic sword, but unfortunately, he got no response. It seemed that this magic sword, which had transformed into his martial soul, did not have Long Kuei residing in it, although the power had not diminished. Tianlin felt disappointed without the cute girl he liked in his previous life. Slowly, he fell asleep with a yearning for the future. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Tianlin packed everything and waited at the door for Sword Douluo's arrival. Soon, a flying sword rushed from the horizon and stopped in front of Tianlin. Sword Douluo jumped off the sword and said, You're up quite early, good. Have you said goodbye to your parents? Tianlin nodded. Yes, but parting is very sad, so I told them not to come see me off. Silly child. Without the sadness of parting, how can there be joy in reunion? You should practice well afterward, become more outstanding, and then come back to see them. That would be the greatest filial piety. Chen Xian picked up Tianlin and placed him on the long sword. All right, we are about to depart. Are you ready? I'm going to take off. I'm all set. Good. With a flick of his fingers, Chen Xian and Tianlin rose into the air on the long sword, flying towards the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. Is this the feeling of flying with a sword? Tianlin felt the beauty of flying, with no fear, only excitement. In the Shu Mountain sword art, the method of flying with a sword was also recorded, but it was slightly different from Sword Douluo, Chen Xian's. During flight, Chen Xian's third spirit ring was continuously glowing, indicating that he was using a soul skill. Third soul skill, sword wings like flying. In fact, title Douluo could already fly by themselves, but Chen Xin preferred efficiency. Using a soul skill made him fly more than twice as fast. And the soul power consumed by a third soul skill was negligible. On the other hand, the flying sword technique in Tianlin's Shu Mountain sword art was a self-created soul skill, more advanced than ordinary soul skills, similar to Tang San's purple extreme magic eye. Soon, under Sword Douluo's rapid flight, the two arrived at a huge city built on a mountain, the Seven Treasures Glazed City. I will now take you to the main hall of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect to meet the sect leader. Generally, apart from us elders and direct disciples, ordinary outer disciples are not allowed to enter. Is it like that old acquaintance of mine from yesterday? Tianlin asked. You're talking about that child with innate spirit power level 4? Yes, someone will be there to pick him up today, but he can only practice in the outer sect. You are different. You will become one of our key training subjects. As they spoke, they arrived at a magnificent hall. Above the hall were 3 seats. The middle seat was the leader's position, occupied by a handsome middle-aged man. On the left side, there was an old man with very few hairs, tall but skinny, looking somewhat frightening. He must be the other title Douluo of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, Bone Douluo Gurong. The right side was Sword Douluo's position, and since Sword Douluo was beside Tianlin, this position should have been empty, but now it was occupied by a cute little girl. Daring to sit in Sword Douluo's position, among the entire Seven Treasures Glazed sect, apart from the little witch from the original story, I doubt anyone else would have the guts. Tianlin immediately guessed the girl's identity. It was definitely Ning Rongrong. As expected, the girl rushed over as soon as she saw Chen Xin return, jumping into his arms and acting spoiled. Sword Grandpa, you're finally back. It was so boring without you. No one to play with me. Ning Rongrong really knows how to charm. No wonder these two old men are completely under her thumb. Chen Xin gently stroked Ning Rongrong's hair and said kindly, Rongrong, be good. Grandpa will play with you later. Now Grandpa will introduce you to a new friend. Is this him, the one Grandpa especially want to pick up? He seems to be about my age. Is he very strong? Ning Rongrong looked at Tianlin, her big eyes blinking with curiosity. Of course, he is strong. Innate full spirit power, a top-tier weapon, martial soul battle, soul master. Rongrong, he is even more outstanding than you. Ning Fengji also walked over. The one who would say such things to undermine Ning Rongrong would not be the two old men, but only her father. Tianlin saluted sect leader Ning Fengji. Tianlin cupped his hands in greeting to Ning Fengji. After all, this person would be his future boss. While he wouldn't go so far as to be obsequious, maintaining a certain level of politeness and respect was always correct. Chapter 6: The Growth Direction of the Demon Sword. Well, child, there's no need to be so formal. From now on, we are family. If you want, you can call me Uncle Ning, Ning Fengji said with a kind smile. Okay, Uncle Ning, Tianlin replied without any pretentiousness, as calling someone by a title is one way to strengthen relationships. Ning Fengji was undoubtedly the most qualified leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. He balanced authority and kindness towards his own people, while maintaining a gentle demeanor towards outsiders. Since he took over as the sect leader, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has gained an excellent reputation in the Soul Master world. Perhaps there was 7 parts sincerity and 3 parts pretense in Ning Fengji's smile, suggesting a hint of hypocrisy. However, if a person can only be a hypocrite for a short time, they will naturally be despised by all once exposed. But if someone can maintain the facade for a lifetime, then they are not much different from a sage. Under Ning Fengji's leadership, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has risen to become the second most powerful sect in the world today. Then I'll call you Xiao Tian from now on. Cool me. Xiao Tian, come to the main hall and let us see your martial soul. Ning Fengji was most concerned about Tianlin's innate talent. After all, he only believed in what he could see. Yes, Tianlin stepped forward, extended his right hand, and summoned the demon sword with his mind. In an instant, the sword intent condensed within the hall, as if countless sword shadows appeared in all directions, capable of piercing through enemies in an instant. What a terrifying martial soul. It has no soul ring, yet possesses such sword intent. Jianxin et Golim, with his expertise, He could tell that this sword intent did not come from Tianlin, but from the sword itself. Grandpa Sword, I'm scared. Ning grong grong poked. Seemingly on the verge of tears, burying her head deep in Chun Xian's embrace, afraid to show her face. Being locked onto by such immense sword intent felt as if the sword was right at her neck. How could a little girl not be afraid? Rong is not afraid. Grandpa is here. Chun Xian waved his hand, and a stronger 7-kill sword intent spread, instantly dispersing Tianlin's sword intent. As expected of the sword Douluo, there is no one on the continent who surpasses him in swordsmanship. Tianlin steadied himself and said, Uncle Ning, your excellencies, this is my martial soul, the demon's sword. The sword intent just now is the innate soul skill that comes with my martial soul, the shadow sword, turning one sword into 1,000, killing all enemies. Innate soul skill, truly extraordinary. Old sword master, this seems to have a similar essence to your 6th soul skill, 10,000 swords return to origin. Bon Douluo Gu Rong remarked with admiration. Chun Xi nodded, that's right, and it's even stronger than my 10,000 swords return to origin, because this innate soul skill can grow with Tianlin's level. Perhaps in the future, it could rival some title Douluo's 9th soul skills. Sword Uncle, I see this child as quite the affinity with you. Why not take him as your disciple? You still have no successor, right? Ning Fengji suddenly suggested. Hearing this, Tianlin felt grateful, as this was one of the main reasons he came to the 7 Treasures glazed tile school. Chun Xian considered it for a moment. I can allow him to call me teacher for now, and I will be responsible for guiding his cultivation. He did not directly agree. The terms teacher and master are entirely different. In the academy, there are many teachers, but a master can only be one. Chun Xian is very strict when choosing disciples. Not only talent, but also perseverance, character, and integrity are all within his scope of assessment. However, Tianlin had at least gained an opportunity. Chun Xian did not directly refuse, but effectively gave Tianlin a trial period. If he satisfied him, he would formally accept him as a disciple. Thank you, teacher. I will definitely devote myself to cultivation and strive to earn your recognition as soon as possible. Tianlin bowed respectfully to Chun Xian. Seeing this, Chun Xian was even more pleased. His underlying intentions had been completely understood by Tianlin. With such talent and wisdom, it wouldn't be long before he truly had a direct disciple. Your name is Tianlin, right? I'm Rong, the young lady of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school. Since you've joined the sect, you have to listen to me and be my little brother. Ning Rong jumped out of Chun Xian's arms, still with tear streaks on her face, clearly unhappy with Tianlin for scaring her earlier. I can protect you, but I won't be your little brother. Tianlin immediately refused. He didn't want to indulge this little demon girl. Grandpa Sword, look at him. Ning Rong complained without hesitation. All right, Rong. It's enough that Tianlin has agreed to protect you. You should be good friends with him and not use your status to pressure him, Ning Fengji admonished. As an auxiliary soul master, what is most needed is to find comrades to whom one can entrust their back. With Tianlin's talent, he hoped he could become the person Ning Rong needed. Just like himself, he would never put on any airs as the sect leader in front of Sword Douluo and Bon Douluo. In his heart, the 2 Douluo were his comrades and family. Rong, listen to your father. Tianlin's martial soul does not allow him to bow to anyone, Chun Xian said. A swordsman with a sword heart must not bow to anyone or anything. Only by moving forward can one reach the pinnacle of the sword path. You all want to help me. Rong hates you. Unfortunately, Ning Rong was still too young to understand her father and grandfather's good intentions. She threw a tantrum and ran out without saying a word. Sigh, this child. Ning Fengji sighed and looked at Tianlin. I'm truly sorry, Tianlin. My daughter has been spoiled by me. You should go rest for now. Early tomorrow morning, Uncle Sword will take you to the soul-hunting forest to obtain your first soul ring. It's all right, Uncle Ning. I will take my leave now. Tianlin replied before exiting the main hall. A disciple had been waiting there for a long time, arranged by Ning Fengji to take Tianlin to his room, where he will be living from now on. The wealth of the 7 Treasures glazed tile school was indeed unimaginable as a newly admitted disciple. Tianlin actually had an independent room, which was both luxurious and spacious. Living in such a place every day was simply extravagant beyond belief. Of course, this was Tianlin's situation. After all, with his talent, he was a prospective title Douluo of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, a treatment that other disciples did not enjoy. Tianlin did not rush to rest. Instead, he went to the desk, took out paper and pen, and began to consider his soul ring configuration. No one understood the demon's sword better than him, so the choice of soul rings must be considered by himself. The growth method of the demon's sword was somewhat different from other swords. The soul rings it needed were not about sharpness, hardness, etc., but rather about the 5 major attributes: water, fire, wind, thunder, and earth. These 5 attributes, when fused in different combinations, could give birth to different soul skills, with arrangements and combinations reaching dozens of types. Tianlin had to select the 9 strongest and most practical ones from these dozens to use as his soul skills. Chapter 7. Confessing the twin martial spirits and heading to the soul hunting forest. Tianlin had been writing and drawing until noon, even forgetting to go out for lunch. It wasn't until Ning Fengji and Douluo pushed open the door and entered that he finally stopped. "Tianlin, what are you doing?" Ning Fengji asked. He could see what Tianlin had written on the paper. Equations like fire plus thunder equals sword energy burning with thunder, earth plus fire equals earth fire, summoning the moon, etc. He expressed that he couldn't understand it all. "Uncle Ning, this is the development direction of my martial spirit. To make my martial spirit stronger, I need to add various attribute soul rings. For this, I'm doing different arrangements and comparisons to plan for each soul ring in the future," Tianlin said, with no need to hide this point. "Oh, a sword that becomes stronger through attributes? I'm quite curious about what it will grow into." Qinshin's interest was piqued, and he was increasingly satisfied with Tianlin, who was always considering how to become stronger without wasting a moment. "But you can't skip meals. Nutrition is very important for you right now. This must not happen again." "Yes." Tianlin did not find Qinshin's nagging annoying. Caring leads to more reminders. "If he didn't care about you, who would worry about whether you ate or not? However, teacher, actually, it's okay for me to skip 1 or 2 meals because I have another martial spirit that can provide me energy at any time." As he spoke, Tianlin released the Holy Spirit Pearl from his left hand. With Ning Rongrong present in the morning, it was unrealistic to keep secrets from a child. So Tianlin had hidden it before. He always believed that the secret of his twin martial spirits was better kept from as few people as possible. Since only Ning Fengji and Qinshin were present, he decided not to hide it any longer. Twin martial spirits. Ning Fengji's eyes nearly popped out, and then he thought of something. "Uncle Jian." Douluo waved his hand, and all the doors and windows immediately closed. At the same time, he released the 7 killing sword and declared, "7 killing domain, activate." This was Douluo's domain. Within the domain, it was his world. Even intangible things like light and sound could be sliced apart by his sword energy. This avoided any potential eavesdropping or spying type soul skills. As the second largest sect in the world, it was impossible for the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School to have no spies within. The matter of twin martial spirits was extremely significant and absolutely could not be leaked. "Uncle Ning, teacher, this is my second martial spirit, the Holy Spirit Pearl. It can assist or launch powerful attacks and comes with an innate soul skill, the Holy Breath Barrier. Within the barrier, all allies can continuously recover soul power, and it can also accelerate the efficiency of cultivation when used during training," Tianlin introduced. Another innate soul skill. And this innate soul skill was practically the embryonic form of a domain. Typically, top-tier martial spirits would only gain a chance to attain a domain at level 70 when they obtain their true martial spirit, or at level 90 when they break through to title Douluo. But this pearl could awaken and already possess a domain. Could it be the legendary god-level martial spirit? Ning Fengji was astonished. They say the master is the foremost authority in theory, but in Tianlin's view, Ning Fengji was no less impressive, perhaps even surpassing him. After all, the patriarchs of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School had likely thoroughly understood the theoretical aspect to evolve the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. "There's no mistake, Fengji. This is a god-level martial spirit. My father once fought against the god-level martial spirit, six-winged angel from the spirit hall. According to him, god-level martial spirits have a suppressive effect on top-tier martial spirits. I sensed it. My seven-killing sword trembled when it saw this pearl. Qinshin's tone changed. Apart from the spirit hall and the legendary sea god island, no god-level martial spirits had appeared on the continent. Unexpectedly, the third one appeared in their seven-treasure glazed tile school. What great fortune! Ning Fengji calmed himself and instructed little Tian regarding your twin martial spirits. I will inform Uncle Gu about it shortly. He is absolutely trustworthy. Apart from the three of us, you must not reveal your martial spirit to a fourth person, including Elder Yang, Rong, or even your parents. You must keep it well hidden, understand? Understood, Tianlin solemnly replied. Good. Also from now on, you will train with Uncle Jian with all your might on that sword. Before you become a titled Douluo, do not add any soul rings to that pearl. Ning Fengji's idea was similar to that of the master in Tang Hao. He wanted to create a top-tier monster with all soul rings over 10,000 years. Tianlin knew Ning Fengji only wanted what was best for him and agreed wholeheartedly. Ning Fengji noted he needed to find a place to calm down. The excitement of the day was too much for him to process all at once. After leaving Tianlin's room, Qinshin expressed his concern. Fengji, although little Tian's talent is outstanding, you should know that twin martial spirits have their drawbacks. I understand, Uncle Jian. Don't worry. If little Tian went to another sect, he might not be able to develop his twin martial spirits to the fullest. But he is lucky to have come to our seven-treasure glazed tile school. In terms of theoretical knowledge, apart from the spirit hall, I dare say no sect can compare with us. I can definitely solve the drawbacks of twin martial spirits. At this moment, Ning Fengji was full of confidence, believing that when Tianlin grew up, he would become the pillar of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. In the afternoon, Qinshin came again, this time to teach Tianlin the cultivation of the meditation method. Once mastered, one could replace sleep with meditation, for soul masters aspiring to reach the pinnacle. Such hard work was essential. With a renowned teacher's guidance, the areas Tianlin previously didn't understand became clear, and he quickly entered a meditative state. Unfortunately, he was currently at level 10 with no soul rings, and no matter how hard he practiced, he wouldn't be able to break through. But Tianlin knew that the soul power cultivated during this time had not disappeared. It just couldn't be felt. Once he obtained a soul ring later, it would all manifest at once. Thus, on this first night, Tianlin did not relax and meditated all night long. When he got up the next day, he felt excellent. Meditation restored energy just as well as ordinary sleep. Not bad. Let's go. I'll take you to get your first soul ring. Jianluo opened the door and picked up Tianlin, flying toward the soul-hunting forest. A first soul ring only required 10 or 100 years. So there was no need to go to places like the Star Do Great Forest or the Sunset Forest. The ordinary soul-hunting forest was sufficient to meet the requirements. With Jianluo's flying speed, in less than 2 hours, the two arrived at the entrance of the soul-hunting forest. The soul-hunting forest was not a natural great forest, but a place where the spirit hall and the two great empires raised soul beasts, suitable for low-level soul masters. Most of the soul beasts inside were 10 to 100 years old, while 1,000-year soul beasts were rare and 10,000-year ones were virtually non-existent. At the entrance of the soul-hunting forest, soldiers were on guard. Qinshin stepped forward and took out a plaque, which was the Tiando 6th Emperor token, the highest level token of the Spirit Hall. Few people possessed it, and outside, there were only 3, held by the 3 titled Douluo of the top 3 sections. Upon seeing this token, the soldiers immediately opened the gate without daring to ask any questions. Anyone who could produce such a token was undoubtedly an important figure, far beyond their qualifications to inquire further. Chapter 8: The First Soul Ring. Spinning tail needle. As they entered the soul-hunting forest, Chen Xian asked Xiao Tian, "You mentioned that your martial soul needs to absorb attribute soul rings to grow. Have you decided what the first attribute will be?" "Yes, teacher. After thinking it over yesterday, I have completely determined my growth direction. For the first attribute, I choose water." Tianlin confirmed after careful consideration. As long as he followed through with his plan, he would undoubtedly become a top-tier offensive battle soul master, and one with inherent support abilities at that. After all, Some of the support skills in the demon sword techniques were shockingly powerful, and Tianlin had no intention of giving them up. Hearing this, Chun Xian stopped his tracks, puzzled. Why? Among the attributes you listed, water's attack power is the weakest. The explosive and burning power of fire, the piercing and paralysis of lightning, the speed and cutting of wind, the weight and strength of earth, all are far more suitable than water. Perhaps the raging waves of water are not inferior in power, but the soul beasts we're looking for today are only around 100 years old and are not at that level. So in my view, water as an attribute can be acquired later. Absorbing a 10,000-year water attribute soul beast would be a wiser choice. Teacher, I understand your point, but in my development plan, the water attribute is extremely important. I must obtain it as soon as possible, Tianlin said firmly. All right then, since that's the case, let's head to the lake right away. I know of a soul beast that might be very suitable for you. With that, Chun Xian led Tianlin to the lakeside. Compared to other attributes, water was relatively easier to find. There were plenty of soul beasts in the water, while they couldn't compare to sea soul beasts. They were sufficient for the needs of an average soul master. During their journey, they encountered several soul beasts, including some 1,000-year ones, but none dared to approach. After all, the sword aura emanating from Sword Douluo was overwhelming, and out of instinct to avoid danger, they chose to stay away. Walking with the title Douluo, the soul hunting forest, which was extremely dangerous for ordinary people, seemed no different from a botanical garden. This was the benefit of having a powerful ally. Soon, the two arrived at a massive lake where numerous water-type soul beasts were swimming. Teacher, what about that jellyfish? I feel its water energy is very rich. Tianlin pointed to a blue jellyfish. A venomous jellyfish? From its size, it seems to be around 200 years old. That's not enough. I want to personally hunt a soul ring for you, and this age is too low. The soul beast I have selected for you is much better than this jellyfish. Chun Xian immediately rejected Tianlin's suggestion. They had to continue searching, and not long after, they encountered a fish resembling a kitchen knife. A knife fish. This one isn't bad, but unfortunately, its age seems too low. It's just over 300 years. Chun Xian began to critique again. At that moment, something appeared next to the knife fish. A blue light flashed, and the knife fish's body was suddenly pierced through. The attacking soul beast had terrifying attack power and incredible speed. Tianlin didn't even see its shadow. Teacher, what was that just now? It pierced through the knife fish in an instant. Tianlin exclaimed. That attack and speed are exactly what I'm looking for. Xiao Tian, your soul ring has a solution. Chun Xian waved his hand, unleashing a sword aura that exploded on the lake's surface. Immediately, a bizarre fish was revealed. Its nose and mouth were joined together like a needle, and its tail had 4 spiraled fins. It seemed this fish had just used its tail to spin and accelerate, then pierce the knife fish with its nose. Ha! It's indeed the spinning tail needle. Chun Xian quickly took action, using his powerful soul power to draw the fish closer. Xiao Tian, this is the target we are looking for. The age of the spinning tail needle is determined by its body size and the number of tails. When its body grows, all the tails will fall off and regrow. It currently has a medium body size and 4 tails, indicating its cultivation is around 400 years, which is perfect for you. I've already controlled it, so act quickly and kill it. Okay, Shadow Sword, go. Tianlin responded immediately. He understood Chun Xian's good intentions. He worried that a purely water attribute would lead to insufficient attack power for his first soul skill. Therefore, he specifically sought out this higher attack power water attribute soul beast to compensate for that flaw. The demon sword split into 4 shadow swords and swiftly killed the spinning tail needle on the spot. Following Chun Xian's guidance from yesterday, Tianlin sat cross-legged as a deep yellow soul ring flew out from the spinning tail needle, surrounding him. Wait, the color depth of this soul ring is not something a 400-year soul beast could possess. Chun Xian quickly approached to inspect the corpse of the spinning tail needle and discovered that, while it appeared to have 4 tails, it actually had 6. 2 had likely been severed during its battle with the knife fish. Oh no, this needle is actually a 600-year soul beast. Tianlin, you have to hold on. The absorption of the soul ring had already begun, and there was no stopping it now. They could only hope Tianlin could endure. Damn it, it hurts so much. The resentment of the needle pierced through Tianlin's entire body, causing excruciating pain. If it were an ordinary child, they might have already collapsed, but fortunately, Tianlin's body housed the soul of an adult, allowing him to grit his teeth and persevere. How much longer will this take? Unknowingly, half an hour passed, and Tianlin was nearing his limit. After all, he was still a 6-year-old child. Although he practiced the Shushan sex body tempering method, he had only received it during his martial soul awakening and had never trained before. At that moment, a light suddenly shone from Tianlin's left hand. The Holy Spirit Pearl appeared on its own and set up the Holy Breath barrier. Is this the martial soul protecting its master? I didn't expect this divine-level martial soul to be so sentient, actually protecting its master at a critical moment. Chen Xian, who was originally anxious, couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of divine-level martial souls upon witnessing this scene. With the Holy Breath barrier, Tianlin's soul power, mental strength, and injuries began to gradually recover. Another half hour later, he felt no more pain, only a continuous flow of power entering his body. Great! The most dangerous part has passed, and I am now receiving the energy of the soul ring. Chen Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that his carelessness almost endangered the extraordinary talent of their 7-treasure glazed tile sect. It worked. Finally, Tianlin opened his eyes, feeling that his strength had increased several times compared to before, especially in terms of soul power, which was definitely above level 11 now. Finally completed it. I'm sorry, Tianlin. My carelessness almost caused you to suffer a fatal explosion, Chen Xian expressed apologetically. Tianlin smiled and shook his head. It's okay, teacher. Who would have thought the age of this needle would be so high? But thanks to the disaster, I was able to obtain such a good soul ring. Chapter 9, First Soul Skill. Freezing snow. The soul ring is not bad, but don't rush to be happy. Sit down, and I'll teach you the method of guiding energy back to its source, Chen said seriously. The previous soul ring was too violent, and the soul power has already impacted your internal organs. If you don't sort it out, it may leave hidden injuries. Yes, teacher. Tianlin sat cross-legged as instructed by Chen. Chen slowly began, focusing and calming his mind, channeling his martial soul, guiding energy back to its source, concentrating on the Dantian, letting the energy flow through the Ren and Du meridians. Following Chen mantra, Tianlin began to sort out the soul power within him. About an hour later, he felt that all his meridians had been nourished by the soul power, an indescribable comfort. Moreover, the sorted soul power was much easier to use, flowing smoothly as if it was an extension of his own body. Remember this mantra, practice it more often in the future. It might slightly affect your cultivation progress, but the benefits will be greater. Soul power is not just about quantity. Purity is also crucial. Among soul masters of the same level, disregarding differences in martial souls, soul rings, and soul bones, the one with purer soul power can completely suppress the other. Moreover, pure soul power will greatly aid you in breaking through to title Douluo and even super Douluo in the future, Chen advised. I understand, I won't slack off. Having read countless martial arts novels in his previous life, Tianlin knew how important pure internal energy was. After all, the more mixed it is, the harder it is to break through to a higher realm. That's good. Now tell me, what is your first soul skill? Chen asked with concern. Teacher, my first soul skill is called freezing snow. It has 2 casting methods. One is a state type, which attaches the power of ice to the sword blade, with each strike carrying the force of cold ice. The other is a long-range attack skill that gathers all the ice energy into one point and then strikes it out in one breath. After hearing Tianlin's words, Chen was somewhat surprised. Ice? I didn't expect the water attribute to turn into ice after being absorbed by your sword. This is quite a pleasant surprise. The attack power of ice is quite good, and the 2 casting methods also prove the excellence of your soul skill. Very well, we have made good progress this time. So, teacher, should we return to the sect immediately? Chen shook his head. No, Rus. We came here to help you quickly obtain a soul ring. There's no need to hurry back. We could take our time walking back. I want to take this opportunity to teach you basic sword techniques. When we return to the sect, I have many things to deal with, and I won't have time then. Tianlin was slightly taken aback. Busy? What could a guardian Douluo like Qinshin be busy with? Usually, he was either cultivating or playing with Ning Rongrong. He was probably worried about being pestered by Ning Rongrong after returning, and thus had no time to teach him. A dignified Douluo, being completely tied down by a little girl, truly shows the decline of the world. But this is also good. This is Tianlin's first time leaving Seven Treasures City and Seven Treasures Village, and it's nice to see the scenery of this continent. The two then walked towards the exit of the soul-hunting forest. Just as they were crossing the forest, they suddenly heard the sound of a python slithering and the terrifying hissing noise. At the same time, there was a man's panicked voice, Xiao San, run. A middle-aged man. Xiao San? Could this combination be? Tianlin realized he had stumbled into the original plot. It was indeed Master Yu Xiaojiang bringing Tang San to obtain his first soul ring. They just happened to encounter a 400-year-old man-eating snake, and Master, with his level 29 soul power, was no match for it and could only flee with Tang San. Teacher, someone over there is in danger. Let's go help them. Tianlin wanted to meet the protagonist of the original story. Coincidentally, he could also use this man-eating snake to test his first soul skill. Qinshin nodded. It was not his style to ignore those in danger. Then I'll go, Teacher, let me show you the power of my first soul skill. Tianlin leaped forward. At that moment, Tang San was continuously tossing things behind him, using the Tang Sect's exquisite hidden weapon techniques, each strike hitting the man-eating snake's eyes, greatly delaying its pursuit. Just then, Tianlin suddenly jumped in front of him, facing away, raising his sword high, and shouted, First soul skill, freezing snow. With a swing of the sword, a strong wave of cold air shot out in a straight line, freezing all the plants on the ground in its path. The man-eating snake was first frozen, then sliced in half by the sharp sword energy contained in the magic sword. The soul ring fused with the spiral tail needle not only absorbed its water attribute energy, but also made the magic sword sharper, thanks to Qinshin's careful selection. If Tianlin had been alone, he would have likely just seen a soul beast with the correct attribute, like the Water Mother, and hunted it directly. It seems that after returning, he needs to study soul beasts thoroughly, not just understand their attributes, but also their characteristics to obtain the most suitable soul ring for himself. What kind of martial soul is that sword? Such strong attack power, able to kill a 400-year-old man-eating snake with just one ring. Master was indeed a theory fanatic. His first thought was not about being saved, but rather about studying Tianlin's martial soul. Tianlin didn't want to pay attention to him, and turned to Tang San. Hey, do you want to absorb this man-eating snake's soul ring or not? Why aren't you making a move? Make a move? Tang San looked at the man-eating snake cut in half. What the heck am I supposed to move for? The man-eating snake isn't dead yet. Even if a snake-type soul beast is cut in half, it won't die immediately. Plus, I froze it, which extended its death time. You still have time to act now. It's common knowledge that a snake's body won't die immediately after being cut in half. As a disciple of the Tang sect, Tang San couldn't possibly not know this. He just didn't react in time earlier, but upon this reminder, he immediately said, I understand. Thank you. Tang San walked to the man-eating snake's side and punched the frozen part of its head several times until it was completely shattered. With the head destroyed, it naturally died. Tang San immediately sat cross-legged to absorb the soul ring. Young man, thank you for saving me just now, Master said as he walked over to Tianlin. Can I see your martial soul? I've never seen such a powerful sword martial soul before. Yu Xiaojiang, wanting to explore others' martial souls upon first meeting. Is your blue lightning tyrant dragon family always this rude? Qinshin appeared silently behind Master. With his strength, if he didn't want to be noticed, Master would definitely not have found him. You are Sword Douluo Qinshin. I pay my respects, Your Excellency. As a member of the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, Master had met Qinshin a few times, and he recognized him at a glance. Teacher, Tianlin also respectfully bowed. Only then did Master realize that this young man was a disciple of Sword Douluo. No wonder his attack power was so formidable. After all, Sword Douluo himself was known as the continent's #1 attacking title Douluo, so it would be abnormal for his disciple not to have this level of strength. Chapter 10, the first encounter with Tang San. Sorry, Your Excellency, I was rude just now, the Master said with a bow, and then stepped back to help protect his disciple. It is indeed a taboo to probe into the martial souls of other sects' disciples. After all, intelligence is the strongest weapon. Once the characteristics of one's own martial soul are understood by others, the enemy can counteract it, which is very disadvantageous. Teacher, what do you think of my last attack? After the master left, Tianlin asked Chen Xin to evaluate his soul skill. Chen Xin nodded in praise. Very good. As expected of a soul skill brought by a 600-year soul ring, its power is enough to rival the full force strike of an average great soul master. However, such powerful force must have consumed a lot of your energy, right? Yes, that last strike nearly drained 1/3 of my soul power. However, I can feel that if I had concentrated the cold energy on the sword's edge instead of releasing it all at once, the consumption would have been much smaller, allowing for prolonged combat. There was nothing for Tianlin to hide from Chen Xin. After all, he was his teacher. The more Chen Xin understood him, the more accurate his guidance could be. Well, that's about what I expected. You need to focus more on swordsmanship from now on. Concentrating energy on the sword will be your most conventional combat method in the future. That kind of full-force released soul skill should only be used as a finishing move. Understand? Chen Xin was already considering what sword techniques to teach Tianlin. With such powerful offensive capabilities from the Zhan Mo sword, learning defensive sword techniques would indeed be a waste. In his heart, he had already calculated that this kid was exceptionally suited for his 7-kill sword technique. This was truly a gift from heaven for him. After their conversation, they walked over to where Tang San was absorbing his soul ring. Chen Xin looked at the blue-silver grass in Tang San's hand with great surprise. This is blue-silver grass? This child seems to be about the same age as Tianlin, yet he has already reached level 10. That means his innate soul power is at least level 9, or even possibly full innate soul power. Can blue-silver grass have such high innate soul power? As mentioned before, the theoretical knowledge of the 7-treasure glazed tile school is not inferior to that of the master. The principle that innate soul power is proportional to the quality of the martial soul is common knowledge within the sect, and Chen Xin certainly knows this. However, no matter how he looked at it, he couldn't see anything special about this blue-silver grass, thus ruling out the possibility of a martial soul mutation. I'll go back and ask Fengji. Theoretically speaking, he is the real master, Chen Xin thought. Tianlin was also staring at Tang San. Before the second awakening of the blue-silver emperor, Tang San's appearance was indeed unremarkable, not comparable to his own. Tianlin had some thoughts about this person. He could befriend him since there was no conflict of interest between them. Having read the original work, Tianlin knew how ambitious the Spirit Hall was. It was only a matter of time before they targeted the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Moreover, because of Tang San's parents and Xiao Wu's relationship, he was already destined to be at odds with the Spirit Hall. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. As for the fact that this guy has a somewhat double-standard personality, Tianlin didn't care at all. After all, he was the same way, only caring about the people around him. In his heart, whether the Spirit Hall was good or evil had nothing to do with him. But as long as the Spirit Hall dared to harm the people important to him, they were his enemies. After all, he had never received any favor from the Spirit Hall. His martial soul was awakened by the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and his hometown village was built and protected with the sect's funding. The fact that he could have a wonderful childhood and that his parents could live so happily in the village was all thanks to the sect. Moreover, now that he had joined the 7-treasure glazed tile school, he naturally had to protect the sect. His future cultivation would also rely on the sect's resources, and he wouldn't take a single gold soul coin from the Spirit Hall. Even his father had never received any subsidies from the Spirit Hall. Therefore, when it came to confronting the Spirit Hall in the future, he didn't feel any moral guilt. What was most important to Tianlin was always his own family. The future development of Douluo Continent, whether it would unify or continue to split, was none of his business. His outlook was not broad. This was his flaw. Being grateful and wanting to repay kindness was his virtue. He understood his situation very well and had no intention of changing. Additionally, the biggest opportunity in Douluo Continent might still require Tang San's help, which is the Eye of Ice and Fire. Although he knew where that place was, the problem was that he didn't recognize the immortal herbs inside. How to pick, preserve, and use various immortal herbs is very particular. Any slight oversight could lead to failure, or even counterproductive results. Of course, Tang San was just a backup plan because there seemed to be a chapter on alchemy in the Shushan treasure record. Unfortunately, he couldn't access the content in there yet. He estimated that once his soul power level increased, he should be able to gradually read the subsequent content. But he didn't know exactly what level was required. If it needed to be level 60 or 70 to unlock, that would be too late. So before that, it was necessary to give Tang San some small favors, like deliberately sparing the mandala snake when he saved them just now. Of course, he couldn't be careless. A 400-year soul ring was harmless, just a blue-silver binding. However, some of his opportunities, Tianlin was already preparing to slightly sabotage. After a moment, with a wave of soul power fluctuations, Tang San awoke. "Teacher, I did it. What is the soul skill, and how resilient is it?" The master was most concerned about his theory. The reason the things he proposed were always theories rather than truths was that no one had put them into practice until now. Today was the prologue to proving his theory successful. Tang San smiled slightly and released the blue silvergrass, which transformed into vines, tightly binding a large tree not far away. "Teacher, look, I can launch an attack from any position within 50 meters. This soul skill is called Bind. It is characteristic of control-type soul masters, and its resilience is quite good. If I'm not mistaken, it should also carry some poison from the mandala snake, right?" The master speculated. Tang San nodded. "That's right, but the poison is not very strong. It only has a paralyzing effect and is not lethal. That is sufficient. The combination of binding and paralysis means that unless the opponent has 2 more soul rings than you, it is impossible to break free from your binding skill in one go." "Little San, we did it." The master was extremely excited. "Really?" At that moment, a voice of doubt rang out. Tianlin summoned the demon sword. Without even using soul power, and with one strike, he cut the blue silver grass into 2 pieces. "It's not as mysterious as you said. Even with the resilience of the mandala snake, the blue silver grass is still just blue silver grass." Tang San looked at his teacher in confusion. "Is this what you said about being difficult to break free from unless one has 2 more soul rings?" But in front of this kid, it was like cutting through tofu. "You can't be joking with me, right?" Cough, cough. The master coughed to cover his embarrassment and said, "Well, I was speaking of the vast majority of cases. It doesn't apply to those with top-tier martial souls." After finishing, the master hurriedly bid farewell to Chun Xian. Tianlin was too good at slapping faces. He really couldn't stay any longer. Chun Xian nodded and, after bidding farewell to the master, said, "Little Tian, let's go. We need to hurry. I will teach you swordsmanship along the way." Chapter 11. Tianlin's Path of Swordsmanship after leaving the soul-hunting forest. Qinshin walked back to the 7-treasure glazed tile school with Tianlin. Their pace was slow because Qinshin was teaching Tianlin sword techniques along the way. "Little Tian, all swordsmanship revolves around the 7 movements: hook, hang, point, lift, stab, sweep, and chop. Any exquisite sword technique cannot escape these 7 actions. And this is also the essence of my 7-killing sword technique. If you wish to inherit my 7-killing sword technique in the future, you must master these 7 moves to perfection." Currently, Qinshin was not teaching Tianlin any intricate sword techniques, but rather a set of basic introductory swordsmanship. During the day, he urged Tianlin to practice diligently, while they traveled in the evening, and at night, Tianlin replaced sleep with meditation. One could say that Tianlin had no time to rest at all. However, he had no complaints. Under Qinshin's guidance, if he were to face the version of himself from 3 days ago, he would be able to take on 3 opponents. Tianlin's diligence greatly pleased Qinshin. If on the first day, Tianlin's rough swordsmanship could only score 0, 1 out of 100, now he could at least score 10, 100 times stronger. One morning, Tianlin woke up from meditation and, as per his teacher's request, practiced basic sword techniques as his morning exercise. However, this time, while practicing the basic sword techniques, the foundational sword moves of the Shushan sect flashed subconsciously in his mind. With his heart moving freely, his movements gradually deviated from what Qinshin had taught, and he subconsciously began practicing the introductory sword moves of Shushan. This was evidence that his basic swordsmanship had reached a certain level of proficiency. allowing him to start cultivating the sword techniques of the Shushan sect. The introductory sword techniques of Shushan emphasize light and agile sword forms, free footwork, and movements that are neither hurried nor slow, making them appear almost ethereal. Hey, little Tian, what sword technique is this? Qinshin saw this scene and felt the spirit of swordsmanship come alive. With his keen eye, he could tell that this was also an introductory sword technique, but it was far more exquisite than what he had taught. Hold on, little Tian. Can you tell me who taught you this sword technique? Hearing this, Tianlin stopped his swordplay and clasped his fists, saying, Teacher, this is something I felt and created while practicing. No one else taught me. The techniques of the Shushan sect and the lineage of the Nuwa Empress were Tianlin's greatest secrets, hidden even deeper than his twin martial souls. While an introductory sword technique was inconsequential, advanced sword techniques were different. If he were to reveal them now, he wouldn't be able to explain their origins. Would he claim to have created them? Who would believe that a novice like him could create profound sword techniques like the 10,000 sword technique or the sword god in heaven sword? He decided to wait until he was stronger before revealing the sword techniques to Qinshin. No one taught you? It was all your own inspiration? I didn't expect this child not only to have great talent in cultivating soul power, but also such astonishing aptitude in swordsmanship. Qinshin was genuinely shocked. Had the 7 treasure glazed tile school taken in a prodigy? Seeing Qinshin silent, Tianlin timidly asked, Teacher, did I upset you by modifying the sword techniques you taught me? I won't do it again. Qinshin shook his head and smiled. No, the teacher isn't angry. In fact, I'm very happy. Remember, if anyone tells you that practicing swordsmanship requires strict adherence to the rules without any flexibility, you don't need to say a word. Just cut them down with your sword. Because that person is definitely trying to harm you. There are no 2 identical people in this world, just as there are no 2 identical swords. Even though my 7 killing sword technique was taught to me by my father, by the time it reaches me, it has already changed significantly. I hope you will be the same. What I can pass on to you is only the swordsmanship. Your unique sword intent and sword heart must be comprehended by yourself. Unique to me, sword intent and sword heart? I understand, teacher. I will definitely carve out my own path. Although Tianlin was somewhat confused, he at least understood that Qinshin was doing this for his own good. He was a qualified teacher. Then, teacher, how many points would you give my sword technique just now? Tianlin asked eagerly. 60 points. 60 points was still not very high, but it carried significant meaning because it indicated that, in Qinshin's eyes, Tianlin was already nearly qualified. 20 days later, the 2 finally returned to 7 Treasure City. What should have taken only a few days turned into over half a month due to their practice along the way. Upon returning to the sect, Qinshin said, Little Tian, you've been tired on the journey, so today you're allowed to rest for a day. Go back to your room and take a break. I still need to report to Feng Ziyai about our gains this time. Okay, disciple takes his leave, Tianlin said and ran back to his room. In his room, there was a crystal ball used for testing soul power, and he was eager to know what level his soul power had reached. The room was cleaned daily, and even though he hadn't returned for over half a month, it was still very tidy. Tianlin casually tossed his luggage onto the bed, then picked up the crystal ball and began to infuse it with his soul power. In an instant, the crystal ball shone brightly. My soul power has actually reached level 15. Tianlin was astonished. He had long suspected that after absorbing the 600-year soul ring, his soul power should exceed level 13. But now it seemed that he had at least reached level 14. 5 at that time, and after more than half a month of cultivation, he had finally attained level 15. Great! If I can maintain this pace of cultivation, perhaps I can handle that crisis in the future. Since joining the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Tianlin's greatest concern had been the impending crisis of extermination, which was the soul-hunting operation of the Spirit Hall. According to the timeline of the original work, the soul-hunting operation would occur approximately 14 to 15 years later, when Tianlin would be around 20 years old. Although the time seemed a bit short, Tianlin was confident in his cultivation speed, not only because of his talent, but also due to the assistance of the Holy Spirit Pearl, which he had tested on the way back. Under the Holy Breath Barrier, Qinshin's soul power cultivation speed increased by 10%, and for Tianlin himself, it was as high as 30%. Additionally, he had another advantage, the Nuwa meditation method. While beside Qinshin, He had not dared to practice this, fearing it would be discovered, so he had been cultivating only the techniques taught by Qinshin. Today, in his own room, was the perfect opportunity to switch to practicing this meditation method. Tianlin sat cross-legged and immediately entered a deep state of meditation. As for what Qinshin said about resting, he decided to ignore it. There was no time for that. Only after overcoming the future crisis could he sleep soundly. At this moment, Qinshin had also returned to the main hall, sitting in his seat and telling Ning Fengji about the gains they had made along the way. The 600-year soul ring. Tianlin was actually able to absorb a 600-year soul ring. This is truly a miracle, something that could easily lead to death with a slight misstep. Ning Fengji was both shocked and delighted, while also feeling a bit afraid, thinking that their future title de law of the seven-treasure glazed tile school could have been lost. However, he soon thought of something else, and a glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes. Chapter 12: The Wisdom of Ning Fengji Jianshu. Do you mean to say that Xiao Tian was about to give up, but his second martial soul forced open the barrier to save him because it was protecting him? Ning Fengji wanted to clarify all the details, as his guess, if correct, would mean the seven-treasure glazed tile school was about to prosper. Yes, his holy breath barrier not only restores soul power, but also heals injuries and even recovers mental strength. The only reason he didn't know its full effect is that he used it when he was in perfect condition. Jianxin Zipli. That's right. Ning Fengji became completely excited. Jianshu, Gushu, have you ever heard of a support soul skill that can have an effect while absorbing a soul ring? The two shook their heads in unison. When soul masters absorb soul rings, they reject all external interference. Even the so-called strongest support system, the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda, cannot do this. Otherwise, if a soul master at rank 40 prepared to absorb a soul ring and found a soul master from the seven-treasure glazed tile school to enhance him comprehensively, forcibly raising his physical strength, soul power, and mental strength to the rank of a soul master before absorbing it, would anyone be able to absorb soul rings at a higher level? Wait, that's not right. Why can Xiao Tian's soul skill affect a soul master who is absorbing a soul ring? The two titled Douluos finally realized what they had overlooked. Exactly. That orb is indeed a divine-level martial soul, breaking the norms. Just think, as long as Xiao Tian is here in the future, our talented disciples at the seven-treasure glazed tile school can absorb soul rings as long as they are within his barrier. Ning Fengji reminded them. Then we can cultivate powerful soul masters whose soul rings exceed their age limits. Chun Xin exclaimed, impressed by the sect leader's insight. In that case, in less than 40 years, our seven-treasure glazed tile school will surely surpass all sects on the continent, including the Spirit Hall. You must remember, Xiao Tian's martial soul also accelerates cultivation, which means it raises the qualifications of everyone in the sect. Gu Rong was even more excited. He was born a beggar, and it was the seven-treasure glazed tile school that accepted him when he needed it the most. In his heart, the growth of the sect was more important than anything else. But at this moment, Ning Fengji shook his head. No, not 40 years, but 80 years. Why so long? Gu Rong asked, confused. Because before Xiao Tian becomes a titled Douluo, I don't plan to let him expose this ability. The tree that stands out will be blown down by the wind. He is still too weak. Once exposed, he will face relentless pursuit from the Spirit Hall or other sects, even the two empires, without regard for the consequences. No one wants to see an excessively powerful sect emerge. But once he reaches the level of a titled Douluo, I believe no one in the world will be his opponent. Furthermore, once he becomes a titled Douluo, that holy breath barrier will definitely evolve into a domain, and the effects will be even more terrifying. Back then, Tang Hao broke the continent record by becoming a titled Douluo at the age of 44. Giving Xiao Tian 40 years is already conservative. In fact, with Xiao Tian's talent, if things go smoothly, it may not even take that long. He might even break Tang Hao's record before he turns 40. 40 years is nothing. Our seven-treasure glazed tile school can afford to wait. Ning Fengji said with great ambition. He didn't care about immediate gains or losses. He was looking at a more distant future. Of course, he was unaware of the Spirit Hall's future soul-hunting plan. Otherwise, he might not have spoken so lightly. Hi, right. But by then, The title of the most successful sect leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will likely go to Rong Rong. Jianxin Smai Nawin Li. 40 years later, Ning Fengji will definitely have stepped down, and currently, the only one in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School with the qualifications to succeed the sect leader position is Ning Rongrong. By then, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will reach its peak under her leadership. Several hundred years later, looking back, everyone will remember this most successful sect leader. As for Ning Fengji, aside from being known as Ning Rongrong's predecessor and father, there probably won't be much other impression left. So what? It's just an empty title. Whether Rongrong gets it or I do, there's no difference. Ning Fengji was an outstanding sect leader and a great father, paving a broad path for his little daughter, Ning Rongrong. After ending this topic, Chen Xin recounted his encounter with Tang San and the Master. The combination of blue silvergrass with innate full soul power left a deep impression on him. Hearing this, Ning Fengji furrowed his brows. He didn't expect that not only had they found such a rare talent as Shao Tian, but the movement from the Haotian sect were also not slow. Haotian sect. What does that have to do with the Haotian sect? Gu Rong was completely confused by Ning Fengji's line of thought. How could a blue silvergrass be connected to the Haotian sect? From Jian Shu's recent information, I've deduced a few points. First, that person named Tang San. His martial soul should not be blue silvergrass, but rather the blue-silver emperor recorded in our sect's history. Second, there is a 70% chance that he is also a twin martial soul. Third, he should be the son of Haotian Douluo Tang Hao. After Ning Fengji finished speaking, he completely shocked the two Douluos. If Tianlin were here, he would definitely exclaim, "Uncle Ning, are you holding a script? Did Chen Xin say so much?" He only mentioned a name and brought up blue silvergrass. Ning Fengji continued to explain, first, although many of the master's theories haven't been confirmed, one thing is indeed true. The quality of a martial soul is directly proportional to innate soul power. Blue-silver grass absolutely cannot satisfy the requirement for innate full soul power, so it must be a higher-level blue-silver emperor. As for the twin martial souls, one blue-silver emperor is enough to satisfy the innate full soul power requirement. Why should we judge it so? Twin martial souls are not so easily encountered. Gu Rong questioned. This is what I inferred by putting myself in the master's mindset. We all know that twin martial souls have a very important requirement. The qualities of the two martial souls must be close. Although the master's theory is good, his power is too low to sense the life of the martial souls. In fact, martial souls are also alive. They are not lifeless objects. Dragons do not coexist with snakes is common knowledge, and he probably doesn't know this point. Therefore, when he saw Tang San, he must have thought that ordinary blue-silver grass could not meet the innate full soul power requirement. So he would definitely have another powerful martial soul, which is why he accepted Tang San as a disciple. However, it is also possible that he just wanted to prove that there are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters, so he genuinely found a pure blue-silver grass soul master to cultivate, which is why I only say the probability is 70%. Ning Fengji's theoretical deductions reached a terrifying level. If there were a seat for a god of wisdom in the divine realm, he would undoubtedly qualify to try and inherit it. Chapter 13, The Little Demoness of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect in the Great Hall of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect. There was a moment of silence. The two titled Douluos admired Ning Fengji's wisdom, but were also surprised by Tang San's information. Eventually, it was Gu Rong who broke the silence. Fengji, why do you say that Tang San is Tang Hao's son? Just because he has the surname Tang? Of course. It's not that simple. Ning Fengji shook his head, lost in thought. This involves a very famous incident in the Soul Master world. 6 years ago, the former Pope of the Spirit Hall, accompanied by two titled Douluos, went to hunt a soul beast, but failed and was severely injured by the Haotian. This news spread widely. I was wondering what kind of soul beast would require such a large team, and more importantly, how could they fail? Everyone was saying that it was Tang Hao who defeated them and took the soul beast, thus becoming a titled Douluo. However, I think the order should be reversed. At that time, Tang Hao had only 8 soul rings. No matter how strong a soul Douluo he was, he couldn't possibly defeat 3 titled Douluos. So, it should be that he became a titled Douluo first, and then defeated them. But why could a soul Douluo defeat 3 titled Douluos? There is only one possibility. Ning Fengji speculated. Sacrifice. Chun Xin blurted out. Exactly. Only if the soul beast actively sacrifices itself can this explain everything. I once investigated Tang Hao and found that he married a woman with a martial soul blue silvergrass. And that was during the critical period when he was about to become a titled Douluo. Back then, I was naive and mocked him for being deceived by beauty. Now I think that woman might not have been a blue silvergrass soul master, but rather a soul beast transformed from a 100,000-year blue silver emperor. Tang San, with the surname Tang, is 6 years old, has the martial soul blue silvergrass, and possesses innate full soul power. So many coincidences coming together can't just be a coincidence. Ning Fengxi concluded. With this, the Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo no longer had doubts. The Bone Douluo even said directly, since that's the case, should we eliminate that child in the cradle? With dual martial souls and innate full soul power. Once he grows up, I'm afraid neither I nor the old sword master will be his match. There's no need. Although the 3 sects occasionally have conflicts, overall, we are still branches of the same tree. Haotian Douluo is incredibly strong. We have no reason to become enemies with him. Ning Fengji stopped him. Besides, Uncle Bone, have you forgotten? He has Tang San, and we have Xiao Tian. Upon hearing this, Gu Rong calmed down. Indeed, with those 2 terrifying martial souls of Xiao Tian. Not to mention that orb. Even that sword is probably not weaker than the Haotian hammer. Even more so, Chen Xian, though sparing with words, was filled with confidence in Xiao Tian. At this moment, the child whom the 3 big shots trusted was hiding in his room, focusing on practicing a new meditation method. After circulating his soul power for a full cycle, Tianlin opened his mouth and exhaled a breath of turbid air. What a powerful Nuwa meditation method. Not only has the speed of soul power cultivation increased by nearly half, but also has a purifying effect. This saved me a lot of time sorting through those mixed soul powers. Tianlin, with eyes wide open, was extremely excited. With the combination of the Nuwa meditation method and the Holy Spirit Pearls cultivation enhancement at his current speed, 14 years of cultivation could be equivalent to over 27 years for an ordinary soul master with innate full soul power. This greatly boosted his confidence, as what he lacked the most right now was time. I'm hungry. It's about time for dinner. Tianlin pushed open the door of his room, only to find that it was already dark outside. He had unknowingly meditated for an entire afternoon. Dinner time had already passed, and the cafeteria might have closed. Left with no choice, Tianlin had to go to the orchard to pick some fruit to eat. Just as he was leaving his room, several small figures stealthily followed him. Tianlin arrived at the orchard, found ripe fruits, and prepared to wash them to hold him over for the night. At that moment, a long object shot over, and sensing danger, Tianlin quickly dodged to the side. However, the fruit in his hand fell to the ground, and just then, another unknown object shot out and struck the fruit, pinning it to the treetop. Tianlin then saw clearly that it was actually a bone. Who is attacking me? Come out! Tianlin shouted, and several figures emerged from the woods, led by Ning Rongrong. Humph, you think I'm afraid of you just because I came out? Little demoness. What are you planning? Bullying your fellow sect members for no reason? Tianlin teased. You dare to call me little demoness? How dare you? Today, I will teach you a good lesson. Ning Rongrong signaled to the people behind her, and they all moved forward to surround Tianlin. Are you trying to bully me with numbers? Are you scared? I've been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Because of you, Grandpa Jian scolded me for the first time. Now I'm giving you a chance. As long as you agree to be my little follower and listen to me from now on, I will let you go today. Ning Rongrong sighed proudly, thinking that this little brat was really holding a grudge, remembering something so trivial until now. Tianlin shook his head. Sorry, still the same statement. I'm not in the habit of being someone else's follower, so I still refuse. How dare you? You guys, teach him a lesson. This was the second time in her life that she had been rejected, and it was still by the same person. She can no longer endure it. Kid, don't blame us. Who told you to provoke young Miss Rongrong? Said the leading boy, who looked about 11 or 12 years old, and had the highest soul power among them. Tianlin looked at the boy who spoke and asked, "Was that bone just now shot by you?" "That's right. My name is Gu Ran, and my martial soul is the Bone Warhorse. I'm a level 22 attack system soul master." Gu Ran introduced himself, with 2 yellow soul rings flashing around him. "Gu Ran, I remember the bone Douluo has no children." Tianlin speculated whether this person had a blood relation to the bone Douluo and thought he might need to hold back when fighting. "I have no familial relationship with the Lord Bone Douluo. I'm just an orphan adopted by the 7 Treasures glazed sect. Because I awakened a skeletal martial soul, I was taken in as a named disciple by Lord Bone Douluo and joined the Yutong." Gu Ran explained, "Kid, you're still too young. You can't be my opponent. I don't want to fight you. Just agree to the young Miss S conditions, and we can all live in peace." Gu Ran was still trying to persuade him, but Ning Rongrong couldn't wait any longer. "Gu Ran, why are you talking so much to that guy? Hurry up and beat him." "You mean well, but unfortunately my martial soul is a sword, and my sword heart doesn't allow me to bow down. So I can only disappoint your good intentions." As he spoke, the soul rings on Tianlin lit up, and the demon's sword appeared in his hand. "Tianlin, martial soul demon sword, level 15 attack system soul master. Please give me your guidance." Chapter 14. Beating up Ning Rongrong and her group with the Tianlin magic sword in hand, his momentum surged, surprisingly not much weaker than Gu Ran, with 2 soul rings. "What level are you?" Gu Ran asked in a daze. "Level 15, a 1-ring battle soul master." Tianlin emphasized again, holding up a finger. This time, not only him, but everyone was stunned. They all knew that Tianlin had just recently hunted his first soul ring, and in just over half a month, he had actually reached level 15. Absorbing soul rings does indeed benefit soul power improvement, but generally, it only raises 1's level to around 11. His first soul ring came from a 350-year-old soul beast, and he had immediately advanced to level 12. 5, which Gu Rong had called a genius, but compared to this monster in front of him, it was far too distant. What a genius! However, having soul power alone is useless. "Let me teach you how to fight." Gu Ran deemed Tianlin to have high soul power but little combat experience, so he did not take him seriously. Beast martial soul possessed. First soul skill, bone spike. Gu Ran's first soul skill released countless sharp bone spikes from the skeletal warhorse, covering a considerable area, and was quite outstanding for a first soul skill. Shushan sword technique, 3rd style, Shaoxiang water cloud. Tianlin smiled slightly and waved his sword. This was a defensive move from the entry-level sword technique of Shushan. As the sword moved, it seemed to condense a water curtain in front of him, blocking all the bone spikes with his long sword. 6th style, moon shooting cold river. Tianlin then thrust his sword forward, the action resembling moonlight spilling onto the lake, creating an extremely beautiful scene. What a beautiful sword technique. Ning Rongrong was momentarily mesmerized. As a young girl, she naturally liked beautiful things. However, she quickly shook her head. "Fool, what am I thinking? This is a big bad guy. No matter how beautiful his sword technique is, I can't be deceived. Damn it, 2nd soul skill, bone enhancement." Seeing that his first soul skill was ineffective, Gu Ran finally took out his trump card. This was a soul skill that enhanced one's self. And although Gu Ran's martial soul was a horse, made of bones, it was like an ordinary horse. The area that was most enhanced was his legs. This 2nd soul skill could increase the strength of his legs by 30 and 20 for other areas, making it his most powerful technique. The sword and legs collided in midair, causing Tianlin to be pushed back 7 steps, while Gu Ran only retreated 3. Although Tianlin's sword technique was exquisite, he was only a 1-ring soul master, and there was inevitably a gap in strength compared to the 2-ring Gu Ran. Little did he know that Gu Ran was even more surprised now. His trump card could not even hurt Tianlin, merely pushing him back a few steps. Was this 1-ring soul master too strong? "Hey, what are you waiting for? All of you, come at him." Ning Rongrong saw that Gu Ran couldn't take down Tianlin alone and called for the others to join in. The other 3 exchanged glances, revealing a sense of helplessness. Honestly, they really didn't want to bully the weak while also ganging up on him, but they couldn't disobey the little princess's orders. Thus, the 3 had no choice but to step forward in succession, introducing themselves. Su Ting, martial soul, flying swallow, level 18 agility attack soul master. Jianghao Martial Soul Sword. Level 18 Strong Attack Soul Master. Chen Tao Martial Soul Chain. Level 19 Control Soul Master. The remaining three, 2 boys and 1 girl, were all around 10 or 11 years old, yet they possessed soul power close to level 20. One of the admission standards for Shrek Academy was to reach level 21 before the age of 12, and these few almost had the opportunity to achieve it. Although they were not as astonishing as the original Shrek 7 monsters, each above level 25, reaching around level 22 or 23 was not impossible. In other places, they would be considered extraordinary talents, worthy of the strong cultivation from the 7 treasure glazed tile school. You guys come at 'em together. First soul skill, Condensed Cold Snow. Tianlin's finger traced across the sword's blade, and in an instant, a strong chill emerged from the sword edge, causing the surrounding temperature to drop a few degrees. Flying Flower Butterfly Dance. Flying Flower Butterfly Dance was a Shushan entry-level movement technique that combined footwork and swordplay, making his form and sword angles unpredictable, allowing him to weave through a multi-person battlefield. First soul skill, One Cut to Split the Ox. Jianghao charged in with a large knife, but unfortunately, facing Tianlin's elusive form, his attacks repeatedly missed. Su Ting, flying in the air, was the one who could most intuitively perceive the strangeness of Tianlin's movements. Chen Tao, use your chains to bind him, otherwise we can't catch him at all. Chen Tao nodded. Okay, first soul skill, Binding Chain. Shaoxiang Water Cloud. Tianlin once again used the defensive move to break through all angles of attack from the chains. Not only that, but due to the presence of Condensed Cold Snow, the front end of Chen Tao's chains had already completely frozen. Damn it, he's too powerful. Let's attack together. Seeing this, the 4 chose to strike simultaneously. For such a direct attack, Tianlin shouted, "Come on, Condensed Cold Snow, Seal." The second casting method of Condensed Cold Snow erupted with strong cold air, instantly freezing all 4 in place simultaneously. How is this possible? 4 against 1, and with each of their soul powers higher than his, they still lost? Ning Rongrong couldn't believe it. At that moment, she saw Tianlin approaching her with ill intentions, and she was instantly frightened. Why you? What do you want? I warn you, if you dare to hit me, you'll regret it. I advise you to let them go immediately, and I'll temporarily let today's matter go. Her tone was tough, but the fearful tone lacked any deterrent power. Don't worry, they're fine. I didn't use my full strength. Once the sun comes out tomorrow, this ice will melt. Let them be frozen for a night as a small punishment. As soul masters, they shouldn't catch a cold over such a trivial matter. Tianlin said with a grin and then looked at Ning Rongrong. As for you, you need a different kind of punishment. You smiling tiger. I'm not playing with you anymore. Feeling danger, Ning Rongrong planned to escape. But Tianlin swiftly caught up to her, and when she realized it, she found herself trapped under his arm. What a good inside wastrel. You're too naughty. I can't help but punish you. Saying this, Tianlin raised his palm. Ning Rongrong, seeing this, immediately panicked. Hey, what are you going to do? You don't want to hit my butt, right? I tell you, boys and girls shouldn't be too close. That's inappropriate. You're being a rogue. Hearing this, Tianlin lowered his palm. No wonder you're the young lady. You know the principle of boys and girls shouldn't be too close at such a young age. You're right. I can't be inappropriate with you. Ning Rongrong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to ask Tianlin to let her down, she saw a flash of blue light in Tianlin's hand, and he actually summoned the magic sword again. Hey, you can't be thinking of using that sword to hit me, right? Stop, that could kill someone. Don't worry, I'll only use the back of the sword, Tianlin said with a smile. That's a relief. Wait, what? Ning Rongrong struggled violently, but unfortunately, with her level not even reaching 1 ring, her strength was nearly 0 in front of Tianlin. In the end, she could only watch helplessly as the magic sword fell on her little bottom. The first hit is for your naughtiness. The second hit is for your stubbornness. The third hit is for the fruit I lost. The fourth hit is because I've gotten addicted to hitting you. Tianlin became more and more excited. Opportunities to bully the little princess were not something one encountered every day. Stop hitting, it hurts. I was wrong. If it doesn't work, just use your hand. I'm still a child. There's no such thing as boys and girls shouldn't be too close. That sword is just too painful. Ning Rongrong pleaded, but at this point, Tianlin had completely tuned her out. Thus, in the small woods at midnight, 6-year-old Ning Rongrong experienced her first great humiliation in life. Chapter 15. The Bond Between Ning Rongrong and Tianlin. 1. On a moonlit night, in a small grove within the Seven Treasures glazed tile school orchard, Tianlin walked out with a beaming smile, his expression full of joy as if he had just celebrated a happy event. He felt comfortable, although he hadn't eaten. His mood was good, and he planned to return and continue meditating. As Tianlin left, inside the grove, Ning Rongrong lay on the ground with tear-streaked cheeks, covering her little bottom with a grimace. Damn it, what a humiliation. I will definitely get my revenge. Meanwhile, the 4 others who had been frozen were exchanging glances, silently communicating. 3 of them looked at Guran, clearly asking, "Boss, the little princess has been bullied. What should we do?" Guran returned a look that conveyed his frustration. "What do you mean? What should we do? What can we do? Can't you see I'm frozen here too? Who knows how long the sun will take to come out? I'm freezing to death." The next morning, Tianlin woke from his meditation and was immediately called to the main hall by a disciple. Inside the hall, Ning Fengji sat in the position of the sect master with a serious expression, while Ning Rongrong and the 4 disciples from last night knelt before him. The 4 looked shamefaced, while Ning Rongrong appeared defiant and wronged. Confused, Tianlin asked Ning Fengji, "Uncle Ning, what is going on?" "Xiao Tian, I know about last night. It's my fault for spoiling Rongrong, so I apologize to you," Ning Fengji said. Ning Fengji knew? Tianlin was puzzled. Who told him? He glanced at Ning Rongrong, wondering if that little fool had blurted it out herself. If so, he really had to question Ning Rongrong's intelligence. Although Ning Fengji and the two Douluo cared for Ning Rongrong, that did not mean they would allow her to make principled mistakes. It was absurd that she could lead a group of teenagers to bully a 6-year-old junior. What angered Ning Fengji even more was that she came to him to complain, which was akin to confessing guilt. Under the intimidation of the 2 Douluo, her 4 subordinates did not dare to hide anything and confessed everything. Well, it was ridiculous that they lost a 4-on-1 fight and then came to complain. Considering Ning Fengji's wisdom, how could his daughter's intelligence be so different? Was she really his biological child? "Uncle Ning, Rongrong is still young. It's normal for her not to understand. Please don't be angry. Besides, I have already educated her last night," Tianlin said, not wanting Ning Rongrong to be punished again. Otherwise, she would surely blame him for everything. He wasn't afraid, but it was annoying. Ning Fengji, still angry, tapped the sect master's staff in his hand. "Humph, once isn't enough. Xiao Tian, I need your help. From now on, you're responsible for disciplining Rongrong, okay?" "What? Me?" Tianlin's eyes widened instantly. He didn't want to attract trouble, and Ning Fengji was pushing the most troublesome matter directly onto him. "That's right, as you can see, in the entire 7 Treasures glazed tile school. No one can manage her but you. The older generation spoils her too much, and the younger generation dares not oppose her. Only you won't care about her status." Ning Feng Ti Si Ket. "No way, Dad. You will hit my bottom." Ning Rongrong turned pale at the thought of last night, her bottom still aching. However, Ning Fengji was genuinely angry and ignored her. Ning Rongrong had no choice but to seek help from her 2 most doting grandfathers. Gu Rong couldn't bear it and took out a bottle of medicine from his pocket, saying, "Rongrong, Fengji may not care, but Grandpa cares. Here, take this medicine. After Tianlin spanks you, apply it yourself, and it will heal quickly." Ning Rongrong looked at the bottle of medicine in her hand, unsure of what to say. "This was what you call caring for me?" This bottle of medicine was like giving Tianlin a decree to hit her anytime. Magic sword dipped in iodine, disinfecting while hitting. Right? Grandpa's sword. Ning Rongrong's last hope was Chun Xin. "I am one with the sword." However, the sword Duo was even more ruthless and used his self-created soul skill, transforming into a sharp sword that isolated everything in the world. "Rongrong, what are you saying? Grandpa can't hear you." "If I can't hear, I can't help." That was the meaning the sword Douluo wanted to convey. "All right, it's settled. From now on, all commands Rongrong gives to the sect disciples must go through Xiao Tian. Without Xiao Tian's approval, no one is allowed to follow the orders." In the end, it was still Ning Fengji who made the decision, essentially placing a significant constraint on Ning Rongrong's willfulness. Seeing no way to refuse, Tianlin could only clasp his hands and say, Uncle Ning, since that's the case, leave Rong Rong to me. I will take good care of her. After saying that, Tianlin took the pouting Ning Rong Rong out of the main hall. The other disciples also left, as they needed to face punishment, though it wasn't too severe. They were responsible for cleaning the dormitories of the outer disciples of the Seven Treasures, glazed tile school. At that moment, Qinshin awoke from his meditation and said, Fengji, I hope Rong Rong and Xiao Tian can understand your good intentions. Ning Feng Ti noted it. In his heart, he believed Tianlin was the future protector Douluo of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, while Ning Rong Rong was the future sect master. Therefore, their relationship had to be good enough to trust each other with their backs. It wouldn't be a bad idea for them to become a couple either, with Tianlin's talent. He was fully worthy of Ning Rong Rong. Although they seemed to have some friction now, in his eyes, it was just a little squabble among children. Feelings could be cultivated slowly, which was the real reason Ning Fengji entrusted Ning Rong Rong's education to Tianlin. The sword Douluo and bone Douluo, understanding this, did not intervene otherwise. Given their indulgence towards Ning Rong Rong, they could never bear to let her suffer even a little grievance. On the other side, Tianlin brought Ning Rong Rong back to his courtyard. And from now on, the room next to his would belong to her. Hey, what are you going to do now? Ning Rong Rong asked. In the morning, I will practice swordsmanship, and you will practice the Seven Treasures glazed tile school's family secret technique, mind control. In the afternoon, we will study soul master theory. And in the evening, meditate. This will be our daily routine. Tianlin informed her of his plan. After hearing this, Ning Rong Rong felt overwhelmed. Oh my God. That means I won't have any free time. I want to go out and play right now. No way. Since Uncle Ning entrusted you to me, I have to take responsibility. If you don't obey, then I might. Tianlin said, letting his gaze drift behind her. Ning Rong Rong was so scared that she covered her back and retreated repeatedly. No, it still hurts from yesterday. I don't want to play anymore. Angry, she found a place to sit down, silently protesting. This lady won't go out. But she also won't train. What do you do about it? How about this? Let's each take a step back and implement a holiday system. From now on, every 7 days, you will work hard for 5 days, and I will give you 2 days off. Tianlin squatted down in front of her and smiled. In fact, he never intended to make Ning Rong Rong train as hard as he did every day. That was unrealistic for a child. A balance of work and rest was necessary. But the idea of setting strict conditions first was to give Ning Rong Rong a big stick, followed by a sweet date. Sure enough, the innocent and naive Ning Rong Rong, only 6 years old, was swayed. Really? Tianlin nodded. Otherwise, let's make a pinky swear. But just to be clear, the holiday is only during the day. Meditation in the evening cannot be missed, because soul power is the foundation of everything. You can't slack off for a single day. Deal. Ning Rong Rong extended her pinky, linking it with Tianlin's. Thus began the bond between the future deities of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Chapter 16, the bond between Ning Rong Rong and Tianlin. 2. A month had passed since the last incident, and Ning Rong Rong had basically gotten used to her new life. For Tianlin, who had gone through 9 years of compulsory education, this little girl was really easy to handle. At first, she would still be a bit lazy, so Tianlin implemented a punishment system where he shortened her vacation time to make up for her laziness, which left Ning Rong Rong feeling miserable, her little mouth practically hanging with oil. To preserve her limited time for fun, she had no choice but to devote herself to cultivation. At this point, Tianlin made a turn and started to implement a reward system. If she practiced diligently today, she would have extra food in the evening and could go out to play. If she made good progress in her training, she would be allowed to leave class early in the afternoon. After several days of consistent effort, she would get an extra day off that week. Tempted by various rewards, Ning Rong Rong's enthusiasm for cultivation greatly increased, and each reward Tianlin gave her was different, which often sparked her curiosity. Slowly, her way of addressing Tianlin changed from annoying guy to brother, but she insisted on adding the character for sword in front. Tianlin objected several times, but she rebuffed him each time. In her words, since the sword Douluo, who used the sword, was grandpa's sword, then Tianlin, who also used the sword, was naturally brother's sword. What was wrong with that? Tianlin found himself unable to refute her. In fact, Ning Rong Rong was doing this on purpose. She knew Tianlin disliked this title, but she wanted to call him that. The first rule of being a little witch was that the more someone disliked something, the more she had to do it. Did she really think that this little witch would let go of her grievances just because of a little kindness? This was her way of revenge. Due to a month of diligent meditation, Ning Rongrong's soul power successfully broke through to level 10, and after obtaining a soul ring, she was close to reaching the standard for level 12. Her first soul skill, just like in the original work, was a power enhancement. During this time, Ning Fengji had secretly visited a few times and found that the two children not only stopped fighting, but also grew closer. More importantly, Ning Rongrong, who had previously neglected her cultivation, had become diligent, making him feel that his earlier decision was indeed wise. One evening, after Tianlin finished washing up, he entered a meditative state early. At that moment, Ning Rongrong excitedly pushed open the door and bounced in. "Brother Sword, I've entered the first realm of distraction control, the heart of 3 apertures. How are you going to reward me?" But Tianlin remained silent, fully concentrating on his soul power. "What? You entered deep meditation so early?" Ning Rongrong felt as though she had been doused with cold water. She sat down next to Tianlin, looking at his face and smiled. "Brother Sword, although you're an annoying guy, you really are good looking. Forget it. Today I'll accompany you in cultivating." After saying that, Ning Rongrong sat cross-legged beside Tianlin and also entered a meditative state. The next morning, as the sun rose, Ning Rongrong was the first to wake up for meditation. She dazedly sensed her soul power. To her surprise, the increase in soul power overnight exceeded her usual gains by so much. When Tianlin opened his eyes, he saw Ning Rongrong staring at him intently. "Rongrong, why did you come to my room so early today?" "I'm not early. I stayed here from last night." "Brother Sword, are you hiding something from me? Why is my soul power cultivation speed so fast when I'm next to you?" Ning Rongrong fixed her gaze on Tianlin, seemingly wanting to see through him completely. Tianlin realized he was in trouble. He had exposed himself. Uncle Ning had repeatedly instructed him not to tell others about the sacred breath barrier. It was all his fault for being too careless. Since they were in the sect, Tianlin hadn't been on guard and hadn't noticed when Rongrong came beside him. If they were outside, he definitely wouldn't have entered such a deep meditative state. Tianlin was trying hard to come up with a reason, but Ning Rongrong had become much smarter since following him. She immediately said, "Brother Sword, don't lie to me. Your eyes are darting around. I know you're thinking of some excuse." Tianlin was taken aback. When did this girl become so clever? However, he couldn't reveal the matter of the twin martial souls. No way. Otherwise, with Ning Rongrong's flamboyant personality, she would definitely spread it everywhere. "My brother Sword has twin martial souls, a super genius. He loves me the most. Just see who dares to bully me. He'll beat you up later." Within 3 days, the entire 7-treasure glazed tile school would know, and soon the whole Heaven Do Empire would receive the news. Left with no choice, Tianlin had to reveal just a bit of the secret in another way. He told Ning Rongrong that he had a gem-type soul bone given to him by Ning Fengji. This soul bone had no offensive capabilities, but could release a barrier and accelerate the cultivation speed of other gem-type martial soul users. Ning Rongrong was completely convinced, as such rare things couldn't possibly be fake. The reason Tianlin said this was to ensure Ning Rongrong would keep his secret. After all, he knew how sensitive soul bones were in the soul master community, especially one that could accelerate others' cultivation. Ning Rongrong immediately promised she would never tell anyone. In fact, she didn't want to share it either. With such a great benefit, if she told others, a whole bunch of people would surround Tianlin to cultivate. Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to enjoy it all by herself? That same day, Ning Rongrong moved all her clothes and bedding over, declaring that from now on, this would also be her room. With such a significant increase in cultivation speed and benefits, she would be foolish not to take advantage of it. Tianlin could only smile wryly. Tang San had shared a bed with Xiao Wu since childhood and eventually won her heart. He didn't expect the tables to turn on him today. Moreover, Tang San's partner was a 100,000-year-old rabbit spirit, old enough to be Tang San's great-great-great-grandmother. Who was deceiving whom was still uncertain, but Tianlin's partner was a solid little lowly. Wouldn't this be a 3-year start, with the highest penalty being death? Hey! As he watched Ning Rongrong obediently making her bed with a cute smile, Tianlin felt that this was indeed a lucrative deal. The death penalty was worth it. Then, Tianlin went to speak with Ning Fengji to avoid being caught off guard later when Ning Rongrong asked why he had given Tianlin the soul bone, but not her. He had already thought of an excuse. This soul bone could only amplify others, not himself, which was why he specifically gave it to Tianlin to help him cultivate with Ning Rongrong. This was all because he cared for her. A somewhat naive little loli was thus clearly arranged by these two. However, Ning Fengji felt that this was also good. Ning Rongrong could enjoy the benefits of Tianlin's barrier early. Although he was a sect leader, he was still a father, and it was inevitable that he would be a bit biased towards his daughter. Chapter 17, officially accepting a disciple and teaching the 7 killing sword technique. Time flies. And unknowingly, 9 months have passed again, including the month spent hunting for soul rings and the month spent teaching Ning Rongrong. Tianlin has been at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School for nearly a year. During these 9 months, Tianlin has focused most of his energy on practicing sword techniques, and his soul power has not increased significantly, only rising by 3 levels to level 18. Of course, for him, this period includes his birthday, so he is currently 7 years old. Being a level 18 at 7 years old would cause quite a stir outside. Even the original protagonist Tang Sen would only be around level 15 at this point. However, for the crisis-aware Tianlin, he is never satisfied. Of course, he is not wasting time. At least his proficiency in the introductory sword technique has completely satisfied Qinshin. 3 months ago, Qinshin officially accepted Tianlin as his disciple. Since then, Tianlin has started calling him master. It seems that people in the Douluo Continent are not very clear about the distinction between teacher and master, but for Tianlin, master is entirely different. The saying goes, once a teacher, always a father. To Tianlin, Qinshin is like a family member akin to a father. In the training ground, Tianlin continues to practice the basic sword techniques of Mount Shu. Now, his sword strikes have reached a level where his mind and intention are in sync, making his sword path even more ethereal and elusive. All right, Xiaodian, come here. Qinshin called to Tianlin, stopping him and asking him to come to his side. 3 months ago, your basic sword technique had already reached a superb level, but I still required you to continue practicing diligently for another 3 months. Do you know why? I don't know, but I know you mean well for me. I feel that my proficiency in the basic sword technique now far exceeds that of 3 months ago, Tianlin replied. That's right. It's because your basic sword technique has reached the 3rd realm, Qinshin explained. The 3rd realm? Tianlin did not understand the meaning behind Qinshin's words. This is my perspective on learning sword techniques, or rather, on learning anything. It is divided into 5 realms: learning, mastering, proficient, transcending, and merging, Qinshin elaborated. Nowadays, many people are impetuous and often take pride in merely reaching the 1st realm. Since you are under my tutelage, you must not be like that. In the future, I will only pass on sword techniques to you after you reach the 3rd realm. Only then will I allow you to delve deeper into the sword path. I understand, Master, Tianlin immediately responded. He did not yet know that it was precisely because he adhered to Qinshin's advice in the future that he would reach the pinnacle of the sword path and gain the favor of a significant figure. Well then, today I will begin teaching you my lifelong ultimate skill, the 7 killing sword technique. The long-awaited moment for Tianlin had finally arrived. The 7 killing sword technique is a renowned skill in the sword path, comparable to the Haoyan sect's chaotic wind hammer technique and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan's secret technique, Dragon Transformation. The difference is that the chaotic wind hammer technique is a hammer technique that accumulates power over time, but the final strike's power is earth-shattering. In contrast, the 7 killing sword technique, while no single strike has the power of the final hammer of chaotic wind, is a fast-paced sword technique where each strike is immensely powerful, eliminating the cumbersome charging process. It can be said that both have their strengths and weaknesses. Qinshin began to explain the sword moves of the 7 killing sword technique, which consists of 7 forms: spreading killing intent, heartless heaven and earth, blood-flooding mountains and rivers, heaven-shattering and earth-splitting, irreversible tribulations, annihilating all beings, and extinguishing the 3 realms. Each move is a powerful killing technique, and the reason why the sword law is known as the strongest attack-type title Douluo, is closely related to this sword technique. Qinshin had Tianlin start practicing with the first move, spreading killing intent. He would not be allowed to practice the next move until he reached the third level of mastery. Although this move is merely the introductory move of the 7 killing sword technique and the simplest in terms of sword path, it is crucial because it can accumulate killing intent, thereby enabling better execution of subsequent moves. Tianlin naturally understands the principle of a shaky foundation leading to a collapse. He would not rush his progress. After finishing the morning sword practice, Tianlin returned to his courtyard and found Ning Rongrong sitting alone on the swing he had made for her, boredly swinging her little feet. Upon seeing Tianlin, she immediately ran over joyfully. "Brother Jian, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Ning Rongrong is very different now compared to before. Although she still has a bit of a spoiled temperament, it is not a significant issue. As the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, a bit of spoiling is acceptable. She has that privilege. However, the most crucial part is that she has learned to respect others. Even when she meets outer disciples of lower status, she does not act arrogantly, which has gradually earned her recognition from those who were initially intimidated by her little witch reputation. More and more people are willing to be her good friends, not out of obligation to listen to her because of her identity as a young lady. Additionally, she has been working very hard on her training. With the enhancement of Tianlin's barrier, she has now reached the peak of level 14, and her training speed is comparable to some battle soul masters with full innate soul power. It is worth noting that the training speed of support-type soul masters is generally lower than that of battle soul masters. Tianlin also taught her a set of footwork, the flying flower butterfly dance, which greatly enhances her safety on the battlefield. Once she fully masters this footwork, Tianlin can teach her the more advanced drunken immortal moon gazing step, at which point she can truly be considered an agile support-type soul master. Rongrong, how was your progress with the mind control training? This was the only area where Ning Rongrong had not made much progress, and it was concerning for Tianlin, as it relates to her future support capabilities. Upon mentioning this, Ning Rongrong's demeanor drooped, and she shyly said, "I'm still at the 3 apertures heart control stage. You can't blame me. I've been trying very hard, but mind control is really difficult to practice and quite tedious." Tianlin gently patted Ning Rongrong's head and smiled. "It's okay. The training methods for mind control are indeed very boring. You're still so young. It's normal not to be able to stick with it. Worst case, you can just assist me alone in the future. I can protect you without needing anyone else." What Ning Rongrong likes most about Tianlin is this point. As long as she doesn't make a principled mistake, he can tolerate her complaints or spoiled behavior. "Young Master Tianlin, Miss, the sect master is looking for you. You are to go to the 7 treasure hall immediately." At that moment, a maid approached to inform them. "Got it, you can leave now." After the maid left, Tianlin looked at Ning Rongrong and said, "Uncle Ning is looking for us. He must have something important. Let's hurry over." "All right, Dad is so annoying. I was hoping to go out and play with you," Ning Rongrong complained. Upon hearing this, Tianlin laughed and playfully scratched her cute little nose. It seems that Ning Fengji's status in Ning Rongrong's heart has dropped again. With 2 grandfathers and her brother Jin above him, he can only rank 4th at most. I truly feel sorry for Ning Fengji, the daughter slave. All his fatherly love has ultimately been misplaced. Chapter 18. The arrival of Xue Qinghe and the resonance of martial souls. Tianlin and Ning Rongrong arrived inside the 7 treasure pavilion, where 5 people were present. In addition to Ning Fengji and the 2 title Duo, Elder Yinyang was also there, but he had no seat and could only stand next to Ning Fengji. Although Ning Fengji respected him, ancestral rules could not be disregarded, even though he was a peak soul Duo and the 4th figure of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. He could not be given a seat in the 7 treasure pavilion unless he became a title Douluo. This was a way to express the respect of the 7 treasure glazed tile school for title Douluo and symbolize the honor that only title Douluo could attain. However, what surprised Tianlin was the 5th person, a young man who appeared to be around 16 to 18 years old, sitting next to Ning Fengji. This situation indicated either that this young man had extraordinary strength, comparable to a title Douluo, or he had a significant background. The first possibility was obviously unlikely, so the newcomer must be someone of great importance. Uncle Ning, Master, Elder Gu, Elder Ing, Tianlin greeted the four. Hello, Dad, hello, three grandpas. Ning Rongrong was less formal and directly rushed into Ning Fengji's arms. Since there was no seat for her, she simply sat on Ning Fengji's lap. Rongrong, don't be rude. We have guests today, Ning Fengji said with a smile. Xiao Tian, come here. I want to introduce you to a friend. This is His Royal Highness, the newly appointed Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire, and also my disciple, Xue Qinghe. Tianlin's expression tightened. Xue Qinghe, who had already become the Crown Prince, was actually Qianren Xue. Calculating the time, she had indeed infiltrated the Tiando royal family long ago. Aside from a fourth prince, Xuebong, the other princes had likely fallen victim to her schemes. However, now was not the time to expose her. First, he had no evidence, and second, he was still too weak to provoke the Spirit Hall. Moreover, compared to an enemy whose identity had been exposed, a hidden enemy was far more frightening. If he disrupted their plans now, what other actions might they take? Compared to his twin martial souls and various skills, Tianlin's greatest advantage was his foresight. Acting rashly might backfire. So he calmly clasped his fists toward him. Disciple of Sordo, Tianlin pays respects to His Royal Highness. As a disciple of a titled Douluo, he did not need to kneel before the Crown Prince. Maintaining a certain level of decorum was sufficient. Ning Rongrong was less concerned about such formalities and casually greeted, Hello, Your Highness. She had met Xue Qinghe before. They were old acquaintances. Xue Qinghe stood up. First looking at Ning Rongrong, Sister Rongrong, it's been a long time. You have become even more charming. Today, I am here to visit my teacher, and didn't he bring you a suitable gift? But I will make it up to you next time. Then he turned to Tianlin. I have heard my teacher mention that Sword Douluo has taken on a disciple. I didn't expect you to be so young. Your future must be limitless. I am my teacher's disciple, and in a sense, I can barely be considered a part of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. So you're my junior brother. It's our first meeting. How about I give you a small gift? Xue Qinghe spoke politely, making people feel as if they were in a spring breeze, without any airs of superiority. If Tianlin didn't already know that this was all an act, he would have definitely felt favorably toward him. No merit, no reward. Your Highness need not be so courteous. Tianlin sincerely did not want to get involved with Xue Qinghe. It was too dangerous. It's nothing valuable, just accept it. Xue Qinghe said as he pulled out a treasure pouch. Junior brother, this Rui treasure pouch was an auction item at the Tiando Grand Auction House not long ago. It is a rare soul guide that can store living creatures. 3 were auctioned at that time. The other 2 were taken by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family and the Poisoned Dog Dugabo. The last one fell into our Tiando royal family's hands. And now I'm giving it to you. The Rui treasure pouch made Tianlin's eyes light up. Wasn't this the item Tang San obtained from Dugabo? Thanks to this item, he could take various celestial herbs out of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. Then, Your Highness, I shall respectfully accept it. Unable to resist such a good item, Tianlin could only concede. As for not wanting to get involved with Xue Qinghe, it was fine. This was Qianren Xue, not Xue Qinghe, so it didn't count as slapping himself in the face. Tianlin took the Rui treasure pouch from Xue Qinghe. Just as their hands touched, an odd resonance suddenly emerged from the depths of their souls. The 2 god-level martial souls actually produced a response. This was a precursor to martial soul fusion skills. Tianlin quickly withdrew his hand, feeling anxious. Crap, this is bad. My Holy Spirit Pearl and Demon Sword are actually responding to her 6-winged angel at the same time. She won't notice anything, will she? Looking up, he found that Xue Qinghe, who was disguised as Qianren Xue, showed no change in expression, as if nothing had happened. This calmness in the face of a crisis was truly admirable. Little did he know, at that moment, Qianren Xue was even more excited than Tianlin. A god-level martial soul. This child actually has a god-level martial soul like mine. Qianren Xue had no doubt about her speculation. As 2 martial souls capable of producing fusion skills must have very close qualities, like the dragon snake staff of the dragon and snake, or the ghostly white tiger of the Dai and Zhu families. Even the fusion skill of the golden iron triangle, the sacred giant dragon, was the same. The true mutated direction of Yu Xiaojiang's Rosan Pao was actually the golden sacred dragon. It just failed to mutate, resulting in its current form. However, The bloodline of the sacred dragon successfully preserved a portion in a manner similar to a recessive gene, allowing him to complete a martial soul fusion with the other two. Everyone thought Tianlin's demon sword was just a top-tier martial soul, but in fact, it was also a god-level martial soul. It just lacked any additional attributes initially, which made its power less apparent. When one day, all 5 attributes of water, fire, wind, thunder, and earth converge within the sword body, the true power of the martial soul will be revealed. Fortunately, only Tianlin knew that both of his martial souls were resonating with Qian not just the Holy Spirit Pearl. Even if Qian investigated later, he could just present the demon sword to answer her. And she likely wouldn't consider the possibility of twin martial souls. After all, their rarity was no less than that of a god-level martial soul. Otherwise, with a god-level martial soul and twin martial souls, that would be a double god-level martial soul. He had saved the continent countless times in his past life, and only in this life would he have such a great opportunity. However, even so, Qian no, she had already made up her mind. This child, she would claim him. Chapter 19. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Family's Recommendation. Qinghe, you suddenly came to find the teacher today. Is there something on your mind? Ning Fengji inquired. It's nothing important. I just wanted to express my gratitude to the teacher for his cultivation. Without your guidance, I wouldn't be where I am today. Xue Qinghe replied politely. There's no need for that. It's all your own effort. Ning Fengji smiled slightly. Although he initially took in this disciple due to the interests of the Tianlin imperial family, he was now quite satisfied. Xue Qinghe was commendable in both his cultivation talent and political abilities. With the untimely deaths of the other 2 outstanding princes of the Tianlin Empire and the 4th prince, Xue Beng, being a playboy, it could be said that as long as nothing unexpected happened, Xue Qinghe was basically the next ruler. I also have something to inform the teacher. Recently, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family sent their first disciple of the younger generation, Yu Qianheng, to study at our Tianlin Royal Academy. What do you think about this matter? Teacher? Xue Qinghe suddenly asked. Ning Fengji was slightly taken aback, not expecting Xue Qinghe to bring up such a sensitive topic. The relationship between sects and nations wasn't something that could be easily explained. However, didn't this also reflect Xue Qinghe's trust in him? Ning Fengji said, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family is clearly sending a signal. Among the 3 upper sects, our 7 treasure glazed tile sect will always be a friend of the Tianlin Empire, while the Haoyan sect subtly supports the Xingluo Empire. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family has always maintained neutrality, but seems they are beginning to lean toward the side. What do you mean, teacher? Are you suggesting that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family intends to support our Tianlin Empire? But why? In terms of royal power and overall national strength, the Xingluo Empire surpasses the Tianlin Empire. If they were to choose a side, they should align with Xingluo, right? Xue Qinghe asked, puzzled, unsure if he was genuinely confused or just pretending. Ning Fengji shook his head. You're mistaken. Qinghe, remember this phrase. Adding flowers to a brocade is never as good as sending charcoal in the snow. For the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, supporting the Tianlin Empire is their ideal choice. First, it can increase the favor of His Majesty, and second, it helps maintain the balance of power between the 2 empires, preventing the Xingluo Empire from becoming dominant. The so-called prophet amidst chaos is the best survival strategy for their family. As Xue Qinghe listened, he nodded, and Tianlin also felt that Ning Fengji was right. However, there should be a third factor, the Spear Hall. It was likely that the old Dragon Yu engine had realized the overwhelming power of the Spirit Hall and feared that one day they might target the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. With only one titled Douluo in their family, they would surely be no match for the Spirit Hall, thus needing the protection of the 2 great empires. After Xue Qinghe finished speaking, he clasped his fists. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. But aren't you worried that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family will replace the position of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect in my father's heart? I heard that on the first day Yu Qianheng came to the academy, he fought with the disciples of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect and easily won. Isn't that flaunting their strength? As a sect that supports the Tianlin Empire, the 7 treasure glazed tile sect will naturally send some disciples to the Tianlin Royal Academy for further study to show friendly relations. Those who fought with Tianlin back then such as Gu Ran, are now students of the Tiando Royal Academy. That old dragon has some delusions. He thinks he can replace my 7-treasure glazed tile sect. He has a long way to go. Bondaw suddenly slammed his hand on the table, appearing very angry. There was no way around it. The one who was beaten was his disciple, Gu Ran. Gu Ran and Yu Tianheng were both 12 years old. But Gu Ran was only at rank 23, while Yu Tianheng had already reached rank 26. In terms of soul power and martial soul quality, the gap was significant, so Gu Ran was naturally no match for Yu Tianheng. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon's dominance among beast martial souls was well known across the continent. All right, old bone. What's the use of getting yourself worked up? This generation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, the twin stars Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin, you know how formidable they are. Our younger generation of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect is indeed not their match, Chen Xian advised his old friend. Gu Ron was about to refute, but Xueqing suddenly said, Sword Doa, Chen Xian, your words are a bit hasty. I see that your disciple is much more outstanding than those two brothers. I have a suggestion. Why not let junior brother Tianlin also enroll in our Tiando Royal Academy? With his talent, surpassing Yu Tianheng is just a matter of time, and he could greatly enhance the prestige of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect. Tianlin furrowed his brow. So that's why Qianren Xue was waiting for this. All this talk about the reputation of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect sounds good, but she really thinks of herself as one of us? Ning Fengji stroked his chin, thinking a bit deeper. He believed that Xueqing was interested in Tianlin's qualifications and wanted to build a good relationship with him. He was actually pleased with this, as he had a similar experience in the past, having a close friendship with the current Emperor Shui. Tianlin felt uneasy at Ning Fengji's expression. Xueqing was not trying to strengthen the relationship between the Tiando Empire and the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, as a saintess dedicated to unifying the continent. She probably wished to destroy both the empire and the sect. She was simply coveting him, just as Tianlin was about to speak up to dissuade them. Chen Xian suddenly went crazy and agreed on behalf of Ning Fengji. I just happen to need a place for Tianlin to refine his heart. The Royal Academy is quite good. It's filled with extravagant nobles. As a swordsman, you should learn to resist all kinds of temptations from luxury. Prince Qinghe, I entrust my disciple to you. Keep a close eye on him. If he shows any signs of falling, just send someone to tell me, and I'll break his legs. Well, since Sword Uncle is Tianlin's master, and he has decided I want to oppose it, you could take Tianlin tomorrow. Ning Fengji originally had no intention of refusing, and now he was just going with the flow. Tianlin was instantly filled with despair. Master, Uncle Ning, you are pushing yourselves into a fire pit. Xueqing, however, was overjoyed. This god-level martial soul owner had ultimately fallen into his hands. He immediately said, Please rest assured. Teacher, Sword de Law, I will take good care of junior brother. Wait, I don't agree. I don't want brother Jian to leave. At this moment, Ning Rongrong protested, and Tianlin indeed did not treat her poorly. She even knew how to save him in a crisis. Unfortunately, just like the current Tianlin, she was powerless against the decisions made by the 3 great leaders of the sect. There was simply no room to refuse. Chapter 20, Tianlin and Qian Rengshu. The bond of divine martial souls with the arrangements for Tianlin confirmed. Xueqing bid farewell to Ning Fengji, agreeing to come back to pick up Tianlin early the next morning before leaving. As Tianlin watched his figure disappear outside the Grand Hall, he asked Uncle Ning, Do you really want me to go to the Tiando Royal Academy? Yes. Cultivation isn't just about shutting oneself away. You've only been practicing with Rongrong, and having too few contacts isn't good either. I hope you can meet more friends, Ning Fengji said, genuinely concerned for Tianlin, although he might have been well-meaning but misguided. However, it couldn't be blamed on him, as he didn't know the true situation regarding Xueqing. Uncle Ning, I feel that Xueqing is not a good person. Tianlin attempted to resist one last time. Ning Fengji's eyes lit up at his words. Oh, why do you say that? Because he became the crown prince. As I understand it, the second prince of the Tiando Empire was exceptionally talented, and many supported him in court. The third prince is also gifted in cultivation and favored by military generals. Now, both of them have suddenly died, and I suspect Xueqing is involved, Tianlin explained. Just because he became the crown prince? Shout Tian, don't say things without evidence, Jian Douluo admonished, not wanting Tianlin to attract unnecessary enemies with his words. But Ning Fengji interrupted. It's fine, Jian uncle. Let Xiao Tian continue. I want to hear his opinion. All right, Uncle Ning, then I'll continue. Although I have no evidence, I have always believed that in murder cases, the most suspicious person is usually not the first discoverer or the one with the most apparent motive, but rather the one who stands to gain the most from the murder. Since Xue Qinghe became the crown prince, I have to suspect him, Tianlin stated his viewpoint. Well said. Very insightful. Ning Fengji exclaimed with joy. He had originally thought Tianlin was just a genius in soul master cultivation, but he was surprised to find his wisdom was not lacking either. At just 7 years old, he could see through the essence of things. With him assisting his daughter, he felt reassured. Xiao Tian, I can tell you that your suspicion is correct. Qinghe must be involved in the deaths of the two princes. But so what? The royal family lacks familial affection. Those who seek the throne will stop at nothing. When the Snow Knight Emperor ascended to the throne, he also went through a bloody baptism. In fact, regarding Qinghe, it's not just you who can guess. Many ministers and even the current emperor can guess too. But as long as he is outstanding enough, no one will bring this matter up. Ning Fengji subtly reminded himself that those in high positions need to have a wise side, but also a hidden ruthless side. When your wise side shines brighter than your ruthless side, people will gradually overlook your cunning and accept you. Tianlin sighed. Since the conversation had reached this point, it seemed he was doomed. In that case, he might as well accept his fate, knowing that Qian Ringshu would not harm him for the time being. He could build a good relationship with this surface-level Xue Qinghe. After all, he was aware of the hidden enemies and could leverage his foreknowledge to gain valuable information from Xue Qinghe. The next morning, at the city gate of Seven Treasure City, Ning Fengji, along with Ning Rongrong and 2 Douluos, came to see Tianlin off. This was quite a grand send-off. Brother Jian, you must come back often. If you dare to forget Rongrong, I'll bite you. Ning Rongrong cried in Tianlin's arms, tears streaming down her face. The little girl was emotional. This wasn't a life-or-death separation. Seven Treasure City wasn't far from the Tiando Royal Academy, just half a day's journey, so Tianlin could return anytime. Xiao Tian, once you get to the Tiando Royal Academy, make sure to cultivate well. Next time you come back, I'll check your progress. If your 7-kill sword technique or soul power cultivation hasn't improved, don't blame me for making you experience the 7-kill domain. Chun Chun threatened fiercely. Tianlin knew his master was serious. He could actually follow through with it. Although he was usually very kind, he was stricter than anyone when it came to cultivation. Don't worry, master. I won slack off, Tianlin promised immediately, then turned to the 4 of them. So, master, Uncle Ning, Grandpa Bo, and I'm off. With that, he boarded the carriage with Xue Qinghe and left Seven Treasure City, where he had lived for a year. In the carriage, Tianlin felt a bit nervous. Xue Qinghe smiled and said, "What's wrong, Tianlin Jr.? You look unhappy. Is it because you're leaving home? I'm worried about you," Tianlin thought to himself. But he nodded on the surface. Xue Qinghe could understand. When he was still Qian Ringshu, he had also left his home at a young age to come to the unfamiliar Tiando city, playing a role that wasn't his own. Don't worry, little Tian. Big brother will take good care of you from now on. No need to worry. Unknowingly, Xue Qinghe had changed his address for Tianlin from junior brother to little brother. In her heart, Tianlin, who could fuse martial souls with her, would eventually be hers. And since he was younger, wasn't he just like a little brother? She had long wanted to experience being an older sister. What? You say there's also Xue Bingshuang and Xue Ke? Forget it. For Qian Ringshu, those two are people she would eventually have to deal with anyway, so there's no need to be affectionate. Thank you, Brother Xue. Tianlin expressed his gratitude sincerely. In the carriage, one was a scheming girl and the other a smiling tiger. In a certain sense, they were indeed a perfect match. By the way, Xiao Tian, you must have felt it yesterday, right? It seems our martial souls have a resonance. I've heard that your martial soul is a sword, right? Can you show it to me? At this moment, Qian Ringshu asked the question she was most concerned about, wanting to confirm whether her feelings from yesterday were real. Sure. Tianlin didn't hesitate and immediately summoned the magic sword. Instantly, that wonderful feeling reappeared. A look of joy flashed in Qian Ringshu's eyes. Yes, it's this beautiful sword. I didn't expect it to be a divine, martial soul. Brother Xue, My sword is a top-tier martial soul, since it can resonate with your martial soul. Does that mean you also possess a top-tier martial soul? Tianlin asked playfully. Top-tier martial soul? Qianrengshu was puzzled for a moment. Then, after careful observation, she realized that Tianlin's sword was a hidden divine martial soul, which seemed to lack many things. Only after they were completed would the power of the divine martial soul manifest. It seemed that little Tian didn't know he possessed a divine martial soul. This was good. It saved her from having to explain why she had a divine martial soul. A plan for an explanation flashed through Qianrengshu's mind. Yes, big brother. I'm also a top-tier martial soul possessor. The swan martial soul of the Tianlin royal family underwent a positive mutation in me, gaining a bit of divine attribute, thus becoming a top-tier martial soul. So that is how it is. Brother Shui, I've heard that if those who confuse martial souls cultivate together, their efficiency will increase. In the future, can I come to the palace to find you when I have time? Tianlin asked. Qianrengshu was overjoyed at his words. She had been worried about not finding a reason to get closer to Tianlin, so she readily agreed, of course. Here, this is my crown prince token. With this, you can come and go freely in the palace. Tianlin happily took the crown prince token, fully aware of Qianrengshu's intentions. However, who would lead whom astray in the future remained to be seen. Chapter 21. Enrolling in the Tianlin Royal Academy, half a day later, the carriage arrived outside Tianlin City, where the Tianlin Royal Academy was built on a mountain outside the city. As a crown prince, Shui Qinghe did not need to report to anyone upon entering the academy, and no one dared to stop him. Xiao Tian, I'm taking you to meet the 3 committee members of the Royal Academy. Be polite, okay? They are all soul Douluos above level 80, Shui Qinghe reminded. Yes, I know, Brother Shui. This place is really huge and super luxurious. Even more beautiful than our 7-treasure glazed tile school. Tianlin couldn't help but exclaim. This time, he was sincerely amazed. The area of the Tianlin Royal Academy was almost comparable to half of 7-treasure city. And this was just an academy, truly extravagant to an extreme. Of course, the students who come to Tianlin Royal Academy are all of noble birth. They can't endure hardship, Shui Qinghe said with a strong disdain when mentioning the word noble. Perhaps the Tianlin Emperor established this academy to cultivate talents for the empire, but now the atmosphere had changed. The nobles lived extravagantly and completely disregarded cultivation. Even if they forcibly raised their levels with family resources, their combat abilities were pitifully weak. Shui Qinghe was clearly aware of this phenomenon, but did not want to change it. After all, she was actually a member of the Wuhuan Palace, and the Tianlin Empire was considered an enemy to her. The weaker the enemy, the better. However, Tianlin was different. Xiao Tian, you must not learn from them. Senior Sword Douluo instructed me to watch over you. You and T want your legs broken and spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. He recalled how terrifying his master looked when angry, and Tianlin nodded in a panic. Looking at the fearful expression on Tianlin's face, Shui Qinghe found him irresistibly cute. He had to bring him to the Wuhuan Palace. Now that Tianlin was only 7 years old, his mind had not yet fully matured, making it the best time to deceive him. That was why Shui Qinghe worked so hard to bring him closer. Once the favorability reached its peak, he would not refuse to follow her. Unfortunately, he didn't know that within the 7-year-old body of Tianlin was a youthful soul, not easily deceived. Moreover, although Tianlin did not harbor grand ideals for the world, he was not an ungrateful person. Since joining the 7-treasure glazed tile school, he had never thought of betrayal. Therefore, no matter what schemes Shui Qinghe had, they would only be futile. As they spoke, the two had already arrived at the teaching office, the place where the 3 highest-ranking committee members of the Tianlin Royal Academy lived and cultivated. Upon learning of Shui Qinghe's arrival, they immediately came out to greet him. Among them, one was as thin as a bamboo pole and very tall. Another was as fat as a barrel but short, and only the elder in the middle appeared normal. Your Highness, what brings you here? The elder in the middle stepped forward. Committee member Meng Xinji, I brought my junior brother to enroll, and I hope you can help arrange it, Shui Qinghe said, pulling Tianlin's hand. Xiao Tian, let me introduce you. This is the head of the Tianlin Royal Academy Committee, Senior Meng Xinji, a soul master of the Black Demon martial spirit, an 86th level 8-ring control system Sol de Law. Next is the second seat, Senior by Baoshan. With a martial spirit of the Celestial Star Furnace, an 85th level 8-ring defense system Sol de Law. Finally, this is the third seat, Senior Jilin. With a martial spirit of the Azure Vine, an 83rd level 8-ring control system Sol de Law. After introducing all three, Xueqing said to Tianlin, "Come on, Xiao Tian. Greet the three seniors." "Hello, three seniors." Tianlin politely greeted the three. At this moment, the three committee members were somewhat confused. This child wanted to enroll in their Tiando Royal Academy? Your Highness, although our Tiando Royal Academy does not have age restrictions for enrollment and only focuses on identity and level, this junior brother of yours seems a bit too young. Doesn't he? Meng Xinji asked, troubled. The Tiando Royal Academy was not a daycare. To enroll, two requirements had to be met. First, noble identity, and second, soul power reaching level 15 before the age of 12. This was already 5 levels lower than the enrollment requirements of Shrek Academy. Given the training resources of various noble families, it was not considered difficult. However, generally speaking, students would need to be at least 11 or 12 years old, and this child in front of them seemed to be only 6 or 7. Xueqing smiled slightly and pulled Tianlin in front of him. "Come on, Xiao Tian. Tell the three seniors how old you are and what your level is now." "Three seniors, I am 7 years old this year, and my current level is 18. My martial spirit is the Demon Suppressing Sword, and I am a first-ring attack system Soul Master." Tianlin stepped forward. "What? 7 years old, level 18? Meng Xinji looked at Tianlin as if seeing a monster. At this age, he must have started cultivating from the womb. "How about it, committee member Meng? My junior brother's level meets the requirements, right? As for his noble identity, there's no need to worry. He is the direct disciple of the Sword de Law, which fully meets the Academy's requirements. A disciple of a title de Law had a status much higher than that of a city lord or a duke. Meets? It absolutely meets. So you are a senior disciple of the Sword de Law. The Tiando Royal Academy welcomes your joining." Meng Xinji came back to his senses and immediately approved Tianlin's enrollment application. It was a joke, such a talent. He would be out of his mind to turn him away. "Then I will leave my junior brother in the care of the three committee members. Please take good care of him. The East Palace has many affairs, and this prince must attend to them first." As the crown prince, Xueqing naturally did not have much time to accompany Tianlin. "Your Highness, rest assured, we will take good care of this child," the three committee members said solemnly. Satisfied, Xueqing left, reminding Tianlin before he left that if he encountered any trouble in the academy, he could always come to the palace to find him. The three committee members took Tianlin into the committee's rest area and then sent someone to notify a teacher to come over. Before long, a female teacher, around 27 or 28 years old and quite good-looking, walked in. "Hello, committee members. Did you call for me?" "Yes, Teacher Zhou Yan. A new student has enrolled in the academy today, and we plan to assign him to your class," Meng Xinji said. Zhou Yan scanned the room and, seeing no one of appropriate age except for the three committee members and a small child, uncertainly asked, "Committee members, you can't be talking about this child, right?" Seeing Zhou Yan's expression, which was the same as theirs earlier, the three committee members burst out laughing. Bai Baoshan said, "Zhou Yan, don't underestimate this child. He is 7 years old this year, yet his level has reached 18. He is a rare genius in a century. You are now level 48. The most outstanding among the Tiandi-level teachers. That's why we decided to entrust him to you. You must cherish this opportunity." After hearing this, Zhou Yan's eyes widened as she looked at Tianlin as if he were a priceless treasure. 7 years old and level 18, what a concept! A potential title de Law. If this child really achieved the title in the future, she would be a teacher who had taught a title de Law. This would undoubtedly be a significant highlight in her teaching career. Thinking of this, Zhou Yan was immediately filled with joy. "Thank you, committee members, for this opportunity. I will definitely teach this child well." Chapter 22, Meeting Qin Ming after bidding farewell to the three committee members. Zhou Yan took Tianlin and left the academic affairs office. "Teacher Zhou, where are we going now?" Tianlin asked. "First, I'll take you to your dormitory. You'll be living here from now on. Today, you should take some time to get to know our Tiando Royal Academy and you'll officially attend classes in the classroom tomorrow," Zhou Yin said kindly to Tianlin. There was no helping it. This was a coveted position. Along the way, they encountered many other male teachers, who greeted Zhou Yin warmly, indicating that she was quite popular at Tianlin Royal Academy. This was normal. At just under 28 years old, she was on the verge of reaching the Soul King level with her soul power. Plus, she was beautiful and at the age when mature women exude charm, making it hard not to be liked. However, she appeared somewhat aloof, mostly just exchanging polite greetings, until she suddenly brightened upon seeing a young man and actively approached him. "Teacher Qin Ming, you're back from hunting soul beasts." The young man was even younger than Zhou Yin, handsome, with a tall stature and a strong sense of confidence radiating from his brows. Just by looking, one could tell he was exceptional. He was Qin Ming, a graduate from Shrek Academy in the original work, right? Tianlin assessed the newcomer. He looked much younger than when he appeared in the original story and likely hadn't reached the Soul Emperor level yet. From Zhou Yan's earlier words, he must have recently gone to hunt soul beasts, so he was probably newly promoted to Soul King. "Yes, Teacher Zhou, I had good luck this time. As soon as I entered the Star Do Great Forest, I encountered a fire wolf over 9,000 years old. Now I am a Soul King and am preparing to register as a Tianlin level teacher," Qin Ming said gently. A fifth soul ring over 9,000 years old was not an ideal configuration. Generally, the limit for an ordinary person's fifth soul ring was 12,000 years. 10,000-year soul rings and 1,000-year soul rings were entirely different. Tianlin felt a bit regretful that such a talented individual like Qin Ming was held back by his soul rings. However, for an average person, a 9,000-year soul ring was already quite high. Zhou Yin was extremely surprised. 9,000 years. My goodness, Teacher Qin Ming is truly outstanding. Having reached the level of Soul King at just 26 years old, the 3 committee members all said that with your qualifications, you're likely to break through to Soul Emperor before the age of 32. By then, you would be the second youngest Soul Emperor on the entire continent. It was clear to anyone that Zhou Yin liked Qin Ming. After all, Qin Ming was indeed a titled duel and was likely to reach that level around 60 years old, making him a remarkable figure of his generation. Qin Ming humbly replied, "That has too much praise from the committee members. By the way, who is this child? Oh, let me introduce you. This is my new student, Jun Tianlin, 7 years old, an 18th level battle soul master. What do you think? He's also a genius, right?" Zhou Yin pushed Tianlin forward to introduce him, sensing that this child would serve as a connection to draw her closer to Qin Ming. Facing Qin Ming, she felt somewhat self-conscious. But if she could nurture an exceptional genius, it would quickly bridge the gap between them. 7 years old, 18th level. Qin Ming was somewhat surprised. This was more than just a genius. Even at Shrek Academy, he had never seen such a prodigy. Congratulations, Teacher Zhou, on acquiring such an outstanding student. I have some insights on teaching students. Perhaps we can exchange ideas in the future. Qin Ming was pleased and influenced by Flander and Zhao Wujia's teaching. He enjoyed being a teacher, which is why he came to Tianlin Royal Academy. All right, that sounds good. Zhou Yan's face flushed with embarrassment. Indeed, Tianlin was her lucky star, and he had just come to help her get closer to her ideal Prince Charming. This was the first time Qin Ming had taken the initiative to invite her. I still need to meet with the 3 committee members, so I'll take my leave now. Qin Ming cupped his hands and then left. Watching the figure of her crush leave, Zhou Yin was still in a daze when Tianlin teased her from the side. "Teacher Zhou, do you like Teacher Qin? Children speak without restraint." Tianlin's words not only didn't anger Zhou Yin, but she also responded, "Yes, you just saw it too. Teacher Qin is very interested in you. You must help Teacher Zhou in the future. As long as I can successfully pursue Teacher Qin, I'll buy you candy every day." What the hell, buy candy? Teacher Zhou really thinks she is a child, Tianlin thought inwardly, feeling quite disdainful. Moreover, asking a 7-year-old to help her pursue a man. Who was the teacher and who was the infatuated one? He mused that the teacher was not setting a good example. And no wonder the atmosphere at Tianlin Royal Academy was so poor. His master was really at ease, letting him come to this place to hone his heart, not afraid of being led astray. After a short while, Zhou Yin brought Tianlin to the dormitory area. His dormitory was on the 3rd floor, And, surprisingly, each person had their own room, which was as luxurious as what he had at the Seven Treasures glazed tile school. Thinking of Tang San's current situation, he probably still lived in a dormitory shared by more than a dozen people. There was no comparison between an ordinary primary academy and a noble academy like Tianlin Royal Academy. However, he had a little rabbit to share a bed with every day, which made him feel a bit envious. At that moment, Zhou Yin took 2 books from the bookshelf. Little Tian, the teacher has to leave now. Someone will bring your student card later. And here are 2 books. One is the school rules, and the other is an introduction to the academy. Make sure to read them carefully today to understand our academy. All right, teacher. Tianlin took the 2 books and obediently replied, but after Zhou Yin left, he casually tossed the school rules aside, not knowing where it went. He couldn't be bothered to read such things. It was just about not fighting randomly and the like. But everyone here were soul masters, and when problems arose, they naturally relied on their fists to solve them. These rules were meant to be broken, and reading them was meaningless. Instead, he intended to read the academy introduction closely, as it detailed the current student situation, as well as the distribution of the cafeteria and various simulated training areas, etc. Currently, Tianlin Royal Academy had a total of 557 students, divided into 3 classes. Those with soul power between level 15 and 25 were in the Tianyi class. Those between 25 and 30 were in the Tianji class. And those above 30 were in the highest Tiando class. The teacher's classification was similar, 40 to 50 for Tiandi, 50 to 60 for Tianji, and above 60 for Tiando. The entire academy was divided into 14 classes, with each class having about 40 students. There was only 1 Tiando class, 3 Tianji classes, and the rest were all Tiandi classes, totaling 10. This meant that there were only about 40 students above level 30 in the entire Royal Academy, with the remaining 70% being in the Tiandi class, which was quite disheartening. Sigh, it's a miracle if anyone can stand out in this Tiando Royal Academy. Tianlin scoffed. After casually tossing aside the academy introduction, he sat down on the bed to meditate. He had to work hard. He certainly didn't want to become one of that pile of garbage in the future. Chapter 23. The aristocrats of the academy. Early the next morning, Tianlin changed into the uniform of the Tianlin Royal Academy, took his student ID, and walked out of the dormitory. Not to mention, the aesthetic of the Tianlin Royal Academy is quite good. Not only is the campus beautifully built, but the uniform is also very attractive. Coupled with Tianlin's handsome yet youthful face, he attracted many older female students along the way. Hey, look at that little brother. He is so cute. Is he also a student of our school? Should be. Look at him wearing our academy's uniform. But isn't he a bit too small? Has he been weaned? You can't say that. He might be older, just a bit of dwarf. All kinds of discussions reached Tianlin's ears without concealment. These so-called aristocrats didn't even lower their voices or avoid him, whereas the noble etiquette in discussing someone right in front of them. Tianlin couldn't be bothered with them and went straight to his classroom. According to his student ID, he was placed in class 3 of Tianwei, which is Zhou Yan's class. Since it wasn't class time yet, the students were all messing around. None of them were training. When they suddenly saw Tianlin walk in, many of them looked surprised. Because the Tianlin Royal Academy assigns classes based solely on rank and not age, the students in this class were of varying ages, with the oldest being around 17 or 18 and the youngest only 11 or 12. Hey, little brother, are you here to find someone? A female student asked as she approached. No, I'm here to study. Look, this is my student ID. Tianlin displayed his student ID, and they realized he was actually their classmate. Ha ha ha. Someone suddenly burst into laughter, followed by a wave of laughter from the whole room. Then, a mature-looking boy walked over and scolded. Where did this little brat come from? Did you get a fake student ID from somewhere? The Tianlin Royal Academy isn't a place for you to play around, scram. This is real. It was personally issued to me by the chief of the Dream Machine. Tianlin couldn't be bothered to argue with him and directly mention the name of the Dream Machine. If you have doubts, go confirm with the chief. Sure enough, the boy hesitated instinctively. A student ID personally issued by the Dream Machine? Could this kid have a significant background? He knew the Tianlin Royal Academy had many hidden talents, and not everyone could be provoked. Hey, little brat, who are your parents? What rank are they? He wisely chose to probe for information first. If Tianlin claimed to be the illegitimate child of the chief of the Dream Machine, or that his parents were titled Douluos or above, he would just turn and leave. My father is the warehouse manager in our village, a soul master of over level 20, and my mother is an ordinary rural woman. Without any soul power, Tianlin answered honestly. Hearing this, the boy breathed a sigh of relief. Just a commoner, so it was needless to say. The student ID must be fake because the admission requirements for the Tianlin Academy include that one must come from a noble family. Then came the anger. You little brat. Just a commoner. How dare you mess with me? What do you mean the chief of the Dream Machine personally issued you a student ID? Do you know who I am? My name is Aldo, the leader of this class, and the son of the Duke of the Barak Kingdom. Even someone of my status doesn't qualify for a personal meeting with the chief. What are you? The Barak Kingdom is one of the affiliated kingdoms of the Tianlin Empire, and it has a relatively strong military force. This person was likely sent from the kingdom to the empire for exchanges, commonly known as building connections, similar to Yu Tianheng and Tianlin situation. However, such a status is not surprising for someone to become the class leader. But Tianlin looked down on status. He valued strength more. He boldly asked, "How old are you, and what level are you?" 18 years old, 24th level attack type, great soul master. How about that? Are you scared, little brat? Aldo said smugly. 18 years old and only 24th level? No wonder you can't meet the chief. Tianlin shook his head, then walked in and found an empty desk to sit down, too lazy to bother with him anymore. However, he didn't want to ignore others. But others wouldn't let him go. His words obviously angered Aldo. You little brat, what did you say? Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Aldo, furious, directly summoned his martial soul, a sunflower, which is a famous direct descendant martial soul of a noble family in the Barak Kingdom, regarded as a high-quality plant-type martial soul. Unfortunately, such a good martial soul had a master who was a waste. First soul skill, Falling Petals. Aldo activated his 100-year spirit ring, releasing several sharp petals aimed directly at Tianlin. Is this a 100-year soul skill? Just this? Tianlin smiled slightly, didn't even stand up, just stretched out a hand, using his finger as a sword. Shushan sword technique, Xiaoshan water cloud. Tianlin's finger accurately struck each petal, and in less than a few seconds, all the petals were knocked down. He taunted, "Do you have any stronger soul skills? Let me see." Damn it, you brat. If that's the case, second soul skill, Storm of Flowers. The Storm of Flowers was much stronger than the previous move, forming a whirlwind of more petals to attack the enemy. At least Tianlin couldn't just use his fingers to defend, so he summoned his magic sword. However, he still didn't use a soul skill, nor did he use the 7-killing sword technique. He still used the basic move, Xiaoshan water cloud. The result was the same as before. All the petals were cut apart by the magic sword. Before Aldo could react, Tianlin suddenly stood up and thrust a sword at him. Aldo was so scared he didn't dare to move because the sword was less than a centimeter away from his neck. This move is called Moon Shooting Cold River. How about that? With your skills, I don't even need to use a soul skill to deal with you. Tianlin disdainfully retracted his long sword. At this point, many people gradually began to believe his words. Perhaps his student ID was indeed issued by the chief of the Dream Machine. He easily defeated the strongest Aldo in the class without using a single soul skill. Is he even human? He must be a monster. Aldo was unconvinced. Unable to accept defeat, he even wanted to call his minions to gang up on Tianlin. Just then, a furious shout came from the door. Enough! What are you doing? Zhou walked in with an extremely angry expression. Aldo, if you want to fight, go to the Fighting Soul Arena. You know fighting isn't allowed in class, and you actually used 2 soul skills to attack a new student. You really are something. I will report this to your parents. After class today, run 10 laps around the academy as punishment. Zhou, too focused on Qin Ming, completely inherited Qin Ming's teaching methods. Running laps is one of Shrek Academy's classic projects. Aldo's face darkened completely. The Tianlin Royal Academy is so large. 10 laps would probably break his legs. Most importantly, he would have to inform his parents, and he could already imagine the mixed doubles of his parents when he got home. Thinking of this, Aldo glared fiercely at Tianlin. It's all this guy's fault. Chapter 24. Continuing to pick a fight. All right, everyone sit tight. and get ready for class. Before we start, let me introduce you to our new young classmate. I believe after the recent battle, you all have already realized how impressive he is. After Zhou Yin finished speaking, she looked at Tianlin. Come on, Xiao Tian, introduce yourself. Tianlin nodded and walked to the podium. Hello everyone, my name is Jun Tianlin. I am 7 years old. My martial soul is the demon sword, and I am an 18-level strong attack system soul master. As soon as he spoke, there was a stir in the audience, especially from Aldo, who had previously been skeptical. 7 years old and already 18 levels. What does that even mean? By the time he was 18, Aldo would already be 14 years old. Is the other party's talent really that terrifying? No wonder the chief made an exception to allow him into the Royal Academy. However, he still looked down on Tianlin. A commoner is just a commoner. So what if he has strong talent? With insufficient cultivation resources, his future achievements might only reach the Soul Emperor level at best. Even if he couldn't defeat Tianlin, with the power of his family, he could easily deal with him. Aldo's eyes gleamed with a sinister light, clearly not intending to let things go easily. After Tianlin finished his introduction, he returned to his seat. This class was composed of control and strong attack systems, so there were two instructors. One was Zhou Yin, who was the homeroom teacher with the martial soul of a butterfly and a control system soul master. The other was a middle-aged man named Yi Ping, whose martial soul was a wolf dog, and he was a strong attack system soul master. The so-called class focused on theoretical knowledge, such as which types of soul beasts are suitable for hunting by control and strong attack systems, various skill combinations, and tactical setups for cooperation. The Soul Master Academy was different from Tianlin's previous school. Theoretical classes only took half a day in the morning, while the afternoon was for students to practice independently. They could choose to cultivate their soul power in a simulated training ground, practice soul skills in an open area, or even engage in battles in the soul arena. Although the education committee assigned Tianlin to Zhou Yin for care, she belonged to the control system. So the person truly teaching Tianlin was the strong attack system's Yi Ping. Compared to the beautiful Zhou Yin, this man appeared somewhat lewd, which Tianlin didn't like at all. After enduring the tedious theoretical class, and after lunch, Tianlin preferred to practice independently. In the afternoon, he practiced sword techniques, and in the evening, he meditated on his soul power. In the forest, Tianlin continuously swung the demon sword. At this moment, he was completely different from the one in the morning, exuding a strong aura of killing intent. Every move was focused on speed, accuracy, and lethality. He was currently practicing the 7-kill sword technique, which was specifically designed to kill enemies. Especially the first move, the spreading killing intent, was a sword move that accumulated one's own killing aura. At this moment, not far from Tianlin, behind a large tree, 3 figures were stealthily watching. One of them was Aldo, and the other 2 were his lackeys. B-boss, that person is really scary. It's better if we don't provoke him, right? Isn't it good to just let things be? One lackey said tremblingly, as Tianlin's terrifying killing intent made his hair stand on end. Idiot, we are nobles. Right now, we are being humiliated by a commoner. If we don't take revenge, how can we show our faces? Aldo said angrily. Don't worry, this time it's not just us. I even spent a lot of money to hire a student with the strength of a heaven level to deal with a mere first-ring soul master like him. It will be a piece of cake. So what if he has talent? Tonight, I will cripple you and see if the education committee will still favor you. Aldo said with a sinister look in his eyes as he glanced at Tianlin. The 7-kill sword technique was indeed much more powerful than the Shushan entry sword technique. Since Tianlin started practicing, he had not truly mastered it yet. When the sword duo performed the move of spreading killing intent, all his killing aura would gather without being released, condensing and not dissipating, only fully exploding when he struck, which was terrifying. However, Tianlin's killing aura not only gathered slowly but also easily dispersed. This was not only because he had been practicing for a short time, but also, and more importantly, because he had never killed anyone. As night fell, Tianlin wiped the sweat from his forehead and sheathed the demon sword. All right, that's enough for today. Time to go back and cultivate my soul power. I need to break through to level 20 as soon as possible, then I can practice the sword control technique. Tianlin had already mastered the Shushan entry sword technique, and, as long as his soul power was sufficient, he could soon start practicing the sword control technique. The sword techniques of a Shushan lineage and the 7-kill sword technique were completely opposite extremes. One was about following the natural way, while the other was filled with overwhelming killing intent. Tianlin had big ambitions, wanting to fully understand both different styles of sword techniques, and then create his own. Stop! You think you could just leave? At that moment, a group of people suddenly appeared in the forest surrounding Tianlin. There were about 10 of them, all around 17 or 18 years old, and one of them was Aldo. You again? Are you annoying or what? Just tell me, what do you want this time? Tianlin said helplessly. Aldo arrogantly replied, what do you think? Of course, I want to teach you a lesson. Tianlin shrugged. With just you? If you bring people at your level, I could take on all of you by myself. You might want to reconsider embarrassing yourselves. Of course, it's not just me. Today, I will let you see what a true powerhouse is. Aldo suddenly turned respectfully toward someone behind him. Senior, I leave it to you. Don't worry, Aldo. Leave him to me. A man stepped forward, hands behind his back. Little brat, the Tianlin Royal Academy is not a place for commoners like you. I advise you to roll out, or else don't blame me for being ruthless. Tianlin sensed that this person was much stronger than Aldo. He was probably not a heaven-level student. However, to make him submit was still far from enough. Tianlin, 18-level soul master, martial soul, demon sword. A blue light flashed in Tianlin's hand as he grasped the demon sword, signaling his decision through action. The man sighed, since you seek death, don't blame me. Chujia, 28-level control system soul master, martial soul, copper ring. After Chu Jie finished speaking, a copper ring appeared in his hand, and 2 yellow soul rings floated around him. This person was a formidable 28 level, meaning he was a heaven-level student. Moreover, Tianlin seemed to vaguely remember the copper ring martial soul, which appeared during the original works All-Continental Soul Master Elite Tournament. He belonged to the second team of the Tianlin Royal Academy. It was indeed this person. Unfortunately, his copper ring had faced the incredibly strong Dai Mu Bai and was instantly broken free, leaving him without the strength to fight back and resulting in his defeat. But even so, having the qualification to participate in the tournament proved that this person's talent was quite good among ordinary people. Well, today Tianlin just happened to test his newly learned 7-kill sword technique on him. Chapter 25, Tianlin's Killing Intent and Yi Lingling's 9-Heart Begonia Humph. Overestimating oneself. Aordo was amused. The two side soul power differed by nearly 10 levels, yet they dared to fight. He couldn't wait to see Tianlin get beaten up. Shushan swordsmanship. Gale and thunder. As soon as Tianlin made his move, it was the strongest technique from the entry-level swordsmanship of Shushan. This strike was as fast as the wind and as fierce as thunder. It was Tianlin's strongest attack method aside from his soul skill, condensing cold snow. First soul skill, circular impact. Chu Jie sensed the danger of this sword technique and quickly responded. Clang! The magic sword collided with the copper ring, causing Tianlin to retreat 3 steps. But the opponent's ring was also sent flying. This time, neither side gained an advantage, but one must remember that the two had a soul power difference of 10 levels, and the one with higher soul power was using a soul skill. The result showed that if they were at the same level, the other person would not be a match for Tianlin at all. Damn it, I didn't expect a mere ring soul master to have such strong attack power. In that case, second soul skill, circular restraint. Chu Jie had mentioned he was a control-type soul master, so this technique was his most powerful means compared to the first strike's impact. The ring began to expand gradually, enveloping Tianlin above, instantly locking his body. Tianlin gripped the magic sword and forced back against the ring, not allowing it to shrink further. What's wrong? Do you surrender? With your soul power, it's impossible for you to break free from my restraint, Chu Jie said smugly. Surrender? Are you joking? With this little restraint, how long do you think it can hold me? First soul skill, condensing cold snow. Tianlin's soul rings lit up, using his first soul skill as well. Under the attack of condensing cold snow, the magic sword continuously sliced at the edges of the copper ring, and cracks could clearly be seen appearing on the ring. Damn it, what kind of weapon spirit is this? Its attack power is outrageous. You all should join in. At this rate, I can't hold him for long. Chu Jie shouted in panic. Tianlin didn't expect that as a student of the heavenly rank, Chu Jie would be so despicable. Not only bullying the weak, but also calling for others to gang up on him. Aordo was extremely excited. He had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Now that Tianlin was restrained, he wouldn't let this chance slip away. This guy had no sense of dignity. Instead, he loved to take advantage of others' misfortunes. Aordo summoned a sunflower and unleashed his second soul skill, Flower Storm. Tianlin, in a state of restraint, had no means of defense or evasion, and was immediately swept away by the storm. Within the storm, sharp petals quickly inflicted countless wounds on Tianlin. Not only that, but his several lackeys, with their weapon spirits being wolves, dogs, or whips, constantly struck Tianlin with wolf fangs, dog claws, and whips. Aordo laughed heartily at this scene, saying, "How about that? This is the consequence of offending me. You guys are too despicable." The excruciating pain made Tianlin completely furious. He consumed 1/3 of his soul power in one breath, maximizing the power of condensing cold snow, and instantly broke free from the restraint. The magic sword seemed to sense its master's rage, emitting a series of eerie blue lights. 7 kill swordsmanship, killing intent spreads. This time, Tianlin was truly filled with the desire to kill, and killing intent quickly gathered around him. The temperature in the surroundings seemed to drop a few degrees, and those surrounded by the killing intent felt goosebumps rising all over their bodies, trembling uncontrollably. "Kill!" Tianlin spat out a word and charged directly into the crowd. With a sweep of his sword, several people were instantly knocked down, leaving long bloodstains across their chests. For these few, Tianlin could still show mercy, but for the main culprits, Chu Jie and Aordo, he had no intention of holding back at all. First, it was the heavenly rank student Chu Jie, whose ring had just been broken by Tianlin, and his soul power rebounded, rendering him unable to move. Therefore, Tianlin easily severed one of his ears with a single strike, causing him to roll on the ground in agony. Next was Aordo, who was so frightened by Tianlin that his legs went weak. He knelt on the ground, repeatedly apologizing. "I'm sorry, please forgive me. It's all my fault. I know I was wrong, and I won't dare again." Unfortunately, Tianlin was truly intent on killing him and paid no attention to his pleas, swinging the sword directly toward his head. At that moment, a beautiful female voice rang out from the woods. 9-heart begonia. In the sky, petals began to fall down, which had healing effects. The wounds on Tianlin's body gradually started to disappear. Not only him, but the wounds on those injured by Tianlin also stopped bleeding and quickly formed scars, though Chu Jie's severed ear could not be restored. "Stop. You're just fighting now, and they are in the wrong." However, once you resort to killing, the nature of it changes completely. The girl's voice helped Tianlin calm down slightly. His sword's edge deviated slightly, and like Chu Jie, he only severed one of Aordo's ears. This was entirely deliberate. He could choose not to kill, but that didn't mean he would let others offend him without consequences. Severing an ear each was just a small punishment. "Sai, why are you so impulsive?" The girl sighed as she stepped out. Under the moonlight, Tianlin finally saw the girl's figure clearly. She was quite a beautiful girl, with short silver hair, well-defined features, holding a begonia flower in her hand, and 2 circles of yellow soul rings swirling around her. Another great soul master, and her weapon spirit was actually the legendary, one-of-kind 9-heart begonia. This weapon spirit was said to be the #1 healing type weapon spirit in the world, with only 1 soul skill, area-wide healing. The more soul rings, the stronger the healing ability. There's a saying that as long as there is a soul master with 9-heart begonia present, even wanting to die becomes difficult. "You are Yilingling?" Tianlin guessed the girl's identity, as there was only her in the original story who possessed the 9-heart begonia weapon spirit. Yilingling nodded. She was not surprised that Tianlin recognized her, as she was quite famous in the academy, one of the campus beauties, and possessed the 9-heart begonia weapon spirit. However, she seemed to be rather quiet, silently healing everyone. So, she was a girl with a cold exterior but a warm heart. Soon, with Yilingling's help, all the wounds on Tianlin's body disappeared. His injuries were merely superficial, and aside from a significant consumption of soul power and a torn piece of clothing, he was completely fine. The #1 healing-type weapon spirit truly lived up to its reputation. On account of the senior Lingling, I will let you go today. Get lost. Tianlin shouted at the few people while holding the magic sword. These nobles were already timid and now were scared out of their wits, not daring to utter a single harsh word. They fled in disarray, carrying their fainted leader. Seeing this, Yi Lingling retracted her 9-heart begonia and said to Tianlin, "They won't let this matter rest easily. They will likely use their family's influence, so be careful." "Thank you for the reminder, senior." Tianlin smiled at her. This senior was indeed kind. It seemed that not all of the Heaven Do Imperial Academy was garbage. There were still true geniuses among them. Chapter 26. After the incident, the oppression from Contra early in the morning, Tianlin woke up from his meditation, exhaling a mouthful of turbid air. This was the more mixed part of his soul power. With the help of the Wahuang meditation method, he could practice while sorting it out. And what he ultimately cultivated was the purest soul power. Ah, that feels good. Those bastards from yesterday were annoying, but they weren't completely useless. Feeling the significant increase in his soul power, Tianlin's mood improved considerably. After battling so many people yesterday, he had nearly exhausted his soul power. After a night of meditation, not only had he recovered, but he had also broken through to level 19. Once he leveled up again, he could hunt for his second soul ring. What delighted him even more was that he had finally grasped the basics of the 7-kill sword technique. It turned out that to comprehend the sword intent of the 7-kill sword technique, it wasn't necessary to kill someone. Having the intent to kill was enough. Yesterday, when Tianlin resolved to kill those people, a tremendous killing intent naturally gathered around him. Using the killing intent spread technique was 100 times smoother than when he practiced it on his own, and its power was significantly greater. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Tianlin was about to step out, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside the door. When he opened it, he found his homeroom teacher, Ms. Zhou Yan. "Ms. Zhou, why are you here so early? It's not even time for class yet." "Don't worry, I won't be late." "What class? Do you know you've gotten into big trouble?" Zhou Yan said anxiously. "Last night, did you cut off Chu Jie and Eordo's ears? They sent people to notify their families overnight, and now both families have sent people to the Academic Affairs office. So that's what it is. What's there to be afraid of? They were the ones who provoked me yesterday, and besides, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly at the Heaven Do Royal Academy, right?" Tianlin was completely unafraid. "You know who is coming, right? Chu Jie is fine. His father is just a small city lord with soul power at the Soul King level. But the Eordo family is different. His grandfather, Eorfu, is one of the top experts in the Bala Kingdom, the head of the Eordo family, with soul power reaching level 81. It's said that he dotes on his grandson. He just happened to come to Heaven Do City to visit him and definitely won't let this go easily." Zhou Yan was unaware of Tianlin's true identity and clearly worried about him. As a teacher, she didn't want to see such a good seedling ruined. What worried her even more was that today, among the 3 major committee members of the academy, only Bai Baoshan was present. The other 2 were in the palace to meet with His Majesty. Bai Baoshan was known to be a soft-hearted person, and she feared he wouldn't be able to handle Eorfu. "Don't worry, Ms. Zhou. Since they want to come after me, I'll go meet them." Seeing that Tianlin was completely unfazed, Zhou Yan had no choice but to say, "Forget it. The incident has already happened. You need to recount everything that happened last night to me. Don't leave out a single detail. Any information that is beneficial to you must not be overlooked." "All right." Last night, as they walked, Tianlin recounted the events. Zhou Yan's eyes lit up upon hearing it. From any angle, it seemed to be the fault of the other party. If anything, Tianlin could only be considered to have acted in excessive self-defense. Thus, as long as she negotiated well, perhaps the worst that could happen would be a major disciplinary action against Tianlin. They quickly arrived at the Academic Affairs office. Before they even entered, they heard an old voice angrily roaring. "By Baoshan, I entrusted my grandson to your Heaven Do Royal Academy for care, and you take care of him like this? He's lost his ears. Mr. Hour, please calm down. Once Tianlin arrives, we can carefully review the events." By Baoshan's honest voice was trying to persuade him. Although the 3 committee members of the Academic Affairs office were all powerful, they all had one flaw. They were all soft-hearted. If Tianlin were to say, any one of them was stronger than that old man, Eorfu, so why should they tolerate him? Wait until that little beast arrives. Just as Eorfu was about to curse, Tianlin pushed open the door and said, "Hey, old man, I'm here. What do you want?" At this moment, there were 4 people in the academic affairs office. Besides Bai Baoshan and Eorfu, there were also the victim Aordo and another one of Tianlin's teachers, Yiping. Upon hearing Tianlin's arrogant words, they all looked over. Zhou Yin was startled and quickly said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Hour. The child doesn't understand and has been rude to you. Please forgive him." Eorfu was, after all, a contra, definitely someone Tianlin couldn't provoke, and this wasn't the time to argue with him. "Ms. Zhou, there's no need to apologize to him, because I know that even if I kneel and admit my mistakes, he won't let me go. Isn't that right, old man?" Tianlin glanced at Eorfu with disdain. Upon hearing this, the furious Eorfu calmed down instead. As expected of a family head, he was able to control his temper. "Hee kid, you're right. I had no intention of letting you go today. So tell me, how do you want to die?" As he spoke, Eorfu slowly mobilized his soul power, and the sunflower appeared in his hand. At the same time, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black soul rings shone brightly. He actually intended to make a move directly. He had already learned from his grandson that Tianlin was just a commoner, although he didn't know why Tianlin was admitted to the Heaven Do Royal Academy, which only accepted nobles, as a duke and a contra. Even if he killed this commoner, would the royal family really turn against him for a dead person? Behind him, Aordo looked at Tianlin with glee, clearly expressing that daring to provoke him would lead to this outcome. He had originally only intended to cripple Tianlin, but since Tianlin was being so ungrateful, then his life would be the price. "Stop it." Zhou Yin stood in front of Tianlin, and 4 soul rings, 2 white, 1 yellow, and 2 purple, appeared, while a pair of dazzling wings extended from her back. This was her martial spirit, the butterfly. "A mere soul zone dares to stand in front of me?" Eorfu sneered, then unleashed his soul power to deal with the soul zone. He didn't even need to use soul skills. Just relying on his soul power was enough to make the opponent struggle to breathe. "Ms. Zhou, don't be impulsive. This is all that little beast's fault. It's not worth it for him to get hurt." Yiping, who had been watching the show, suddenly became anxious. It was clear that he had feelings for Zhou Yin. "Mr. Yi, Tianlin is not a little beast. He is my student. There are still many details about last night's incident that haven't been clarified. How can we rely solely on Mr. Eorfu's one-sided words to place all the blame on my student?" Zhou Yin suddenly became firm. Perhaps she was lacking in strength, but at this moment, she would not back down. "Mr. Eorfu is a contra. Would he really wrong a child? You should not get involved in this matter. Come over here quickly." Yiping's meaning was also very clear. On one side was a contra, and on the other was a commoner with only a soul power of a few levels. Does right or wrong matter? Taking sides was the key. Chapter 27. The Threat of Yu Qianheng and Duge Yin. The royal fighting team appears. The atmosphere in the academic affairs office grew increasingly tense. Seeing Zhou Yan's lack of sense, Orf was also enraged. Since you want to die alongside your student, I will fulfill your wish." "Enough." At that moment, a tinching furnace appeared in front of Tianlin and Zhou Yan. Bai Baoshan finally took action. No matter how much of a good person he was, he couldn't just stand by and watch his academy's students and teachers being bullied like this. With 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black soul rings pulsating around him, his soul ring configuration was slightly inferior to Orf's. Thus, although he had a higher soul power, in a real fight, his chances of winning were not guaranteed. Seeing Bai Baoshan take action, Orf also withdrew his sunflower. After all, Bai Baoshan's tinching furnace had an incredibly high defense, comparable to a title de law. In a fight, he wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand for the time being. Bai Baoshan turned to Tianlin and said, "Tianlin, just now, Orf said he sought you out last night for a fair spar. He clearly admitted defeat, yet you stubbornly chopped off his ear. Is this true?" "Of course it's false. He brought a group of people to surround and beat me, including students at the Tianji level. I couldn't fight against 4 hands with my 2 fists, and to protect myself, I had to strike back with all my strength, which led to me accidentally chopping off their ears. This can be verified by senior sister Yi Lingling. Although Tianlin wasn't afraid of them, he wouldn't let himself be wronged." "Oh, is that so? Then, teacher Zhou Yin, please bring Yi Lingling here." Hearing Tianlin's words, Bai Baoshan became much more assertive. "Orf, until the truth is clarified, I absolutely will not allow you to lay a finger on Tianlin. Zhou Yin immediately left the academic affairs office. At this moment in the sky, a white-haired man smiled faintly. He had been here for quite a while, yet even the two-souled Douluos in the academic affairs office couldn't detect him, which showed just how terrifying his cultivation level was. Before long, Zhou Yin returned, accompanied by Yi Lingling and Qin Ming. Qin Ming had already been promoted to a Tianji-level teacher, and the class he taught was exactly the one Yi Lingling was in. Lingling, you're here. Did you witness what happened last night in the grove? Could you explain it in detail? Bai Baoshan spoke gently, knowing that Yi Lingling was only an 11-year-old girl, and he didn't want her to feel nervous. Yes, last night. Yi Lingling was about to explain the truth when suddenly Orf interrupted. Wait a moment, classmate Yi Lingling. I hope you can recall what happened last night carefully before you speak. I heard that your 9-har begonia lineage is a single inheritance and your family doesn't have much power. As long as you truthfully testify for my grandson, I can represent the Orf family of the Ballot Kingdom and promise support for your family. Orf's words were both a threat and a temptation, subtly telling Yi Lingling that today's stance would determine her family's survival. What do you mean? Are you threatening my student? Qin Ming immediately became dissatisfied, his fierce spirit showing as he glared at Orf. Qin Ming, don't judge a gentleman by the actions of a petty person. Which of your ears heard Lord Orf threatening Yi Lingling? He is asking Lingling to state the most truthful truth, so as not to let Lord Orf's grievances go unaddressed. Yi Ping was completely a sycophant, but Orf was very pleased with his flattery. This teacher understands righteousness. This is the kind of ethics a teacher at the Royal Academy should have. If Teacher Yi ever comes to my Ballot Kingdom, I will definitely treat you well. Yi Ping was delighted to hear this. Orf was trying to recruit him. This was much better than being a teacher in the academy. He quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, my lord. Afterward, he looked greedily at Zhou Yin. Teacher Zhou, Qin Ming is just from a commoner background. He wants to achieve much in the future. You should come to my side. I will definitely treat you well. You really disgust me. Do you know why I like Qin Ming? It's not just because his talent is greater than yours, but also because he is a wolf who does not fear power and has a righteous heart. As for you, your character and your martial soul are exactly the same. Both are despicable sycophants, Zhou Yin said angrily. Tianlin looked at Zhou Yin in surprise. He didn't expect this teacher to be so good at cursing people, and it seemed she didn't even realize she had just confessed to Qin Ming. Qin Ming, a lone wolf, had never experienced such a moment before. After hearing Zhou Yan's words, he felt his fiery red wolf of flames becoming even redder. Bai Baoshan looked at Yi Ping with an unkind expression. Was he implying that he wanted to change jobs in front of him? He could leave if he wanted, but using the academy's students as a stepping stone for promotion touched his reverse scale. At this time, Yi Lingling stepped forward and addressed Orf. The future of my family is determined by destiny and does not require seniors to worry about. Last night, it was Orf who led people to encircle and beat Tianlin. He even wanted to cripple his soul power. Only then did Tianlin fight back and accidentally injure Orf. What she said matched exactly with what Tianlin had said. Now the truth was clear. Bai Baoshan directly said angrily, Orf, what else do you have to say? Tianlin is only 7 years old, and Orf, as an adult, leading a group to beat a child. Are you saying you shouldn't fight back? Orf's expression was extremely ugly. He knew he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage today. At least in front of Bai Baoshan, it was unrealistic for him to lay a hand on Tianlin. He glared fiercely at Tianlin and Yi Lingling. Very well. Kid, little girl, you're lucky today. But I hope you stay in the academy. After all, the tall trees attract the wind. With talents like you, it's easy to be suppressed outside, especially you, little girl. Compared to Tianlin, he hated Yi Lingling, this ungrateful girl, even more. He had already decided that after returning, he would immediately mobilize his family to take action against Yi Lingling's family. He was determined to make the 9-heart begonia lineage extinct. Don't worry about Lingling's safety, Lord Sol Douluo. We will protect her well. Just then, 6 people suddenly walked in at the door, 5 boys and 1 girl, all around 11 or 12 years old. The leader was a tall and stern-looking boy. More importantly, on his chest, besides the emblem of the Tiando Royal Academy, he also wore the family crest of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. I am Yu Tianheng. My grandfather's name is Yu Engine. I greet the seniors on behalf of my family. After Yu Tianheng spoke, the only girl stepped forward and said, I am Duge Yin, Lingling's close friend. I also greet the seniors on behalf of my grandfather, Dugu Bo. Hearing the names Yuanjin and Dugu Bo, Orf was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Yuanjin was the patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan among the top 3 sects, a title de law at level 95. Dugu Bo, known as the Poison Overlord, though currently at level 91, could turn an entire city into a barren wasteland in an instant with his poison. He couldn't afford to provoke either of these two. He never expected that Yi Lingling was actually backed by the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and Dugu Bo. No wonder she wasn't afraid of his threats. Now, Yi Lingling was absolutely untouchable. Tianlin curiously looked at the 6 people. Together with Yi Lingling, they resembled the royal fighting team from the original story. They were still quite young, with levels around 25, merely Tianjia-level students, but it seemed they had already become very good friends. Chapter 28. Dusty Heart appears since it was a misunderstanding. Let's put an end to it today. By Bao Shan, my apologies for the disruption. In the end, Orf chose to back down. After all, he couldn't afford to provoke 2 titled Douluos across from him. Grandpa, are we just going to let this go? This commoner has gotten away with everything? Orldo was unwilling to accept this. Yi Lingling remained unmoved, but Tianlin was not going to let it slide that easily. Orf lovingly ruffled his grandson's hair. Don't worry, your justice will be avenged. Kid, you're lucky today, but you're not out of danger yet. When you go out, be more cautious. At these words, Bai Baoshan's expression turned extremely ugly. Threatening his student in front of him was a blatant disregard for him, but given his status, he couldn't act first, otherwise it would provoke the AO family. However, his inaction didn't mean others would hold back. At least one person in the sky had already reached their limit. In an instant, a terrifying wave of murderous intent descended from above, accompanied by a furious voice. Orf, you may be fine, but I have a problem. Orldo, Orf, and Yi Ping were all pressured by that killing intent, spitting blood, especially the weakest, Orf, who felt as if all his bones were about to snap. Strangely, under such overwhelming killing intent, everyone else remained unharmed, indicating that the newcomer had mastered their killing aura to an extraordinary level. Such terrifying killing intent, controlled so delicately, there were probably few in the world who could achieve this. 3 names instantly flashed through Tianlin's mind: Bibi Dong, Tang Hao, and then there was Douluo Continent, whose killing aura in the 7 kills domain was no less powerful than the killing god domain. Master, is that you? Tianlin suddenly called out. On the roof of the academic affairs office, a sword light flashed, and in an instant, the roof was sliced open as if it were tofu. Qinkong flew in on his sword, standing proudly in midair. Sword Douluo Qinkong. Orf stammered in fear. Sword Douluo Qinkong was even more terrifying than Thunder Douluo and Poison Douluo. It was said that his soul power had already reached the realm of Super Douluo, and with Ning Fengji assisting him, he could take on 3 or 4 ordinary titled Douluos by himself. Wait a minute, what did that commoner kid just call Qinkong? Master? Kid, are you the disciple of Sword Douluo? Orf wanted to confirm again, hoping for a denial from Tianlin. Unfortunately, Tianlin only replied with 4 words: direct disciple. You. Why didn't you say so earlier? Orldo was completely stunned. If he had known this guy was a titled Douluo's disciple, he wouldn't have dared to touch him even with 3 of his lives. Tianlin helplessly waved his hand. You never asked. You only inquired about who my father and mother are, and I answered you honestly, didn't I? You could have been less honest. Orldo was on the verge of tears, knowing he had kicked against an iron plate. Now, not only he, but even his grandfather would likely suffer. Qinkong descended slowly, holding the 7 kills sword. Orf, I heard everything clearly from start to finish. It was clearly your grandson's fault, yet you kept blaming my disciple, bullying the weak. Do you think I'm dead? His tone was calm, but anyone could hear the chilling intent behind his words. Qinkong was strict with Tianlin, but he also loved him dearly. As a master, it was his duty to protect his disciple. As long as Tianlin was alive, no one was allowed to harm him. Your Highness, this incident is my fault. I shouldn't have attempted to harm your disciple. Please forgive me, and the Ballot Kingdom will surely reward you in the future. Orf spoke humbly, unable to help it. The situation was stronger than the individual. He had the upper hand earlier, so he could be arrogant. But in front of Chun Kong, he was as weak as an ant. I can forgive you, but you'll have to pay a price. Chun Kong waved the 7 kills sword casually, and before Orf could react, one of his ears fell off without him noticing. Thank you, Your Highness, for your mercy. Orf endured the pain, knowing this was already a good outcome. Losing an ear was certainly better than losing a life. Bai Baoshan glanced at Tianlin and Chun Kong, thinking that these two were indeed master and disciple, as their methods of punishment were identical. All right, get lost. Chun Kong waved his hand, then suddenly remembered something. By the way, I accidentally ripped the roof of the Academic Affairs office just now, but it's your fault, so come help me pay for it later. Although the 7-treasure glazed tile school was not short on money, cultivating an excellent soul master was resource-intensive, and Chun Kong still thought it best to save where he could. Seeing through his thoughts, Orf roared inside, then why not just use the door? You know, it wastes money but still tear down the roof. However, he didn't dare to voice it and quickly cupped his hands. I understand. Farewell, Your Highness. Orf did not dare to linger for even a moment, quickly taking his grandson and fleeing the scene. Indeed, when it came to fleeing for their lives, it was when one's potential was most likely to be unleashed. Orf's speed now was comparable to some agile attack-type soul masters. I almost forgot about you. As a teacher, you indiscriminately helped to frame my disciple. Chun Kong's protective nature flared up completely, and he didn't want to let Yi Ping off either. Yi Ping had been kneeling there, too frightened to move under Sword Douluo's killing intent, hoping to be overlooked as an invisible person. Unexpectedly, he could not escape calamity. I'm sorry, Your Highness, I was wrong. I will take good care of young Master Tianlin in the future, and I guarantee he will never make any mistakes. Yi Ping was still incorrigible. What he said and did was no different from before, still choosing sides, but now he stood with Tianlin. What he meant was not to educate Tianlin to be a good child who didn't make mistakes, but that even if he did make mistakes, they would be someone else's fault, and he would always stand by Tianlin's side. This was tantamount to encouraging Tianlin to become a wastrel. Chun Kong frowned. He had worked hard to teach Tianlin so well, yet this guy dared to say he would lead him astray in front of him. He originally wanted to spare his life, but it seemed it was better to eliminate him after all. Seeing the killing intent of Sword Douluo gathering, Bai Baoshan acted first, slapping Yi Ping on the back, instantly dispersing all his soul power. Your Highness, I have already crippled this person's soul power. I will also expel him from the academy, so please calm your anger. He still had a kind heart, even though he was quite displeased with Yi Ping. He didn't want to reach the point of wanting to kill him. Seeing this, Chun Kong retracted the 7-kill sword. Bai Baoshan, you are a good person. Given that you just defended my disciple, I will give you this face. Thank you, Your Highness. Bai Baoshan breathed a sigh of relief. Master, when did you arrive? Seeing that the matter was settled, Tianlin stepped forward to ask. I've been here all along. I never left after you left the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Chun Kong replied. Chapter 29. Tianlin's thoughts and Schwetching his arrangements. So you have been monitoring me all along, Master. Tianlin silently complained. That's right, Chun admitted without hesitation. Although the teaching facilities at the Tiando Royal Academy are excellent, the students here are truly lacking. I wanted to see if you would be influenced by them and fall from grace or seek power and lose the dignity of swordsman. Chun words made by Baoshan, who was standing nearby, twitched his mouth. He wanted to get angry, but didn't dare to. He knew that most of the students in his academy were not capable. But Chun words were too blunt. Chun continued, however, after observing for 2 days, I am very satisfied with the results. Not only has your cultivation not stagnated, but you have also broken through in soul power and you have entered the basics of the 7-kill sword technique. You face the powerful without being servile or humble, showing no signs of fear. That is the disciple of Chun. Chun's care and responsibility for his disciple impressed Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng stepped forward, as he was the heir of the blue electric tyrant dragon family, and he couldn't lose his manners in front of Chun, the protector Douluo of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Oh, you are Yu Tianheng. Gu Ran, the disciple of the old bones, was beaten by you, right? Chun glanced over and asked expressionlessly. Your Excellency is joking. Gu Ran and I were just having a normal soul fight. It's just that my blue electric tyrant dragon martial spirit is too domineering, and I couldn't control my strength for a moment. However, Gu Ran's Bone Warhorse has impressive defensive capabilities. I think he should be fine, right? Yu Tianheng was not worried that Chen Xin would hold him accountable for this matter. Even a titled Douluo has to save face. Chen Xin nodded. In fact, Gu Ran was indeed not seriously injured. It was just superficial wounds. Considering Yu Tianheng's strength, he must have intentionally held back, as the other party did not want to provoke the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Old Dragon King is fortunate to have a grandson like you. A gentle compliment from someone as strict as Chen Xin was already quite remarkable. Yu Tianheng showed a proud expression, just about to thank Chen Xin for his praise. But he heard Chen Xin continue, "However, I am luckier than your grandfather because, in a short time, my disciple will surpass you. He is the true genius." Tianlin was surprised. He didn't expect his master to praise him in front of outsiders. Yu Tianheng clasped his hands and said, "Naturally, a disciple of your excellency will not be lacking, but he is still young. It is impossible for him to surpass me without several years of effort. During this time, I will also continue to work hard." As a descendant of a prominent family, Yu Tianheng had his own pride and firmly believed he was not inferior to others. Chen Xin suddenly laughed. "Haha, is that so? Then when my disciple breaks through to level 20 and obtains his second soul ring, I will have him challenge you. At that time, you must not avoid the battle, okay? All right, Yu Tianheng, will be waiting." "Very well, then I have nothing else to say." Xiao Tian, Master is really going back to the seven-treasure glazed tile school this time. You should cultivate well here and remember one thing from your teacher. Do not forget your original intention. After saying this, Chen Xin did not wait for Tianlin's farewell and disappeared into the sky on his sword. Such a carefree and elegant manner truly resembled that of an immortal. Seeing that the title finally left, everyone seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, and the pressure on them lightened significantly. The oppressive feeling from the sword de law was truly overwhelming. Sister Yi, thank you for your help this time, and also to Brother Yu and Sister Dogu. Thank you for your support. Tianlin did not forget to express his gratitude to the three of them. With title Douluo Chen Xin around, even if we didn't help you, you wouldn't be in trouble. Moreover, the only witness is Lingling. If you want to thank someone, just thank her. Yu Tianheng did not want to take credit. Tianlin shook his head. One thing is one thing. Master can only guarantee my safety, but cannot prove my innocence, so I must express my gratitude to you. Tianlin understood very well that Yi Lingling naturally had a debt of gratitude to him, but without Yu Tianheng and Dugu Yan's support behind her, she might not have dared to speak the truth without considering her family. Tianlin was clear about grievances and kindness. Since they wanted to befriend him, he did not need to be overly proud. Just as Ning Fengji said, he could not always be alone. You're being too polite. Yu Tianheng smiled. Tianlin is smarter than I imagined. Then we'll take our leave. Junior, I wish you a swift breakthrough to level 20. I look forward to our battle. The future 7 of the royal battle departed, and Tianlin silently thought, royal battle? It seems quite good. Perhaps I should join a team as well. Tianlin had a thought. He also needed a group of partners. In the future Continental Soul Master Elite competition, even if he was strong, it was impossible for him to fight through everything alone. This 7 of the royal battle was quite good. Their qualifications were only slightly inferior to the Shrek 7 monsters before they had eaten the immortal herbs. Tianlin was confident that he could work with them to aim for the championship in the future Soul Master competition. For Tianlin, Tang San's group was the main protagonist team, while the golden generation of the Spear Hall was the boss. Joining the protagonist team or the big boss group would indeed allow for an easy win. But wouldn't that be too boring? What Tianlin wanted was to defeat them all. After leaving the Academic Affairs office, Tianlin followed Zhou Yin back to his class. Now Zhou Yin was somewhat hesitant to face Tianlin. Originally, she thought he was just a talented young man, but it turned out he had such a significant background. Most importantly, he didn't tell her, which made her worry so much. Even worse, she accidentally confessed to her crush in that situation. Now Zhou Yin was recalling what had just happened. How would she face Qin Ming in the future? At the same time, in the eastern palace of the Tiando Imperial Palace, Xue Qinghe was listening to his subordinates report the situation. Since he intended to take Tianlin under his wing, he naturally paid close attention. Today, the sword Douluo's action of slashing down the Academic Affairs office was so significant that he had already received news. His arranged personnel had told him all the events leading up to it. Good, good for the AOL family of the Barak Kingdom. Shueqinghe's eyes showed a cold light as he softly said to the shadows, "Uncle Shi, are you there?" In the originally empty corner, a middle-aged man appeared out of nowhere. "I am here, young master. Please give your instructions. Help me with the task. Go and kill a person, and cut off the other ear of Orf." Shueqinghe said coldly, "Is it just to cut off the ear? Should we kill him?" This Uncle Shi seemed to think very little of Orf, who was at the sole Douluo level. He must also be a title Douluo. Shueqinghe shook his head. No need to kill him. That would change the nature of the matter. The Barak Kingdom would definitely investigate this thoroughly. But just cutting off one ear, the AOL family would think that it was the people of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School returning. In this matter regarding Tianlin, they're not in the right and will definitely swallow their anger. At that time, what to say, Uncle Shi must understand. "Yes, young master." The man flashed and disappeared into the darkness. "Uncle Shi, please return to the Spirit Hall and inform that woman about this matter. The military power of the Barak Kingdom is not weak. She will definitely seize such a good opportunity." Shueqinghe then issued instructions to another corner. There, a title Douluo was also hidden in shadows. Indeed, she is the Pope's daughter. The protective power around her is so strong, and her own intelligence is also remarkable. Through this matter, she not only wants to sow discord between the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Barak Kingdom, but also seeks an opportunity to subdue the Barak Kingdom. It is definitely not just about seeking revenge for Tianlin. Chapter 30, Orf attacked. Tianlin is isolated. It has been exactly 3 days since the Orf incident. During these days, Tianlin attended classes as usual. Now that he is known throughout the school as the direct disciple of the Sword Douluo, no one dares to provoke him for no reason. He enjoys the peace and does not want to deal with those pampered young masters. Instead, he often seeks out the 7 members of the future Imperial fighting team for sparring. Like Tianlin, they also dislike dealing with the wealthy and spoiled, forming a small group of just the 7 of them. With Tianlin joining, it became 8, or rather 9, since Gu Ran has returned after recovering from his injuries. During his time in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, he recognized Tianlin as his leader, as Tianlin had subdued their big sister Ning Rongrong. Although Gu Ran's talent is slightly inferior to that of the 7 members of the Imperial fighting team, the difference is not significant, and they are willing to accept him. What surprised Tianlin is that Gu Ran not only shows no resentment towards Yu Qianheng, who injured him, but rather admires him greatly. After all, he was openly defeated in a fair fight, without any tricks, and Gu Ran accepted his loss wholeheartedly. He understands the importance of being part of a strong group. Only by following a powerful team can he grow stronger. Otherwise, he would eventually be eliminated among the masses. Tianlin greatly appreciates this understanding. After several days of interaction, Tianlin also discovered that Yu Qianheng is actually a decent person, powerful, loyal, and although somewhat arrogant, he has the right to be so. Furthermore, his arrogance does not manifest towards those of the same rank. Otherwise, the other members of the Imperial fighting team would not acknowledge him as their leader. Most importantly, he is devoted. It is said that on his first day at the Tiando Royal Academy, he took a liking to Douluo Yin. Given his status, he could have women lining up for him, but he rejected them all. Even now, when Douluo Yin has not yet accepted him, he shows no interest in flirting with others. Although dragons are typically lustful, this trait does not appear in him. This might be related to Douluo Yin's background. Yu Qianheng wants to gain the support of Douluo. Tianlin understands this, but he can also see that he genuinely likes Douluo Yin, not purely out of selfish intentions, which is quite different from a certain irresponsible lecher at Shrek Academy. Douluo Yin is the only woman throughout the original story who has treated Tang San coldly from start to finish. She speaks the least with Tianlin and is the epitome of an ice beauty. However, in Tianlin's view, under Yu Qianheng's advances, she won't be able to hold out for long. The Shimo brothers, Shimo Shi and Shimo Mo, currently have the best relationship with Tianlin because they are quite naive. In their eyes, although Tianlin is a genius, he is still too young, and as older students, it is their duty to take care of their junior. Such people, in Tianlin's previous life, were simply known as nice guys. As for Yi Lingling, there is no need to mention her. She has a debt of gratitude towards Tianlin and has a mature personality. Even though Tianlin is almost 30 in both his past and present lives, in front of her, he inexplicably feels like a younger brother. There are also two sensitive attack-type soul masters, Yufeng and Luo. Yufeng has a calm demeanor and little presence, while Luo is completely flamboyant, spending every day grooming his hair. This is the future Imperial fighting team of 7. They have already made a pact to participate in the Continental Soul Master Elite competition and win the championship. They are also very welcoming of Tianlin and Guran, as both not only possess great aptitude, but also help fill the gaps in the team. Originally, their team only had Yu Qianheng as a strong attack-type soul master, and with the addition of Tianlin and Guran, the team's versatility has significantly increased, compensating for their lack of offensive power. Even Shrek Academy, in the original story, prepared 4 substitutes to deal with the complexities of the competitions, as a 7-member team is simply not enough. On this day, after finishing his theoretical class in the morning, Tianlin planned to leave. However, as soon as he stood up, the surrounding students subconsciously moved away from him, as if they were frightened. What the hell? Tianlin was confused and did not understand what was happening. Not only that, but as he walked down the hall, all the students saw him and avoided him as if they had seen the King of Hell. When he arrived at the training ground, he finally saw the only ones who were not afraid of him, his Imperial fighting team members. The Shimo brothers rushed over from a distance, looking anxious. Little Tian, I said your 7-treasure glazed tile school is too ruthless, right? Ruthless? What are you two talking about? Tianlin completely did not understand. Don't you know? Just 2 days ago, Orf and Aordo dropped out of school. On their way back to the Baloch Kingdom, they were attacked by an unknown powerful person. Aordo was severely injured, and Orf even lost one of his ears. Now it's being spread outside that this is revenge from your 7-treasure glazed tile school. Yiding it. Tianlin immediately denied it. Impossible. Our 7-treasure glazed tile school would confront enemies directly. We would never resort to such underhanded tactics. I believe you didn't do this, Yu Qianheng speculated. The fact that these two didn't die and that one of Orf's ears was cut off is the best evidence. The attacker clearly didn't want to escalate things to the point of war. Given this incident, the Orf family has no justification, and there's no direct evidence proving that the second attack was carried out by your 7-treasure glazed tile school. Therefore, the Baloch royal family can only choose to let it go. However, but the seeds of hatred and suspicion have already been planted, right? Because of this motive, the only ones capable of attacking Orf are indeed our 7-treasure glazed tile school, Tianlin interjected, and the method was to cut off an ear. No matter how we try to wash our hands of this, it won't work. Tianlin's expression darkened as he quickly sifted through the possibilities in his mind. The incident had just happened, and Orf was immediately attacked, which indicated that the assailant could quickly learn about events at the Tiando Royal Academy. Therefore, aside from the 7-treasure glazed tile school, there are a few others that fit this situation. The 3 committee members, Douluo and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. However, Tianlin ruled them all out. The 3 committee members had no reason to provoke a feud between the 7-treasure glazed tile school and the Baloch Kingdom. Douluo and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family would also not involve themselves in such matters. Wait, there's her. Tianlin quickly locked onto a target. Shueqinghe, or rather, Qianrenxue. She has both the motive and the strength. Moreover, this incident would be beneficial for her in multiple ways. First, to sow discord between the 7-treasure glazed tile school and the Baloch Kingdom. Second, to leave a bad image of the 7-treasure glazed tile school as vengeful in the mind of the Snow Knight Emperor. And third, to instill fear in the other students at the academy towards Tianlin, thereby isolating him. If Tianlin was not mistaken, she would soon come to visit him, especially since she is the only one who still cares about him during his isolation. This would inevitably touch the immature side of him, making him feel grateful towards her. Unfortunately, Tianlin is not as immature as she thinks. Although his physiological age is only 7, his psychological age is at least 27. Tianlin even thought that the Spirit Hall would take some action against the Orf family in the Baloch Kingdom. He remembered that in the original story, after the establishment of the Spirit Empire, the first to be taken down was the Baloch Kingdom. To easily conquer a military power like this, Aside from the spirit hall's own incredible strength, there must be other factors involved, such as internal support. In this case, Tianlin might be able to turn the tables in the future, as the Orff family, while strong, is merely a duke and not a royal family. The difference between the two gives Tianlin many opportunities for retaliation. Chapter 31. Fusion of Martial Spirits. Brother Yu. The two stone brothers, Yu Feng and Sister Lingling, Sister Yinzi. I want TB training with you today. I think there's a guest waiting for me in my room. Tianlin waved goodbye with a smile and left the training ground. Wait, why did Xiao Tian say goodbye to all of you, but not me? Overthrow said, unhappily. Of course. You don't know how annoying you look. Xiao Tian has been wanting to hit you. Shimo retorted mercilessly. TCH, what do you mean annoying? I'm just maintaining my handsome image, Overthrow said, pulling out a mirror. Could it be that my hairstyle is messy today? And Xiao Tian, doesn't he like it? You better not say that in front of him. I'm worried Xiao Tian will pull out his demon sword and cut you down. I'm serious. No joke. Yi Lingling's cold voice came. Overthrow immediately felt deflated. He didn't expect to be the least popular among the seven. After separating from Yu Qianheng and the others, Tianlin headed straight back to his dormitory, only to find the door wide open, clearly indicating someone had entered. Sure enough, beside his desk, Xue Qinghe was browsing through his notes. Fortunately, it wasn't a diary. Otherwise, all his secrets would be exposed. But he didn't write that kind of stuff. Who writes a diary as a serious person? Brother Xue, what are you doing here? Tianlin asked as he approached. Hearing Tianlin's voice, Xue Qinghe put down the notes and smiled. I came to see you. I've heard about the situation with Orff. Such a big issue. Why didn't you come to me? I could have solved it perfectly for you. Just look at how tense the relationship is now between the Seven Treasure, Glazed Tile School, and the Ballot Kingdom. Tense relationship? Isn't that what you wanted to see? Tianlin silently complained in his heart, but he replied, I understand, Brother Xue. I was impulsive this time. In the future, if I run into trouble, I will ask you for help first. That is more like it. Just come to me if you have any issues in the future. Xue Qinghe nodded in satisfaction. He wanted Tianlin to have this mindset. If Tianlin increasingly relied on him, even if he regained his identity as Qian Rengshu, Tianlin might choose to follow him and abandon the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. He was a person with a strong desire for control. Since he had decided to subdue Tianlin, Tianlin could only belong to him. However, there was one thing that made him very dissatisfied. He had brought Tianlin to the Heaven Do Royal Academy not only to bring him closer, but also to facilitate a confrontation with Yu Tianheng. The future protector, the law of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and the heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan would inevitably affect the relationship between the two families if they became enemies. That is why he had spoken provocatively at the sect. He never expected Tianlin not only to avoid becoming enemies with Yu Tianheng, but also to become friends due to Yi Lingling, which completely turned his plan in the opposite direction. A disobedient child really needs proper guidance. A hint of malice rose in Xue Qinghe's heart. Tianlin suddenly felt a chill, as if something dangerous was watching him. By the way, Xiao Tian, I saw your notes. It seems you've been studying soul beasts with attribute powers, right? Xue Qinghe was very observant, and just from Tianlin's records about soul beasts, he discovered what Tianlin was researching. There was nothing to deny. Tianlin replied directly, yes. My sword needs to grow, so it needs to absorb various attribute soul rings. I see. So the only attribute contained in that sword right now is water. No wonder it can't unleash the power of a god-level martial spirit. Xue Qinghe understood. No wonder Tianlin was studying attribute soul beasts. To complete the martial spirit fusion as soon as possible, he might need to help out. After returning, he would have Uncle Shi go back to the Martial Spirit Hall to get some soul beast data. The data collected by the Martial Spirit Hall was definitely the most comprehensive on the continent. Brother Xue, do you have anything else? Tianlin asked, hoping Xue Qinghe would leave soon. The pressure of being with him was quite substantial. There's one more thing. Come, sit on the bed with me. Xue Qinghe suddenly stood up and walked to the bedside. Tianlin was immediately terrified, staring in shock. Qian Rengshu wouldn't want to take advantage of him, right? After all, he was only 7 years old. His tool for the crime hadn't even fully developed yet. Wasn't this a bit too rushed? It wasn't until Xue Qinghe sat cross-legged on the bed and began to circulate his soul power that Tianlin realized he had thought too much. Xue Qinghe actually wanted to practice with him. Come, Xiao Tian, sit in front of me, facing my palms. I feel our martial spirits have a high compatibility. Perhaps we can not only fuse but also assist each other in cultivation, Xue Qinghe said. Tianlin understood the potential benefits of this. It was like the future collaboration between Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong, where they could cultivate together using the power of martial spirit fusion, which was much faster than solitary cultivation. Without hesitation, Tianlin sat opposite Xue Qinghe, facing his palms. In an instant, their soul powers fused together without any obstruction. Xue Qinghe was overjoyed and immediately began to circulate the family's angelic meditation technique, while Tianlin instinctively used the Niuai Emperor's meditation technique. With the two top-tier meditation techniques and the power of martial spirit fusion helping each other, the speed of their soul power enhancement was astonishing. After 2 hours, they finally awoke from their meditation. Tianlin felt that his soul power had significantly increased. At this rate, if he practiced with Xue Qinghe a few more times, he would soon break through to level 20. On the other hand, Xue Qinghe didn't gain as much as Tianlin. His cultivation speed was indeed faster than before, but not by much. This was because his soul power was far higher than Tianlin's, and with such a huge gap, he could only help Tianlin, while Tianlin's assistance to him was minimal. However, he was pleasantly surprised that because he was jointly operating with the Niuai Emperor's meditation technique, the soul power within him had actually been purified. For him now, this was even more important than an increase in soul power, as it was related to future divine position inheritance. What a wonderful fusion power. It can purify soul power while cultivating. Xiao Tian, you truly are my lucky star. Xue Qinghe hugged Tianlin tightly. Tianlin felt that it was so comfortable. Was Qian Ringshu not fully developed yet, or was her transformation skill too perfect? When she turned into Xue Qinghe, even this part had shrunk. Xiao Tian, how about you stop staying in the dormitory and come live with Brother Xue in the East Palace? You must have felt it too, how powerful our fusion power is. Although we can't use the martial spirit fusion technique yet, with hard work, we'll be able to do it one day, Xue Qinghe said excitedly. No need. Brother Xue, I'll stay in the dormitory. All my friends are here, and I don't want to be apart from them. Tianlin quickly refused, thinking that if he lived with Xue Qinghe, his secrets would be exposed in no time. Xue Qinghe frowned. He wanted to say that Tianlin didn't need any friends, that he was enough. Unfortunately, he was now the wise prince, not the willful young lady of the martial spirit hall. So he could only say, all right, but you have to promise me to come to the East Palace every few days. This fusion power is beneficial for both you and me. We can't miss such a great opportunity for cultivation. Tianlin knew this was Xue Qinghe's bottom line. If he refused again, he was afraid he would send a titled Douluo to abduct him. So he immediately nodded in agreement, which barely satisfied Xue Qinghe. Chapter 32. The power of snow and the breakthrough to level 20. Xue Qinghe had been in Tianlin's room until dusk, reluctantly preparing to leave. There was no way around it. The feeling of cultivating with Tianlin was simply too pleasant. If he weren't currently portraying the wise prince, he would have tied Tianlin up and taken him away in an instant. By the way, Xiao Tian, let's give a name to the fusion power we just created. What do you think? Xue Qinghe suddenly suggested. Naming it, just like how in later times, Hui Yuhao and Wang Dong named their power Hao Dong power. Wouldn't be a bad idea. Tianlin nodded. Sure. How about we use the characters from our names? My Tian and your He. We can call it Tian He power. What do you think? No, let's call it Tian Xue power. Xue Qinghe corrected him, preferring the character Xue over Qinghe. Xue Qinghe smiled brightly. No one would find it strange because Xue is the surname of the Tiando Empire. A prince taking pride in his own surname is perfectly normal. However, only she knew the real reason was that her name was Xue, given to her by her respected father. In the following month, Tianlin kept his promise and would go to the East Palace every few days to cultivate together with Xue Qinghe using the Tian Xue power. After all, it was truly effective. The cultivation efficiency of the Tian Xue power was much stronger than that of the Holy Breath Barrier without soul rings. What Tianlin lacked the most was time. With the aid of Tian Shui power, Tianlin, who had originally expected it would take at least 2 to 3 months to break through to level 20, achieved it in just over a month, which made him extremely happy, as it meant he could hunt for his second soul ring. When he arrived at the training ground, frequently visited by Yu Tianheng and others, and told them about his breakthrough, they were utterly stunned. A level 20 at just over 7 years old? Was this a cheat? Oslo circled Tianlin, looking at him from all angles, poking his little face and lifting his arms. Xiao Tian, are you really human? You're not a soul beast reincarnated, are you? When I was 7, I was only around level 10. Level 20? This is too exaggerated. Oslo, soul beasts that are reincarnated all have beast martial souls. Don't you know my martial soul is a sword? And if you touch me again, don't blame me for being ruthless under my sword. Tianlin suppressed his urge to attack. I said it, Xiao Tian has wanted to chop you for a long time. Yi Lingling, though few in words, was quite sharp-tongued. Her ability to save others and her sharp tongue were completely proportional. Xiao Tian, congratulations. It seems our agreement will be fulfilled soon. I'll be waiting for you to return with your second soul ring. Yu Qianheng patted Tianlin's shoulder and smiled, referring to the agreement with Chen Xin that they would have a fair fight once Tianlin obtained his second soul ring. This was a good thing. Competition leads to progress. Qin Ming and Zhou Yin approached, and they had officially become a couple. Qin Ming was very optimistic about the children before him and planned to train them vigorously so that they could shine in the Continental Soul Master Elite competition in a few years. When he was studying at the academy, he couldn't participate in that competition due to the irregularities of Shrek Academy, a lifelong regret for him. But now, if he could nurture a group of geniuses capable of winning, it would be a consolation. Xiao Tian, do you need me to help you hunt for your second soul ring? Zhou Yin asked. My soul skills are very suitable for hunting soul beasts. Once you obtain your soul ring, Qin Ming said he can arrange for you all to have competitive training. Zhou Yan's martial soul was a butterfly, but she was a control type. Tianlin had always wondered how Zhou Yan managed to control using a butterfly martial soul. Upon asking, Zhou Yan explained that her soul skills involve spreading various powders, poison powder, paralysis powder, sleep powder, etc. With these, she was indeed the best choice for assisting in hunting low-level soul beasts. Putting the soul beasts to sleep meant she could manipulate them as she wished. However, Tianlin shook his head. No, my master advised me not to hunt soul beasts recklessly. After reaching level 20, I must return to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. My master will choose the soul beast for me. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yin and Qin Ming did not press further, as it was the request of a title de law. Moreover, any teacher would devote great effort to train such an outstanding disciple as Tianlin, ensuring that there were no mistakes in his cultivation. They could understand Chen Xian's intentions. The real reason was that Chen Xian was worried that if Tianlin went to hunt soul beasts with the people from the Tiando Royal Academy, he would not be able to use the holy breath barrier to conceal the secret of his twin martial souls. Naturally, he would only be able to hunt soul beasts with a limit of around 700 years for the second soul ring. For Tianlin, whose first soul ring was a 600-year-old, this would undoubtedly be a waste, and Chen Xian could not allow that. His disciple's second soul ring must be at least 900 years. Although the difference was only 200 years, the increase in various attributes was significant, and the power of soul skills could not be compared. Tianlin temporarily bid farewell to everyone and set off on his journey home. The distance was not far, and he did not need any escorts. As a soul master, he could reach 7-Treasure Mountain in half a day's time. Tianlin moved at full speed and arrived at the foot of the mountain after 3 hours. However, he did not go up immediately, but went home to see his parents first. When Jun Tianhai and Mo Lan saw their son return, they were naturally overjoyed. However, compared to Mo Lan, who was only happy because she missed her son, Jun Tianhai had more serious thoughts and asked sternly, Tianlin, I heard from the people of the 7-Treasure Glazed Tile School that you went to study at the Tiando Royal Academy. Why are you back so soon? You're not skipping school, are you? What are you talking about? My son is so well-behaved. How could he do such a thing? Mo Lan immediately retorted. Tianlin was her pride and joy. Even his father was not allowed to slander him. Indeed, many young scions were often spoiled by their mothers. Thankfully, Tianlin's soul was mature enough to maintain his integrity. No, father. Actually, my soul power has broken through to level 20. I came back this time and asked my teacher to help me hunt for my second soul ring, Tianlin said, startlingly, shocking Jun Tian high. Level 20? He had cultivated his entire life and was only around level 23 now. Was his son really his biological child? The gap was too large. He feared that by the time Tianlin hunted for his second soul ring, he, as a father, would no longer be able to defeat him. Indeed, he regretted not disciplining him earlier. His authority as a father would be entirely diminished in the future. In fact, Tianlin really wanted to tell him that he already couldn't defeat him. Besides his level, he also had powerful martial skills like the Shushan sword technique and the 7 killing sword technique. Moreover, the quality of their martial souls was not on the same level. However, considering that Jun Tianhai was still his father, Tianlin decided not to provoke him. Chapter 33 Arrival at the Star Do Great Forest 3 days later. At the edge of the Star Do Great Forest, Qinxin and Tianlin had arrived at this gathering place of soul beasts. After Tianlin returned to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and told Ning Fengji and Qinxin about his breakthrough to the 20th level, they were just as shocked as his parents. It had only been a little over a month since Qinxin returned from the Heaven Do Royal Academy, and he had broken through the bottleneck again, which frightened Qinxin into thinking he must have used some kind of shortcut. Fortunately, after testing, it was found that Tianlin's soul power was both pure and substantial, clearly achieved through normal cultivation, which relieved his worries. Although this speed of cultivation was a bit unbelievable, it seemed somewhat acceptable when it came to Tianlin. Thus, with a smug expression reminiscent of sour grapes, Qinxin proudly took Tianlin to hunt for the second soul ring. One could imagine that Gu Ran would certainly find himself being trained by Gu Yong again. He had been oppressed by Qinxin his entire life, and now his disciple would also be oppressed by Qinxin's disciple for a lifetime. How could he stand that? However, Qinxin was also troubled by his disciple's situation, not for any other reason, but because of his boldness. Xiao Tian, do you really want to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring? From my perspective, given your current mental strength and physical quality, along with the assistance of that holy breath barrier, a soul beast around 900 years would be the best choice. I can basically confirm that your success rate would be 100%. However, once you step into the 1,000-year range, it will be completely different, with a success rate of less than 60%. Tianlin smiled calmly. 60%? Isn't that still over half? Being a soul master is inherently a dangerous profession. Challenges lead to rewards. In fact, the reason Tianlin was so bold had another origin, the Hua Huang meditation method. Ever since he switched to this top-tier meditation method, his soul power had become exceedingly pure. In terms of quality, his first-level soul power was comparable to that of a typical soul master at level 1.5 to 2 levels higher. Therefore, Tianlin's actual combat power was already enough to rival high-level soul masters at levels 27 or 28. After absorbing the second soul ring, he could even compete with soul venerates who had just entered level 30. Challenges lead to rewards, huh? Well said. In that case, I won't advise you further. But remember to hold on no matter what. A loving look flashed in Qinxin's eyes. He had no children in his life, and Tianlin was his only disciple. He was ready to pass on everything he had to him. Don't worry, master. Now, we should think about what soul beast to look for. This time, my target is fire attribute. I want to find a few: Fire Lord, Fierce Arrow Divine Eagle, Volcano Gorilla, and Earth King. What do you think? After listing several names, Tianlin saw Qinxin think for a moment before outright rejecting them. If your target is only around 900 years, these are indeed good choices. But since we're looking for 1,000-year soul beasts, their aggressiveness is simply too strong. The more aggressive the soul beast, the more brutal the soul ring, and of course, the soul skills will be stronger as well. Although Qinxin agreed to let Tianlin absorb a 1,000-year soul ring, it didn't mean he was completely unconcerned. Therefore, this time, he wanted to find a soul beast with a relatively mild temperament and little aggression, since what Tianlin needed was merely the attribute contained within the soul ring. By the way, that fellow seems quite suitable. After all, Qinxin was the guardian Douluo of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Although he wasn't particularly fond of studying soul beast knowledge, He had learned a lot from Ning Fengji's influence, and soon he thought of a suitable candidate. Then, Qinxin grabbed Tianlin and flew in a certain direction on his sword. The surrounding temperature gradually began to rise, indicating that they had clearly arrived at a place favored by fire attribute soul beasts. Master, what exactly are you taking me to find? Tianlin couldn't contain his curiosity and asked. The purple fire golden-eye beast. Qinxin replied with a name. Purple fire. Does that mean purple flames? Is the purple fire due to high temperature? Or does it have some special ability that turns it purple? Tianlin asked a very critical question. The difference between these two possibilities was significant. If it was the first, it would mean that the fire attribute energy of the purple fire golden-eye beast was very strong. The color of fire is determined by its temperature. As the temperature rises, flames change from red to orange, 3,000 degrees, to yellow and white, 4,000 degrees, to blue and green, 5,000 to 6,000 degrees, and finally to purple, above 7,000 degrees, continuously changing in color. If the purple fire golden-eye beast's purple color is purely due to temperature, that would be quite remarkable. Unfortunately, Qinxin shook his head. If that were the case, why would he take his disciple to hunt such a dangerous soul ring? The reason the purple fire golden-eye beast flames are purple is that it is a type of toxic fire, but this toxic fire is not lethal. Its only use is to seal the opponent's soul power, Qinxin explained. In other words, the attacking ability of the purple fire golden-eye beast is actually quite weak, making it safer for Tianlin to absorb such a soul ring. Xiao Tian, you need to be careful later. Although the purple fire golden-eye beast's combat power is not strong, it has two other features. It possesses high intelligence and strong vigilance. With its golden glowing eyes, it can see everything within several kilometers, even the number of legs a mosquito has. Because of these 2 points, it often becomes the strategist for some physically strong but simple-minded groups, like the volcano gorilla you mentioned before. So, to hunt the purple fire golden-eye beast, we will have to face an entire group, right? Tianlin understood the implication of Qinxin's words. Exactly. The purple fire golden-eye beast is naturally treacherous and will stop at nothing to achieve its goals. Several beast tides that have occurred in the Star Do Great Forest in the past have had the shadow of 10,000-year purple fire golden-eye beasts behind them. Due to Ning Fengji's influence, Qinxin did not believe that power was everything. Sometimes, intelligence could be more terrifying than strength. Fortunately, the one we are hunting this time is only a 1,000-year purple fire golden-eye beast. Its intelligence should not be that high yet, Qinxin said as he descended to the ground. As mentioned earlier, the strongest aspects of the purple fire golden-eye beast are its intelligence and its eyes, making it too conspicuous when flying high in the sky. Walking through the jungle, they were still at the outer edges of the Star Do Great Forest, where the soul beasts present were not very strong, mostly around 10 to 100 years of cultivation, with the strongest just about 10,000 years. Because of the sword Douluo's presence, even the fiercest soul beasts did not dare to attack them. However, at this moment, Tianlin sensed something was off. Master, don't you think there are too many soul beasts around? Back when they went to hunt in the soul hunting forest, because of the sword Douluo's sharp sword aura, weak soul beasts did not even dare to approach, let alone attack. Could it be that, being of similar age, the soul beasts in the Star Do Great Forest are that much stronger than those in the soul hunting forest? The sword Douluo smiled slightly, quite pleased with his disciple's keen observation. That's right, there are indeed too many. Rather than saying these soul beasts are afraid of me, it's more accurate to say they are surrounding us without attacking. It seems we have already been discovered by the purple fire golden-eye beast. Chapter 34. Purple fire golden-eye beast. The two stopped in their tracks, unknowingly falling into the trap of the purple fire golden-eye beast. Those seemingly harmless century-old or millennium-old soul beasts had slowly gathered around them, and Tianlin and sword Douluo seemed to have transformed from hunters into prey. Seeing the numerous soul beasts eyeing them hungrily, Chen Xin revealed a hint of a smile. Tianlin, today I will give you another lesson. In the face of absolute strength, no matter how wise you are, it is useless. With that, the 7 killing sword appeared in his hand, and at the same time, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings, totaling 9, began to revolve around Chen Xin's body. A huge and cold killing intent spread out, and even without activating the 7 killing domain, Chen Xian could control his killing intent effectively. In the shadows, a golden-eyed soul beast was completely stunned. It had initially thought they were just 2 ordinary soul masters. But it turned out that one of them was actually a titled Douluo. That was a terrifying existence, capable of matching a 100,000-year soul beast. No matter how many century or millennium soul beasts there were, they could not be his opponents. The golden-eyed soul beast began to retreat, but unbeknownst to it, its movement immediately alerted Chen Xian to its presence. Hee, you truly are one of the smartest soul beasts. Realizing the situation is not good, you want to retreat immediately? Chen Xian appeared behind the soul beast, as if he had teleported. Purple Fire Golden-Eye Beast, you are indeed very clever, but unfortunately, what you possess is merely a little cunning, not even reaching 10,000 years. If you had remained still, surrounded by so many wild soul beasts, I would have found it difficult to discover you. The soul beast in front of Chen Xian resembled a wolf dog, draped in golden fur with golden eyes, and within its pupils, it seemed as if a purple flame was burning. Looking at your size, you should have just surpassed 1,000 years, just right for my disciple. Without hesitation, Chen Xian moved, releasing a heavy sense of oppression from his long sword. Roar! At that moment, the purple fire golden-eye beast suddenly let out a roar. This was a signal to summon its subordinates, but its command was not to attack Chen Xian to save itself. Instead, it ordered all the soul beasts to attack Tianlin. What a clever strategy to save oneself by attacking another. If it were an ordinary soul master, they would have to rush back for rescue. But Chen Xian did not need to. Second soul skill, Spirit Sword Guardian. Chen Xian swung the 7 killing sword, and immediately, the long sword flew in front of Tianlin, forming a protective barrier with powerful sword energy. This defensive soul skill instantly blocked all the soul beasts from attacking Tianlin. Seeing this, the purple fire golden-eye beast shot out a beam of fire from its eyes. This was its soul skill, sealing spirit purple fire, capable of sealing a portion of the opponent's soul power. Chen Xian did not dodge and was completely enveloped by the purple fire. The purple fire golden-eye beast was overjoyed. The titled Douluo in front of it was now without his martial soul, and part of his soul power had been sealed by it. Next, as long as the group of beasts attacked, there was a great chance of achieving a counterkill. With a command from it, the group of beasts immediately abandoned the protected Tianlin and turned their targets toward Chen Xian. At this moment, a cold voice came from within the flames. Even without my sword in hand, my sharpness will not diminish in the slightest, for I am the sword. Tianlin, watch closely. This is the true killing intent of the 7 killing sword technique spreading. Chen Xian used his arm as a sword, casually waving it, releasing countless sharp sword energies, each containing a heavy killing intent. Just the pressure of the killing intent alone could cause one to lose their will to fight. Moments later, not only did Chen Xian break through the flames enveloping him, but all the surrounding soul beasts were also injured by the sword energy. This sword Douluo, known for his aggressive attacks, had shown mercy. If he truly intended to kill, it was likely that all the soul beasts here would not have survived. However, his target today was solely the purple fire golden-eye beast. The others could be given a chance to live. After all, soul beasts grow slowly, and killing one means one less. Chen Xian also thought ahead. Aside from necessary cultivation to hunt for soul rings, he generally would not kill soul beasts indiscriminately. Thus, with his strength and status, he had very few soul bones. His calm disposition was the reason he had always surpassed the more profit-driven bone Douluo in strength. Xiao Tian, come here. The purple fire golden-eye beast has lost its will to fight. Now is the best time to absorb its soul ring. Chen Xian genuinely cared for Tianlin. He had been releasing killing intent all day, precisely to wear down the will of the purple fire golden-eye beast. Just as in the original story, where Lu Erlong tortured the Earth King to the point of questioning life, once the desire to survive is lost. Ma Hongjun would find it particularly easy to absorb its soul ring. The purple fire golden-eye beast was highly intelligent, and the smarter one is, the more easily they can feel fear towards terrifying things. This was evident in soul beasts as well. At least for now, The purple fire golden eye beast dared not resist Chen Xian at all, since accepting Tianlin to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring. Chen Xian had been diligently trying various methods to increase safety. Tianlin was deeply moved. Although his master was very strict with him, it was always for his own good. "Master, don't worry. I will definitely succeed in absorbing this soul ring," Tianlin promised solemnly. Summoning the demon sword, Tianlin slowly approached the purple fire golden eye beast. Just then, the creature, which had seemingly lost its will, suddenly raised its eyes and shot a beam of purple fire at Tianlin. Tianlin quickly raised the demon sword for defense, but he was still hit by the purple fire, and his soul power was rapidly sealed by the toxic flames. It seemed that this creature had merely been playing dead, waiting for this final resistance. What powerful sealing power! My soul power has dropped by 8 levels in one go. Tianlin felt his soul power and realized he could only use around level 12 now. This was due to his high soul power purity. If it were someone else, they might have been reduced to below level 10, unable to even use their soul ring skills. Xiao Tian, you were careless. Remember, before your opponent is completely down, never have the thought of victory just because of a slight advantage. At critical moments, that can be deadly, Chen Xian admonished. Tianlin nodded. He admitted he had been too careless just now. Otherwise, the purple fire golden eye beast would not have had the chance to counterattack. I won't give you a second chance. First soul skill, condensing cold snow. Tianlin struck with all his might. The saying goes that water and fire do not coexist. This intense cold was one of the nemeses of a fire-type soul beast like the purple fire golden eye beast. In an instant, the purple fire golden eye beast was frozen in ice, and then, as the ice was shattered by Tianlin's sword energy, this millennium soul beast perished on the spot. Seeing their strategist have been slain, the gathered soul beasts lost their backbone and immediately scattered like birds and beasts. The area returned to calm, and seizing the opportunity, Tianlin approached the corpse of the purple fire golden eye beast, using his soul power to draw over a purple soul ring. Come on, my second soul ring. Chapter 35. Comatose Tianlin. The purple soul ring descended upon Tianlin's head, leaving him no chance to react. This 1,000-year soul ring suddenly contracted and enveloped his body, seemingly intent on crushing him. The dominance of the 1,000-year soul ring was indeed far beyond that of a 100-year soul ring. Tianlin felt as if he were engulfed in a sea of fire, with both his body and soul being scorched by the flames. In an instant, he felt as if his insides were on fire, his body nearly exploding from discomfort. The holy breath barrier actively protected its master, rapidly repairing Tianlin's body. Xiao Tian, the fire attribute soul ring is inherently more domineering than other attributes. No matter how the power of the soul ring impacts your body, you must remain conscious. Remember, once you fall, you will never rise again. Chen, having ascended to title Douluo, had not been easily moved by anything in a long time. Yet, he couldn't help but worry for Tianlin, who was now in a critical moment. At this moment, Tianlin slowly began to adapt to the burning flames. His first soul ring attribute was water, and he saw the demon sword automatically releasing cold air to protect its master, significantly reducing the temperature of the flames. Tianlin entered a state of inner vision, his spiritual sea exceptionally stable. No matter how intense the external flames became, they could not destroy it. Seeing his disciple's expression gradually stabilize, Chen finally felt relieved. The most dangerous moment had passed, and this brat had indeed managed to absorb the 1,000-year soul ring beyond his level. Roar! Just then, Tianlin seemed to hear a roar. Looking back, he saw the golden eyes of the purple fire golden-eyed beast appearing in his spiritual world. It then released a beam of light that shot into his eyes. Tianlin couldn't help but scream, his body falling backward as he fainted. Xiao Tian, what's wrong? Chen was startled. Just moments ago, everything seemed to be going well. Why did Tianlin suddenly faint? He couldn't understand. Perhaps Ning Fengji would know. Without hesitation, Chen activated the 7-killing sword and used his third soul skill, sword wings like flying, to pick up Tianlin and rush back to the 7-treasure glazed tile school at the fastest speed. 3 days quickly passed. Tianlin lay on his bed in his room. while Ning Fengji and two protecting Douluo looked anxious. Ning Rongrong was cry like a rain-soaked pear. Brother Jian, please wake up and look at Rongrong. I promise I won't make you angry again. Rongrong, don't worry, your brother Jian will be fine. He's just tired from training and needs to sleep a few more days. The Bon Douluo comforted, feeling heartbroken for his granddaughter. Fengji, a few days ago, you checked on Xiao Tian and said his body and soul were very healthy. Why hasn't he woken up yet? It's been 3 days, Chen Xin said anxiously. Ning Fengji shook his head. I don't quite understand either. According to what Uncle Jian said, Tianlin clearly succeeded in absorbing the soul ring. Yet he suddenly fainted at this time. I've never seen such a situation. In fact, the reason Tianlin had not awakened was that his soul had been subjected to an inexplicable attack. However, this attack did not harm him. Instead, it significantly expanded his spiritual sea. During these days, his consciousness had remained within the spiritual sea, sorting through the suddenly surging spiritual power. Finally done, in the spiritual sea, Tianlin let out a breath. He didn't know why the eyes of the purple fire golden-eyed beast had suddenly appeared in his spiritual sea, but the benefits he gained were undoubtedly immense. Now that his spiritual power had been sorted out, the stability of his spiritual sea was even greater than before. He felt that if he were to use the holy breath barrier now, its effectiveness would definitely be stronger than before. Of course, that was not the main point. His greatest gain this time was not the second soul ring or the reinforcement of his spiritual power, but rather that in his mind. The Shushan Baolu had turned a page. The second part of the Shushan Baolu, Yuheng by Chao Jing, authored by Cao Gu, one of the 7 saints of Shushan, documented various herbs, including those mentioned in the original work, such as the miraculous mushroom and the water lily jade skin bone. It provided not only the effects of the herbs, but also methods of preservation and consumption. Additionally, the alchemy section of the Baichao Jing recorded how using these immortal herbs as medicinal guides, combined with other herbs, could produce immortal pills that sometimes exceeded the effects of the herbs themselves. Shushan truly lived up to its reputation as a cultivation sect, as its documentation and application of immortal herbs likely surpassed Tang San's Xintian Baolu by tenfold. This meant he no longer needed to curry favor with Tang San, and he could even sweep up the herbs before Tang San encountered Dagobao. However, Tianlin's view of Tang San remained unchanged. He was not an enemy and could be befriended, but deep connections were unnecessary. After all, planning to snatch someone else's immortal herbs while calling each other brothers was unreasonable. And so, another day and night passed, with Tianlin completely immersed in studying the Yuheng Baichao Jing, forgetting the time and unaware that 4 people were keeping vigil over him outside. Brother Jian, why haven't you woken up yet? Ning Rongrong said, wiping Tianlin's face with a towel. If this scene were to be seen by others in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, they would surely be astonished. When did their little witch become so obedient and even care for someone? Outside, Ning Fengji sighed, thanks to Xiao Tian. Rongrong has indeed become much more sensible than before. I hope Xiao Tian wakes up soon. As a father who is overly protective of his daughter, he couldn't bear to see her crying every day. Moreover, he firmly believed that the future hope of their 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, the future protecting Douluo, would never fall because of a mere 1,000-year soul ring. Brother Jian, I have reached level 15 in soul power, although I'm not as powerful as you. Dad always praises me for being the fastest cultivating support type soul master. When you wake up, can I be your exclusive support soul master? Ning Rongrong continued to talk, hoping her words would reach Tianlin's heart. Perhaps it was true that heaven rewards the diligent. Tianlin in the spiritual sea truly heard someone calling him. That voice was Rongrong. Damn it, I was so focused on studying the alchemy section of the Shushan Baolu that I forgot there are loved ones outside who care for me. Tianlin felt a wave of regret. There is no bad time to learn alchemy. At the very least, I should have ensured that those outside knew I was safe first. I've been too selfish. With that thought, Tianlin immediately let his consciousness return. In reality, he slowly opened his eyes and found Ning Rongrong gently wiping his face. He smiled and said, Rongrong, I'm back. I'm sorry for making you worry. Seeing Tianlin awake, Ning Rongrong was overjoyed, tears welling up in her eyes. However, She did not forget the important matter and rushed outside, shouting, "Grandpa Jian, Grandpa Bo and Dad, come quick. Brother Jian is awake." Chapter 36. External Soul Bone Xiao Tian. How are you? Do you still feel unwell? In the room, Ning Fengji checked Tianlin's body again. Whether physically or mentally, he found Tianlin to be exceptionally strong. Theoretically, there should be no issues at all, but Qinshin still couldn't help but ask a few more times. "Master, don't worry, I'm really fine. In fact, I haven't been unconscious these past few days. My consciousness has been in my own sea of spirit." Tianlin reassured him, stating that his current condition was indeed very good. After informing them about the significant expansion of his sea of spirit, they finally understood that Tianlin had been organizing his suddenly surging mental power over the past few days. The sea of spirit, Xiao Tian could actually observe his own sea of spirit. This was something that many spirit-type soul masters could do. This was not something a sword-type martial soul could achieve, which suggested that his second martial soul might have some connection to mental power, Ning Fengji speculated. However, one thing puzzled him. Why did absorbing a soul ring cause Tianlin's sea of spirit to expand? The purple fire golden eye beast could launch attacks with its eyes, which could be considered a type of spirit soul beast, but the soul ring Tianlin absorbed was just over 1,000 years old. His mental power shouldn't be this strong. "Xiao Tian, can you tell me exactly what happened when you absorbed the soul ring?" Ning Fengji was very curious. Something must have happened to Tianlin. Since everyone here was trustworthy, Tianlin didn't plan to hide anything from them and recounted his experiences in the Sea of Spirit, omitting only the Shushan treasure record. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Ning Fengji was overjoyed. "I understand now. No wonder your mental power has expanded so much. Xiao Tian, you really got a huge benefit this time. Fengji, stop keeping us in suspense and tell us what happened to Xiao Tian." Qinshin hated when clever people spoke halfway, igniting curiosity and then leaving it hanging. Uncle Jian, don't be anxious. If I'm not mistaken, in Tianlin's Sea of Spirit, the entity that attacked him should be a soul bone. Specifically the fire flame golden eye from the purple fire golden eye beast. Ning Fengji said with a smile. Soul bone. This term shocked everyone present. Soul bones were incredibly precious in the world of soul masters, and whenever a soul bone appeared, it inevitably led to fierce battles among soul masters. Even a wealthy 7 treasure glazed tile school had very few in stock. Wait, that's not right. At this moment, Douluo looked puzzled. Aren't soul bones divided into 6 parts? Head, torso, and limbs? What does an eye count as? Could it be? He clearly had a guess, fearing that what Tianlin obtained was something more precious than an ordinary soul bone. Uncle Bone, are you saying that what Xiao Tian absorbed is an external soul bone? Ning Fengji's tone was extremely excited. The rarity of external soul bones is far beyond that of ordinary soul bones. If the appearance rate of ordinary soul bones is 1 in 1,000, then external soul bones are even rarer than 1 in 10,000. In the world of soul masters, the most precious items for soul masters are ranked on a list called the Soul Master Dream List, where external soul bones have consistently held the 2nd position, only behind the nearly impossible to exist 100,000-year soul rings. The most special aspect of external soul bones is that they evolve with their owner's soul power. Therefore, the earlier they are absorbed, the better. In the original work, Tang Sen absorbed an external soul bone at level 30, while Tianlin this time absorbed it even earlier, making him exceptionally lucky. So it's an external soul bone. No wonder it's so powerful. At this moment, Tianlin finally realized what opportunity he had encountered. He directly mobilized the soul power within his body to gather in his eyes, and soon, his black pupils transformed into a fiery red color, as if flames were burning within them. Inside the room, the temperature began to rise sharply. Ning Fengji and the others knew that Tianlin was activating the external soul bone, and they were also very curious about what was so special about his fire flame golden eye. Tianlin walked to the window and gazed into the distance. The objects in his view seemed to freeze. Even a mosquito far away could be seen clearly, including how many times its wings flapped in a second. Moreover, the distance was quite far, several kilometers away. Tianlin turned to look at Ning Fengji and the 2 Douluo. Uncle Ning, Master, Elder, after activating my external soul bone, I found that all my attributes have increased, especially my mental power and insight, which have been enhanced to a terrifying degree. Ning Fengji nodded, just as I thought. I type external soul bones, primarily enhance mental power and insight. What about the soul skill? Does it come with any actively cast soul skills? Yes. There's a move called Golden Flame Soul Burning, which belongs to mental attack soul skills. It can make the opponent's spirit feel as if it's in raging fire, delivering a fatal blow. However, this move consumes a lot of my mental power. Using it once nearly drains half of my mental power. Tianlin had indeed acquired a powerful soul skill, but it couldn't be used lightly. Ning Fengji and the others expressed indifference, saying it was fine. The high consumption was because your external soul bone is still low in age. As your strength increases in the future, it will become stronger, not only reducing consumption, but also increasing the power of the soul skill. Mental type attacks are extremely rare. Qinshin agreed, saying that Xiao Tian's demon-suppressing sword surpasses even my 7 killing sword and the Haotian hammer of the Haotian sect in physical attacks. Now, with such a terrifying soul attack added, it seems my title as the #1 attacking Douluo on this continent will soon be taken by someone else. If my disciple replaces me, Qinshin would be very pleased. Wow, another soul bone. Brother Jian is so amazing. Now Brother Jian has 2 soul bones, while Rongrong doesn't even have one. Ning Rongrong's cute voice was filled with envy. This little girl still thinks that Tianlin has a gem-like soul bone, completely unaware that this was all a ruse Tianlin had played on her to conceal the fact that he had twin martial souls. One can imagine that if Ning Rongrong ever learned the truth, she would definitely be furious and bite Tianlin with her little tiger teeth. Ning Fengji showed a smile, as he hoped to see Ning Rongrong's relationship with Tianlin grow closer. Xiao Tian, you are the most outstanding soul master I have ever seen. I believe your future is far more than just a title duel. Perhaps even the so-called human limit of level 99 won't hinder your path. At that time, the responsibility of protecting Rongrong and the 7 treasure glazed tile school will fall to you. Don't worry, Uncle Ning. No matter where I go, I will never forget that I am a member of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Tianlin promised. He could say this without hesitation because he never thought of betraying them. Chapter 37. Ice and Fire Sealing the Gods. Tianlin's overbearing second soul skill the next day on the training ground of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Tianlin and Sword Douluo Continent stood facing each other. Of course, they weren't going to engage in a soul fight. Even though Tianlin had no rivals at his level, facing a super Douluo like Continent, who was at level 96, still made him seem weak. The purpose today was for Continent to test the power of his disciple's second soul skill. A Millennium Soul skill would surely not disappoint him. Originally, this test should have taken place yesterday, but Ning Rongrong had clung tightly to Tianlin, not wanting him to fight. For her, it was a big deal that her sword brother had just woken up. How could he possibly fight? What if something happened? Under the persistent fuss of the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, they had no choice but to let Tianlin rest for another day. Master, are you ready? I'm going to attack now, Tianlin reminded. You little brat. Do you think I need to prepare to block the attack of a great soul master? Just come at me. Continent replied calmly. All right, then please take my attack, Tianlin said, and as he finished speaking, a purple halo shone brightly beneath his feet. At the same time, his first soul ring actually resonated with the second soul ring, and after merging with the soul ring of the purple fire golden-eyed beast, fire attributes had already been added to my sword. This move was the second soul skill, Ice and Fire Sealing the Gods, produced by merging water and fire attributes. Tianlin gathered all his soul power and unleashed 2 sword energies, one blue and one red. Wherever the sword energy passed, the ground was either covered in ice crystals or pitch black, and this sword energy was not only sharp, but also incredibly fast. Continent was taken aback. He realized he had underestimated his disciple. He actually felt a hint of threat from those 2 sword energies and quickly extended his palm to activate his soul power for defense. A soul power shield blocked the 2 sword energies, but soon, cracks began to slowly appear on the shield. What? I've already used nearly 20 levels of soul power, and I can't even block Xiao Tian's attack. Continent was extremely shocked. He was a title Douluo, and the quality of his soul power was far beyond that of an ordinary great soul master. As a high-level soul master, the 20 levels of soul power he released were enough to rival a 40-level soul master. If 20 levels 1T work, I'll increase it to 25, 30. Chun Xin continued to boost his soul power output, and only at 30 levels was he able to completely block Tianlin's ice and fire sealing the gods. Haha, sword old man, you're embarrassed now, aren't you? You actually had to use soul master level soul power to deal with a great soul master. Douluo laughed loudly at his old friend, as this was one of the few opportunities to mock him. But Chun Xin seemed to be deaf to the laughter, silently looking at his palm. All right, you've seen Sword Brother's soul skill. The next time is for Rongrong, Ning Rongrong said as she hugged Tianlin's arm. Sword Brother, come play with Rongrong, otherwise you'll be going back to the academy soon. Ning Rongrong cherished every moment spent with Tianlin, and Tianlin felt the same. He smiled and patted her head. Say, okay, let us go. I'll stay with you until we return to the academy. After saying this, he cupped his hands toward Ning Fengji and the others, saying, Uncle Ning, Master Elderbone, I'll take my leave. After Tianlin and Ning Rongrong left, Ning Fengji continued to observe the ice crystals and flames on the ground, as well as a large crack caused by the sword energy. The power of the attack is terrifying, comparable to that of a soul master, and it possesses both ice and fire powers. I have never seen such a powerful weapon spirit, Ning Fengji marveled. Indeed, fortunately, he is from our 7-treasure glazed tile school. Bondo also felt fortunate, but there was also a layer of envy. How could such a good successor be from his old rival, Chun Xin? Thinking about his own useless goo, Rand, made him feel even more upset. The more he thought about it, the angrier Gu Ron became as he directed his anger at Chun Xin, saying, Hey, sword old man, how long are you going to keep looking at your palm? Old Bone, let me ask you, under the condition of using 30 levels of soul power, can an ordinary soul king hurt you? Chun Xin suddenly asked, leaving Gu Ron bewildered. Of course not. I'm a 95-level title Douluo. My 30 levels of soul power can't be compared to an ordinary soul master. A soul king, even with his 5th soul skill, might not be able to hurt me, Gu Ron said confidently. He wasn't bragging, this was a fact. But look, Chun Xin suddenly opened his palm, revealing 2 wounds on it, which were being eroded by ice and fire power. It wasn't until he used his sword energy that he expelled these 2 attributes. You're injured? How is that possible? Gu Ron said in disbelief, as he had clearly seen Chun Xin blocking Tianlin's attack. Not only am I injured, but my soul power has also been sealed by nearly half a level. I think Tianlin's sword energy must have inherited the sealing ability of the purple fire golden-eyed beast. Ice and fire sealing the gods. What a good ice and fire sealing the gods, Chun Xin said. Although Chun Xin was injured, he was overjoyed inside. Tianlin's 2nd soul skill was even better than he had imagined. It could even seal his soul power. If it were a soul master of the same level, they would probably be sealed by 7 or 8 levels, or even more in an instant. Fengji, we were wrong before. Tianlin's weapon spirit. The strongest aspect is not its attack power, but its overbearing nature. It's not just the sword. I believe that orb is the same, Chun Xin reflected. Overbearing? That is right, exactly. Ning Fengji was enlightened by Chun Xin's reminder. As a theoretical expert, he suddenly understood. Shao Tian's weapon spirit, the strongest feature, was its overbearing nature, so much so that it ignored rules. When soul masters absorbed soul rings, no auxiliary soul skills could interfere. But Tianlin's orb completely disregarded this rule. And this sword, regardless of the level difference, dealt real damage. In other words, as long as it hit. Even if it were a god, it could still show you the damage. Real damage? There's actually such a weapon spirit. It's truly a monster. Gu Ron couldn't help but swallow hard after hearing Ning Fengji's explanation, feeling a bit apprehensive. If Tianlin reached 60 or 70 levels, wouldn't his increased attack power, relying on real damage, allow him to directly slash a title Douluo? Moreover, many of those title Douluos were incredibly arrogant. If they looked down on Tianlin, thinking that a soul emperor or soul sage couldn't hurt them, foolishly relying on their soul power to block. Just like Chun Xin did today, They might not even realize how they died. Hee, Spirit Hall, how can sect in as little as 30 years, or as long as 40 years, you will no longer be able to surpass our 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji said, looking at the plaque of his own main hall, filled with confidence about the future of the sect. Chapter 38. Return to Tiando 3 days later. Tianlin bid farewell to Rongrong and Qinshin and returned to the Tiando Royal Academy. He was supposed to leave 2 days ago, but Ning Rongrong cried and refused to let him go, so Tianlin had to stay with her for 2 more days. After returning to Tiando City, Tianlin did not go directly to the Royal Academy, but instead headed to the palace to inform Xue Qinghe that he had returned. Although he disguised himself as a boy, he still had the heart of a girl, and his petty traits were fully displayed. If he didn't go to see her right away, she would undoubtedly complain for a long time. Due to the prince's decree, Tianlin could enter the East Palace without reporting. It was noon, which should have been lunchtime, but Xue Qinghe was still handling state affairs. He had to maintain his diligent image as the crown prince at all times. Because of his performance, many ministers who were previously neutral began to lean toward him, as now the only remaining princes were him and Xuebong. If they didn't choose him, would they really choose the notorious playboy and arrogant prince Xuebong? Your Highness, young Master Tianlin has arrived, a maid whispered in Xue Qinghe's ear. Since Tianlin had visited multiple times, the people in the East Palace recognized him. They knew that Tianlin could be considered a fellow disciple of the crown prince and his close friend. Xiao Tian, you're back, Xue Qinghe exclaimed with joy as he set aside his duties. Yes, Brother Xue, I have successfully obtained my 2nd soul ring, and just returned today to pay my respects. Tianlin responded politely, which made Xue Qinghe somewhat dissatisfied. Xiao Tian, I've told you many times, there's no need to be so formal when you come here. Just act naturally. Xue Qinghe then ordered the palace maids, you all go out. I want to catch up with my junior brother. She thought Tianlin was behaving this way because of the presence of outsiders. In reality, Tianlin didn't want to get too close to Xue Qinghe. After spending several days together, he realized she was indeed a very charming person. If she were to restore her image as Qian Renxue, she would likely be even more captivating. Unfortunately, they were destined to be enemies. If they became too close, Tianlin worried that one day he might not be able to bring himself to harm her, and that would lead to his own demise. The current situation was just right. They had contact yet maintained a certain distance. She used the power of Tianxue to accelerate her cultivation, while he similarly used the Huahuang meditation method to help purify her soul power. Neither owed the other anything, and even if the situation turned dire in the future, it wouldn't be considered betrayal if one of them had to kill the other. By the way, Xiao Tian, can you let Brother Xue see your 2nd soul ring? Xue Qinghe asked as she walked to Tianlin's side. Her main concern was Tianlin's cultivation. The stronger he became, the stronger the power of Tianxue would be. Once Tianlin reached her level, their cultivation speed would increase exponentially. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before she could return to the Spirit Hall and reclaim the position of the Pope from that woman. Sure, Tianlin nodded. While he could hide his 2nd martial soul and external soul bones, he couldn't hide the 2nd soul ring. During battle, it was impossible not to use it. As a magic sword was summoned, 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, began to rise slowly. Purple, a 1,000-year soul ring. Xue Qinghe was taken aback. It was uncommon to hunt a 1,000-year soul beast for a 2nd soul ring, and even she wouldn't dare to do so. Yes, Brother Xue. My 2nd soul ring comes from a 1,000-year purple fire golden-eyed beast. How reckless! How could the sword Douluo allow you to do something so dangerous? Xue Qinghe was immediately angry. She was unaware of Tianlin's 2nd martial soul, so she felt a wave of fear at his reckless behavior. Is she concerned about me? Tianlin was slightly taken aback. He sensed that Xue Qinghe was genuinely angry, but her anger stemmed from concern. Did that mean he was more than just a cultivation booster in her eyes? Brother Xue, I'm fine, don't worry. Ever since I awakened my martial soul, my body has become stronger day by day. Even with a 1,000-year soul ring, I didn't feel any pain while absorbing it. Unconsciously, Tianlin began to comfort Xue Qinghe. Despite their age difference of about 10 years, it looked like a younger brother was comforting an older sister. Xue Qinghe smiled and said, All right, as long as you're fine. Xiao Tian, promise me you won't do anything so dangerous again in the future. This time you were lucky. Your soul ring is a light shade of purple, indicating it just crossed the 1,000-year mark. Moreover, the purple fire golden-eyed beast itself is not a particularly powerful soul beast. Many factors contributed to your safe passage through this danger. Next time you might not be so lucky, understand? Don't worry, I promise I won't do that again. Tianlin solemnly assured her, though he certainly wouldn't keep that promise. To become stronger, absorbing a soul ring that exceeds his level was the fastest route for him. Hearing Tianlin's promise, Xueqinghe finally calmed down. After keeping Tianlin for lunch in the East Palace, the two spent another 2 hours cultivating together using the power of Tianxue before Tianlin took his leave. During their training, Xueqinghe noticed that Tianlin's soul power had already reached the peak of level 22 and was about to break into level 23. The 1,000-year soul ring indeed provided him with a significant boost. With Xiao Tian's cultivation speed, it would only be a matter of time before he caught up to me. I'm looking forward to it. When we merge our divine martial souls, it will be incredibly powerful. Watching Tianlin's departing figure, Xueqinghe revealed an expectant smile. By the time Tianlin returned to the Tiando Royal Academy, it was already close to dusk. He headed straight to the training ground, where the nobles of the Tiando Royal Academy might have left early to enjoy their nightlife due to the tedious training. However, his friends would not do that. They had an insatiable desire to become stronger and would not return until the sun had set. Sure enough, when he arrived at the training area, teacher Qinming was leading them in practical combat exercises. The Shijiao brothers were matched against the couple duo of Yu Qianheng and Dugu Yin. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Yu Qianheng gathered lightning in his palm and struck towards Shimo, the older brother of the Shijiao brothers. First soul skill, Xuanwu Shield. Shimo remained unfazed. The Xuanwu turtle was indeed a top-tier defensive martial soul, and even a powerful beast martial soul like the blue lightning tyrant dragon couldn't shake Shimo's defenses. Not only did Yu Qianheng fail to break through Shimo's defense, but he was also pushed back by the rebound force. On the other side, Dugu Yin spat out the venom of the green-scaled snake, which was also completely blocked by Shimo's turtle shell. His turtle shell was slightly different from his brother Shimo's. While Shimo focused on enhancing defense, his was slightly weaker in defense, but capable of resisting various abnormal states. Unexpectedly, after one round of combat, it turned out that the weaker soul power of the Shijiao brothers had the advantage. Chapter 39, Challenge to You, Tianheng, Study of Detoxification Techniques. Tianheng. Your attack power will definitely not lose to Shimo's defense, but your lightning attacks are too scattered. You need to learn to concentrate your power and break through the opponent's defense with precision. Yinzi, your poison is very powerful, but it lacks offensive strength. Once you encounter a defensive soul master like Shimo who can resist toxins, you need to consider other tactics. Just now, you should have used your snake tail to pull Tianheng over immediately, relying on his attack power to break Shimo's defense, or you could have changed direction and attacked Shimo, who isn't resistant to poison. You must not be dazed on the battlefield just because one attack failed. Remember, you are a control-type soul master, the brain of the team. If the brain doesn't function, how can the limbs operate correctly? Qinming was giving guidance from the side. Unlike his usual, gentle demeanor, he was particularly serious at this moment. Perhaps this is the tradition of Shrek Academy. Senior brothers and sisters, you are all working very hard. Tianlin smiled as he walked forward. Upon seeing Tianlin return, everyone immediately stopped fighting. Overthrow, the fastest, appeared beside Tianlin in an instant. Oh, our little Tian is back. Let us see how my new hairstyle looks. Overthrow had gotten a hairstyle similar to a pompadour and was proudly showing it off to Tianlin. Senior Overthrow, I think you look better as a bald head. If you don't mind, I can help you with that. I guarantee my sword is very sharp and will shave it all off without leaving a trace, Tianlin said mischievously. Let's forget about that. What if you accidentally chop my head off? Overthrow took a few steps back in fear. No worries, if I accidentally chop it off, I will definitely apologize. But during the feast, I want to sit with Senior Yi and Sister Yinzi, Tianlin said casually, making a chilling remark. Overthrow immediately hid behind the Shijiao brothers, feeling a bit of safety only under the protection of these two big guys. Sigh, what a pair of clowns, Qinming sighed helplessly. Tianlin was fine, being under 8 years old, but Osro, already 12, was still acting like a child. Having great strength but lacking wisdom is useless. Qin Ming worried that one day Osro, a sensitive attack-type soul master, would engage in a team battle and end up clashing head-on with the opponent's strong attack-type soul master, instead of targeting the enemy's backline support. "Did you get your second spirit ring?" Yu Qianheng asked as he walked up to Tianlin. "Yes, Tianheng. Do you remember our agreement? When are we going to have a match?" Tianlin was eager to experience the power of the blue lightning tyrant dragon. "I've used quite a bit of spirit power today. So how about tomorrow at noon? The venue will be at the Royal Academy's battle arena. You represent the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, and I represent the blue lightning tyrant dragon family. Let's settle it openly." Yu Qianheng quickly set the time and place, and Tianlin had no objections. Qin Ming didn't say much either. He knew the two kids had a sense of proportion, and this wasn't a life-and-death duel. Even among friends, sparring was common, and some friendships grow stronger through competition. After discussing the main topic, Tianlin turned to Dian, who was beside Yu Qianheng, and said, "By the way, Sister Yinzi, I feel like your eyes seem a bit greener than before I left." "Well, maybe it's because I've leveled up by 1 rank in the past few days. It's a sign that my poison has become stronger," Dugu Yin replied dismissively, as this was common in her family. Her grandfather and deceased father had also experienced this. Tianlin, however, knew this wasn't a good sign. As Dugu Yan's poison grew stronger, it would also harm her body more. The original work mentioned that her father died from being backfired by his own poison. Perhaps Dugu Bo didn't want Dugu Yin to be sad or scared, so he didn't tell her about it, and therefore, she was unaware of the severity of the situation. It seemed he needed to hurry and learn the medical knowledge from the Yuheng Baichao Jing, focusing first on the detoxification section. This was not only for the sake of the rare medicinal herbs, but also to help Dugu Yin rid herself of the deadly poison, enabling her strength to be better utilized. After returning to his room, Tianlin entered his spiritual sea, where his focus would be easier to concentrate, and his learning efficiency would be faster. The Yuheng Baichao Jing recorded many methods for detoxification, along with notes made by Caogu. As one of the 7 saints of Shushan, Caogu focused on healing and saved countless people throughout her life, including many experts who practiced poison techniques and were backfired by their own toxins. Most of the time, Caogu's methods involved detoxifying their entire body of poison, because those who practiced poison techniques often had ulterior motives. This way, she could save their lives and prevent them from continuing to harm others with poison. Of course, Tianlin couldn't learn this kind of thing. For a soul master, losing all their power is worse than death, and Dugu Yin would definitely refuse. However, there are exceptions to everything. Caogu understood that techniques themselves are neither good nor evil. It depends on how one uses them. Thus, when she encountered someone who practiced poison techniques but had a pure heart, she thought of other methods. One method was quite similar to Tang San's approach to treating Dugu Bo, which involved finding a medium to transfer all the toxins in the body, preventing the deadly poison from corroding oneself. In the world of Xianjian, the medium consists of various magical treasures. Once a treasure chooses its master, only the master can use it, making it no different from a part of their body. However, in the Douluo world, there are no such magical treasures. The equivalent is soul bones. Tianlin looked around and indeed found no more reliable method than this. But transferring toxins is not so simple. It also requires a special guiding method and combined treatment with medicinal herbs. These were found in Tang San's Xintian Baolu, and Tianlin's Yuheng Baichao Jing naturally included them too. In half a year, Tianlin estimated he could thoroughly grasp this small section of content, at which point he could detoxify Dugu Bo and Dugu Yin, saving their lives and allowing him to rightfully collect the rare medicinal herbs. Although he could have gone to Dugu Bo and forcibly taken the herbs with the help of Sword Duo and Bone Douluo, as Dugu Bo alone would not be a match for any of them, and seizing them wouldn't be difficult, Tianlin couldn't bring himself to do such a thing. While it is said that rare herbs belong to the virtuous, can someone who forcibly robs others of treasures truly be called virtuous? Moreover, Dugu Yin was already considered his friend, so it's better to maintain some bottom line. At worst, he could leave some rare herbs for Dugu Yin and Dugu Bo. Chapter 40 Tianlin versus Yu Qianheng 1. The match is on. The match is on. The Douluo heir of the seven-treasure glazed tile school is facing the successor of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family. Everyone, hurry up and place your bets. Today, the Tianlin Royal Academy is particularly lively because the news of Tianlin challenging Yu Tianheng has spread throughout the academy. As the future leaders of the second and third major sects in the world, the two of them have sparked quite a discussion. Overthrow and Yu Feng even set up a betting booth. Hey Overthrow, what are the odds for both of them? A noble asked. Although the people from Tianlin Royal Academy are not short on money, they're still very interested in betting. After all, money earned at home cannot compare to what is won through hard work. While both are soul masters of the second ring, and their martial soul qualities are quite similar, both being top-tier martial souls. Therefore, the odds can only be based on their levels. Tianlin is at level 22, while Yu Tianheng is at level 26, which is a significant 4-level difference. So, after my professional assessment, the odds for Tianlin are 1-2, while for Tianheng, it's 1-1. Everyone nodded. They knew that Overthrow usually spends time with the two and should have an accurate judgment of their strengths. These odds are considered fair. I'll bet on Yu Tianheng 1,000 gold soul coins. Immediately, someone placed a bet, seeming to kick off the trend. A large number of people followed suit, and there were clearly more betting on Yu Tianheng than on Tianlin, as the 4-level gap was significant. Moreover, Yu Tianheng was older, and his battle experience was undoubtedly richer than Tianlin's. These two guys are actually betting on me and Tianheng's soul fight. Not far away, Tianlin and a few others silently watched Overthrow and Yu Feng's actions. Overthrow was fine, but what was Yu Feng doing, following him around like this? Tianlin smiled slightly and said to Yi Lingling beside him, Lingling, are you interested in scamming them a bit? I'm very interested. What do you plan to do? Yi Lingling, who usually didn't say much, was absolutely capable of scamming her teammates. Tianlin took out a golden card. This is a gold soul coin card that Uncle Ning gave me before I left the sect. It seems to have about 100,000 gold soul coins in it. You take it and bet it all on my victory. After we succeed, we'll split the 200,000 gold soul coins evenly. The seven-treasure glazed tile school is indeed the richest sect in the world, giving you just this much for your living expenses. But you're so confident. Tianheng is no pushover. Be careful not to lose everything. Yi Lingling took the golden card from Tianlin's hand, but knowing Yu Tianheng's strength, she still asked, Don't worry. My boss is invincible at the same level. Gu Ran appeared behind the two, looking even more confident than Tianlin himself. Sister Lingling, I also have a card my master gave me, with about 30,000 gold soul coins. Also, bet it all on my boss. Likewise, we'll split the winnings. Good. Yi Lingling took the cards from the two and walked up to Overthrow. A total of 130,000 gold soul coins. Bet on Xiao Tian. What the hell, Lingling? Where did you get so much money? Overthrow was stunned. He didn't expect the usually quiet Yi Lingling to be a rich girl. You don't need to know. Just tell me place the bet. After dropping the two cards, Yi Lingling left directly. This betting matter could only be handled by her. If Tianlin and Gu Ran went, they would definitely guess that Tianlin had some sure win trick up his sleeve, and then how could they scam them? Time quickly reached noon, and this match indeed attracted a lot of attention. Not only the Academy members who placed bets, but also those who did not, as well as the Academy teachers and the 3 committee members came to watch. They wanted to see the strength of both sides, and were also worried that if they fought out of control, they could intervene in time. After all, both of them were the future hopes of the 2 major sections. If one of them fell here, that old dragon or that pair of sore bones would go mad and destroy the Academy. Xiao Tian, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Today, I will prove that my blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex family is by no means inferior to your 7-treasure glazed tile school. Huh! Yu Tianheng shouted angrily, and a massive thunder dragon appeared around him, exuding overwhelming power. Is that the number 1 beast martial soul in the world, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex? Then let me see whose martial soul is more domineering. The special effect of Tianlin's martial soul did not look as stunning as Yu Tianheng's. A long sword naturally appeared in Tianlin's hand, but the 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, that followed were enough to leave people speechless. This, 1,000-year second ring, I'm not mistaken, right? Bai Baoshan rubbed his eyes hard, wondering if he had gained weight recently. pressing down on his retina and making it hard to see clearly. No, what I see is the same. Good. Our Tiando Royal Academy has truly produced a genius. Meng Xinji was extremely excited. He had taught thousands of students, but had never seen a second soul ring being 1,000 years old. Tianlin's talent had indeed broken the norm. Oh no, it seems I've been scammed by Lingling. She must know something, which is why she placed such a big bet. This is bad. Asra was completely panicked. He originally thought that even if Tianlin was strong, he wouldn't be able to surpass a 4-level gap. But now, the difference between a 1,000-year soul ring and a 100-year soul ring was enough to make up for that mere 4-level gap. And the outcome of this match suddenly became unpredictable. A 1,000-year second ring. No wonder the Sword Douluo would say such things back then. Yu Qianheng became completely serious. He no longer regarded Tianlin as a junior several years younger than him, but as a peer of equal standing. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. Yu Qianheng used his first soul skill right at the start, showing how much he valued Tianlin. Tianlin smiled slightly. Very good, it should be like this. First soul skill. Condensation of cold snow. He also did not lag behind and unleashed his first soul skill. Both sides were using state-type soul skills. The Thunder Dragon Claw greatly enhanced attack power while also carrying a strong piercing effect, which is the nature of thunder and lightning, brutal and penetrating. Tianlin's condensation of cold snow, on the other hand, concentrated the power of ice on the sword's edge, which not only strengthened the attack power, but also imbued the attack with powerful freezing capabilities. Tianling, I'm coming. Take this, moon-shooting cold river. Tianlin took the lead and jumped, thrusting his sword directly. Good, watch my thunder dragon breaking wind. Yu Qianheng raised his dragon claw to meet it head-on. In an instant, the sword and claw clashed, and surprisingly, Yu Qianheng's dragon claw caught a spark on the edge of Tianlin's sword, significantly reducing the power of the ice. In this round of confrontation, Yu Qianheng held a slight advantage and quickly unleashed 6 claws at Tianlin in rapid succession, each strike being fast, accurate, and fierce. Fortunately, Tianlin practiced the Shushan sex movement technique, barely dodging the attacks, but his chest was still marked with 5 claw marks from Yu Qianheng's strikes. Chapter 41, Tianlin vs. Yu Qianheng 2. Tianlin looked at the claw strip on his chest and sighed. What a powerful claw technique. Is this one of the self-created soul skills passed down from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family? That's right, this is the Panlong 7 claws. Yu Qianheng retracted his dragon claw and said, I can tell that what you just used was merely a basic sword technique. You can't possibly win against my family's soul skill, and you haven't even used the 7-kill sword technique yet? Alright, then prepare to take my attack. The killing intent spreads. Tianlin knew that relying solely on the entry-level sword technique from Mount Shu could not win against Yu Qianheng, so he had to get serious. A heavy killing intent converged towards Tianlin, making him feel a chill down his spine. Yu Qianheng knew that anyone facing such killing intent would instinctively feel some fear. Once this fear suppressed their fighting spirit, their combat power would rapidly decline, so it was time to face the challenge head-on. Thunder Dragon Claw. Thunder Dragon breaks the wind. The 7 kills sword technique with no retreat. Tianlin naturally would not dodge at this moment. Both of them unleashed their ultimate moves while activating their first soul skills, with power comparable to that of a soul sage. The clash of sword and claw, ice and lightning, created countless exhilarating sparks. Just then, Yu Qianheng suddenly changed his move, transforming his claw into a fist. Blue electric lights crackled with booming sounds as he gathered strength. It seemed that his first soul skill, like Tianlin's, was not just a state-type soul skill, but could also be released. Yu Qianheng threw a punch, and a roaring dragon head of lightning charged towards Tianlin. Tianlin raised his long sword and slashed down. Congeal cold snow go. Instantly, a powerful icy sealing force neutralized Yu Qianheng's lightning. The two remained evenly matched. This was almost like watching a battle between the young Sword Douluo and Thunder Douluo. Meng Xinji sighed. Although these two are only great soul masters, their strength is not inferior to that of a soul sage. Xiao Tian, you are indeed impressive. How you plan to deal with this move, my second soul skill? Thunderbolt? Yu Qianheng finally unleashed his trump card, his second soul skill, which is also a single target attack skill. but its power was several times stronger than the Thunder Dragon Claw. A number of lightning bolts converged into one, and a powerful current swept towards Tianlin. I have a second soul skill too, Ice Fire Sealing God. Tianlin instantly summoned the power of ice and fire, swinging out two sword energies to clash with Yu Tianheng. In this strike, Tianlin used at least 60% of his strength, while Tianheng used all his might. The two forces became locked in a stalemate in the center of the arena. Xiao Tian, you are indeed strong. My blue electric Tyrannosaurus has never encountered an opponent in attack before. Although you are using a 1,000-year soul skill against my 100-year soul skill, you can still be proud. Yu Tianheng's voice echoed amidst the lightning, declaring his certainty of victory. Now both sides had entered a contest of soul power, without using their full strength. Even a 1,000-year soul skill faced a 4-level gap, and how could Tianlin make up for that? It could be seen that Tianlin's ice and fire power was gradually being suppressed by Yu Tianheng's lightning. Tianheng was gaining the upper hand. Many who had bet on Yu Tianheng's victory became excited. Hee, it seems it's almost over, but victory or defeat does not rest on this strike. Tianlin smiled slightly, and surprisingly retracted his power. The thunderbolt suddenly lost its obstruction and struck towards Tianlin. This startled Yu Tianheng, who had not expected Tianlin to suddenly withdraw his strength. He anxiously shouted, Xiao Tian, quickly dodge. I can't hold back my soul skill. The power of Thunderbolt was incredibly strong. If it hit directly, Tianlin would either die or be severely injured. Congeal cold snow. At that moment, Tianlin instantly activated his first soul skill. To everyone's astonishment, he completely blocked Yu Tianheng's Thunderbolt using only the first soul skill. Tianheng, you want to have another chance now. Tianlin took advantage of his momentum to press the attack, slashing horizontally with his sword. Yu Tianheng extended his dragon claw to block, but the immense force from the sword pushed him back half the arena's distance. Fierce winds and thunder. An offensive-type Soul Master exerts the strongest attack power in the shortest time. Tianlin's basic sword technique had reached a level of mastery, with each move flowing seamlessly, almost without any time lag. Fierce winds and thunder was the strongest move in the entry-level sword technique of Mount Shu, striking swiftly and directly at the opponent's vital points. Of course, Tianlin wouldn't strike to kill Yu Tianheng, so he slightly altered the direction of the sword, originally aimed at the heart, now targeting the shoulder. Lightning Dragon Protect. Yu Tianheng quickly used the second form of the Panlong's 7 claws, a defensive move where lightning formed a glove-like protection around his hand, attempting to grab Tianlin's sword edge to block the attack. Tianheng, don't struggle. You cannot stop my sword. Tianlin increased his strength again, and the sword edge sliced through Yu Tianheng's palm, leaving a blood mark on his shoulder in an instant. Although his palm had lightning protection, unfortunately, the defense was countered by the demon's sword, and he was immediately injured by the cold air of congeal cold snow. What is going on? The situation just flipped. How did Tianlin suddenly become stronger? Du Guyan was both anxious and confused. The originally advantageous position changed completely after Tianlin retracted his second soul skill. No, it's not that Tianlin became stronger. It's that Tianheng became weaker. Did you notice? Meng Xinji asked by Baoshan and Zhiling beside him. Yes. It seems that Tianlin's second soul skill is not just an attack move. It also has the effect of weakening the opponent. The two nodded in agreement. As Soul Douluo, their insight was far superior to that of those students. No, where's my soul power? Why can't I use it? Yu Tianheng looked at his palm in the arena and finally noticed something was wrong. He could feel that his soul power was still abundant, but a portion of it, about 7 levels, was actually unusable. This meant that his current soul power was only around level 19. Once the soul power decreased, his attack power and speed would naturally decline. Tianheng, it seems you finally noticed. My second soul skill is not just for attack. It also has the effect of sealing soul power. During the time you were clashing with me using Thunderbolt, I sealed about 7 levels of your soul power. Tianlin raised his long sword and smiled. Surrender, Tianheng. You can't withstand my second soul skill now. Tianlin's second soul ring lit up again, and he planned to use Ice Fire Sealing God once more. Yu Tianheng, being stubborn, would not easily admit defeat either. He also prepared to activate his second soul ring and compete with Tianlin once more. But at that moment, he discovered that his second soul ring was no longer the bright yellow it used to be, but a grayish hue, and he could not use the soul skill at all. What? After my soul power went from great soul master to soul master, my second soul ring was sealed as well. Yu Qianheng was extremely shocked. Tianlin's second soul skill is too domineering. Wow, Ice Fire Sealing God, is that powerful? Tianlin was also stunned. He only knew it could seal soul power, but hadn't he expected it could also seal soul rings. Yu Tianheng sighed and retracted his martial soul, saying, "Forget it, Xiao Tian. I admit defeat." He originally wanted to continue fighting, but now that both his soul power and soul ring were sealed, he had nothing left to compete with Tianlin. It was better to admit defeat early to avoid injury. This was indeed the correct choice. Tianlin's sword ignored defenses, and the only way to counter it was to attack head-on, using one attack to cancel out another. Without attack power, Yu Qianheng could be said to have been temporarily rendered useless. Upon hearing this, Tianlin also retracted his martial soul. After all, this was just a spar, and it was best to leave it at that. Chapter 42. Overthrow gets played. The royal battle team is formed upon hearing Yu Qianheng concede. The crowd erupted in shock. They couldn't believe that Tianlin, with a soul power level of 22, had defeated Yu Qianheng, who was at level 26. It was truly astonishing. He was not even 8 years old. Was he a genius or a monster? This battle made many people start to recognize Tianlin. The fear they previously felt due to the Aldo family's issues gradually turned into admiration. It wasn't just because of his strength, but also because he showed mercy during the fight, stopping just short of causing serious harm. It was clear he was not someone with a murderous intent, but rather a kind child. Moreover, with his charming face, it was hard not to like him. Wow, I didn't realize before that this junior is not only strong, but also cute, and his temper is actually quite good. I really like him. Some in the crowd became infatuated. Previously, they had avoided him, so they never noticed his good qualities. It was infuriating. They thought they should have taken him home to raise when everyone else was distancing themselves from him. After all, this future title Douluo would belong solely to them. Some even thought about taking Tianlin back as a child husband. Although many lost gold soul coins to him, they held no resentment. Coming from noble families, hundreds or thousands of gold soul coins were nothing to them. However, someone among them broke down. Overthrow rushed to the edge of the arena and lamented, "Tianheng, how can you concede? Your life and fortune depend on you." What the hell? Yu Qianheng was baffled. I can't defeat little Tian. Should I just stand here and wait to get beaten up? He knew that Tianlin had gone easy on him. His sword energy had intentionally grazed his body. Therefore, apart from his clothes being torn, he had only a few minor wounds that would heal quickly due to his physique. He was a person who understood when to retreat and would not stubbornly cling to the fight. Moreover, this fair and just soul battle was one he could accept losing. Why don't you try again, Tianheng? Maybe after using so many soul skills, little Tian's soul power is running low, and you might still have a chance. Overthrow was like a drowning person trying to grasp at straws. Are you kidding? Tianlin just has high soul power consumption, but I've had my soul ring sealed, and my strength has dropped to that of a soul master. I can't win, it's impossible. Yu Qianheng decisively cut off his last hope. At that moment, a jade hand appeared behind Overthrow, and a finger poked his shoulder. Overthrow turned around to see the beautiful yet expressionless Yi Lingling. Overthrow, I won. Tianlin's odds were 2-1. Besides the 130,000 gold soul coins I bet. You owe me an additional 260,000, totaling 390,000 gold soul coins. Since you're going to be my teammate in the future, I'll round it down to 400,000. She stated the most heartless words in the most casual tone. Is that rounding down? That's clearly rounding up. Yufeng, you say something too. Don't forget, you're also a part of this. Overthrow attempted to pull Yufeng into the fire. Unexpectedly, Yufeng immediately summoned his martial soul, the Wind Bellbird, saying, I'm just here to help you set up the stall, not the banker. Don't involve me. After saying that, Yufeng flew off without a trace. Truly selling out a good teammate. Overthrow, hurry up and pay. Otherwise, in the next training session, even if you get hurt, I won't let the 9 hearts begonia help you. Yi Lingling continued to urge. According to the previous agreement with Tianlin and Gu Ran, The gold soul coins won would be split 50-50. After returning the 130,000 that was used as a stake, she could at least get 130,000 gold soul coins. As an auxiliary soul master, her training resources consumed faster than those of attack-type soul masters. This money would last her a long time. Big sister, can I write an IOU? Can I pay in installments? Osro said pitifully. Although his family was noble, they were not as wealthy as the seven-treasure glazed tile school. 400,000 gold soul coins was enough to cover several years of expenses for his family. Yi Lingling nodded, that's fine. She didn't intend to make it too difficult for Osro. After all, they were teammates. So that's why you kept me from conceding. Yu Qianheng finally understood. Osro had actually bet on his match against Tianlin, and because Yi Lingling had placed a large bet, it seemed he had lost badly this time. Teacher Qin Ming had long said that frequent gambling leads to loss. I told you not to ignore his advice. Now you're on your own. Yu Qianheng chuckled with schadenfreude as he took Du Guyan's hand and left. Although he wasn't injured, the consumption of his soul power and mental power was too great. So he needed to rest well. With his girlfriend's company, he would surely recover faster. Lingling, take your share of the money Osro owes later. As an auxiliary soul master, your training resources are consumed faster than ours. Just give any excess to me and Gu Ran. At this moment, Tianlin stepped forward and added a jab. You mean Lingling's money came from you and Gu Ran? You actually teamed up to play me. Osro suddenly felt as if the whole world had betrayed him. I didn't mean to play you. I just have confidence in my own strength, Tianlin innocently replied, his childish face making it all the more deceptive. But now to Osro, he seemed extremely scheming. I was just confident in my boss's strength. Gu Ran, seeing Tianlin was about to leave, quickly followed him. He was indeed honest, knowing that following his boss meant there would be meat to eat, and that was a certainty. Yi Lingling quickly brought over a piece of paper. Osro, I've already written the IOU. Just put your fingerprint here. In despair, Osro extended a hand, letting Yi Lingling manipulate it. His once-injured world finally appeared. After today's battle, Tianlin's famed sword, Yu Qianheng, despite losing, received no ridicule due to his outstanding performance. Teacher Qin Ming recognized the benefits of showcasing strength through soul battles. He intentionally arranged for all 9 to gain fame, so the academy would pay more attention to them and provide more training resources. Over the next few days, he arranged for the other 7 to battle each other. On the first day, the Shijia brothers' dual defense combination faced off against Osro and Yu Feng's agile attack combination. On the second day, Du Guyan and Yi Lingling's goddess team faced Tianlin and Gu Ran's 7-treasure glazed tile team. On the third day, the Shijia brothers teamed up with Yi Lingling to form the strongest defense and recovery combination against Tianlin and Yu Qianheng's dual attack team. The real damage dealt was offset by the healing of the 9 Hearts Begonia. Even with their high attack power, it took them most of the day to barely break through the defense to win. Unknowingly, the fame of the 9-member group had spread throughout the Tiando Royal Academy. The 3 committee members realized that Qin Ming seemed to be intentionally training the strongest combination, likely to prepare for the upcoming Continental Elite Soul Master Tournament. Moreover, the 9 he selected were indeed outstanding. Within 3 years, they would undoubtedly become the best among the Tiando level. After some discussion, Dream Machine issued orders to significantly allocate training resources to the 9. And finally, the name of the 9-member battle team was officially confirmed. Just like in the original work, the Royal Battle Team, Tianlin vowed that with his joining, the Royal Battle Team would never lose to Shrek Academy or the Spirit Hall Academy again. Chapter 43, The Royal Fighting Team versus. The first team of the Tiando Royal Academy time flies, and before anyone realizes, a year has passed. Under the relentless training of the Royal Fighting Team, everyone's strength has made significant progress. Tianlin is now over 8 years old, and due to his focus on studying the Jade Balance herbal record this past year, his progress in soul power and swordsmanship hasn't been as astonishing as expected. Currently, his soul power is at level 26, having increased by 4 levels, and he has comprehended the second and third forms of the 7-kill sword technique, both of which he has mastered. Qingxin is quite satisfied with this speed. If he knew that Tianlin had also spent a significant amount of energy on other matters, he would surely be utterly amazed. In fact, Tianlin had nearly mastered the poison-dispelling method 6 months ago, but over the past 6 months, he also had to learn alchemy. Some immortal herbs are most effective when consumed directly, but others, according to the notes from the Herbal Valley, can yield greater benefits when refined into pills. Sometimes, a single herb can produce multiple pills, which truly maximizes benefits. Tianlin's rapid learning can also be attributed to the soul ring and external soul bone from the purple fire golden-eyed beast. As a wise soul beast, after merging with its soul ring and soul bone, Tianlin found that his memory and comprehension abilities had improved. Generally, soul rings and soul bones enhance physical qualities like strength and defense, so it's rare to find one that enhances wisdom. Tianlin may be the first in 1,000 years to experience this. Apart from him, the other 8 members of the royal fighting team have also made considerable progress. They are all now at the heavenly level, with Yu Qianheng close to reaching the Tiando level. Currently, their standings are as follows. Yu Qianheng, 13 years old. Beast Martial Soul Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Attack type, level 29. Dugian, 13 years old. Beast Martial Soul Green Scale Snake. Control type, level 28. Sure, MO. 13 years old. Beast Martial Soul Xuanwu Turtle. Defense type, level 28. Sure, MO. 13 years old. Beast Martial Soul Xuanwu Turtle. Defense type, level 28. Osro. 13 years old. Beast Martial Soul Ghost Leopard. Agility type, level 27. Yufeng, 13 years old. Beast Martial Soul Wind Bell Bird. Agility type, level 27. Ye Lingling, 12 years old. Weapon Martial Soul 9 Heart Begonia. Healing type, level 26. Guran, 12 years old. Beast Martial Soul Bone Warhorse. Attack type, level 25. Jun Tianlin, 8 years old. Weapon Martial Soul Demon Suppression Sword. Attack type, level 26. Except for Tianlin, the talents of the other members of the royal fighting team are slightly inferior to those of the original Shrek 7 monsters. After all, they're the protagonists. Guran is even more at risk of falling behind, as he is merely a background character who never appeared in the original work, truly lacking any rights. However, fortunately for Guran, since he has taken Tianlin as his leader, Tianlin naturally looks out for him. After Ning Rongrong, he is the second to benefit from the enhancement of the Sacred Breath Barrier, which has allowed him to barely keep up with the group. The strength of the royal fighting team today is such that even some Soul Master teams at the Soul Sovereign level might not be able to defeat them. They sometimes even serve as sparring partners for the Tiando Royal Academy team, as in 1 year, the Elite Soul Master competition will be held across the continent. Of course, this won't be the same competition that Tang San and his friends participate in. The Soul Master competition is held once every 5 years, with the last one occurring 4 years ago. In a year, neither Tang San nor Tianlin's group will be eligible to participate, as they are too young. The stage that truly belongs to them will be the one held 6 years later. Unfortunately, Tianlin does not have high hopes for the current team of the Tiando Royal Academy. Their first team strength is not strong, comprising 3 low-level Soul Masters and 4 high-level Soul Sovereigns. With such strength, how can they compete against the Spear Hall? Even during regular sparring, if those 3 Soul Masters accidentally fall victim to Tianlin's Ice Fire Sealing God, sealing their 4 soul ring, they would find themselves in a tough battle. This group truly lives up to the reputation of spoiled rich kids. Not only are their levels low, but their combat abilities are also pitifully weak. Perhaps their hard-won breakthrough to level 40 was solely due to family resources, and once Tianlin breaks through to level 30, he will be able to easily overpower them. On the Soul Fighting platform, the Tiando Royal Academy team is once again training against the Royal Fighting team. The Royal Fighting team is supposed to be the sparring partners, but in every sense, they appear to be the opponents. Except for Gu Ran and Yu Feng, the 7 members of the Royal Fighting team are all spirited and confident, showing no fear even when facing opponents with an average level over 10 levels higher than theirs. In contrast, the members of the Tiando First Team, who are preparing for the competition, are all panting and displaying a negative attitude of not wanting to train. Tianheng, these seniors are really useless. Let's encourage them a bit. Tianlin said. All right, little Tian, let's go. Use our combo technique. Yu Qianheng smiled confidently. He and Tianlin have collaborated many times. Although they don't have a martial soul fusion technique, they have created several combined soul skill techniques. Tianlin's sword can absorb various attributes to become stronger. Even though he hasn't yet absorbed a lightning attribute soul ring, it is no problem to temporarily channel Yu Tianheng's lightning to enhance himself. Second soul skill, Thunderbolt. Tianlin raised his long sword, drawing upon the fire attribute energy from his second soul ring, while Yu Tianheng unleashed his second soul skill, channeling lightning into the sword. The perfect fusion of the two most violent and powerful attacking attributes, thunder and fire. Combined magic sword technique, Sword Chi igniting thunder. The fiery sword Chi, infused with the power of lightning, exploded across half of the Tianlin first team's field. The combination of the strongest beast martial soul and the 7-kill sword, which rivals the Haotian hammer, made this combo technique's power even comparable to some martial soul fusion techniques. The members of the Tianlin first team prepared to scatter and dodge, but they overlooked the fact that there was a control-type soul master on the royal fighting team. Green scale snake venom. Douluo Yin spat out the venom of the green scale snake, and the terrifying toxic mist enveloped all the opponents, sealing off their escape routes. In the end, the entire Tianlin first team was left in a disheveled state from the trio's combined power. If Tianlin hadn't shown mercy and retracted a significant amount of his strength at the last moment, they would have been severely injured. Seniors, you can't go on like this. I didn't even use Ice Fire Sealing God or the 7-kill sword technique. Tianlin laughed, carrying the demon suppression sword. Wait a moment, Junior. The seniors really can't continue like this. We're older, so we don't have the stamina you young ones do. Let's take a break, and we'll continue training in a couple of days. The captain of the first team begged shamelessly. Sai, seeing him like this, Dream God Machine, as the chief, felt utterly exhausted. Not only are a group of 20-year-olds unable to defeat a bunch of 12 or 13-year-old kids, but they also use their age as an excuse to beg for mercy. Where's their dignity? With the first team in this state, the second team is even worse. Jilly no longer wants to watch and simply leaves a comment. With this year's competition, our Tianlin Royal Academy is done for. Just wait to be ridiculed by the Xingluo Royal Academy, and turns to leave. Chapter 44. Douluo Yin faints. Douluo arrives Sai, although Jilin's words were negative. They weren't wrong. Bai Baoshan shook his head, looking quite unwilling. However, Meng Xinji's thoughts were different from theirs. It doesn't matter. Even if we lose this Soul Master competition, it doesn't mean that our Tianlin Royal Academy has truly fallen. The time we really need to show our fangs will be 6 years from now. Upon hearing this, Bai Baoshan's eyes brightened as he looked at the group of spirited young people opposite the Tianlin Royal Academy team. That's right, a momentary victory or defeat isn't anything. The 9 members of the Royal Fighting Team are their true hope. You all performed well today, especially Tianheng and Tianlin. Your cooperation has become quite tacit. It's a pity that you can't merge your martial souls. Otherwise, your strength would surely double. Qin Ming approached, as he had been exploring the possibility of merging the demon sword with the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus martial soul, since the demon sword can accommodate various attributes. And the lightning of the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus is unmatched among all martial souls. Logically, the compatibility of these two martial souls should be good. Unfortunately, despite his research over the past while he had only created a few combination skills, martial soul fusion skills are really not that simple. In fact, Tianlin knew that they couldn't merge because Yu Tianheng's blue lightning Tyrannosaurus was not high enough in rank. It was merely a top-tier martial soul, while Tianlin's demon sword was an implicit divine martial soul. Unless Yu Tianheng underwent a qualitative change, it would be difficult for them to complete the martial soul fusion skill. After completing today's training, everyone walked off the battle stage. At that moment, Douluo Yin suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Strange. Could it be due to excessive use of her martial soul? Yin, what's wrong? Yu Tianheng hurriedly hugged his beloved, asking with concern. Tianheng, don't worry. I just feel a bit dizzy. Douluo Yin didn't want Tianheng to worry and forced herself to stand up. Unexpectedly, she seemed to lose strength, and as soon as she left Yu Tianheng's embrace, she fell to the ground and quickly fainted. Yin. The members of the Royal Fighting Team and Qin Ming called out anxiously, and Meng Xinji immediately came over to check. Douluo Yin was not only a member of the Royal Fighting Team, but also the only control-type soul master in the group, and the only granddaughter of the poisoned Douluo. Something must not happen to her. Old bye. Qin Ming and I will take Dugu Yin to the infirmary. You go find our academy's best healing soul master right away. Meng Shinji ordered. Although Yi Lingling's 9-heart sea buttercup was the strongest healing type martial soul, her level was still too low to fully unleash the power of her martial soul. Understood. Bai Baoshan displayed a speed that was completely inconsistent with his size and vanished in an instant. An hour later, in the infirmary, Dugu Yin gradually woke up under the treatment of a healing soul saint of over 70 levels. The soul saint's martial soul was a healing staff, belonging to the same type as the one from the Blue Lightning Academy. All right, you're fine now. I think it was just excessive use of your martial soul. After all, the opponents are all above level 30. You big soul masters shouldn't exert yourselves so much in the future, got it? The soul saint advised after retracting the staff. Phew. Thankfully, nothing serious happened. Yin, you must learn to act within your limits from now on. Qin Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the relieved crowd, Tianlin's brows remained tightly furrowed. He knew that things were probably not that simple. If it were excessive use of the martial soul, could Dugu Yin have used it more than he and Yu Qianhen? Almost all the output in the battle was from the two of them, yet they didn't show this kind of condition. From Tianlin's perspective, it seemed that Dugu Yin had suffered excessive depletion, causing the toxins in her body to lose the suppression of soul power and produce a backlash. Luckily, she was also a poison soul master, which allowed her to wake up so quickly. However, as Dugu Yin's soul power gradually increased, her poison would also become stronger. Sooner or later, her poison would exceed her body's tolerance limit, and at that time, the backlash from the toxins would surely lead to her demise. It seems that addressing Dugu Yin's poison issue needs to be prioritized. The sooner, the better. Only by completely controlling the toxins in her body can Dugu Yin fully unleash her strength. Yin. At that moment, an anxious roar came from outside, and the door was kicked open. An old man dressed in green entered, tall and thin. Surprisingly, not only was his clothing green, but his hair and beard were also green, and he emitted a strong, fishy smell. Grandpa. With Dugu Yin's call, everyone finally recognized the identity of the old man. It turned out to be one of the current title Douluo, known as the Poison Overlord, the Green Scale Douluo. Of course, many prefer to call him the Poison Douluo directly because his character was as toxic and ruthless as his martial soul. It was only natural for him to come here. With Dugu Yin suddenly fainting, the academy needed to find a way to notify him. This time, it was the Soul Douluo Jilin who personally went to find him. Your Excellency, please don't worry. Dugu Yin is fine. She just needs to rest a bit. Qin Ming said respectfully. Yes, Grandpa, you're overreacting. I just overexerted my soul power. No need for you to come all the way here. Dugu Yin pouted and cuddled into Dugu Bo's embrace. In fact, she felt quite happy that her grandpa was so concerned about her. As long as you're fine. You scared Grandpa to death. Dugu Bo lovingly stroked Dugu Yin's hair. Today, the royal fighting team and Qin Ming have truly opened their eyes. Besides them, who else could see this ruthless poison Douluo and his gentle side? Dugu Bo was certainly not as naive as others. His first reaction upon hearing the news was that Dugu Yin's toxin backlash had already begun. Although his expression was gentle, Tianlin could see deep concern in his eyes because his son, Dugu Yin's father, had died step by step due to poison. Yet he didn't dare to tell Dugu Yin. His granddaughter was still so young. If she learned that her end was near, how cruel would that be? People say that Dugu Bo is cold and emotionless, but who knows how important family ties are to him. If possible, he would rather not have the strength of a title Douluo, just wishing for his Yinner to grow up happily. To avoid disturbing Dugu Yin's rest, everyone quickly left the infirmary one after another. Dugu Bo looked at a few people and said, "You're the royal fighting team, right? Yin mentions you every time she comes home. Indeed, you all are quite impressive. Your Excellency, you flatter us." In front of a title Douluo, they dared not be arrogant and turned into humble, well-behaved children. Dugu Bo's gaze mainly swept over 3 people. One was Tianlin, one was Yi Lingling, and the last was Yu Qianheng. Tianlin was the youngest, yet his strength was the strongest among them. Such a prodigy he hadn't seen in decades across the continent. Even the Tang Hao of his time seemed to be somewhat lacking. Yi Lingling possessed the 9-heart sea buttercup martial soul, the #1 healing-type martial soul on the continent. With her around, she might alleviate the severe toxin attack on Douluo. If Douluo appreciated Tianlin and Yi Lingling, his gaze toward Yu Tianheng was filled with murderous intent. That brat who took away his precious granddaughter. He wished he could directly reward him with a dose of green scale snake poison. Chapter 45. Tianlin and Douluo, the power of the Holy Spirit Pearl. Hello. Senior Douluo, I'm Yu Tianheng. Although Yu Tianheng felt a bit nervous meeting the grandfather of his beloved, he still maintained his composure, as he was the heir of the third family of the continent and couldn't embarrass his family. You claim to be the #1 talent of your generation. Yet even that outstanding kid Yu Tianxin is slightly inferior to you. But from what I see, you are no better than him. Unable to even surpass a child under 9 years old, Douluo said coldly, glancing at Yu Tianheng with disdain. Yu Tianheng felt somewhat awkward, as what Douluo said was the truth. He indeed couldn't defeat Tianlin. He couldn't do it back then, and now that Tianlin's level has risen, he was even less capable. My skills are inferior, which must have made you laugh, Your Highness. Compared to little Tian, I truly don't deserve the title of genius. I can only rely on hard work to make up for the gap in the future. Yu Tianheng ultimately chose to admit openly. His words seemed somewhat negative, but they caught Douluo's attention. If Yu Tianheng had shown defiance or anger, Douluo would have looked down on him even more. A person who couldn't even admit defeat didn't deserve to be his granddaughter's husband. But unexpectedly, he was able to handle it so calmly, with a resilient and reserved temperament. Hiding all his discontent within and possessing exceptional talent and a distinguished background, Douluo acknowledged that the Yu Tianheng before him indeed deserved his granddaughter Yen'er. Even he found it hard to pinpoint any faults. However, acknowledgement was one thing. If he wanted to like Yu Tianheng, that would take at least another 100 years. Douluo snorted coldly, preparing to leave. At that moment, Tianlin suddenly called out, Senior Douluo, please wait. I have something I wish to discuss with you privately. Oh, what could a little brat like you have to say to me? Is it possible that the sword Douluo has something for you to convey to me? Douluo knew that Tianlin was Qinxin's disciple, so that was all he could think of. Tianlin thought for a moment and said, Yes. Master has an extremely important matter for me to relay to you. Will you come to the academy to visit Sister Yin? If I am fortunate enough to meet you, I will inform you. However, this matter is highly confidential, so it needs to be conveyed privately. He had no other choice. If he said it was his own matter, Douluo would find it hard to believe, considering Tianlin was still under 9 years old. All right, kid, then follow me. Douluo grabbed Tianlin and vanished in a flash. His speed so fast that even Qin Ming, the Soul King, couldn't react in time. The gap in strength between a Soul King and a titled Duo was indeed like a chasm. Soon, Douluo took Tianlin to a small lake outside the academy. Kid, rest assured, there is no one else nearby. Speak freely. Yes, senior. May I ask you, during rainy days, how is the itching sensation in your ribs? Has it been increasing? Tianlin asked straightforwardly. What did you say? Douluo's eyes suddenly sharpened. Tianlin seemed not to notice and continued. Senior, your symptoms occur once at noon and once at midnight. Given your current condition, each episode should last at least an hour or more. Also, around the third watch of the night, you experience a stabbing pain in your head and heart, with spasms throughout your body for at least half an hour. Am I wrong? Little brat, shut your mouth. Douluo could no longer restrain himself and directly grabbed Tianlin by the neck. This was his greatest secret. No one knew about it, and he wouldn't allow anyone to know. If an enemy learned when his symptoms occurred and took the opportunity to ambush him, no matter how many lives he had, it wouldn't be enough. Senior, you needn't be angry. Since my master asked me to relay this to you so openly, he naturally means no harm. Tianlin showed no sign of fear because he knew Douluo wouldn't dare to kill him. After all, he had the 7-treasure glazed tile school behind him, and Douluo was someone who valued his life greatly. Moreover, in Douluo's mind, even if he killed Tianlin, it would be of no use, as he believed this matter was discovered by Qinxin and then relayed to him through Tianlin. If he killed Tianlin and angered Qinxin, even if Qinxin didn't take action himself, he would spread the news of Douluo's poisoning, leaving him with dire consequences. Furthermore, just as Tianlin had said, once the 7-treasure glazed tile school learned of this matter, they would have approached him immediately, indicating they meant no harm. Otherwise, they could have killed him easily when the poison flared up. Speak, what does your 7-treasure glazed tile school want from me to keep this a secret? Douluo asked in a deep voice, releasing Tianlin. Senior, I have my own requests, but before that, I would like to have an opportunity to relieve you of your poison. Tianlin still wanted to save the person first before asking for a reward, so that when he took the immortal herb, he could feel justified. What did you say? You can relieve the poison from my body? Kid, don't joke with me. Even your master might not be able to do that. Douluo would never easily believe the words of an 8-year-old child. My master indeed cannot, but I can. Senior, if you agree to keep what I am about to say a secret, I am willing to prove it to you immediately. Tianlin knew that to gain Douluo's trust, he needed to show some ability. This piqued Douluo's interest. He smiled faintly and said, all right, I can guarantee that as long as you can prove it, tonight's events will remain a secret known only to the two of us. Tianlin nodded. He didn't need Douluo to swear anything. Although this guy had a bad reputation, he was well known for his integrity on the continent. Holy Spirit Pearl, Holy Breath Barrier. Tianlin finally used his second martial spirit in front of the fourth person. A pearl? But isn't this kid's martial spirit a sword? Could it be a twin martial spirit? Douluo's face turned pale in shock. The child before him was already terrifyingly high in level, and now he had a twin martial spirit. What kind of treasure had the 7-treasure glazed tile school picked up? At that moment, as the barrier enveloped them, he suddenly felt that the severe poison in his body seemed to alleviate, and his entire body felt inexplicably relaxed. Senior, please sit down cross-legged and guide your soul power according to my incantation. Tianlin continued. He recited a passage of incantation, which was a method created by Caogu and recorded in the Yuheng by Chao Jing for suppressing the poison within. Douluo was highly sensitive to poison and immediately sensed the profundity of this incantation. Without hesitation, he sat cross-legged and began to operate his soul power. Under the dual suppression of the holy breath barrier and the incantation, Douluo's originally pale face began to improve, and for him, this was an experience like never before. Chapter 46. Arrival at the Eye of Ice and Fire after half an hour. Douluo let out a breath and stood up, staring incredulously at his own hands. He had suppressed it. He really had suppressed it. Douluo was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. For decades, he had endured a piercing pain every night, but today he had managed to suppress it. He could feel that, perhaps for the next month or two, his deadly poison would not flare up. Senior, how is it? This is my self-created method to suppress the poison. I hope you can guide me. Tianlin smiled. What did you say? This is your creation? Isn't it passed down from Chun Xian? Douluo could hardly believe it, that such a brilliant incantation came from the hands of an 8-year-old child. Yes, I found a book when I was young that recorded many methods of detoxification. I created this set of incantations based on the techniques in that book. Even my master doesn't know about it. Tianlin used the same excuse as Tang San in the original work. Although this excuse had many flaws, he knew Douluo would not delve too deeply into it. As a soul master, who didn't T have secrets that couldn't T be revealed? Wait, your master doesn't T know? Then what about my symptoms? Douluo quickly discovered a loophole. Chun Xian would not know this set of incantations. So how could Tianlin come to him? Tianlin helplessly replied, Senior, please forgive me. In fact, my master doesn't know your symptoms at all. Currently, I'm the only one on the entire continent who knows about them. However, if I didn't say it this way, you wouldn't have believed me, and before I finished speaking, you might have killed me to silence me. Good? You little rascal, your schemes are so deep, it's hard to believe you're only over 8 years old. You're just like a little monster. Douluo could fully understand him now, as he had indeed harbored murderous intent earlier. However, that murderous intent had completely dissipated, not only because Tianlin was a disciple of Chun Xian, but also because he believed that Tianlin might truly have a way to relieve his deadly poison. Even if it couldn't be resolved immediately, just with the holy breath barrier plus that set of incantations, it could greatly relieve his pain. To Douluo, Tianlin was the greatest treasure. Who would dare to harm him? Douluo would fight to the death for him. All right, little monster. As long as you can relieve the deadly poison from me and my granddaughter, I promise to do 3 things for you. 3 things that do not violate my bottom line and principles. Douluo, just like in the original work, offered Tianlin 3 conditions. However, why did the title change to Little Monster? Wasn't that a term exclusive to Tang San? Thank you, Senior. However, relieving your poison isn't something that can be completed in a day or 2. I estimate it will take at least half a year. So please find another safe place. If we stay at the Heaven-Do Royal Academy, then your status as the poisoned awe being afflicted by deadly poison will become known to everyone, Tianlin tactfully suggested, almost pulling on Douluo's clothes to say, "Take me to the Eye of Ice and Fire. I want to go there." Douluo nodded. "Yes, that makes sense. My being afflicted by deadly poison cannot be known to others, not only for face but also for safety. Let's go to where I live. First, there are plenty of herbs there for you to use, and second, it's close to the Heaven-Do Royal Academy, so you can come back whenever you want. What do you think?" Douluo treated Tianlin much better than he did Tang San. Not only did he not restrict his freedom, but he also didn't feed him any poison pills. Tianlin was more than happy with this arrangement and had no objections. Afterward, the two returned to the Heaven-Do Royal Academy, where Tianlin requested a 6-month leave of absence from Dream God Machine and also wrote a letter for Gu Ran to take back to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Finally, he went to the palace to find Xue Qinghe, as he needed to give him an excuse for leaving. Otherwise, what if he sent 2 titled Douluo from his side to kill Douluo? Tianlin told him that he would be going to learn about poison from Douluo for half a year. The so-called bright arrows are easy to dodge, but hidden arrows are hard to guard against. Even if he became stronger in the future, once he was afflicted by deadly poison, he would inevitably be plotted against. Learning how to use poison and detoxify would provide him with more safety while traveling across the continent. Xue Qinghe reluctantly accepted this reason, and since it was only for half a year, he could accept it, especially since Tianlin promised to return every month to cultivate the sky snow power with him. He then allowed Tianlin to leave. The next morning, as Tianlin was preparing to leave with Douluo amid everyone's farewells, Qin Ming reminded him, "Little Tian, don't forget to work hard on your cultivation while you're out. Also, come back early. You are the strongest weapon of the royal fighting team." "Yes, before that. It seems I will be the only one who can hold up the strong attack position in the team." Yu Tianheng had a pressure-filled expression. "Aren't I here too?" Gu Ran pointed to himself. "Your attack power is not even enough to be Little Tian's substitute." He quickly faced relentless ridicule from the other members of the royal fighting team. Gu Ran immediately wilted. Although it was true, did they have to say it so bluntly? This world is devoid of love. Don't worry, I will be back soon. Don't forget my speed of progress. Don't be surprised when I return and my level has already surpassed all of you, Tianlin smiled. Dream on, we are all your seniors. If you surpass us in level, what face will we have left? Douluo asked Gu Ran. Gu Ran was confused. Sister, you can say whatever you want. But why are you asking me, the only one among us with a level lower than Tianlin? This is definitely a mockery. Gu Ran's bitter face attracted laughter from everyone, which eased the sorrow of parting. Soon, Tianlin's figure disappeared along the mountain road with Douluo. Half a day later, with Douluo's full-speed journey, they quickly arrived at the center of the Sunset Forest, which was also Douluo's home, the Eye of Ice and Fire, the treasure land that Tianlin had longed for since he entered this world for 8 years. The Eye of Ice and Fire. It really is the Eye of Ice and Fire. Amazing. Tianlin opened his arms, feeling the 2 opposing forces of extreme heat and extreme cold coming from both sides. His current magic sword had attributes of water and fire, which matched perfectly with the Eye of Ice and Fire. He could feel that cultivating here would surpass any simulated cultivation ground, even rivaling the sky snow power. The Eye of Ice and Fire? Kid, what are you talking about? Although Douluo lived here, he did not know the name of this treasure land. He was a typical case of having a treasure mountain but not knowing it. Senior Douluo, this is indeed a good place. The so-called Eye of Ice and Fire is one of the 3 great treasure bowls for medicinal herbs. Here, ordinary plants cannot grow at all because they cannot adapt to the special climate. However, it allows those rare plants to grow in a time frame shortened by 10 times. Simply put, if a spiritual mushroom grows in any of the 3 great treasure bowls for 10 years, it will have the effects of a 100-year spiritual mushroom. The three great treasure bowls possess unique conditions, gathering the essence of heaven and earth. Tianlin explained. I see. No wonder the medicinal properties of the herbs here are so strong. Douluo nodded. He did not dare to consume the herbs here randomly, as they could easily be lethal. Chapter 47. The alchemical body of ice and fire senior, with the power of this eye of ice and fire. I am fully confident that I can cure your severe poison. You mentioned before that you could give me 3 conditions. So my first condition is whether I can freely choose and take the herbs here, either to take with me or to consume. Tianlin said, it is permissible, but the medicinal properties of the herbs here are extremely strong. You must remember not to consume them carelessly. If something happens to you here, I won't be able to explain it to that old guy, Xian. Douluo reminded, as he certainly didn't want to see Tianlin's corpse here one day. Otherwise, that crazy old man Xian would probably kill him. Douluo is known as a unique figure among the titled Douluo, who has never lost in one-on-one battles and has never backed down in group fights. However, when faced with Xian alone, he truly is not his match. Rest assured, my understanding of the herbs here is no less than yours. By the way, Senior, I have a favor to ask. Could you help me buy 3 alchemy furnaces and some ordinary medicinal materials? Tianlin planned to help Douluo with the detoxification while also starting to refine pills to save time as much as possible. This is a trivial matter. Just wait here. Douluo turned to leave, but suddenly thought of something. By the way, I've set up poison formations around here, so outsiders and soul beasts cannot enter. It's very safe, but remember not to run around. The soul beasts outside the poison formations are very strong, at least 10,000 years old. Tianlin agreed, saying, Senior, don't worry. Little monster, you don't need to call me Senior. I'm not interested in such titles. If you can cure the poison for me and my granddaughter, then you will be my friend, Douluo said. If I don't call you Senior, what should I call you? Should I call you Old Monster like you call me Little Monster? Tianlin joked. Who would have thought that Douluo would actually nod and say, That's a good idea. I'm the Old Monster, and you're the Little Monster. We complement each other perfectly, huh? Douluo laughed heartily and disappeared into the moonlight. No wonder in the original story, Tang Sin always referred to him that way. It turns out Douluo is so casual with those he recognizes. All right, while the old monster is away, I need to prepare for detoxification. Let me see. Tianlin searched around and soon found a white herb near the ice spring. The top of the white herb looked like a large white flower, octagonal, with a center that sparkled like ice crystals. There was no fragrance emanating from it, and it was located right at the center of the cold extreme Yin spring. Without any hesitation, Tianlin swung the magic sword and simultaneously used the drunken immortal moon viewing step to quickly retreat 10 meters away. Where the magic sword swung, the octagonal white flower fell as expected, landing among the herbs. In an instant, a chill spread out and a layer of light white frost covered the surrounding herbs. This herb was the octagonal mysterious ice grass that Tang San consumed in the original story. It is also a celestial grade herb, but contains an unparalleled deadly poison. If taken directly, it would certainly kill by freezing the heart. However, if this herb is used in conjunction with another herb, it can produce astonishing effects. Tianlin turned to the other side, where at the center of the fire spring, there was a plant that was entirely fire red, which was the fire apricot blossom. It was completely opposite to the octagonal mysterious ice grass and belonged to the fire attribute deadly celestial grade herbs. This time, Tianlin did not use the magic sword. For according to the records in the Jade Balance Herbal Compendium, picking this herb must be done with a jade weapon. Tianlin quickly took out a jade dagger from his Rui 100 treasures pouch, since he had already anticipated coming to this Eye of Ice and Fire. All the necessary preparations had long been completed. With a flick of the dagger, he severed the fire apricot blossom. At the same time, Tianlin circulated his soul power to draw both herbs towards him. However, he did not touch them with his hands, as he could not withstand the fire poison and ice poison just yet. The 2 herbs landed in front of Tianlin, and at that moment, the extreme cold and extreme heat they emitted suddenly disappeared. This was because the 2 plants mutually restrained each other, and it was the only opportunity to consume them. Without hesitation, Tianlin picked up both herbs and stuffed them into his mouth. These two celestial herbs dissolved instantly upon entering, and their taste was sweet and fragrant. Then, red and blue rays of light flickered simultaneously on Tianlin's body. He immediately tore off his clothes and sat cross-legged at the very center of the ice and fire spring, fully concentrating on meditation to absorb the medicinal power. The enhancement these two celestial herbs provided to Tianlin was far greater than to Tang San because of the attribute compatibility. The attributes of Tianlin's magic sword were precisely water and fire. The medicinal power of the celestial herbs was not only absorbed by Tianlin's body, but was also continuously drawn in by the magic sword. Tianlin's body did not experience the same level of impact as Tang San. Instead, he felt exceptionally comfortable. In the final moment, Tianlin leaped into the eye of ice and fire, using the spring water to refine this last portion of medicinal power. Before long, Douluo returned, holding a Rui 100 treasures pouch filled with the ordinary medicinal materials and alchemy furnaces that Tianlin wanted. However, upon returning, Douluo could not see Tianlin's figure and immediately became anxious. Little monster, where are you? Damn it, this little monster hasn't run out, has he? Children are just like that, they lack discretion. What if something happens? No, I need to hurry and find him. Just then, the eye of ice and fire began to bubble, and a figure shot up from the spring. Old monster, you don't need to look for me. I'm right here. You, how could you be in the spring? And you're still alive. You should know that even I wouldn't dare to touch this spring lightly. Douluo exclaimed in surprise. It's nothing. I just consumed those two herbs of yours and refined a body that is immune to water and fire. Not only that, but it seems my sword has also gained significant growth, Tianlin said with a satisfied smile. I told you that you're a little monster, and it's true. Just before I left, I told you that the herbs here cannot be consumed carelessly, and you still dared to eat two at once. Luckily, nothing happened. Douluo was genuinely frightened by him and spoke sharply. Old monster, after you see my gains, you'll understand why I had to eat those two herbs. Come out. Demon sword. Tianlin summoned his martial soul. At this moment, the magic sword had yet to fully recover from the effects of the herbs, and its blade still emitted red and blue light. However, the surging soul power from Tianlin left Douluo astonished. Level 29, how is that possible? As previously mentioned, Tianlin's absorption of these two herbs was better than Tang San's. So he not only absorbed the power of water and fire to forge his golden body, but also, thanks to the residual medicinal power, he rose 3 levels. In the original story, Tang San did not receive this upgrade treatment, as the effects of these two herbs were primarily focused on body refinement for him. Of course, his greatest gain was not just these two. Chapter 48, The Ultimate Fire and the Ultimate Ice Old Monster. Next, I will showcase my greatest achievement, and you can judge it for yourself. As he spoke, Tianlin's second soul ring shone brightly, and his second soul skill, Ice and Fire Sealing God, was unleashed. Oh, is the second soul ring 1,000 years old? You really are a little monster. Although Douluo was somewhat surprised, he remained unfazed. After all, what could the attack of a mere great soul master do to him? But in the next moment, as Tianlin's sword slashed out, he felt a strong threat emanating from the sword's aura. Instinctively, he immediately began to defend himself, using his 5th soul skill, Serpent Python Heavenly Shield. The Emerald Scale Serpent King curled up into a ball, transforming into a shield. This was Douluo's only defensive soul skill, and the fact that he used it against Tianlin's attack showed how much he valued it. The extreme cold and extreme heat of the two sword auras struck the shield. With Tianlin's current second ring strength, he naturally couldn't break Douluo's 5th soul skill. However, Douluo discovered that the corrosive power of the ice and fire attributes on his shield did not fade with the dissipating sword aura. If he retracted the heavenly shield now, he would still likely be harmed by the ice and fire power. This attack power is already comparable to that of Soul Sage, but that's not the main point. What is this attribute power? It even made me, a titled Douluo, feel a sense of danger and forced me to use a soul skill for defense. Douluo thought of a possibility and, horrified, asked, Little monster, has your ice and fire power evolved into ultimate ice and ultimate fire? Only with ultimate attributes can such powerful might be unleashed. Tianlin directly admitted, that's right. From now on, any fire or ice attribute Soul Master will not be able to contend with me. This little monster is truly terrifying. A Soul Master with ultimate attributes has combat power far greater than that of other Soul Masters of the same level. It is already incredibly difficult for an ordinary person to possess one ultimate attribute. Yet he can wield both ultimate fire and ultimate ice, completely opposite and even conflicting attributes, with such mastery. Once he becomes a titled Douluo, he will likely be invincible in the world, even capable of breaking the pattern of the continent, Douluo thought to himself. Old monster, don't get distracted. My attack isn't over yet. Golden Flame, Burning Soul. Tianlin activated his external soul bone, and even his soul fire tribute was upgraded to ultimate fire, catching Douluo completely off guard. His Serpent Python Heavenly Shield could only defend against physical attacks, and had no means to deal with soul attacks. Ugh! Douluo held his head and retreated repeatedly. Just now, it felt as if his soul was immersed in raging flames, suffering unbearably. Fortunately, he was a titled Douluo, and his soul power was far stronger than Tianlin's, so he only felt pain for a moment before quickly recovering. Little monster, is your eye an external soul bone? Yes, old monster. Thanks to those two celestial grasses that strengthen my body, I have finally fully fused with this external soul bone, and the soul fire within my external soul bone is also of the ultimate attribute. How was that? The soul attack just now was quite impressive, right? Tianlin smiled. Douluo no longer wanted to say anything. Tianlin had given him too many surprises. Dual martial souls, ultimate attributes, external soul bones. These were all things that soul masters could only dream of, yet they all appeared in the same person. Douluo could only sigh at how extraordinarily fortunate Tianlin was compared to others. That is true, but little monster, don't get too proud. Ultimate attributes are a double-edged sword. While they possess boundless power, the cultivation speed will slow down. The cultivation speed of ultimate martial souls is generally slow before level 30, extremely slow between level 30 and 70, and only reaches rapid speed after level 70. Therefore, your greatest challenge lies at level 70. Breaking through that barrier will be as easy as reaching into your pocket for a titled Douluo. Douluo reminded him. Tianlin was about to reach level 30, which meant he was about to enter the slow cultivation period. This period would be his greatest test. Old monster, you don't need to worry about that. Although I will lose my far superior cultivation speed because of this ultimate attribute, I 1 TB slower than others at the very least, because I have this Holy Spirit Pearl, Holy Breath Barrier activated. Tianlin activated his Holy Breath Barrier once more and said, Old monster, try meditating under my barrier. Mysterious and vague. Douluo didn't understand the meaning, but still complied and sat down. After meditating, he was instantly shocked. His meditation speed was actually much faster than before. Little monster, your second martial soul's innate barrier actually has the ability to enhance cultivation speed. That's right. With this, I can completely make up for the shortcomings of the ultimate martial soul, even if I'm not as terrifying as before. My cultivation speed after level 30 Shun Ti be inferior to that of an ordinary innate full soul power soul master. Tianlin walked to Douluo's front and said, How about it, old monster? My ability is quite impressive, right? Do you want to join my 7-treasure glazed tile school? With my help, you can at least ensure that you become a super Douluo above level 95. Tianlin revealed so many secrets to Douluo. Not only because he knew from the original work that he could completely trust him once he gained his recognition, but also because he wanted to recruit him. Douluo might not be strong in one-on-one combat, but in group battles, his abilities were a nightmare for lower-level soul masters. With him, NEC tactics would no longer have any effect on the 7-treasure glazed tile school. To be honest, Douluo was tempted. First, due to Tianlin's sincerity in trusting him so much and revealing the secrets of his dual martial souls without reservation. Second, the temptation of becoming a super Douluo above level 95. He knew he was getting older, his potential was nearly exhausted, and if he didn't resolve the poison, he wouldn't have many years left to live. But now, there was hope to step onto a stronger realm. How could he remain indifferent? Moreover, if Tianlin cured his deadly poison, it would be a life-saving grace. Although Douluo was someone who repaid grudges, he also believed in repaying kindness. Little monster, let me think about it. Douluo remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. While he longed for greater strength, he also cherished his freedom and didn't want to be burdened by a sect. Tianlin knew that his heart had already softened, and it wasn't the right time to push too hard. He immediately nodded. All right, old monster. Anyway, I plan to stay here for half a year, so you have enough time to consider. But please remember, the doors of my 7-treasure glazed tile school will always be open for you. This is a guarantee from me, the future protective Douluo of the sect. Thank you. Douluo revealed a smile. He had said these 2 words only a handful of times in his life, but today he sincerely expressed his gratitude to Tianlin. Chapter 49. Refining Elixirs. 9-tiered purple gold pill. It has been about a month since arriving at the Eye of Ice and Fire. During this time, Tianlin has made all the preparations for detoxification and has started to prepare the medicines to suppress the potent poison. The catalyst for the detoxification is the blood from consuming the 8-star Xianbing grass and the fierce fire apricot blossom. Since taking these 2 immortal herbs, his golden body has become impervious to water and fire, immune to all poisons, and the blood within him has greatly aided in detoxification. Tianlin's method of detoxification is the same as that of Douluo in the original story, where the potent poison inside the body finds a carrier. Douluo happens to have a Medusa skull with poison attributes, making it the best storage for poison. Every day, Tianlin uses the holy breath barrier, the detoxifying medicine he concocted, and the toxin-guiding method created by Gu to help Douluo detoxify. In just a month, the results have been remarkable. One can see Douluo's originally green hair gradually turning gray. This is a clear sign that the poison is fading, and inexplicably, Douluo's soul power has risen to level 92, something that originally only happened after Tang San completely detoxified him. Tianlin's initial estimate of 6 months now seems conservative at the current rate. 3 to 4 months should be enough. Beside the Eye of Ice and Fire, an old and a young figure woke up from meditation. Douluo took a deep breath, feeling the increasingly surging soul power within him, and exclaimed, "Little monster, where did you get this meditation method? It's too advanced. Don't tell me you created it yourself. I don't believe it. Even a titled Douluo might not be able to create such a powerful technique. That's a secret. I can't tell you." Tianlin smiled. He had shared everything he could, but some things he decided to keep to himself. "Forget it, I don't care." Douluo turned his head haughtily. In truth, he didn't mind. Everyone has their own secrets. Tianlin had already told him about his twin martial souls, extreme attributes, and external spirit bones, yet he chose to conceal this matter. This could only mean that this matter was far more important to Tianlin than the previous 3. If he continued to pry, it would be him who was being ungrateful. In fact, the meditation method that Douluo learned was a small part of the Nuon meditation method, modified by Tianlin after integrating Xiaogu's techniques. To say Tianlin created it wouldn't be entirely wrong. This method was very suitable for Douluo's cultivation. First, it allows him to better control the potent poison within. Second, since the goddess Nuwa in the immortal sword has a human head and snake body, her method resonates greatly with Douluo, who possesses a snake-type martial soul. With this method, Douluo is completely confident that Tianlin's promise to help him break through to level 95 and above can definitely be realized. The fact that he broke through to level 92 in just a month is the best evidence. All right, old monster, I need to continue refining the medicine. You can do as you please. Today's treatment is over, Tianlin said as he stood up and approached the fire spring near the Eye of Ice and Fire. There, a pill furnace was hanging, and with the extreme heat of the spring, Tianlin was refining elixirs. Since it was his first time refining pills, Tianlin didn't dare to use immortal-grade herbs directly and instead chose 2 9-tiered purple herbs, which are quite valuable outside but are considered ordinary here in the Eye of Ice and Fire. Unlike those immortal herbs that only have 1, these are perfect for experimentation. Little monster, what kind of pill are you refining? It's been almost a month and it's still not done? Douluo, feeling bored, sat down next to Tianlin and asked. The 9-tiered purple gold pill, refined from 9-tiered purple herbs as the base, along with other medicinal ingredients. This elixir not only inherits the foundational and energy-enhancing effects of the 9-tiered purple herbs, but also prolongs life, cleanses the soul power, and makes it easier to break through bottlenecks later on, Tianlin explained. The refining time for this pill is about a month. I think it should be ready in a few days. According to the book I have, 2 9-tiered purple herbs can yield a maximum of 6 pills. Upon hearing this, Douluo was stunned. What kind of divine medicine is this? Not only can it enhance power, but it also prolongs life, cleanses soul power, and aids in breaking through bottlenecks. The term immortal pill is truly deserved. Little monster, no way, you have to give me one of these treasures once they're refined, Douluo shamelessly requested. Old monster, what do you need that for? I have something even better for you. Look over there, Tianlin pointed to the center of the Eye of Ice and Fire, where he had placed a fruit. This is a snake scale fruit. Although it's not an immortal grade item, it's even more effective than 9-tiered purple herbs. Especially suitable for someone like you who possesses a snake-type martial soul. I'm currently cultivating it at the center of the Eye of Ice and Fire. And in half a year, it will evolve into an ice-fire snake scale fruit. Its effects will be comparable to any immortal grade herb. Will you consume it then? Your martial soul might even evolve. Martial soul evolution. Hearing this, Douluo became excited. If it's true, this is far more precious than the 9-tiered purple gold pill. Because the purple gold pill only strengthens quantity, while the ice fire snake scale fruit represents a qualitative leap. But soon he thought of something else. Little monster, it seems you only have one ice fire snake scale fruit. Tianlin nodded. Yes, only one. The snake scale fruit grows on snake-shaped trees. And without the Eye of Ice and Fire, it would take hundreds of years to bear fruit. I picked it now. And even with the acceleration of this treasure land, the next one will take at least several decades to mature. In that case, I won't take it. Leave this fruit for Yin Yin. She needs it more. Douluo ultimately chose to part with it painfully. He loved his granddaughter more than any immortal medicine. Tianlin had originally wanted to say he had prepared something even stronger for Douluo Yin Yin, which was the Heartbreak Red, because currently, only Douluo Yin Yin and Yu Tianheng are a couple among them. However, he reconsidered. The requirements for consuming the Heartbreak Red were too high. Although Douluo Yin Yin loves Yu Tianheng very much, it probably hasn't reached the level of the original story where Xiao Wu follows Tang San through life and death, which might not be enough to move this flower. After thinking for a moment, Tianlin said, in that case, old monster, why not take a 9-tiered purple gold pill from me? Besides that, I will find another gift for you. No need, little monster. You've already done me a great favor by detoxifying me. I don't want so much, Douluo smiled. Tianlin countered, no, old monster, perhaps you don't understand. The herbs in this Eye of Ice and Fire are far more precious than life itself. Since you allow me to take them freely, I must give you a gift as the host in return. Our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School has always upheld the principle of repaying kindness. Hearing this, Douluo suddenly had an epiphany. Loyalty? This is indeed the foundation for a force's development. Little monster, your sect will surely reach unprecedented heights under your leadership in the future. Sigh, thinking about it, Yin Yin will eventually marry into the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. This old bone, should find a place to live a quiet life. Little monster, if I go to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, will you take care of me in my old age? Douluo was genuinely making plans this time. Tianlin immediately replied, of course, if you're willing to come here, I will take responsibility for the latter half of your life. Very good, ha. In the night sky, the uncontrollable laughter of Douluo echoed. Chapter 50. The purple gold pill is completed. Tianlin breaks through to level 30 after chatting with Douluo all night. Tianlin woke up the next morning with a shove from Douluo. Hey, little monster, look at that alchemy furnace. Hearing about the alchemy furnace, Tianlin suddenly woke up, sitting up immediately to see the surface of the furnace shimmering with purple light. This is the sign that the purple gold pill is ready. Old monster, help me pull the alchemy furnace over, Tianlin said excitedly. Douluo summoned his martial soul, the Emerald Scale Serpent King, using its tail to drag the alchemy furnace in front of Tianlin. Tianlin stepped forward and lifted the lid, and immediately a rich medicinal fragrance wafted out. This fragrance alone has condensed my soul power. Without a doubt, little monster, you succeeded, Douluo exclaimed. Tianlin fished out the pills from the furnace and counted them. There were 6 gold pills in total, 5 of which emitted a purple-gold light, flowing with brilliance and mystery. Sigh. Tianlin sighed. I only succeeded in 5 pills. The last one can be considered a failure. Too much medicinal power was lost, and its effects probably won't compare to the original 9th grade purple G. You little monster. You're too greedy. As the saying goes, the sun rises and sets, and the moon waxes and wanes. There is no perfect thing in heaven and earth. Don't chase perfection too much. It will affect your mindset, Douluo advised. Sometimes, knowing when to stop is not a bad thing, though it may seem like a lack of ambition. Perhaps that is the limit you can achieve. If you insist on continuing, the final result may not be worth the loss. Tianlin smiled, feeling relieved. You're right, old monster. I was greedy. Actually, this alchemy session is already a success. 5 9th grade purple gold pills are enough for me to share with many people. Old monster, I'll give you one, and you can keep this failed one too. Although it lost various additional effects, it still contains a good amount of medicinal power. If you encounter a shortage of soul power, next time, taking it can at least restore 3 or 4 levels of soul power. It's not a bad life-saving elixir. Thank you. Douluo accepted the elixir without hesitation. After all, he planned to follow Tianlin in the future, so taking some medicine didn't burden him at all. However, he didn't plan to take it immediately, as he was still consuming Tianlin's detoxification pills. Mixing them might cause a conflict in medicinal power, so he decided to wait until he was completely detoxified. With the completion of the purple gold pill, Tianlin didn't intend to stop. Now, he was about to start refining the real pill he wanted, the supplementing heaven pill, using the Douluo tulip as the base. It was the most luxurious pill in the world, capable of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, the brilliance of the sun and moon. The consumer could not only significantly enhance their strength and aptitude, but also make up for all congenital deficiencies, becoming the most perfect and pure body. According to the records in the Herbal Encyclopedia of Tsaogu, 1 Douluo tulip could yield a maximum of 3 supplementing heaven pills. This was originally Tianlin's goal, but after being reminded by Douluo, he decided to refine only 2 with all his effort, leaving the 3rd one to fate, whether it succeeded or not. After all, 2 pills would be enough for Ning Fengji and Ning Rongrong to achieve the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. However, refining the supplementing heaven pill was not as simple as the purple gold pill. Both the required herbs and the refining time increased significantly. It would take 81 days, and among the many auxiliary herbs, several high-grade spiritual herbs matching the 9th grade purple Ji would be needed. Fortunately, here was the Eye of Ice and Fire, and he could find everything he needed. Following the records in the Herbal Encyclopedia, after proportionally adding all the spiritual herbs, Tianlin submerged the alchemy furnace into the fire spring. The water of the fire spring was better than any flame, making it an excellent place for alchemy. Time flew by, and 60 days had passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Tianlin returned to the Tiando Royal Academy twice, meeting with several members of the royal fighting team and Xue Qinghe to prevent them from worrying. Additionally, Jian Douluo Chen also visited once. He did not oppose Tianlin learning poison from Douluo, as it was a useful skill for the future. However, he could not neglect Tianlin's soul power growth, fearing that he might focus only on learning poison and neglect his own cultivation. But when he saw that Tianlin's soul power level had reached 29, he left satisfied. Today, Tianlin was going out again because, after 3 months of cultivation, he had not only completely sorted out the 3 levels of soul power gained from the immortal herb, but had also finally broken through to level 30. Now, Tianlin was only about 9 years old, 3 years earlier than Tang San's breakthrough to level 30 at 32 years old in the original work. The Sunset Forest was one of the sole beast gathering places on the Douluo Continent, second only to the Stardew Forest, making it very convenient for him to hunt soul beasts. As for who would help him, of course, it was Douluo. With this old monster around, he would need to go back to find Chen Xin's help. Douluo's hair, which had completely returned to the normal gray-white of an elderly person, was even gradually turning black. His detoxification was almost complete. Although his level was still 92 without the toxins dragging him down, He no longer needed to allocate soul power to suppress the poison in his body. Under conditions where he could use his full power, his actual combat ability was almost twice as strong as before. Little monster, what kind of soul beast are you looking for? I have lived in this sunset forest for decades and know quite a bit about the various soul beast gathering places here. Whatever you want, I can find it for you, Douluo said, feeling grateful to Tianlin and wanting to find a chance to repay him. Hunting soul beasts might not be a great favor, but it was still a gesture of goodwill, wasn't it? Thank you, old monster. I'm looking for a wind attribute soul beast. As for the age, probably around 5,000 to 6,000 years. Do you know where to find one? Tianlin had long had ideas for his third soul ring. Douluo paused, I know, but are you sure you want to choose such a high age? Do you know that the conventional limit for the third soul ring for soul masters is around 1,700 years? You are exceeding it by over 3,000 years. Old monster, I know you're worried about me, but please rest assured. I want to do anything I'm not confident about. My second soul ring has already crossed into the 1,000-year range. After obtaining the external soul bone, my mental strength was already enough to match a soul zone. Now, after going through the ice and fire refinement, my physical power has also caught up. Absorbing a 5,000 to 6,000 year soul ring is absolutely no problem. Tianlin said confidently. All right, then this old monster will indulge you this time. Follow me, but you must be mentally prepared. I'm not as lenient as your master and won't look for weak soul beasts for you, Douluo thought to himself. In a canyon on the west side of the sunset forest, there existed a type of soul beast very suitable for Tianlin, but it was extremely fierce. Absorbing such a soul ring would be much more difficult than absorbing the purple fire golden-eye beast. Chapter 51. Third Soul Ring, Stormwind Golden-Winged Eagle in a Steep Canyon. The howling wind blew fiercely, and unexpectedly, there was such a place within the sunset forest. Tianlin and Douluo braved the strong winds and entered the canyon. As a titled Douluo, Douluo naturally was not afraid of this wind strength. But Tianlin seemed completely unbothered, all due to his current physical strength, which was far beyond that of a normal soul sage. Indeed, little monster, your physique is stronger than I imagined. Now, I believe you can absorb a soul ring over 5,000 years. You should know that even a typical soul king would find it very difficult to move here, yet you walk as if on flat ground, Douluo praised. Old monster, stop flattering me. Where's the soul beast that suits me? Tianlin asked anxiously. Becoming a soul sage was a turning point in many people's lives, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. Haha, look at you, little monster, finally feeling anxious. Don't worry, just wait for me a moment, Douluo said, leaping to the cliff wall, then opened his treasure bag, revealing a rabbit, specifically a soft-boned rabbit soul beast. Of course, it was definitely not Xiaowu, just an ordinary soft-boned rabbit, with a lifespan of only about 10 years. When Douluo returned to Tianlin's side, Tianlin immediately asked, Old monster, what is going on with this soft-boned rabbit? Of course, I caught it specifically for you. The soul beast I'm looking for you is called the Stormwind Golden-Winged Eagle. It's a soul beast with strong attack power and great speed, and usually likes to fly high in the sky, making it extremely difficult to capture. Therefore, we can only find a way to lure it out, Douluo explained. Perfect, that kind of eagle's favorite food is the soft-boned rabbit. So I quietly caught one on the way here. No wonder, Tianlin suddenly understood how the move rabbit kicks eagle in Xiaowu's ultimate skill was created. It must have been to deal with this Stormwind Golden-Winged Eagle to avoid becoming its food. At that moment, a sharp eagle cry echoed from the sky. Douluo quickly took Tianlin and hid behind a stone wall. The eagle's eyesight was very keen, and if it spotted him, a titled Douluo, it would likely not show itself. In the sky, a giant eagle descended. Its body was a sandy yellow, but its wings were brilliant golden. Two colors that seemed similar, but were actually completely different. One noble, the other ordinary. Anyone could tell that all the eagle's power came from those wings. Old monster, is this the Stormwind Golden-Winged Eagle? Tianlin asked. That's right. The only eagle-type soul beast that likes to live in this canyon is this one. Its two strongest features are its keen eagle eyes and its wings that stir up fierce winds when they move. Looking at the length of the Stormwind Golden-Winged Eagle's wings, they add up to about 5.5 meters, which means this fellow is around 5,500 years old. Just right for you, Douluo said. already prepared to act, waiting for the Stormwind golden-winged eagle to approach. Although the Stormwind golden-winged eagle did not possess the high intelligence of the purple fire golden-eyed beast, it was rather cautious. Even upon spotting its favorite soft-boned rabbit, it did not immediately dive to catch it, but instead used its eagle eyes to scan the surroundings. Unfortunately, being just a 1,000-year-old beast, it did not have the capability to discover a hidden tidal Douluo who had made a firm decision to hide. After scanning the area and finding nothing, it finally dove down towards a soft-boned rabbit. Good now. Third soul skill, Emerald Scale, Bewitching Array. Douluo's third soul skill. Emerald Scale, Bewitching Array. Use the poison of the Emerald Scale Snake to set up a toxic array that could not only control and confuse enemies, but also gradually poison those within the array. The Stormwind golden-winged eagle was startled by the sudden appearance of the toxic array and immediately flapped its wings to disperse the toxic mist. However, no matter how much it stirred up the wind, it could not shake the toxic array even a little. After all, this was not an ordinary toxic array, but a soul skill from a tidal Douluo. Within the toxic array, the expression of the Stormwind golden-winged eagle grew increasingly uncomfortable. It was already starting to be poisoned. Although the poison from the Emerald Scale Bewitching Array was not lethal, it significantly weakened its strength. Good opportunity. First soul skill. Giant Python Strength. Douluo transformed into a giant python and charged out. His first soul skill was actually unrelated to poison. It was a status-type soul skill, seemingly to enhance his physique, and this soul ring must have come from a non-venomous giant python. Douluo struck the Stormwind golden-winged eagle on the head with his emerald scale snake tail, instantly causing it to see stars and fall down. Then he shouted, "Quick! Little monster, act immediately. The key is its eagle eyes." No problem. Second soul skill, Ice Fire Sealing God. Tianlin didn't need reminding. His second soul skill was already prepared. The ultimate ice and ultimate fire sword energies pierced directly into the Stormwind golden-winged eagle's eyes, killing it completely. Douluo jumped down from the cliff, holding the soft-boned rabbit. "All right, little guy, consider yourself lucky. You didn't become that eagle's food. Go back to your forest." This old poison master actually remembered to release the soft-boned rabbit. It seemed he was similar to Chun Xin in that he disliked killing soul beasts unnecessarily, except for essential training. This truly aligned with the principles of their seven-treasure glazed tile school. "Little monster, what are you waiting for? Why aren't you absorbing the soul ring?" Seeing Tianlin staring at him without moving, Douluo urged. Tianlin smiled. "I just didn't expect that the so-called poison overlord would have such a kind side. It seems that since your poison was lifted, your temperament has improved as well." With that, he sat cross-legged and began to absorb his third soul ring. Douluo watched Tianlin, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself that he had become like this because of this little monster. In the past, he was tormented by illness every day and worried that his granddaughter might die from the poison one day, feeling that the world was unfair. As a result, his character became increasingly violent and ruthless. He would kill at the slightest provocation. But now, after spending time with Tianlin, not only had his severe poison gradually lifted, but he also felt a familial affection akin to that of a grandfather and grandson, as well as a friendship like that of old friends, unknowingly softening his character over time. "Little monster, you saved my life and gifted me with spiritual medicine. I will be your protector and help you reach the pinnacle of this world." At this moment, Tianlin was focused on absorbing the soul ring, fully immersed in his martial soul, and did not hear Douluo's words. However, he knew that a powerful elder was protecting him, allowing him to absorb the soul ring with peace of mind. The soul ring of over 5,000 years was indeed domineering. Tianlin felt a shock throughout his body, but he did not feel any pain. This shock had no impact on him. It was clear that he still underestimated himself. The 5,000 or 6,000 years were far from reaching his current limit. His choice was still too conservative. Chapter 52. The Flow of Feng Shui, the third soul skill of Tianlin. Dominance is unparalleled. The danger period passed so quickly, and the little monster absorbed this 500-year soul ring too easily. Seeing Tianlin's expression relax after a while, Douluo completely put his mind at ease. His current thoughts were the same as Tianlin's. After all, over 5,000 years is too conservative for Tianlin. One must remember that he hasn't even used the sacred breath barrier yet. From this perspective, Tianlin's true limit should be at least over 7,000 years. It seems that his fourth soul ring can directly consider the 10,000 year level. With a mental type external spirit bone, the soul shock from a mere 10,000 year soul beast probably can't do anything to him. Tianlin was still in meditation. In fact, he had already completed the absorption of his soul ring and was now considering his soul skill. The attribute of the third soul ring is wind. If he fuses the fire from the second soul ring with it, the resulting soul skill would be a wind-fire technique, similar to ice and fire sealing god. A single target attacks soul skill. Due to the redundancy, Tianlin directly passed on that option. Then there were two other choices. One was a 3-attribute fusion, which would directly become a water, fire, and wind group attack skill, the chaotic shadow demon sword. The other was a single water attribute combined with wind to form a supportive soul skill, flowing wind and water. After some deliberation, Tianlin ultimately gave up on the 3-attribute soul skill. Although it was powerful, it was unnecessary. In the later stages, Tianlin would have stronger 4-attribute and 5-attribute attack soul skills. To consider the future, there was no need to repeat too many similar soul skills. On the other hand, every auxiliary soul skill of the demon sword had its own usefulness, often producing effects in battle that were more formidable than attack soul skills. After some consideration, Tianlin slowly injected the water attribute into the third soul ring, combining it with its inherent wind attribute. The third demon sword skill was finally lit up. Tianlin stood up, looked at the magic sword entwined with 3 soul rings, and realized he had finally reached the realm of Soul Sovereign. This is a watershed moment in the lives of many soul masters. For example, the master was stuck at this bottleneck for half his life. If it weren't for Tang San's 9-petal purple Ganoderma later on, he might never have broken through. Unfortunately, the 9-petal purple Ganoderma has now been intercepted by Tianlin. He should just stay honest in the great soul master realm. However, the bottleneck that troubles people for a lifetime was as simple as eating and drinking for Tianlin. Yet, he could also feel that after entering the Soul Sovereign realm, his cultivation speed had slowed down compared to before. The drawback of an ultimate martial soul is that the cultivation speed between level 30 and level 70 decreases, and there's no way to avoid it. In the future, Tianlin would have to work even harder to break through the 70-level bottleneck as soon as possible. Little monster, you're awake. It seems your absorption of the soul ring went very smoothly, with no pressure at all, Douluo said as he walked up to him. Yes, this time the soul ring absorption was indeed too easy. The immortal herb and external spirit bone have strengthened my body and spirit respectively. I feel that my fourth soul ring can directly go for the 10,000 year level. Tianlin's ambition swelled. But this time, Douluo not only didn't oppose him, but actually agreed wholeheartedly. The cultivation method of a monster shouldn't be the same as others. Given Tianlin's physique now, it was entirely worth a try. By the way, little monster, can you tell me what your third soul skill is? Douluo was very curious about what kind of soul skill could be born from a third soul skill that was over 5,000 years old. Tianlin smiled slightly. Old monster. If you want to know, sure, but you have to use your first soul skill first. My first soul skill? That's no problem. Giant Python's power. Douluo immediately summoned his martial soul and activated his first soul skill. In an instant, his strength surged, and his body became more robust. All right, my third soul skill is this, flowing wind and water. Tianlin plunged the magic sword into the ground, and as the magic sword became the center, a barrier quickly spread outwards. When this barrier enveloped Douluo, his body immediately returned to its original form, and the giant python's power completely disappeared. This, little monster, your third soul skill is not an attack skill, but rather an auxiliary skill that, right? Douluo was somewhat disappointed. While this couldn't be said to be bad, it also couldn't be said to be particularly strong. Tianlin shook his head. Old monster, how could my soul skill be so weak? Flowing wind and water is everything except for the true form of the martial soul. Everything? You mean, regardless of whether it's positive or negative, it will all disappear? Douluo asked in disbelief. If what Tianlin said was true, then this soul skill was incredible. That's right. Under the formation of flowing wind and water, any enhancement state, whether it's an enhancement from auxiliary martial souls like the Seven Treasures Glaze Tower or the amplification of one's own soul skills, will become ineffective. Negative states are the same. States like charm, frenzy, paralysis, hypnosis, and poisoning can all be completely resolved. Moreover, fusion skills like the state-type martial souls from the Daiju families of the Star Luo Empire will also be forcibly. After Tianlin finished speaking, Douluo was completely stunned. This was no ordinary soul skill. It was a divine skill. Little monster, your soul skill is too terrifying. It means that any opponent, apart from their martial soul's true form, will not receive any enhancement. Auxiliary soul masters in front of you will become utterly meaningless. Tianlin lowered his head, suddenly feeling a bit worried. This skill is indeed very powerful, but the drawbacks are also very obvious. One is that it consumes a lot of my soul power. While maintaining this wind and water barrier, my soul power will continuously deplete. The other is that it's a bit too overbearing. It doesn't distinguish between friend and foe. Not only do the enhancements of my opponents disappear completely, but all states of my teammates, except for myself, will also vanish. Therefore, this skill is only suitable for me to take on a group of opponents, but it's not suitable for team battles. Upon hearing this, Douluo laughed for a while and said, "Little monster, what are these two drawbacks? Let me tell you. The first one is because your soul power is too low right now. Once you become a title Douluo in the future, this little soul power consumption will be negligible to you. Then, you'll understand the wonderful use of this skill. The second one is indeed a problem. But you were born in the Seven Treasures Glaze sect. Have you forgotten? What is the other renowned skill of your Seven Treasures Glaze sect besides the world's #1 auxiliary martial soul, the Seven Treasures Glaze Tower? Distraction control. Tianlin was awakened by Douluo's words, and his eyes lit up. That's right. How could I forget this skill? As long as I learn this skill, I can precisely control the direction of the soul skills application. When the enemy is enhanced, I can direct flowing wind and water solely toward the opponent, rendering their auxiliary skills useless. When my teammates are in abnormal states, I can direct it toward them to help them recover their states. At that time, this will truly be a perfect divine skill. Tianlin's mood immediately brightened. Old monster, thank you. After returning to the sect, I will ask Uncle Ning for the cultivation method of distraction control. Now let's go back first. Watching Tianlin excitedly bouncing back, Douluo smiled faintly from behind. After all, he's just a child. No matter how talented he is, he will still show such a mischievous side. Chapter 53, The Terrifying Kiss of the Snow-Colored Swan, Leaving the Ice and Fire Yin Yang. Little monster, what are you refining again? Didn't you already refine that heaven-repairing pill over a month ago? Douluo asked from behind Tianlin. It had been nearly half a year since Tianlin came to him. And in fact, over a month ago, the deadly poison in Douluo had mostly been eliminated. About 90%. He did not plan to remove the last layer because his body had adapted to the poison, if it were removed all at once. It might even be harmful. Leaving a small amount was just right. Tianlin lifted the alchemy furnace and took out 2 freshly refined pills. These were Xuanwu golden pills, a type of immortal-grade pill refined using the stone gold turtle as a medicinal guide, which was extremely beneficial for soul masters with turtle-type martial souls. Although the stone gold turtle had turtle in its name, it was actually a type of herb resembling a turtle but possessing water attributes. I see. This is prepared for those 2 Shijia brothers of the Imperial fighting team, right? Douluo noticed that none of the pills Tianlin refined were for himself. They were all for family and friends. In fact, Tianlin wasn't entirely neglecting himself, as after consuming the 8-pointed Xianbing grass and the fire apricot blossom, the medicinal properties in his body had become too strong, making it unsuitable to consume any other immortal herbs. Therefore, he chose to use the same method as Tang San in the original story, consuming the autumn water elixir to enhance his external spirit bone. The medicinal properties of the autumn water elixir were very mild, making it perfect for his current condition. Yes, I prepared gifts for everyone. This time, whether it's the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect or the Imperial fighting team, they will all receive a significant boost, Tianlin replied. By the way, old monster, have you taken the purple gold pill? Yes, I have. The pill you refined is indeed impressive. I feel my soul power has risen to level 93, and after being purified, my speed of condensing soul power is now even faster. Douluo's gains over the past 6 months had been tremendous. Not only had he rid himself of the deadly poison, but his soul power had also increased by 2 levels. Furthermore, since he had guided his snake venom into the Medusa soul bone, the two had combined to form a new, stronger biscaled snake king poison. Douluo had an old rival, the chrysanthemum Douluo of the Spirit Hall, who had previously beaten him to a pulp. However, now Douluo felt confident enough to face him again. Old monster, do you remember I told you before that, besides the purple gold pill, I had another gift for you? Today is the time to fulfill that promise. However, after giving this, I will have to leave. Tianlin felt a bit reluctant. Having lived here for so long, he had developed feelings for the ice and fiery Yang Eye. Douluo patted Tianlin on the head. What are you being sentimental about, little monster? This is my home. You can come anytime you want. If you have any gifts, just take them out. Don't keep me in suspense. He wasn't affected by Tianlin's imminent departure because he would also be leaving with him. After much persuasion and Tianlin's use of those 3 conditions, Douluo finally agreed to join the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect as a guest elder. And he wouldn't be given much to do, just a nominal title. Hee, old monster, what I have for you is this. Tianlin took out a snow-white immortal herb from his Rui Hunter treasure bag. Each leaf of the herb seemed to be dripping with water, long and curved, resembling the neck of a swan. This was called the Kiss of the Snow-Colored Swan, one of the immortal herbs. Douluo took the herb. It looks good, little monster. How do I eat this? Eat? Old monster, are you trying to kill yourself? This thing cannot be eaten. Its effect is to amplify the toxicity. You are full of poison. If you eat this, you might be killed by your own poison instantly. And all our efforts over the past 6 months would be in vain, Tianlin hurriedly explained. Damn. Douluo was so frightened that he threw the Kiss of the Snow-Colored Swan away. What kind of terrifying thing is this? Why'd you give me this, little monster? Such a waste. Tianlin picked up the Kiss of the Snow-Colored Swan, feeling heartbroken. Even if it couldn't be eaten, it was still an immortal herb. And it was thrown away just like that. Old monster, I'm not giving you this to eat. It's for you to use as a weapon in battle. Just think about it. If your poison is released using the Kiss of the Snow-Colored Swan as a carrier, what would happen? Using the Kiss of the Snow-Colored Swan as a carrier. Douluo was shocked and excited. Then my poison will be amplified by who knows how many times. Even without relying on the 9th spirit ability, it would probably be enough to slaughter cities and annihilate clans. That's terrifying. Exactly. It's precisely because the Kiss of the Snow-Colored Swan is too terrifying that what I'm giving you isn't the original version. Over the past 6 months, I have cultivated it with some anti-poison immortal herbs, significantly reducing its medicinal properties. Otherwise, even you wouldn't be able to control it, Tianlin explained. Now, the most important parts of the Kiss of the Snow-Colored Swan consist of 3 parts: the petals, the corolla, and the stamen. The medicinal properties of these 3 parts are different. After my recultivation, the petals can enhance your poison 3-fold and can be used as your regular attack method. The corolla is 5 times stronger and should be used cautiously against strong enemies. Finally, the stamen is 10 times stronger, and you should never use it lightly unless in a life-or-death crisis. Do you understand, old monster? Tianlin reminded seriously. After all, even though the medicinal properties of the Kiss of the Snow-Colored Swan had been greatly reduced, 10 times the power was still enough to cause catastrophic disasters. I understand. Hurry up and give it to me, little monster. Douluo snatched the Kiss of the Snow-Colored Swan as if it were a treasure, thinking that with it, he would need to fear the chrysanthemum Douluo. Even if he came with the ghost Douluo, he wouldn't be afraid. He would take on 2 opponents at once. Looking at the excited Douluo, Tianlin smiled. He couldn't make hidden weapons to give Douluo something like the Mother and Son Soul Pursuit pill to deal with enemies, so he could only give him this. The Kiss of the Snow-Colored Swan was definitely stronger and more terrifying than the Mother and Son Soul Pursuit pill. Little monster, let's go. You can't stay here forever. You need to go out and experience more. How will you achieve the title of Titled Douluo in the future? Douluo unabashedly expressed his admiration for Tianlin. The outside world was much broader. That was where he should go. What you said makes sense. I'll gather some more herbs, and 3 days later, we'll set off and return to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect together. Tianlin smiled slightly, no longer entangled in his thoughts. 3 days later, at the foot of Seven Treasure Mountain, the old and young finally returned here. Tianlin was not as cold-hearted as Tang San. He only took what he needed and left the other herbs to continue growing well in the ice and fiery Yang'ai. As Douluo said, that was his home, and Tianlin could come anytime he wanted. He would just go to pick herbs when needed. Tianlin first took Douluo back to Seven Treasure Village. After being away for half a year, he felt it was only right to see his parents first. When they saw Tianlin return, Jun Tianhai and Mo Lan were overjoyed. However, when they saw Douluo, the titled law, they were so frightened that they dared not say a word. After all, the status of a titled Douluo in the continent was too high, and ordinary people like them might never encounter one in their lifetime. Tianlin took out 3 purple gold pills and gave one to each of his parents. Due to Jun Tianhai's limited talent, he might find it difficult to break through level 30 in his lifetime. But the medicinal power of the purple gold pill was enough to support him to level 40. As for Mo Lan, although she had no soul power, she could also use the purple gold pill to prolong her life. Initially, she was reluctant to accept it, thinking it was a waste. But when she heard that the purple gold pill also had the ability to maintain youth, she almost snatched the other 2 pills from Tianlin, leaving him both amused and exasperated. After fulfilling his filial duties to his parents, Tianlin and Douluo made their way up the mountain. Soon, they entered Seven Treasure City and arrived at the entrance of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Chapter 54. Returning to the sect, Douluo joins the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School at the entrance of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. The guard spotted 2 people walking towards them from a distance. Although they didn't recognize Douluo, they knew Tianlin and immediately stepped forward to greet him. Young Master Tianlin. You are back. Tianlin nodded. It's been a long time, everyone. Is Uncle Ning and my master inside? Yes. Sect Master Ning and the 3 elders are in the main hall. Young Master, may I ask who this is? The guard asked, looking at Douluo. It was his duty to know who was entering the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. I'll introduce him to you. This person will be our school's 4th elder in the future. He is the Poison Duo, Senior Douluo. As soon as Tianlin said this, everyone was taken aback. Greetings, Poison Crown. They absolutely could not neglect the etiquette towards a titled Duo. This was something Ning Fengji had taught them out of respect for the strong. Some of the more astute guards had already rushed into the sect. It was a significant event for a titled Douluo to visit. And how could they not inform the sect master? Moreover, from Tianlin's earlier words, it seemed that this Poison Duo was here to join their sect. Douluo coldly nodded at them. He wasn't one to be overly warm towards people, except for Tianlin. He remained the proud Douluo towards everyone else. Tianlin led Douluo into the sect. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, being the wealthiest sect, was as splendid as a royal palace. How is it, old monster? Not bad here, right? Tianlin asked. Indeed, it's quite good. Little monster, do you think I can be an honorary elder here without any responsibilities? Douluo was most concerned about his freedom. He hated the feeling of being restrained. Of course, little Tian can manage that. At this moment, a gentle yet magnetic voice came from behind. It was Ning Fengji, who had personally come out to welcome them upon receiving news of their return. Behind him were 2 guarding Douluo and Elder Yinyang. Brother Jian, a little girl in a green dress, ran over and jumped into Tianlin's arms. Rong Rong, long time no see. You've grown taller and more beautiful, Tianlin said, ruffling Ning Rongrong's hair with a smile. Brother Jian, I missed you so much. This time, are you not leaving? Ning Rongrong looked at Tianlin eagerly. Although he had returned once or twice in the past 6 months, he never stayed long. Douluo's living conditions were too dangerous, so Ning Fengji did not allow Ning Rongrong to come. She had long missed her brother Jian. Well, I'm not leaving. At most, I'll return to the Heaven Do Royal Academy for studies. You can come see me anytime. The Heaven Do Royal Academy was only half a day's journey from Seven Treasure City. So Ning Rongrong thought it would be easy to find someone to bring her safely and quickly. Ning Rongrong was immediately overjoyed. That's great. Ning Fengji stepped forward and respectfully said to Douluo, Senior Douluo, Little Tian is our future guarding Douluo of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. I fully endorse the promise he made to you in the name of the sect. If you are willing to join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, I, Ning Fengji, will be greatly honored. At this moment, Ning Fengji would not put on any airs of sect master. He was not foolish enough to turn down a title Duo joining the sect. Moreover, the poison Duo was known for dominating with poison and was the strongest in group battles. Having him alone was enough to surpass 1,000 troops. You flatter me. Sect Master Ning. Little Tian promised me that after I join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, not only will the sect take care of my daily needs, but I won't have to handle any matters. Douluo said very straightforwardly and without reservation. However, what he said was not a problem for Ning Fengji. The Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was not lacking in money. Supporting a pair of grandfather and granddaughter was quite simple. Moreover, Douluo was right. Once he joined the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, his granddaughter marrying Yu Qianheng could be seen as a union of two major sections. Such a strong alliance would only benefit the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and Ning Fengji immediately agreed. All right, then I'll consider this little monster's request and take a nominal position at your Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Hearing this, Ning Fengji was overjoyed. One title Douluo had turned into three. The rise of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was unstoppable. He immediately thought of holding a grand, welcoming ceremony for Douluo, but Douluo temporarily declined, saying he had something else to do first and that the ceremony would have to wait until that matter was completed. As Douluo prepared to leave, Bondo suddenly stepped forward and said, "Wait, old poison, when you return victorious, let us have a drink together. From now on, we are brothers of the same sect. Okay, old bone, old swordman, prepare good wine for my return." Douluo nodded and vanished in a flash. In fact, they all knew what Douluo was going to do. It was bound to be to end the decades-long feud with Douluo. They did not intend to stop him because this would be the last time. If he waited until he joined the sect to find Douluo, it would be seen as the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School provoking the Spirit Hall. Therefore, this time Douluo would certainly give it his all. Go, old monster. Blow up that chrysanthemum for me. You will definitely win, Tianlin said with a faint smile as he watched Douluo leave. In the original work, the level 92 Douluo, along with the mother-child soul-devouring gourd, could defeat Douluo. Now, at level 93, he would definitely beat Douluo to the point of being incapacitated with the addition of the Snow White Swan Kiss. Little Tian, how did you persuade Douluo? He is a very stubborn person. How many times has the Spirit Hall tried to recruit him without success? Ning Fengji and the others asked curiously. Because I gave him a celestial herb, Tianlin replied, slightly modifying the story of what happened at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang well for Ning Fengji and the others. He explained that while learning about poison, he accidentally discovered the magical use of the Snow White Swan Kiss and then gifted it to Douluo, which led to them becoming close friends. Douluo promised him 3 commitments. Then, he used one of those commitments to get Douluo to join the sect. Ning Fengji nodded after hearing this. If the Snow White Swan Kiss truly had such miraculous effects, enough to significantly boost Douluo's combat power, it was understandable that he would be moved. Moreover, Douluo was famous across the continent not only for his poison and ruthlessness, but also for his credit. It was well known that Douluo would keep his promises. Little Tian, you've done a great job bringing a title Douluo to the sect. Come, go with Uncle Ning to the main hall. Uncle will reward you well. Ning Fengji was in a very good mood and had already decided to give Tianlin a substantial reward. Rewarding merit is a basic responsibility of sect master. Chapter 55. Distributing celestial treasures. Tianlin returned to the Seven Treasure Hall with Ning Fengji and others. Here, he could finally reveal some things, as anyone who could enter this place must be one of their own. Outside, in such a large sect like the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, there were all sorts of people mixed in, and who could guarantee that there weren't spies from other sects or the Spirit Hall? Moreover, it seemed that Ning Fengji had agreed with Tianlin, as upon entering the hall, he waved his hand and asked everyone except for Tianlin, Ning Rongrong, and the 3 elders to leave. This was because the reward that Ning Fengji prepared for Tianlin was extremely precious, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. After all, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure can lead to trouble. Xiao Tian, what level is your soul power now? I heard you managed to obtain your third soul ring with the help of Douluo. Chen Xian asked with concern. Yes, master. My third soul ring comes from 500-year-old Gale, golden winged eagle. It not only gave me a powerful third soul skill, but also significantly increased my soul power. I am now at the peak of level 32, Tianlin replied. Peak level 32. Xiao Tian, you are truly breaking records on the continent. There probably hasn't been anyone as young as you who has reached the level of soul ancestor. Ning Fengji exclaimed in surprise and joy. Actually, there has been. Tianlin thought to himself. That innate level 20 of Qianrenshu must have also broken through level 30 before the age of 9. If not for me and Tang San, she would be the true genius of the continent, perhaps purely in terms of talent. The protagonist Tang San would indeed be inferior to her. At this moment, Ning Fengji took out a luxurious treasure box from his soul guide and handed it to Tianlin. Xiao Tian, this is the reward I prepared for you. Open it and see if you like it. Tianlin took the box and opened it, revealing a soul bone inside. No wonder Ning Fengji had just asked everyone else to leave. This item was indeed precious. Xiao Tian, this is a right leg bone taken from 60,000-year-old soul beast, the Gale demon wolf, called the right leg of whirlwind teleportation. Coincidentally, your latest soul ring is also wind attribute, so doesn't this leg bone suit you well? Ning Fengji introduced with a smile. A 60,000-year-old soul bone. Tianlin was taken aback. Uncle Ning, isn't this too precious? I think there probably aren't many soul bones of this level, even within the sect. Yes, for soul bones of this level. Even in our 7-treasure glazed tile school, we only have 4. The other 3 are with me, Bone Uncle and Sword Uncle. Ning Fengji noticed Tianlin's hesitation and reassured him. Xiao Tian, you don't need to worry. Although soul bones are precious, they must be used by someone to realize their value. He truly was a decisive sect master, not stingy towards those who have made contributions. Moreover, the most important thing is that unlike soul rings, soul bones can be recovered. To put it bluntly, after Sworddaw, Bondaw, and Tianlin pass away, the soul bones must still be returned to the sect, which means no loss for the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Xiao Tian, just accept it. Didn't you say you also brought us gifts? Let's take a look. Chen Xian alleviated Tianlin's embarrassment, and Tianlin no longer hesitated, accepting Ning Fengji's gift. However, his return gift was also extremely precious, even more valuable than that soul bone. Yes, master. What I prepared for you is similar to the celestial herbs for the old monster. But what I brought for you is all consumable and can greatly enhance your soul power and qualifications. Saying this, Tianlin took out several types of celestial herbs or rare elixirs from his Rui Hunter treasure bag. When there are good things, of course, the first thing is to share them with family. Grandpa Yin, this 9-grade purple gold pill is for you. Tianlin first handed the purple gold pill to Yin Yang. Yin Yang was surprised. Even I have a gift? Haha, you're so thoughtful, Xiao Tian. What is the use of this pill? It strengthens the foundation and purifies soul power, helping to break through bottlenecks. Elder Yin, I heard you've been stuck at the level 89 Soul Douluo for over 10 years without any progress. This pill might help you take the final step. Tianlin's words were shocking, leaving Yin Yang dumbfounded. You mean this small pill can help me break through the tidal Douluo realm? Old Hawk, what are you waiting for? I believe Xiao Tian wouldn't deceive you with this. Your 10-year obsession can be broken today. Don't hesitate. Chen Xian urged when she saw Yin Yang was too shocked to act. Yin Yang regained his senses, no longer hesitating, and swallowed the purple gold pill in one gulp. Then focused all his energy to absorb its immense medicinal properties. This will probably take some time. Tianlin then gave the second celestial item to Douluo Bone Elder. This is a Earth Dragon Golden Gourd, a soil attribute celestial item. Your martial soul is the Bone Dragon, which is a dragon type and has both dark and earth attributes. This is definitely very suitable for you. Douluo was known for his peculiar attack and incredible defense. Thanks to his dark and earth attributes, the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd would greatly enhance his earth attribute energy, and his future defense would surely surpass his attack, potentially making him the true #1 defensive title Douluo on the continent. Thank you, Xiao Tian. Don't call me Bone Elder anymore. It sounds too formal. Just like Rong Rong, call me Grandpa Bone, Bone Douluo said with a kind smile. Perhaps the withered face, paired with this smile, was somewhat frightening. But Tianlin was entirely unafraid. All right, Grandpa Bone. Seeing his demeanor, Bone Douluo nodded in satisfaction, then walked aside to swallow the celestial item and absorb its medicinal power. Tianlin continued, Uncle Ning, Rong Rong, Master, these are the gifts I prepared for you. Uncle Ning and Rong Rong have the Bu Tian Dan, while Master has the Hun Yuan celestial herb. The Bu Tian Dan is made from a special tulip and is known as the most luxurious and unparalleled divine pill in the world. It can make up for anyone's innate deficiencies and perfect their physique. I believe that after you and Rong Rong take this, the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda will evolve into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. Lastly, their S-Master S-Hun Yuan celestial herb. This celestial item doesn't have all the complications of the previous ones. It cannot purify soul power, strengthen attributes, or evolve martial souls. Its only function is to maximize your soul power. You once told me that for a soul master, learning skills is important, but enhancing soul power is fundamental. After you take this celestial herb, I believe your level will not be lower than 98. Tianlin was scaring people today without any fear of consequences. Ning Fengji and Chun Xian were left utterly speechless, especially Ning Fengji. He had only given Tianlin a 10,000-year soul bone, yet Tianlin's return gift was shockingly extravagant. Agreeing to follow Douluo to learn pharmacology was indeed the right choice. He never expected to come back with such a treasure. Ning Fengji even thought about digging out another 10,000-year soul bone from himself to give to Tianlin and then ask him, are there any more return gifts? Chapter 56. The Earthbone Dragon and the 9-treasure glazed pagoda inside the 7-treasure hall. Everyone except Tianlin and Ning Rongrong was sitting cross-legged, absorbing the medicinal power. Although this place was safe, someone had to guard it, not to protect them, but to prevent any disturbances. Ning Fengji didn't let Ning Rongrong take the heaven-replenishing pill immediately. Not because he didn't trust Tianlin, but because the medicinal power of the pill was too strong. He was worried that Ning Rongrong's young body might not be able to bear it, so he needed to explore the effects first. Fortunately, Ning Rongrong, being young, wasn't very eager for power. She didn't like meditating and cultivating. She preferred to snuggle in her sword brother's arms and enjoy life. About an hour later, Bone Douluo was the first to wake up. He absorbed the medicinal power the fastest, not only because he was the first to take the celestial herb, but also because his martial soul was highly compatible with the Earth Dragon Goldemelon. The Bone Dragon was also a dragon type and had the Earth attribute, making it a perfect match. Haha, so comfortable. Behind Gurong, a massive shadow of a bone dragon flickered in and out of view. It could be seen that the huge skeleton had become more solid, and the bone dragon was emanating a yellowish light, the power of the earth. Level 96. I finally broke through to level 96. Moreover, my bone dragon seems to have evolved into the earth bone dragon, nearly doubling its defensive power. Bone Douluo was overjoyed and said to Tianlin, Little Tian, thank you so much this time. I've always been suppressed by that guy, Chinexen, but now I can finally catch up to him. Hee, Grandpa Bone, catching up to Sword Grandpa is only temporary. Look, Sword Grandpa is still absorbing the medicinal power. Once he wakes up, he'll surpass you again. Ning Rongrong giggled. Bone Douluo glanced back and saw that indeed, Ning Fengji and Chinexen were also absorbing the medicinal power. Damn, I'd almost forgot. Tianlin is Chun Xian's disciple. How could he only prepare gifts for himself and neglect that old guy? If he had such a significant boost, he wondered what level Chun Xian could reach. It wouldn't be level 97, would it? If so, he would probably continue to be suppressed for the rest of his life. Little Tian, you should also absorb the soul bone now. Leave the guarding to me, Gurong said. Tianlin shook his head, Grandpa Bone. There's no rush to absorb the soul bone. I know these medicinal herbs and pills the best. If something goes wrong while absorbing the medicinal power, only I can solve it smoothly. Gurong felt this made sense and no longer insisted, sitting back down to wait quietly. About half an hour later, the next to wake up was Ning Fengji. He sensed the soul power within him and was immediately ecstatic. Level 80, really level 80? Fengji, What are you waiting for? Summon your martial soul and see. Gu Rong reminded him. Right, Uncle Bone. I should see how my 7-treasure glazed pagoda has changed. With a mix of anticipation and worry, Ning Fengji summoned his martial soul. He had tried many methods before, all of which ended in failure, and he was afraid this time would be another disappointment. However, when he summoned his martial soul, the majestic and luxurious pagoda was clearly more brilliant than before. Ning Fengji counted like a child. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9. 9 layers, 9 colors, 9 treasure glazed pagoda. In the next moment, tears streamed down Ning Fengji's face. The bottleneck that had troubled the 7-treasure glazed sect for centuries had finally been broken today. Ning Fengji rushed forward and hugged Tianlin, choked up little Tian. Thank you, really thank you. You fulfilled the lifelong wish of countless generations of sect masters of the 7-treasure glazed sect. This sect master Ning was always so wise and composed. Tianlin never imagined he would see him cry like this. Indeed, a man's tears are not easily shed, but this time, Ning Fengji's tears were not from sadness, but from excitement. From now on, the 7-treasure glazed sect would officially become the 9-treasure glazed sect. Oh dear Fengji, such a joyous occasion. Why are you crying? When Sword Old Man and Old Eagle wake up, the 3 of us will go together to hunt for the strongest 8th soul ring. You should think about what you want, Gu Rong laughed. Well, actually I already have a choice in mind for the 8th and 9th soul rings. I just don't know when Uncle Sword and Uncle Eagle will wake up. Ning Fengji was a bit anxious. There was no way around it. The temptation of the 8th soul ring from the never-before-seen 9-treasure glazed pagoda was too great. Master and Grandpa Eagle probably need a little more time. The celestial herb Master took is one of the most potent. It will take a long time to fully absorb it. Grandpa Eagle's purple gold pill's potency is relatively average. He probably absorbed it long ago. The reason he hasn't woken up is that I guess he wants to break through the bottleneck with the medicinal power all at once. After finishing, Tianlin sat beside Yin Yang, opening a sacred breath barrier to assist him. In fact, Yin Yang had already reached the peak of level 89, but due to his limited talent, he would have found it difficult to become a title Douluo in his lifetime. However, today, with the help of the medicinal pills to wash the marrow and strengthen his body, combined with his years of diligent practice, the possibility of breaking through the bottleneck was extremely high, and he couldn't miss this great opportunity. On the other side, since the celestial herb was taken in pieces, even just a portion had immense medicinal power. Chun Xen, while absorbing the medicinal power, had his vast soul power uncontrollably spread out. Feeling this powerful soul energy, Gu Rong and Ning Fengji were both shocked. Level 97, that old guy Chun Xen actually broke through to level 97, and he is still rising. In the original story, Chun Xen had his epiphany and breakthrough during a battle against 4 title Douluos from the Spear Hall, which certainly stemmed from his talent. But this also proved that Chun Xen originally possessed at least the strength of a level 96 peak. If the foundation isn't sufficient, it's difficult to break through the bottleneck, no matter how much enlightenment one has. Therefore, with the help of the medicinal power of the celestial herb, Chun Xen's breakthrough to level 97 was as simple as eating and drinking. Now it was just a matter of seeing how far he could elevate his power. Outside the 7-treasure hall, many soul masters felt the immense soul power that sent shivers down their spines. They had no idea what was happening inside. Among them were spies from other forces implanted in the 7-treasure glazed sect, such as those from the Spirit Hall. They were eager to go in and check. But the 7-treasure hall was off limits unless summoned by the sect master. Aside from the 2 guarding title Douluos, Elder Yin Yang and Ning Rongrong with Tianlin, anyone else who intruded would die. Now that the 2 guarding title Douluos and sect master Ning Fengji were inside, they didn't have the courage to enter. They could only think of ways to investigate the cause later. Chapter 57, Level 98, Sword Path Qinshin. Title Douluo Yin Yang. The training between Yin Yang and Qinshin continued for a day and a night. On the morning of the 3rd day, both of them awoke from their meditation at the same time. At this moment, it was the time for the outer disciples of the 7 treasures glazed sect to practice in the morning. Suddenly, a huge phenomenon in the heavens and earth attracted everyone's attention. The sky seemed to be cut in half by some sharp instrument. Then the originally clear sky, which had been cloudless for miles, was suddenly filled with the sound of thunder, and a massive aura weighed down on people, making it hard to breathe. Inside the great hall, Ning Fengji and the others were excited. It worked. Uncle Jian and Uncle Ing have both made a breakthrough. Qin was the first to open his eyes, his white hair dancing in the wind, floating like dust, and his realm had risen significantly compared to before. Old swordman, what is your level? I can't see through you at all, Gu Rong inquired. Level 98, Qin said, not daring to believe it himself, then looked at Tianlin and said, Little Tian, what you told me before about the primordial immortal grass, raising my level to 98 is indeed true. However, I thought I would only just enter level 98, but now I find I'm in the mid-level 98, and my soul power is incredibly refined. That's natural. The soul power enhanced by the primordial immortal grass is not the mixed and inferior quality. Otherwise, it wouldn't deserve the name of a top-tier immortal herb. Master, the solidified soul power will help you in your future challenge for level 99, Tianlin replied with a smile. Mid-level 98? My goodness, old swordman. Your strength is too strong now. I estimate that even that guy Tang Hao might not be your opponent now. By comparison, Gu Rong felt happy for his old friend, but also a bit lonely. He originally thought he had caught up with this old friend after breaking through level 96. But unexpectedly, the gap in strength had widened even more. Old Bone, don't underestimate yourself. I've observed that your martial soul seems to have evolved, and your soul power is at the peak of level 96. Given some time, breaking through level 97 is definitely not out of reach. The mid-level 98 Qin was so strong that he could see through Gu Rong's strengths and weaknesses at a glance. Indeed, when a Soul Master's soul power reaches level 95 or above, each level up represents a qualitative change. Seeing this, Tianlin felt a huge weight lift off his shoulders. Since joining the Seven Treasures Glazed sect, he had always been worried about one thing: the future annihilation of their sect. For this reason, he had been training desperately, hoping to protect everyone in the future. Tianlin never thought of leaving. Though he was not a person of great benevolence, he would never do anything ungrateful. However, he seemed to have fallen into a misunderstanding earlier, thinking that he could resolve disasters solely with his own strength. In fact, in such a short time, even if Tianlin pushed himself to train hard, by the time the soul-hunting operation occurred, he would at most be a soul sage and would probably struggle against an ordinary title Douluo. Today, he finally found the right path. Not only should he strengthen himself, but he should also strengthen the sect. Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo were the true combat strength of the sect. With Ning Fengji breaking through level 80 and the combination with Sword Douluo at level 98, the chemical reaction produced was immense. Unless Qin Daolu or Bibi Dong personally intervened, even if more ordinary titled Douluos came, they would be merely delivering food. The sect belonged to everyone and should be protected by everyone working together. This was the realization Tianlin had today. At that moment, Yin also opened his eyes. He stood up, transformed into a bolt of lightning, and rushed directly in front of Tianlin. Little Tian, thank you. I succeeded. The bottleneck that has troubled me for nearly 20 years was finally broken today. Yin excitement was no less than that of Ning Fengji earlier. After all, becoming a title Douluo had always been his dream. Haha, old eagle, congratulations. Yesterday, Fengji also successfully broke through level 80. Later, I'll accompany you both to hunt soul beasts. With this, our Seven Treasures Glazed sect will have 3 Douluos. No, counting the old poison master who will return soon, we should have 4 Douluos, Gu Rong said joyfully. Even the Spirit Hall publicly has only 3 Douluos in one hall. The strength of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect would likely have few rivals on the continent. Uncle Ning, about this, I have a suggestion. It's better not to let the news of your breakthrough to the 8th ring, along with Grandpa Bone and Grandpa Jin's breakthroughs, spread. After all, the tall tree catches the wind. Keeping a low profile can lead to better survival, Tianlin suggested. His aim was to set up a plan against the Spirit Hall in the future. Ning Fengji agreed with this suggestion, as he had been thinking the same way. A sect can be strong, but it must not be overly strong. Otherwise, it would arouse the wariness of major forces, including the Heaven Do Empire they had always supported. Unless one day, When Tianlin and Ning Rongrong have grown up and the Seven Treasures glazed sect has truly become an invincible existence in the world, then they could display their strength without reservation. It was still too early for that. Little Tian, what you said makes sense. However, the phenomenon just now cannot be hidden from people. Fortunately, Uncle Ing and Uncle Jian's breakthroughs occurred almost simultaneously. Externally, we can say that the phenomenon was caused by Uncle Ing breaking through to title Douluo. Ning Fengji quickly thought of an excuse. Yin Yang's martial soul was the thunder feather golden eagle, which was powerful and had a thunder attribute, perfectly fitting the earlier phenomenon. No one would doubt it. Moreover, this would not only hide most of the sect's strength, but also reveal a set of acceptable fangs to the outside world. With 3 Douluos, no one would dare to underestimate the Seven Treasures glazed sect anymore. Ning Fengji, along with the 3 elders and Tianlin, holding Ning Rongrong's hand, walked out of the Seven Treasures hall together. At this moment, a large group of outer disciples had gathered outside the hall. As mentioned earlier, such a huge phenomenon could not be hidden from people. Ning Fengji had to provide them with a reasonable excuse to reassure them and also to placate spies from other forces. However, when they got outside, Ning Fengji suddenly encountered a little issue. He couldn't help but want to laugh. As the sect master, Ning Fengji had always presented a serious and just image to the outside world. His demeanor was both dignified and gentle, even when he occasionally smiled. It was a light smile that made people feel like spring was in the air. He had never laughed heartily, and he had undergone professional training regarding this. Unless he couldn't hold back. Old swordman, what's wrong with Fengji? Gu Rong asked Qinshin in a whisper. I can't help it. I'm too happy and can't hold it back. Qinshin replied similarly. Indeed, Ning Fengji was incredibly happy. In just one day, the sect's strength had instantly increased several times. And now he was about to announce the joyful news to the disciples. How could he possibly hold back? Ahem. Ning Fengji coughed to alleviate his embarrassment while constantly reminding himself, no, I'm the aloof master of the Seven Treasures glazed sect. I must not lose my persona. I must hold it together. Disciples, you must be very curious about the phenomenon just now, right? Let me tell you some great news. Just now, our sect's 3rd elder Yin Yang, under the witness of me and Uncle Jian and Uncle Bone, successfully broke through and officially entered level 90. Stepping into the realm of Title Douluo, Chapter 58, the Title Douluo Battle. Dugabo versus Ju Hua Guan. Just now, what did the master say? In the square, someone pinched the flesh on their waist, clearly thinking they were dreaming. It hurts, go pinch yourself. Someone next to them immediately complained, but then they came to their senses. The pain meant it wasn't a dream. What the master said must be the absolute reality. Are they really going to have a 3rd title Douluo in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? Ning Fengji looked at the expressions of the people below with great satisfaction. Even his own sect members were so surprised. It must be even more sensational when the news spreads to other sects on the continent. Let the spies from other sects spread the word. Let the name of our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School resound throughout the continent. With Ning Fengji's wisdom, he had already identified many of the spies. However, he didn't want to take action against them because he knew that even if those people were removed, the Spirit Hall would send others. Moreover, the traitors who had been discovered yet still thought they were safe were the easiest to manipulate. Ning Fengji intended to use these spies to spread the news of Yin Yang breaking through to Title Douluo. When everyone's attention was focused on Yin Yang, they wouldn't notice that the strength of the other 2 veteran title Douluos in the sect and Master Ning Fengji himself was also progressing dramatically. If someone were to attack their powerful sect in the future, the Sword Law and Bone Law, with Ning Fengji's assistance, will be able to catch their opponents off guard. Tomorrow, I will go with Uncle Bone to take Elder Yin Yang to the Stardow Forest to hunt for the 9th Spirit Ring. During this time, we need to build 2 more chairs in the 7 Treasure Hall for future Guardian Douluos to use, Ning Fengji ordered. Why 2? Someone below was puzzled. There's only 1 title Douluo, why build 2? Fool! Don't you know the master has a compulsion? If we only build 1, it would be asymmetrical, right? Besides, this 4th chair can also serve as motivation for others. Do we lack the money for an extra seat in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? Someone smartly explained for Ning Fengji. Of course, Ning Fengji wouldn't reveal the truth so soon. Douluo's matter still needed to be resolved with Zhu Douluo before he could announce it. The next morning, Ning Fengji set off with the bone Douluo and Yin Yang. The sword Douluo stayed behind to guard the sect. In reality, this trip was not only to help Yin Yang hunt for the 9th spirit ring, but also to help Ning Fengji obtain his 8th spirit ring. Tianlin sat cross-legged in his room. Except for Ning Rongrong, everyone else had absorbed the medicinal power completely, so he could safely absorb his spirit bone now. A spirit bone of over 60,000 years would surely provide a significant boost to all his attributes. As for Rongrong, Ning Fengji had temporarily put away her healing pill. It wasn't that he didn't want to give it to her. After personally taking it, he found a potency too strong. He worried that Ning Rongrong's young body might not be able to withstand it, and thought it would be safer for her to take it after she broke through to Spirit Elder. Tianlin and the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo all agreed with this. As for Ning Rongrong, she didn't care at all. After all, she was still young, an innocent child who hadn't taken on the responsibility of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Her pursuit of strength wasn't strong. In her heart, she had her dad, Grandfather Bone, Grandfather Sword, Uncle Eagle, and Brother Sword protecting her, so no one dared to bully her. At that moment, Ning Rongrong was quietly sitting beside Tianlin, watching him absorb the spirit bone. She was quite understanding, not saying a word for fear of disturbing him. Meanwhile, deep in the sunset forest, in a desolate area devoid of life, Douluo was walking slowly. Not long ago, he had issued a challenge to the Juthilaw of the Spear Hall, and today was the day of the duel. After so many years, old poison, have you finally accepted your fate and come to seek death? A charming male voice came from the forest. It was none other than one of the current titled Douluos, the public face of the Spirit Hall, Zhu Douluo. Many years ago, I was hunted to the brink of death by you and Old Ghost. Today, I have come to settle the score. Douluo harbored years of resentment and was determined to redeem himself today. In response to his resolve, Zhu Douluo sneered dismissively. Settle the score? Haha, have you forgotten? Every time we fought, you were left in a miserable state. The most dangerous time, if you hadn't luckily encountered the patrol army of Prince Xuesheng, forcing me, an Old Ghost, to retreat. You would have been dead long ago. Being reminded of the painful memory made Douluo even angrier. That was because my life wasn't meant to end yet. Zhu Huaguan, let's see how I deal with you. Old poison this time. There's no Prince Xuesheng to help you. The two titled Douluos provoked each other before simultaneously channeling their soul power. Yueguan, being of a higher level, completed his preparations first. His 5th black spirit ring lit up, and he unleashed his 5th spirit skill, Gathering of Cold Blossoms. Zhu Douluo released countless petals, forming blades that were incredibly fast and indestructible under his 5th spirit skill, all flying towards Douluo. In a battle of experts, one misstep could lead to defeat. Douluo had no choice but to temporarily forego his attacks and focus on evading the onslaught. Utilizing the complex terrain of the forest, Douluo leaped and dodged the attacks of Gathering of Cold Blossoms, but Juthilaw relentlessly pursued him, leaving him no chance to counterattack. Damn it, this pesky flying blade will only drain my stamina. I must find an opportunity to get close to Zhu Huaguan. 3rd spirit skill, the Emerald Scale Illusion Formation. With Douluo's current strength as a title Douluo, he could instantly activate his 3rd spirit skill. However, the poison from this 3rd spirit skill was insignificant to Zhu Douluo. Of course, Douluo never expected to defeat Yueguan with this move. He only wanted to use it to disrupt Yueguan's line of sight. He's gone. Yueguan lost track of Douluo and had to retract Gathering of Cold Blossoms. At that moment, Douluo suddenly appeared behind Yueguan and threw a punch. Yueguan raised his hand to block, but was pushed back by Douluo's punch. Following that, Douluo charged forward again, seamlessly transitioning from one move to the next. This time, it was Zhu Douluo who was being pursued and attacked. What incredible speed! Is this old poison throwing caution to the wind? With the potent poison in his body, how can he unleash such a full-force attack without holding back some soul power to suppress it? Isn't he afraid of backlash? Yueguan had always looked down on Douluo because he knew that Douluo could never unleash his full power. He claimed to be a title Douluo, but his actual combat power was only slightly stronger than a soul Douluo. However, Today, Douluo was demonstrating the true strength of a title Douluo, which greatly surprised him. Chapter 59. The powerful poison of the emerald-scaled snake emperor. Zhu Douluo's defeat and the appearance of Ghost Douluo He. What's wrong, Zhu Huaguan? Is this all you can do? Seeing that he had the upper hand, Douluo began to mock. Damn it, old poisoner, don't get too complacent. I haven't taken it seriously yet. Third soul skill, breath barrier. Zhu Douluo's third soul skill, breath barrier, is a control skill that releases the petals of the wonder mushroom sky, chrysanthemum, to surround the opponent, rendering them unable to move. This move is not very effective against Douluo, who has already reached the title Douluo level, but it is enough to restrict him for a moment. Taking advantage of this moment, Zhu Douluo quickly retreated, creating distance between the two. Zhu Douluo is not good at close combat, and with his soul power close to level 95, it is the correct choice to suppress Douluo with stronger soul power. Zhu Huaguan, is this all you've got to deal with me? Have you run out of tricks? At this moment, Douluo was far from the panic depicted in the original work. In the original, he was just at the initial level of 92, while Yu Guan was between levels 94 and 95. Even if he claimed to be a 95 level title Douluo, there would be no problem, and the nearly 3-level gap in soul power naturally put him at a disadvantage. But now, Douluo had consumed the purple gold pill, and with the support of the heavenly scale sacred breath barrier over the past 6 months, his soul power was at the late stage of level 93. The actual level gap between him and Yu Guan was actually less than 2 levels. Coupled with the enhanced emerald-scaled snake emperor's poison, he was confident in facing Yu Guan head-on. Zhu Huaguan Dai, 7th soul skill, true body of the emerald-scaled snake emperor. Douluo finally unleashed his martial soul true body, transforming into a gigantic green poisonous snake. Wherever the snake passed, all grass and plants instantly withered. The toxicity was astonishing. Martial soul true body, I have it too. 7th soul skill. Seeing this, Yu Guan also activated his martial soul true body. His martial soul is a weapon martial soul, so his true body does not change form, but directly acts upon the wonder mushroom sky chrysanthemum. In the sky, a giant chrysanthemum overshadowed a large area of forest. 6th soul skill, golden stamen flowing sunset. Zhu Douluo's 6th soul skill, after activating his martial soul true body, was earth-shattering in power. If it hit the ground directly, it would likely level several miles around. Emerald-scaled snake emperor's poison. Douluo also mobilized all his soul power to contend against Yu Guan's 6th soul skill. The two powerful forces clashed in midair, and for a moment, it was hard to determine a victor. Old poisoner, you have indeed become stronger, but my level always exceeds yours. Watch out, Yu Guan shouted angrily, increasing his soul power output. The glow of golden stamen flowing sunset continued to grow, gradually suppressing Douluo's poison. Douluo said nothing, and though he appeared to be struggling, he was actually confident of victory. This old poisoner, why is he so calm? Wait, something's not right. After a while, Yu Guan finally noticed something amiss. He seemed to have the upper hand, but he hadn't actually harmed Douluo. Instead, his martial soul was starting to become contaminated with poison. My martial soul is actually being corroded. How is that possible? Yu Guan said in disbelief. Have you finally realized, Zhu Huaguan? Your soul power is indeed above mine, but you overlooked something very important. Martial soul restraint. We poison masters naturally restrain many plant soul masters. Didn't you know this? Douluo sneered. Impossible, that is just ordinary plant martial souls. Mine is a celestial grade martial soul. Yu Guan roared. Exactly, the wonder mushroom sky chrysanthemum, as a celestial grade martial soul, is not only powerful, but also resistant to poison. Therefore, when Yu Guan faced a poison master, he was not only not restrained, but could also counter-restrain them. It was precisely because of this that he could keep suppressing Douluo. However, resistance is not immunity. When the upper limit of the wonder mushroom sky chrysanthemum's poison resistance was breached, the poison master suppression of plant masters manifested, causing the opponent's plant martial soul to gradually corrode, thus completely losing combat capability. Since Douluo guided his poison into the Medusa soul bone, The combination had elevated his emerald-scaled Snake Emperor's poison to a whole new level, coupled with the soul power purification from the purple gold pill. Every strike from the current Douluo bow contained the most intense and purest venom. He deliberately led the battle into a contest of both sides' powerful soul skills to continuously output soul power, gradually corroding Douluo's wonder mushroom sky chrysanthemum during their standoff. "You old poisoner, you actually set a trap to harm me. That's just too despicable." As Douluo's martial soul became corroded, his power gradually weakened. Finally realizing this, he couldn't help but roar in anger. "All's fair in war, Zhu Huaguan. Today is your day of death." Douluo Bo continued to increase his soul power output, and the emerald-scaled Snake Emperor began to gain the upper hand, pushing back the glow of golden stamen flowing sunset. At this rate, Douluo would undoubtedly die. Just at this critical moment, suddenly, a gigantic, ghostly hand appeared between the two. After forming a fist, it struck the point where their soul powers clashed, sending both Yuguan and Douluo Bo staggering back from the impact of that tremendous force. This ghostly hand clearly stood on Yuguan's side. Just moments ago, Douluo Bo had the advantage, and if it hadn't suddenly appeared to interrupt the battle, Yuguan might have been dead by now. The ghostly figure was visible, but lacked a soul ring. "Umph, old ghost, I didn't expect you to come too." Douluo Bo snorted coldly, already guessing the identity of the newcomer. The ghostly figure gradually solidified into a humanoid shape, standing beside Douluo. "Old ghost, you're here too." Douluo looked at the newcomer with surprise, even a hint of affection. This pair definitely had an unusual relationship. "Zhu Huaguan, you really can't do it anymore. You can't even defeat an old poisoner." The ghost Douluo mocked. From Ghost Douluo's words, it was clear that his strength was even greater than Yuguan's. "This old poisoner's martial soul restrains me. Otherwise, just relying on soul power to suppress me would be enough to kill him," Douluo said unwillingly. His martial soul restrains you, but it doesn't restrain me. Let me deal with him. After killing him, we can go back to drink and eat meat." After saying this, Ghost Douluo flashed and charged towards Douluo Bo. His speed far exceeded Yuguan's. Unlike Yuguan, who was a strong attack type, he was a swift attack type, and for a time, Douluo Bo was forced into a difficult position. Indeed, his attacks were too strange. Douluo Bo didn't even know where to unleash his poison. Douluo Bo thought to himself, "Damn it, this old ghost is indeed powerful. If this continues, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on. Once Zhu Huaguan recovers and joins the battle, I would be surrounded by two titled Douluos. And at that point, my life would be forfeit. Since that's the case, I have no choice but to." Chapter 60. The terrifying kiss of the snow-colored swan. Douluo Bo's ninth soul skill unleashed. "Old poison master, your poison can deal with me, but it's too weak to handle old ghost." Seeing his close friend gaining the upper hand, Yuguan sat down to restore his soul power while mocking. Although Douluo Bo was furious, he knew Yuguan was right. The speed of Ghost Douluo was simply too fast for him to cast his lethal poison accurately. If he wanted to hit his opponent, it could only be a wide-area poison. However, the toxicity of wide-area poison was not concentrated enough, and it was unlikely to cause any harm to a titled Douluo. "Old ghost Zhu Huaguan, if this were before, facing both of you at once, I might have to surrender. But now, I have the treasure that the little monster gave me." Douluo Bo's heart hardened. Being suppressed like this was not his style, and it was time for him to bring out his trump card. Douluo Bo flipped his hands and took out a flower from his Rui treasure bag, using it as a medium to spread his by Lin Snake Emperor poison in all directions. "Is that the kiss of the snow-colored swan?" Douluo Yuguan was stunned upon seeing it, his heart trembling in fear. He no longer cared about restoring his soul power and quickly shouted, "Old ghost, retreat. That thing is very dangerous." If there was anyone in the world besides Tianlin and Tang San who could recognize the kiss of the snow-colored swan, it would be only two people: the leader of the Pa family, Yang Wudi, who was obsessed with alchemy and had deep research on various herbs, and the present Douluo Yuguan, whose martial soul was itself a celestial-grade herb. Thus he had intentionally studied other celestial-grade materials. "What?" Guei Mei was shocked. Having collaborated with Douluo for many years, he had no doubt about Yu Guan's words and immediately stopped his attack, retreating from the lethal poison's range. At that moment, he noticed that although Douluo had spread the poison, the concentration of the dispersed poison was not at all inferior to when he focused on targeting Yu Guan, and it might even be stronger. In just a few seconds, within a 100-meter diameter centered around Douluo, it had turned into a wasteland. If he had still been in that position, he would have surely been poisoned. Old Poison Master, how do you have the kiss of the snow-colored swan? Douluo questioned. Such a celestial-grade item should not have fallen into the hands of someone like you. The kiss of the snow-colored swan was useless in the hands of others. But in Douluo's hands, it was practically equivalent to a divine artifact. Juhuaguan, are you scared? I will settle the new and old grudges between you, old ghost, and me today. Ninth Soul Skill by Lin Divine Light. Douluo raised the kiss of the snow-colored swan, using its flower crown as a medium to unleash his strongest and most terrifying ninth soul skill. Even on ordinary days, this by Lin Divine Light could instantly annihilate a city. At this moment, under the amplification of the kiss of the snow-colored swan, saying it could destroy the heavens and eliminate all life would not be an exaggeration. That is why Douluo chose this wasteland, where there were no humans or soul beasts, to avoid causing excessive slaughter. If it weren't for Tianlin having regrown the kiss of the snow-colored swan and greatly reduced its medicinal properties, Douluo wouldn't dare to use it. Even so, he did not fully unleash the power of the kiss of the snow-colored swan. He merely attached his poison to the flower crown of medium medicinal potency, enhancing the potency of his toxin by about 5 times. There was no other way. This thing was too terrifying. Using its full medicinal power would likely backfire on Douluo himself, and even the entire Sunset Forest would turn into a forbidden zone where no living being could reside. 5 times the toxicity was the limit Douluo could currently manage. Old Ghost, let's strike together, or we won't be able to withstand this blow. Yu Guan shouted angrily, and at the same time, his last soul ring lit up. Ninth Soul Skill, Juhua Can. The flowers fall, leaving only heartbreak. Ninth Soul Skill, Hell Wraiths. The 2 titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall also unleashed their strongest strikes. One turned the rare mushroom Tianju into countless petals, forming a devastating tornado. The other summoned countless ghosts, which would launch suicidal attacks on the enemy, wielding immense power. The strongest moves of the 3 collided, but the result was unexpected. The 2 higher-ranked titled Douluos were surprisingly suppressed by Douluo alone. Yu Guan, what exactly is that flower? The Bailin Divine Light does not have such power. Gue Mei roared in question. There's no time to explain. Old Ghost, increase your soul power output, or we will all die here today. Blood seeped from the corner of Yu Guan's mouth. He was already on the brink of collapse. The injuries from his martial soul being corroded had not yet healed, and now he was desperately using his 9th soul skill. He probably wouldn't last much longer. Juhuaguan's martial soul could no longer withstand my poison. It would be better to deal with him first. Douluo noticed this and thus paid extra attention to him. The Bailin Divine Light was much more powerful than the ordinary Bailin Snake Emperor poison. Under Douluo's deliberate targeting, Yu Guan's rare mushroom Tianju was once again corroded, and this time the corrosion speed was not only faster, but also more severe. Originally radiating golden light and full of vitality, the rare mushroom Tianju now appeared to be a withered flower, its petals turning green, devoid of life. Old Ghost, I can't hold on any longer. You must escape quickly. That old poison master has the kiss of the snow-colored swan in his hands. We are absolutely no match for him. Yu Guan's martial soul gradually dissipated. In his final moments, he only wanted to save his best old friend. Don't say foolish things. We still have one last move. Gue Mei also gave up resisting. The Bailin Divine Light had no obstacles left and instantly enveloped the 2. However, at that moment, Yu Guan and Gue Mei, with their 18 soul rings, actually formed a barrier together, completely isolating the poison. Even the poison that had already entered the barrier seemed to be frozen and no longer spread. Is this the martial soul fusion skill? 2 extremes forbidden domain? Douluo laughed coldly. This move, while powerful, unfortunately, is a restrictive soul skill with no offensive capability. It can only temporarily block my lethal poison. Let's see how long you can hold out. Douluo continued to increase his soul power output. At that moment, He angrily said, Douluo, this time we admit defeat. Stop immediately. If you kill us, you will face endless pursuit from the Spirit Hall. Do you think I fear the Spirit Hall? With the kiss of the snow-colored swan in hand, even if your Pope comes personally, I won't be afraid. Douluo had no intention of holding back. He wanted to wash away the humiliation of being hunted down all those years ago. However, he was indeed getting a bit carried away, as he didn't realize how terrifying BB Dawn's full power truly was. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to say such things. You may not fear a direct confrontation, but what about a sneak attack? Don't forget, you're just a control-type soul master. Once you're ambushed by a speed-type title Douluo, you might not even have time to take out that flower. Moreover, you're not alone. Think about your granddaughter. Goe may quickly hit Douluo's soft spot. That's right. He wasn't afraid of direct confrontation, but he was indeed afraid of the Spirit Hall sending a speed-type title Douluo to continuously ambush him. Even if he could withstand it, his granddaughter would have no means of retaliation. Furthermore, since he had already agreed to join the 7-treasure glazed tile school, wouldn't killing the 2 title Douluos from the Spirit Hall invite disaster for his sect? As a title Douluo, Douluo understood that the strength of the Spirit Hall was not as simple as imagined. All right, Yuguan, Goe Mei, I can spare you both. But the grudge from when you attacked me back then cannot just be forgotten. Give me 2 soul bones, and I will consider our past grievances settled. Douluo was currently looking for soul bones for his granddaughter to use as a medium for his toxins. So this was a perfect opportunity to extort the Spirit Hall. All right, we agree. We swear on our martial souls that within a month, we will present 2 soul bones with both hands. Otherwise, our martial souls will shatter and perish. Goe Mei and Yuguan did not hesitate. After all, no matter how precious soul bones were, they could not compare to their lives. After so many years as a title Douluo, he could still bring out 2 ordinary quality soul bones. Upon hearing this, Douluo retracted his poison, and both Ghost Douluo and Yuguan, fearing he might change his mind, quickly fled the scene without uttering a harsh word. Ha ha! Seeing the 2 of them leave in such a disheveled state, Douluo couldn't help but burst into laughter. Today was truly exhilarating for him. He had defeated the combined forces of Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo in one breath, finally sweeping away years of resentment. Chapter 61. Cultivation of Distraction Control. I wonder how that little monster is doing. After I return, I must thank him properly. Douluo walked out of the sunset forest, hands behind his back, taking slow steps. At this moment, Tianlin had completely integrated the Millennium Soul Bone after a night of absorption. Tianlin initially thought that the Soul Bone skill from the Windstorm Demon Wolf would be acceleration, but to his surprise, it was teleportation. This was much more powerful than acceleration, and the range of his teleportation would expand as Tianlin's level increased. Now that he had just passed level 30, the maximum range was only about 50 meters, but that was already more than enough for him. It's worth mentioning that Xiao Wu's teleportation distance is only 5 meters. After all, even though this rabbit has lived for over 100,000 years, the soft-bone rabbit is not considered strong among soul beasts, whereas the Windstorm Demon Wolf ranks among the best of agile soul beasts. Most importantly, the wind attribute within Tianlin had been significantly enhanced, indicating that he could consider merging 3 attributes into a soul skill for his 4th soul ring. However, compared to the fire and wind attributes, the water attribute energy in his body was still insufficient, as it was only derived from a 600-year soul ring. The octagonal profound ice grass only improved the quality but did not increase the quantity. It seemed he would have to consider absorbing a water attribute soul beast for his 4th or 5th soul ring. In fact, if Tianlin wanted, he could even use the strongest magic sword technique, the Heaven and Earth Elemental Spirit Slash, for his 5th soul ring. However, could the soul skills produced by 500 to 1,000-year soul rings compare to those produced by 10,000-year soul rings? Therefore, major moves like the Heaven and Earth Elemental Spirit Slash and the Extreme Curse of Yin and Yang should be saved for the 8th and 9th soul skills to unleash their maximum power. After finishing his training, Tianlin found Ning Rongrong sleeping on his bed. This girl must have been watching over him all night until he was too tired to keep his eyes open. Gently covering her with a quilt, Tianlin left the room and headed to the Seven Treasures Hall. Since Ning Fengji, Gu Rong, and Yin Yang had gone hunting for soul beasts, only Chen Xian was sitting in the hall at that moment. Master, Tianlin approached and bowed. Xiao Tian, you're here. It seems your soul bone absorption went very smoothly, and your level has even increased. Very good, Chen Xian said, looking at Tianlin with satisfaction. Compared to his own soul power improvement, he valued this disciple more because he knew where his own limits lay. Even with the help of the primordial immortal grass, he might have a chance to reach the 99th level ultimate Douluo, but the hope of breaking through to the 100th level and becoming a god was still slim. Tianlin was different. His talent was unrivaled in Chen Xian's lifetime, and he was the one with the potential to reach the 100th level. Master, I came this time to ask if I could learn the sect's secret technique, distraction control, Tianlin said. Distraction control? Chen Xian was slightly taken aback. Why do you want to learn that? This skill is suitable for support type and control type soul masters, but you are a strong attack type. It's like this. Tianlin explained the situation regarding his third soul skill to Chen Xian. Chen Xian was initially dissatisfied to hear that his third soul skill was a support type skill. But when he learned about its power, his expression changed. Wind and water flow, what a move. I didn't expect a strong attack-type soul master to have such a powerful support-type soul skill. This skill is not only not a loss, but a great gain. Chen Xian sighed. I will give you the training method for distraction control right now. Remember, you are the future Guardian Douluo of our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. In the future, you don't need to ask me if you can learn any techniques. As long as our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School has it, you're free to study it. Got it. Thank you, Master. Tianlin smiled, took the training method for distraction control from Chen Xian, and left the hall. He needed to master the first level of the 3 apertures heart control in the shortest time possible. This way, he could perfectly display his strength in future team battles. When he returned to his room, Ning Rongrong had just woken up and was looking around for her sword brother, thinking that Tianlin had left again. Sword brother, I thought you had gone back to the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Ning Rongrong clung to Tianlin's arm, afraid he would suddenly run away. Even if I were to leave, I would say goodbye. Sword brother would never leave without a word. Tianlin patted her head and smiled. This time, I will stay a bit longer, just to accompany you more and practice my distraction control. Distraction control? Sword brother, do you want to practice that? Great. It would be boring for Rongrong to practice alone anyway. Let's practice together. I can teach you. I'm about to reach the 4 apertures constant heart, Ning Rongrong said joyfully. Being able to practice with Tianlin was the happiest thing for her. Thanks to Tianlin's previous encouragement, she was much stronger than in the original story. Her mastery of the 3 apertures heart was already superb, and perhaps soon she could break through to the 2nd level. As the first genius of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School in nearly 100 years, she truly lived up to her reputation. Then I will count on Teacher Rongrong. Tianlin smiled and clasped his hands. The training of distraction control was extremely monotonous, but having such a beautiful little lowly by his side made it quite pleasant. Just as Tianlin was happily practicing and flirting with the little lowly, a major event was happening in the center of the Douluo Continent, in the Spirit Hall. In the Hall of the Pope, a woman was seated on the Pope's throne, Bibi Dong, the current Pope of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong wore a form-fitting, dazzling golden long gown with brilliant gems of red, blue, and gold adorning it, and a 9-curved purple gold crown shining brightly on her head. She held a staff about 2 meters long, encrusted with countless gems. Her nearly perfect face, noble, elegant, and serene, seemed to defy description, although she was no longer young. The traces of time seemed not to leave marks on her. However, the most beautiful female pope of the current age did not appear to be in a good mood. As her 2 most capable subordinates were kneeling on the ground, covered in injuries, Ghost Dogame was in better shape, only suffering from exhaustion of soul power. But Zhu Thuan had even had his martial soul corroded, and the poison was beginning to spread throughout his body. Had he not possessed nearly 95-level powerful soul power to suppress the poison, he might have already been dead. What on earth happened? Didn't you say you want to deal with that eyesore, Dugubo? Why are you injured like this? Bibi Dong asked sharply, striking the ground with her staff. Dugubo had never surrendered to the Spirit Hall and had instead helped the Heaven Do Empire, making him a thorn in Bibi Dong's side. However, even if she wanted to deal with him, it was difficult to find a reason. Finally, when Dugubo took the initiative to challenge them, she sent Yueguan without hesitation and even had Guimei follow secretly for safety. Both of them were supposed to be stronger than Dugubo, and it should have been a sure thing to take his life. But now, the two of them had returned in defeat and almost lost their lives. How could this not make her furious? Chapter 62. The wrath of Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong is beautiful, but when she is angry, she exudes an overwhelming authority. At this moment, both Zhu Duoluo and Gui Duoluo below her dare not utter a word of rebuttal. It wasn't until Bibi Dong gradually calmed down that Yueguan spoke up. Your Holiness, this battle isn't due to our lack of strength compared to Dugubo. It's because he possesses a powerful weapon, the Snowy Swan's Kiss. We're no match for him. The Snowy Swan's Kiss? What is that? Bibi Dong asked. She was not like Yueguan, who had some knowledge about herbs. The Snowy Swan's Kiss is actually a celestial herb, similar to your subordinate's martial spirit. The difference is that this celestial herb cannot be consumed. Its sole effect is to amplify toxins to the maximum extent. Yueguan explained, his tone filled with lingering fear. He was clearly terrified by Dugubo. The Snowy Swan's Kiss? Such a thing exists in this world, and it has unfortunately fallen into Dugubo's hands. He will undoubtedly become a great enemy of our Spirit Hall. An angry Bibi Dong nearly crushed her papal scepter. Yueguan, how many people do you think we need to send to deal with Dugubo? Hearing Bibi Dong's question, Yueguan sighed. It doesn't matter how many people we send. Dugubo is not afraid of fighting in groups. Even if 3 or 4 titled Douluo of my level surround him, he can rely on the Snowy Swan's Kiss to amplify his poison without limits. At that point, it would be a matter of how many people die. He could at least take us down with him. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong struck the ground with her scepter. Is there no way to counter the Snowy Swan's Kiss? There are, in fact, 2 methods to defeat Dugubo, who wields the Snowy Swan's Kiss. The first is to rely on a titled Duo with a soul power above level 97 to forcibly push back the poison for a period of time with their overwhelming soul power. Then strike down Dugubo during that brief window. Yueguan's first method essentially relies on brute force. Dugubo is not particularly strong in one-on-one combat. Without the Snowy Swan's Kiss, even Gui Duoluo could defeat him. However, Gui Duoluo's soul power is insufficient to break through the augmented poison. At least a level 97 is needed. Unfortunately, there are very few titled Douluo above level 97 across the continent, and they're not easy to find. Bibi Dong cannot possibly fight personally. Besides, due to the legacy of the Rakshasa god, she currently cannot exert her full strength. Bibi Dong seemed to think of something and looked towards the Hall of Offerings, where there are 2 titled Douluo above level 97, one having reached level 98 and the other level 99. Both are top-tier experts of the current era. Unfortunately, she cannot command those individuals. Bibi Dong shook her head, realizing that this method is not feasible. I currently cannot provide a titled Douluo above level 97. What is your second method, Yueguan? The second method is to find a herb that counters the Snowy Swan's Kiss. All things in the world exist in mutual restraint. Since there are herbs that amplify toxins, there must also be herbs that eliminate toxins. This herb is called the Fragrant Enchantment Celestial Product. This herb is reputed to be the nemesis of all poisons. As long as it exists within a certain range, no toxin can exert its effects. Yueguan's second method is far more practical. However, it is not any easier than finding a titled Douluo above level 97. In fact, it is even less likely to be achieved. The Fragrant Enchantment Celestial Product is currently in Tianlin's possession. And since Dugubo is about to become an elder of his sect, how could he possibly use it against his own people? But Bibi Dong is unaware of this fact. She immediately had Yueguan draw an image of the Fragrant Enchantment Celestial Product and ordered all Spirit Hall branches to pay attention. Whoever can find the Fragrant Enchantment Celestial Product will be heavily rewarded. Bibi Dong places great importance on this matter. She is already very wary of Dugubo's poison, which can instantly devastate a city. Although it does not affect her, the Spirit Hall has many ordinary soul masters. Once the Spirit Hall begins its campaign to conquer the continent, Douluo's poison would be a nightmare for her army. Moreover, Douluo currently wields the Snowy Swan's Kiss, and his poison has become strong enough that even titled Douluo cannot ignore it. After Yueguan finished drawing the image, he coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. This time, he was gravely injured. It would likely take him a year and a half to recover. Even if he does recover, his soul power may drop a few levels. Enough. Elder Ju, go rest and detoxify. For the next year, I won't assign you any tasks. Bibi Dong waved her hand. After all, her only capable assistants now are Ju Doa and Gai Doa, and she cannot overly punish them for a single failure, lest it cause them to become disloyal. Thank you, Your Holiness. Ju Douluo and Gue Douluo sighed in relief. Since Bibi Dong is not punishing them now, it means this matter has passed. She has never been one to hold grudges. Just as they were preparing to leave, someone outside suddenly shouted urgently, "Reporting to Your Holiness. Lord Yara requests an audience." What now? Bibi Dong was already feeling annoyed and almost dismissed him. However, recalling that Lord Yara is responsible for important intelligence, she ultimately chose to be patient and sat back on her throne, commanding, "Come in." A man in a black robe entered the hall and respectfully greeted the three. "Greetings, Your Holiness, Elder Ju, Elder Gue." This person is the Golden Eagle Douluo responsible for assassinating Tang San in the original story. In any major power, intelligence work is typically assigned to soul masters with flying abilities for the fastest reception of important information. Lord Yara's role in the Spirit Hall is comparable to Yin Yang's position in the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Chapter 63, Title Ceremony. The actions of the Spirit Hall. Lord Yara, what has you so flustered? Facing a soul, Douluo. Yueguan's ghostly demeanor regained the majesty of a titled Douluo. Under the gaze of two titled Douluos and the Pope, Lord Yara felt a bit nervous. He knew that if he had come to disturb them without any important matter, these high-ranking individuals, who appeared to be in a bad mood, would surely vent their anger on him. However, there was no choice. The news he received was simply too important not to report. "I report to the Pope and to Your Excellencies that I have just received intelligence from the spy I placed within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. The third elder, Yin Yang, has broken through the barrier of level 89 and advanced to the realm of titled Douluo. Now, Ning Fengji and Gu Rong have taken him to the Stardow Forest to hunt soul beasts, and they plan to hold a title ceremony in a month." "What did you say?" Bibi Dong and the others were taken aback. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is their great enemy, and now they have gained another title Douluo. This means they have 3 Douluos in total, which would surely enhance their momentum. The current title Douluos are not like those from more than a decade later, where Tang San wielded the Sea God Trident, taking down a title Douluo with a single strike. But now, there are only about a dozen titled Douluos visible on the continent. Even a great empire like the Heavendo Empire has none. Only Douluo barely counts as being on their side, and that's just to repay the favor for Prince Xuesheng saving him back then. If it weren't for the support of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the interference of the Spirit Hall in recent years, the Heavendo Empire would have likely been taken over by the Star Luo Empire long ago. But now a small sect has 3 titled Douluos. With Douluo's situation still unresolved, and now the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has grown so powerful, this is indeed a headache for Bibi Dong. There is no need for Your Excellency the Pope to be angry. Although Yin Yang's breakthrough to title Douluo is sudden, it isn't too surprising. After all, he has been at the peak of level 89 for nearly 15 years, and a sudden epiphany after such a long accumulation is not impossible. "Haven T, we already prepared countermeasures for this," Ghostly said. The measures he referred to were the future soul hunting operations. Such a massive undertaking was not a spur-of-the-moment decision by Bibi Dong. In fact, the Spirit Hall had started preparations several years ago, with multiple plans in place. Yin Yang's breakthrough was included in one of their alternative plans. Compared to the first plan, this second one would require a greater cost, but to ensure victory, they would not hesitate to sacrifice a little. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong calmed down. "You're right. But we absolutely cannot miss the title ceremony of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ghost Elder, Jew Elder, who do you think we should send? Given the current situation on the continent, The promotion of a title Douluo is certainly not a trivial matter, and the Spirit Hall must be present to demonstrate their authority over all soul masters on the continent. Even if Ning Fengji does not invite them, they will surely show up uninvited. And they might even take the initiative to engrave Yin Yang's name into the Douluo Palace, showcasing that the Spirit Hall can control even title Douluos. Your Excellency the Pope. The authority of the Spirit Hall is of utmost importance. As the Pope, you naturally cannot go in person, but the representatives we send should not have too low of a status. I suggest sending a title Douluo along with Lord Yara, Yueguan said. Bibi Dong nodded. That makes sense. Yueguan, you are too injured. You should rest this time. Ghost Elder, would you be willing to take a trip? Ghostly only needed a few days to recover from his soul power exhaustion. He was indeed a person whose martial spirit was engraved on the Heaven Do's royal emblem, making him fully qualified. I will obey your Excellency's orders, Ghostly replied. By the way, take Xiaoyu, Yin, and Nana with you. It's good for them to broaden their horizons. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is destined to be our enemy in the future, and having more understanding of the enemy is always beneficial. Also, I heard that Ning Fengji's daughter and the disciple of the Sword Law are both exceptional talents. This time, I must let them see that anyone is mediocre in front of the golden generation of our Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong wanted to showcase the standards of the younger generation of the Spirit Hall at the title ceremony of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Both Ghostly and Yueguan agreed. The younger generation is the future of a major power. If the Spirit Hall can suppress the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, it will demonstrate to the world that even if the current Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is strong in terms of foundation, our Spirit Hall is even deeper. After deciding on the plan, Ghostly set off with Lord Yara and the Golden Generation. As for whether the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would send them an invitation, it was of no importance. All Soul Masters are under the control of the Spirit Hall, and even if a title Douluo wants to confirm their title, they need the Spirit Hall's recognition. This is the dominance and strength of the Spirit Hall. On the other side, with the title ceremony in a month, Tianlin took the opportunity to return to the Heaven Do Royal Academy. His goal was, of course, to distribute the elixirs and herbs to his companions and also to give them an invitation. Finally back, I wonder how everyone is doing? Tianlin looked at the academy gate with some nostalgia. Because he was wearing a school uniform and had his student ID, the gatekeeper did not stop him, and he easily made his way into the academy. The atmosphere of this academy was still the same as before. The nobles lived an extravagant life, with minor nobles flattering major nobles and major nobles flattering the royal family. If it weren't for the royal combat team also being here, he really wouldn't want to study in such a place. No matter how good the learning environment is, he felt uncomfortable. Perhaps this is what they call a dragon not associating with snakes. Although Tianlin had been away for half a year, his appearance had long been remembered by the students and teachers of the academy. These nobles, despite their arrogance, knew one thing. They must not provoke those who cannot be provoked, or they would bring disaster not only to themselves but also to their families. Thus, those who recognized Tianlin all stepped aside to make way. The monster is back. I wonder where he has been for the past 6 months. I feel like his strength has become even more unfathomable. I know that my sister's boyfriend's brother's girlfriend is in the same class as Douluo. I heard that he went out to train with Douluo's grandfather, the Poison Douluo. Damn, his master is the Sword Douluo, and now the Poison Douluo is teaching him. No wonder he is so powerful. With 2 titled Douluos nurturing him, even a pig could become a strong person. Hearing the whispers of the crowd, Tianlin showed a disdainful smile. Even a pig wouldn't be able to earn the favor of 2 titled Douluos. They must be talking about me. Besides the Royal Combat Team, the other students in this academy, especially those over 15 years old who are still at the Tianwei level, really are no different from pigs. Chapter 64 Goodbye. Imperial Fighting Team Tianlin arrived at the exclusive training ground of the Tiando Royal Academy, specially equipped for the Imperial Fighting Team due to their outstanding performance by the 3 committee members. At this moment, the Imperial Fighting Team was engaged in competitive training. Since Tianlin was absent, there were exactly 8 members, divided into 2 teams of 4. On one side were Yu Qianheng, Yu Feng, Shi Mo, and Yi Lingling. On the other side were Gu Ran, Dugu Yin, Mo, and Luo. The division was quite fair. Within the teams, Yu Qianheng Duguyan and the Shi brothers had all advanced to the Soul Sovereign level, while Luo and Yu Feng were both at the peak of level 29. The weakest were Gu Ran and Yi Lingling, both at level 28. Therefore, the key to victory in this match depended on whether Gu Ran's side could withstand Yu Qianheng's powerful attacks while giving Luo the opportunity to cut off the enemy's backline support-type Soulmaster. However, it was evident that they failed. After advancing to level 30, Yu Qianheng had begun to learn his family's ancestral secret, dragon transformation. Moreover, the first part of his dragon transformation was his right hand. After turning his right hand into a dragon claw, his attack power significantly increased, capable of killing Gu Ran in almost one hit. Once Gu Ran fell, the attacking power of the side, lacking a strong offense, was evidently insufficient, and they quickly lost the match. Qin Ming shook his head and stepped forward to reprimand. Gu Ran, Duguyan, the main reason for your defeat this time lies with the two of you. Gu Ran, your attack power is far inferior to Tianheng's, which is very obvious. You shouldn't have faced him alone. You should have let Shi Mo take the brunt of his attacks. Your main task was to hold back Shi Mo. Although Shi Mo has strong defense, his attack power is average, and he wouldn't be able to take you down quickly. This way, you could buy time for Luo. In Yanzi, you are the control-type soul master of the team. When Gu Ran made a tactical error, you should have been the first to step in to stop it, rather than just focusing on Yu Feng, constantly spraying poison and neglecting Yu Tianheng. You must understand that even if you and Tianheng are a couple in private on the soul fighting platform, you are opponents, and you absolutely cannot let emotions cloud your judgment. Yes, we know we were wrong. Gu Ran and Duguyan lowered their heads and apologized. This was indeed their fault. Really, Gu Ran, Yanzi, you are embarrassing us from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School too much. It seems I can't be absent, Tianlin said with a smile as he walked forward. Seeing Tianlin, Gu Ran immediately ran over excitedly. Boss, you finally came back. I miss you so much. Gu Ran almost lunged into Tianlin's arms. Although he was already 13 years old, he still called a 9-year-old Tianlin boss, showing no shame. But he felt proud of it. Luckily, he didn't actually jump over. Otherwise, Tianlin would have surely punched him away. After all, a big rough guy like him couldn't compare to a little princess like Roan Roan, and he didn't want to embrace him. Little Tian, welcome back. It's been half a year. We guessed you were about to return. We were even planning to throw you a welcome party. Yu Qianheng and the others also approached with smiles. Duguyan asked curiously, Hey, little Tian, why did you just say I embarrassed the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? I'm not one of your sex people. Yeah, Yin Yin is my girlfriend. She's from our blue electric tyrant dragon family. Little Tian, don't mess up the relationships. Yu Qianheng said seriously at this point. Tianlin smiled slyly. Hee, Tianheng, Yanzi will indeed be from your family in the future. But that will be after she marries you. Right now, she is one of us. You little brat, are you trying to steal my girl? Yu Qianheng was instantly furious. Brothers are brothers, but when it comes to a wife, that's intolerable. Tianheng, don't be so agitated. I'm not after Yanzi. It's just that during this half year, I convinced Senior Dugu, and now he has agreed to be a guest elder at our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. This way, his granddaughter will have to come along with him. I said Yanzi is one of us. Where's the mistake? Tianlin explained. What? Everyone was shocked. Douluo, known for being a lone wolf, was actually persuaded by Tianlin to join the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. Now, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School would become a sect with 3 Douluos, and their strength would dramatically increase. My grandfather did mention this to me, but I originally thought he was just joking. I didn't expect it to be true. Duguyan confirmed Tianlin's statement. Yu Qianheng nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He had worked so hard to finally pursue Duguyan, and aside from genuinely loving her, another purpose was to win over Dugubo, because Dugubo only cared about his precious granddaughter and nothing else. He didn't expect that while he was trying to win over the granddaughter, Tianlin would directly win over the grandfather, truly cutting off his support and catching him off guard. Boss, you are amazing. With our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School having 3 Douluos, we will definitely be the #1 sect in the world. Gu Ran was extremely excited. Even the Haotian sect was only a dual Douluo externally, With Dugabo's addition, the positions of both sides could be completely reversed. Tianlin smiled and shook his finger. Not a sect with 3 Douluos, but a sect with 4 Douluos. I came back this time to bring you invitations. Saying this, Tianlin took out several invitation cards from his soul guide and handed them to the members of the Imperial fighting team, as well as Teacher Qinming. Everyone, including Teacher Qinming, our 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School sincerely invites you to attend the title ceremony of Elder Yin Yang in 1 month. Title ceremony. Yu Tianheng was greatly shocked. Your sect's 3rd elder has also broken through to the title Douluo realm? Didn't he get stuck at the peak soul Douluo realm for 15 years? How did he suddenly break through? Yu Tianheng couldn't believe it and didn't want to believe it. Although he was friends with Tianlin, the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon family and the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School had a competitive relationship. If Dugabo joined, plus Elder Yin Yang's breakthrough, the strength of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School would far exceed their family. After all, their family only had the patriarch, Yu Engine, as a title de law. Absolutely true. Tianheng, do you think I would joke about such a big matter? Tianlin looked at him seriously and continued. As for the reason for the breakthrough, it's indeed not a coincidence, because there are many herbs in Senior Dugu's cultivation place. I use some of those herbs to refine very powerful pills. And it was thanks to this that Elder Yin Yang was able to break through. Tianlin had no intention of hiding this from them, as his most important purpose for coming this time was to bring them the celestial herbs. Chapter 65. The immortal grade gift to the Emperor Do. What kind of pill is so powerful? It can actually help a soul Douluo break through their bottleneck. Yu Tianheng stroked his chin in confusion. As a cultivation resource, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, also had pills, but they were generally only helpful for lower-level soul masters. As soul power gradually increased, the effectiveness of the pills would weaken. For example, his grandfather, Tidal Daw at level 95, found no use for any amount of pills. This is it. Tianlin smiled as he took out the last purple gold pill. This is a 9th grade purple gold pill, which has the effect of solidifying the foundation and washing the soul power. It is applicable regardless of level. I made 5 of them at that time. Gave 1 to Senior Dugu, 1 to Elder Yin Yang, and 2 to my parents. This last one is for you, Teacher Qinming. I hope you can break through to the Soul Emperor level soon. Currently, Qinming is a level 54 Battle Soul King. According to the original story, he will break through to Soul Emperor in about 3 years, becoming the 2nd youngest Soul Emperor on the continent. With the help of the purple gold pill, I believe this record can be improved. What? For me? Qinming was surprised. Shouty on, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Knowing how rare a pill that can help a soul Douluo breakthrough is, even if he was tempted, he felt embarrassed to accept it. Teacher Qin, just consider it my thanks for your guidance over the past year. Besides, the purple gold pill isn't that precious. Elder Yin Yang managed to break through because he had already reached the limit of level 89. The pill was just an opportunity. If it were a soul Daw who had just broken into level 89, even 10 purple gold pills might not be effective, Tianlin said with a smile. He actually valued Qinming's talent highly. Given his current growth rate, he was likely to break through to title Douluo before turning 60. More importantly, although Qinming had joined the academy, he had not joined any sect. Tianlin thought that if there was an opportunity later, he would try to bring him into the fold. After all, no sect would complain about having too many title Douluos. Well, okay, thank you, teacher. Qinming ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of the purple gold pill and accepted it. Oh, right, there's also a gift for teacher Zhouyan. Hers is a flower called pink fragrance. Although it's not as precious as an immortal herb, it's also very beneficial for her, as she excels in powder-based skills. Teacher Qinming, please pass it on for me. Tianlin also remembered Zhouyan. He still recalled how she stood up to protect him during the Orph incident. He never forgets those who are good to him. Oslo, seeing this, wrapped his arms around Tianlin's neck. Shouty, you've given away such a good pill. What about us? You don't have any gifts left, do you? Senior Oslo, before talking about gifts, shouldn't you first pay back the gold soul coins you owe me? Tianlin glanced at him and teased. Oslo almost forgot about that. Tianlin was indeed his big creditor. Asking for gifts without paying back was simply unreasonable. Well, how about I don't want a gift? And You just waived my debt. Yu Qianheng and the others covered their faces, indicating they didn't know this guy. It was simply too shameless. As a senior, asking gift from a junior while owing money, he had completely lost the face of the Emperor Do team. No way, it's mine. I must get it back. Senior Oslo, you still owe me the gold soul coins. I cannot agree to you using gifts to offset your debt. Upon hearing Tianlin's words, Oslo looked utterly desperate. However, the others noticed another layer of meaning in his words, which was that Tianlin indeed had prepared something for them. Yi Lingling decisively stepped forward and extended a hand, saying, Xiaotian, my gift. She usually spoke little, but she always got to the point, as expected of Senior Lingling. So straightforward. Here, this is yours. Tianlin reached into his Rui treasure bag and took out a jade box, handing it to Yi Lingling. Yi Lingling didn't ask what was inside. She directly opened the jade box. The moment the box was opened, a wonderful fragrance filled the air, and the rich scent of orchids cleared the mind. Especially for Yi Lingling, she could feel her soul power actively circulating. Inside the box was an 8-petaled orchid, pure white, giving a sense of being ethereal and transcendent. Tianlin introduced, Senior, this is the 8-petaled immortal orchid, one of the immortal grade herbs, and it has the mildest medicinal properties. It is very suitable for auxiliary soul masters like you. Its function is to solidify the foundation, cultivate the essence, and expel impurities from body. I think after you take this, it should help you resolve the slow cultivation issue of auxiliary soul masters. Yi Lingling's beautiful eyes widened. There is such an immortal herb in the world. You're really going to give it to me? I remember that the 7-treasure glazed tile school also has auxiliary soul masters, right? Of course, it's a gift for you. You don't need to worry about the sect matters for me. I have other preparations. Tianlin smiled. Senior, this immortal herb is easy to consume. Just chew and swallow it. After taking it, your soul power will increase several levels, and then you can prepare to hunt soul beasts. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling stopped being coy, accepted the herb, and went aside to absorb its medicinal power. At this moment, the other 8 members of the Emperor Do team looked at him with eager eyes. They had thought that even if Tianlin had prepared gifts for them, they would be ordinary small items. They never expected it to be such a rare treasure. You don't need to rush. Everyone has one. Oslo, this is yours, the water fairy jade musclebone, which can nourish the muscles and bones and open the 7 channels and 8 meridians. The water fairy jade musclebone was originally Zhu Zhuqing's immortal herb, which sounded more suitable for girls. However, given Oslo's flashy nature, this herb might suit him well too. Oslo took the immortal herb and, after confirming how to consume it, happily ran to the side to cultivate. Senior Yufeng, yours is the wind and fire 7-leaf flower, suitable for soul masters with wind or fire attributes. The so-called fire borrows the power of the wind, and the wind assists the fire's might. After taking this, the wind you blow may carry the heat of flames. Tianlin took out another herb with 7 leaves. 3 green leaves on the left symbolized wind, 3 red leaves on the right symbolized fire, and the middle leaf was yellow, representing the harmony of red and green. To consume this immortal herb, simply eat the yellow leaf. The medicinal effect is all contained within it. Thank you, Xiaotian. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely repay you. The usually reticent Yufeng rarely spoke so much, but today he was truly grateful to Tianlin. Next were the Shijia brothers. Their gift was no longer an immortal herb, but a pill, the Xuanwu golden pill, refined from the rock turtle herb. For them, with turtle-type martial souls, there was nothing more suitable. The honest 2 brothers took the pill, and like Yufeng, after promising to repay Tianlin when they had the chance, they immediately swallowed the pill. Tianlin smiled and nodded. Their willingness to consume the pills he had refined without hesitation was also a sign of their trust. Chapter 66. Dugu Yin recognizes her brother. Changes in the external soul bone. Sister Yin, it's your turn. Yours is more precious than theirs. This is the result of my careful cultivation for half a year. Tianlin took out a fruit emanating the power of ice and fire from his soul guide. This was the ice-fire snake scale fruit, evolved from the snake scale fruit. Originally, the snake scale fruit only purified the bloodline purity of serpents. But after incorporating the power of ice and fire, it became a rare celestial product, more precious than ordinary celestial items. I originally wanted to give it to Senior Douluo, but he was heartbroken over his granddaughter and insisted on leaving it for you. Tianlin handed the fruit to Douluo, who looked at the ice fire snake scale fruit with a surge of emotion. Not long ago, Douluo had come to find her and informed her about his severe poisoning, which had scared her greatly. She also learned why her father had died so early, and remembering the agonizing scene before her father's death nearly drove her to despair. Fortunately, Douluo mentioned that Tianlin had helped them find a way to detoxify, reigniting her hope for life. Tianlin had already saved her and her grandfather's lives, and now he was giving her such a precious celestial fruit. She didn't know what to say. Sister Yin, why do you have that expression? You and Ti have fallen for me, would you? Tianheng would go crazy. Tianlin joked. Yu Qianheng was a jealous person and immediately said, You little brat, you even dare to tease Sister Yin. Since I comprehended dragon transformation, I haven't met a worthy opponent. Just right, come to the Duel Soul platform with me. I'll teach you a lesson today. Tianheng, you dare. Douluo protectively stood in front of Tianlin. Since my grandfather has joined the Seven Treasures Glaze sect, I'm naturally a member of the sect too. From now on, Xiao Tian is my family, my little brother. If you dare to touch him, see if I'll ignore you in the future. Douluo's way of repaying kindness was to protect her brother like an elder sister from now on. Tianlin poked his head out from behind Douluo. Sister Yin, well said. Come on, Tianheng, if you have the ability, hit me. I want to retaliate. Yu Tianheng instantly felt frustrated, unable to vent his anger. He realized that with Douluo as a protective girlfriend, he would only be bullied by Tianlin in the future. Forget it, if it really comes to blows. I might not beat this little brat anyway. Yinner is just worried about me. Yu Qianheng could only console himself this way. All right, Tianheng, don't be angry. Look at the gift I prepared for you. You will definitely like it. Tianlin stopped teasing the jealous guy and took out the celestial herb he had carefully prepared for him, a chrysanthemum flower. This was the Qirong Tong Tian chrysanthemum, which nourished the body, circulated blood through the 8 meridians, and could cultivate an indestructible body. Yu Qianheng's role was very similar to Dai Mubai's, so he was also very suitable for consuming this extraordinary celestial herb. Indestructible body, great stuff. Indeed, Yu Qianheng's eyes lit up immediately. His family's dragon transformation required very high physical attributes. Since the celestial herb had body-refining effects, it was truly perfect for him. Xiao Tian, since Yinner has recognized you as her brother, then you're also my brother from now on. If anyone dares to bully you, just report my name. Under the temptation of the celestial herb, Yu Qianheng's sourness completely vanished, almost turning into a sycophant. Tianlin disdainfully said, Forget it. I only want to recognize beautiful sisters as sisters. I don't want to recognize a bunch of big rough guys as brothers. Besides, if you encounter someone I can't even beat, going up would probably be useless. This was said without holding back, and Yu Qianheng almost became furious, but unfortunately, he was at a disadvantage since he had accepted Tianlin's help. Moreover, Tianlin was speaking the truth, and he could only sigh about being infatuated with beauty over friendship, retreating to the side to refine his medicine with Douluo. Hey, big boss. It's my turn now. Gu Ren had been waiting until now. Although he was anxious, he was not flustered at all because he knew that Tianlin had always prioritized family over friends. He and Tianlin were truly on the same side, so Tianlin would definitely not forget him. Of course there is something for you. It's this. Tianlin took out the last gift of the day, a peony flower. However, this peony was a bit strange. Its petals were extremely hard, like steel. This was the iron armor peony, also a celestial herb, which had the effect of strengthening bones and tempering soul power. It could create a body of steel and iron, and after consuming it, your skeletal warhorse's bones would become even harder, impervious to damage, and both offensive and defensive capabilities would significantly increase. Boss, this is amazing. I love you. Gu Ren almost pounced again. Tianlin felt a shiver run down his spine. No, go eat it quickly. This flower is a bit troublesome to eat. You need to pluck the stamen and petals one by one. Don't chew, just swallow. Gu Ren nodded. This iron armor peony was so hard that he feared his teeth would break if he chewed it. Although swallowing it whole was uncomfortable as a soul master, he couldn't even endure this little hardship. Thinking of the powerful effects of this celestial herb, Gu Ran was immediately happy. After the 8 members of the Emperor Do and Qin Ming consumed their respective pills or celestial herbs, they sat down to cultivate. Tianlin stood beside them to guard. And in truth, he still had several powerful celestial herbs on him, including the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower and the Heartbreak Red, among other extraordinary celestial items. Unfortunately, among the people around him, there was currently no suitable candidate to consume these 2 types, and he had already consumed the 8-pointed profound ice grass, fiery apricot grace, and the gazing autumn water, do 3 types of celestial items. The medicinal power within him was too strong, and it was no longer suitable for him to continue consuming other celestial herbs. Moderation is key. On the contrary, the external soul bone, the flame golden eye, underwent a certain evolution after consuming the gazing autumn water dew, and Tianlin needed to spend time adapting to the vast spiritual power that had increased after the evolution. The fire in the flame golden eye, since it transformed into the ultimate fire, seemed to have undergone some changes in its soul skills. Tianlin carefully sensed the external soul bone. At this moment, under his concentrated spirit, he could see up to 10 kilometers away, with an extremely strong detection ability. The external soul bone also had defensive functions, providing formidable resistance against illusions and mental attacks. Especially the soul skill it carried, Golden Flame Burning Soul, which was originally a sustained mental attack, making the opponent's soul feel as if it were in a sea of fire, suffering from intense flames. But now, he could even make the flames within the soul explode directly, completely annihilating the opponent's soul in an instant. Perhaps this skill could be renamed to Golden Flame Annihilation. Time gradually passed by, and in the blink of an eye, more than 3 hours had elapsed. As the effects of the herbs took effect, everyone underwent different changes. Some had pure auras, some had stronger bones, and the only similarity was that their soul power had become increasingly surging. Tianlin calculated the time. It should be about time for someone to wake up. Chapter 67. The Evolution of Dugu Yan's Martial Soul. Icefire, Emerald-Scaled Flood Dragon, a wolf howl echoed, and the first person to absorb the medicinal power awoke. As expected, it was Teacher Qin Ming. After all, he had taken the weakest purple gold pill, and his cultivation level was already the highest among these people, so he absorbed it faster. A fire wolf radiating intense heat appeared around Qin Ming, looking formidable, while 5 soul rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, floated around him. This was the most regrettable part for Qin Ming. It wasn't the optimal soul ring configuration. Qin Ming retracted his martial soul and sensed it, saying, "Level 55 peak. What a purple gold pill. It actually allowed me to leap 2 levels and more. And I feel that my soul power has become much purer. Congratulations, Teacher Qin Ming, on your significant advancement." Tianlin stepped forward and said, "The effects of the purple gold pill are still at work within you. If we consider your original qualifications, you would have broken through to the title Duo realm around the age of 60. Now you can do it at least 2 to 3 years earlier. All thanks to you, little Tian. If you ever need my help, just let me know." Qin Ming was a person who valued gratitude, and Tianlin was willing to help him precisely because he valued his character. After another hour, the next 2 to wake up were the Shurjia brothers. Due to their high compatibility with the medicinal power, their absorption speed was surprisingly not much slower than Qin Ming's. "Martial soul possession," the Shurjia brothers shouted. Suddenly, 2 Xuanwu turtles attached themselves to them. Originally, the Xuanwu turtles were emerald green, but now they radiated golden light, indicating that their martial soul quality had improved significantly. Level 37. "Brother, I've reached level 37, an increase of 6 levels. Mo exclaimed excitedly. Mo was more composed. "Yes, me too. As expected of a divine pill. The soul power increase is not only pure, but also exceptionally condensed, even better than what I cultivated through hard work." Hearing this, Qin Ming was astonished. He thought it was already terrifying that he had jumped more than 2 levels, but the Shurjia brothers had actually jumped 6 levels in one go. Of course, this was also because their foundational soul power was low. If Mo and Mo were also soul kings in their 50s, then this Xuanwu golden pill would only have increased their soul power by 3 to 4 levels. However, The increase in soul power was secondary. The significant enhancement of their martial souls was the greatest gain. Before long, Osro, Yufeng, and Yi Lingling also woke up one after another. They didn't yet know exactly how many levels their soul power had increased, as they couldn't utilize the excess due to the lack of a third soul ring. But they could feel their internal 30-level soul power. Little Tian, you're amazing. I feel like my soul power has increased significantly. Now, I'm also a student at the Tiando level, Osro exclaimed, wanting to rush over to hug Tianlin. I'll kick. Tianlin jumped and kicked, sending Osro flying back faster than he had come. Just kidding, my pure and noble body is reserved for the ladies. No sissy is allowed to touch me. Yufeng was much calmer. He looked at his palm. My martial soul indeed contains some fire attributes now, but to know exactly how much my soul power has increased, I guess I'll have to wait until I get the third soul ring. That's right, my martial soul seems to have changed as well. Not only can it heal now, but it seems to be able to restore soul power too, Yi Lingling said in the calmest tone, stating the most frightening thing. The 9-heart begonia was already the #1 healing martial soul in the world, and its healing ability alone was enough to compete with the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda in terms of support. Now, it even had the effect of restoring soul power. Even if the 9 treasures glazed tile pagoda appeared, it might not dare to say it could definitely surpass Yi Lingling's 9-heart begonia. It seems that because they are both plants, Sister Lingling's absorption of medicinal herbs is nearly perfect, Tianlin marveled. The effect of Yi Lingling taking the 8-petal immortal orchid is indeed stronger than Oscar in the original work. This is all thanks to you, little Tian. Yi Lingling looked at Tianlin with gratitude, thinking that this guy might treat him like a younger brother, just like Douluo Yin did. After all, given Yi Lingling's maturity, Tianlin was indeed too young for her, and liking him was impossible. So it could only be a sibling relationship. Unfortunately, Tianlin expressed that he didn't want to have so many younger brothers. Just as everyone was feeling the changes after taking the divine medicinal herbs, a dragon roar and a strange mooing sound came from behind. The dragon roar was unmistakably from Yu Tianheng. His martial soul had not changed since the blue lightning tyrant dragon was already a top-tier martial soul and was unlikely to undergo a qualitative change. However, his physique had strengthened considerably, and his soul power had increased by 6 levels, reaching level 38, which was close to the strength he had when he first appeared in the original work. The dragon roar was easy to recognize, but what was that mooing sound? The person beside Yu Tianheng was Douluo Yin. Her martial soul was a snake, so if it made a sound, it should have been a hissing sound typical of snakes. No, Sister Yan's martial soul is no longer a snake. Tianlin noticed that Douluo Yan's martial soul had actually grown claws, appearing as something between a snake and a dragon. What exactly is Yinner's martial soul? I feel that it can resonate with my martial soul, Yu Tianheng said in surprise. His martial soul was a noble dragon. Even the powerful emerald-scaled snake emperor was still far behind in bloodline, unable to create any resonance. This could it be a flood dragon? Tianlin deduced. Ancient texts recorded that the flood dragon resembled a snake, its body like a dragon, growing to several meters long, often dwelling under creeks and stones, with a sound like a cow's moo. All these phenomena perfectly match the current state of Douluo Yan's martial soul. A flood dragon. Yu Tianheng recalled something. Indeed, there are records of flood dragons in my family's documents. They are essentially incomplete dragons, much more noble than snakes. I never expected Yinner to have such fortune. Yu Tianheng was very happy for his girlfriend. Tianlin smiled and said, Tianheng, although Sister Yan's bloodline may not be as strong as your blue lightning tyrant dragon, its power is definitely not weak. This is not an ordinary flood dragon, but an ice-fire emerald-scaled flood dragon, containing 3 attributes: ice, fire, and poison. Once it enters battle, it will be incredibly powerful. That's right. Although the bloodline may not be as strong as my family's, in terms of combat capability, it might even surpass it. Yu Tianheng nodded in agreement. Even the blue lightning tyrant dragon has only the lightning attribute. I have never encountered a martial soul with 3 attributes before. Not only that, Tianheng, now Sister Yan's martial soul quality is nearly on par with your blue lightning tyrant dragon. Plus, since you just sensed her, haven't you thought of anything? Tianlin asked Yu Tianheng. With this reminder, A light flashed in Yu Tianheng's eyes, as if he had thought of something. Martial Soul Fusion. Chapter 68. Return to the soul-hunting forest. Yu Tianheng thought of that possibility. It could only be the existence of martial soul fusion, which is why he had such a feeling just now. Tianlin nodded, thinking the same thing. If it were true, their royal battle team's combat power would be significantly enhanced. At that moment, Duguyan fully awakened, staring blankly at her hands, and in disbelief said, "My soul power has increased by 8 levels, from 31 to 39. To actually increase by 8 levels. It seems Sister Yin has gained the most benefits among us." As he spoke, Tianlin elbowed Yu Tianheng in the chest teasingly. "Hey Tianheng, your girlfriend has surpassed you. Be careful of domestic violence in the future. Get lost. My relationship with Yinner is good, and I will only be happy for her progress." Yu Tianheng stepped forward, holding Duguyan's hands affectionately, and said, "Yinner, no matter how strong your future strength becomes, I will always stand in front of you to protect you. This is my unchanging promise for this lifetime." Duguyan nodded with a blush, feeling the resonance of their martial souls. At that moment, their hearts seemed to draw closer. The two were openly showing affection, completely disregarding the others present. Oslo Yufeng and the Shurjia brothers felt greatly impacted, as if their excitement from their breakthroughs had been doused with cold water. Before long, the last to awaken, Guran, also came to. His foundation was the weakest, so he absorbed the medicinal effects the slowest. Fortunately, after consuming the ironclad peony, he experienced a qualitative change and thought that even if he couldn't stand out in the royal battle team, he could at least keep up with everyone's training pace. After that, Tianlin went to the palace to find Xue Qinghe. As Ning Fengji's disciple and the imperial prince, he naturally wouldn't forget to invite him. Xue Qinghe had actually known about this matter long ago. Someone from the Martial Soul Hall had already sent him a message. However, he didn't care much, as he had grown up in the worship hall and knew well the strength of the title Douluo's there. A newly promoted title Douluo would probably struggle to withstand even 1 or 2 of their attacks. Instead, Tianlin's return made him even happier. That night, Tianlin couldn't leave, as Xue Qinghe had him practice the heavenly snow power all night. With Tianlin's soul power increasing, the heavenly snow power became more formidable. Xue Qinghe clearly sensed that during training, not only was the soul power purification speed faster, but the operation of soul power was also becoming swifter. This further solidified his determination. He had to bring Tianlin back to the worship hall. Tianlin also noticed this point. He needed to find a way to reduce the time spent here. Otherwise, continually helping Xue Qinghe train would be equivalent to helping the enemy. Although the heavenly snow power was indeed more beneficial to him. If Xue Qinghe were not from the Martial Soul Hall, he would definitely have a share of the heavenly herbs. Unfortunately, he would eventually become an enemy one day, and Tianlin would not engage in self-destructive behavior. The next day, Tianlin finally escaped from Xue Qinghe's clutches. The royal battle team members and teacher Qinming were already waiting for him at the school gate. Among the group, only the Shurjia brothers and Yu Tianheng were absent, as they had to return to their families. The invitation was actually meant for their family heads. The others planned to take this opportunity to visit the soul-hunting forest to help the 4 who had reached level 30 hunt soul beasts. The limit age for the 3rd soul ring is 1,760 years for ordinary people. At this level, there is no need to go to large soul beast gathering places like the Stardow Great Forest or the Sunset Forest. The soul hunting forest is sufficient. The strongest soul beasts in the soul hunting forest are about 10,000 years old. With Qinming's current strength, there was basically no danger in going there. To make it easier for the kids to hunt, Qinming even called his girlfriend Zhou Yin over. Zhou Yin was now also a soul king, but her combat power was still far inferior to Qinming's, as she was only at level 51. However, her soul skills were indeed the best helpers for hunting soul beasts. After presenting the proof of the heavenly teacher from the Tiando Royal Academy, the group easily entered the soul hunting forest. The soul hunting forest is jointly managed by the Empire and the Martial Soul Hall. So not only the Martial Soul Hall's orders were valid, but the qualification proof from the Tiando Academy was also acceptable. To search for 1,000-year soul beasts, they did not linger around the outskirts of the forest, which only had 10-year or 100-year soul beasts, but headed directly to the center of the forest. Their luck was quite good. As soon as they entered, they found a lightning spider over 1,300 years old. In terms of attributes, this old beast was not suitable for anyone here except for Tianlin, who had already obtained his third soul ring and found it useless. However, there was one exception, Yi Lingling. She did not need to worry about attributes when absorbing soul rings. She only needed to pay attention to the age. Because regardless of what type of soul ring she absorbed, her soul skill was always the same, full range healing. The more soul rings she had, the higher her soul power, and the stronger her healing ability. Of course, now she also needed to add soul power recovery. Thus, Yi Lingling's soul rings were always the easiest to find, as long as the age was appropriate. After locking onto the target, Qin Ming nodded to Zhou Yan, who immediately completed the martial soul possession. A pair of beautiful butterfly wings extended from Zhou Yan's back, with shimmering scale powder occasionally falling from the wings. Third soul skill, sleep powder. Because it was a sneak attack, the lightning spider was caught completely off guard and fell to the ground, fast asleep. Yi Lingling took its life while it was dreaming, which could be considered a merciful death. For a mere 1,300 years old soul ring, Yi Lingling absorbed it very smoothly, completing the absorption in less than an hour. Finally promoted to the soul sovereign level, she also revealed all her soul power, reaching level 35. The 8-petal celestial orchid had boosted her soul power by a full 7 levels. Seeing this scene, the other 3 became even more anxious. They also wanted to become soul sovereigns as soon as possible and see how much soul power they had. However, suitable soul beasts were not so easy to find. Gu Ran needed a power-type soul beast, Oslo needed a speed-type, and Yufeng preferred a flying soul beast. Their requirements were much higher than Yi Lingling's. Fortunately, Tianlin had prepared ample rations, and with Yi Lingling's soul power recovery, staying a bit longer was not a problem. They just needed to be patient in their search. They would be able to find what they needed eventually. Time quickly passed to the night. After setting up the tents and agreeing on the shifts for keeping watch, they prepared to rest. Tianlin was responsible for the first half of the night, while Qi Ming would come to take over for the second half. Just as Tianlin was sitting idly at the campsite, Yi Lingling and Gu Ran slowly walked over to sit beside him. After the Shijia brothers left, Gu Ran became the strongest in defense among the group, so Qi Ming assigned him as Yi Lingling's protector. Chapter 69, Yi Lingling and Gu Ran Senior Lingling. Gu Ran, why are you still awake so late? Tianlin asked the two. I can't sleep, just thinking. Yi Lingling's voice was always so cold, especially in such a quiet forest. It seemed even more desolate. You are my boss, and if the boss isn't sleeping, how can a little brother rest? Gu Ran said with a hearty smile. He was indeed a competent little brother. That's right, Gu Ran, loyal indeed. As for you, Senior Lingling, is it because you're too excited that your strength has suddenly increased so much? Tianlin joked. It was very normal for Yi Lingling to be unable to sleep after receiving a Millennium Soul Ring. Yi Lingling shook her head. No, my pursuit of strength isn't that great. I don't need to bear the burden of a family or sect like you, Gu Ran or Tianheng. Our 9-heart begonia lineage has always been passed down alone, and we only have healing abilities. We can only survive by relying on other families. The 9-heart begonia is the #1 healing martial soul in the world. No sect would refuse your joining. Tianlin felt something was odd about Yi Lingling at this moment. Despite having such a strong martial soul, she didn't seem happy. Yi Lingling revealed a bitter smile. Yes, no sect would refuse me, but I don't want to join any side. Tianheng actually invited me before, but I declined. The personality of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan is too strong. I don't like it. I want to find a true reliance, just like my mother. That's good. By the way, what do you think of our 7 Treasures Glazed sect? On the entire continent, our sect has the best reputation. Tianlin smiled. Seeing the power of 9-heart begonia, and knowing that without combat power, they would be like a piece of Tang Sung meat, unable to live freely. Therefore, Yi Lingling must find a reliance. The 7 Treasures Glazed sect is such a large sect. What we lack the least are support-type soul masters like me. If I join your sect, I probably won't have any status. So what's the difference from being a guest under someone else's roof? Yi Lingling said with a bitter smile. She had considered the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, but was afraid she wouldn't receive any attention there. You've misunderstood. if you join us. Uncle Ning would be so happy he would wake up from his dreams. Even though you are a support-type soul master like the sex people, your role is completely different. Healing power is exactly what the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower lacks, Tianlin explained. Upon hearing this, Yi Lingling pondered for a moment. She knew that Tianlin had a point. Perhaps she could indeed receive strong support from the sect. Seeing Yi Lingling's interest, Tianlin glanced at Gu Ran beside him. An idea forming in his mind. By the way, Senior, what do you think of Gu Ran? After taking the Iron Armor Peony, this guy's defense is already comparable to the Shurjia brothers, and his attack power is even better, definitely a title Douluo material. You are around the same age. Why not try dating? He's a top disciple of the Bon Douluo. If you marry him, you won't just be a guest under someone else's roof. You'll be family. Tianlin was very good to this loyal little brother. Yi Lingling was beautiful enough, and her martial soul was strong enough. There was no problem pairing her with Gu Ran. The new generation of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect would have a dual title Douluo, with Tianlin standing behind as the strongest enhancer Ning Rongrong and Gu Ran as the strongest healer Yi Lingling. It would indeed be a legendary tale. You, how can you be so frivolous at such a young age? Yi Lingling's cheeks turned red from Tianlin's words. Speaking of which, ever since entering the soul-hunting forest, Gu Ran had been protecting her closely. She originally saw it as friendship among teammates, but now, with Tianlin's mention, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. Boss, what nonsense are you talking about? How could a fairy like Senior Yi like me? Gu Ran stammered, not knowing whether he was nervous or shy. However, Tianlin could see that he wasn't completely indifferent to Yi Lingling. Otherwise, why would he have this expression? Gu Ran felt very wronged. He hadn't had any improper thoughts before, but now, with the atmosphere heating up after Tianlin suddenly said that, there was an undeniable hint of ambiguity between them. If he were to say he had feelings, it was indeed just starting. What's there to be mismatched? Senior Lingling is excellent, but you are also our sect's future title Douluo. Watching this useless guy, Tianlin really wanted to slap him. If it weren't for his young age and already having Rongrong, how could such a beautiful girl like Yi Lingling be out of reach for him? Anyone without self-confidence, no matter how good their talent, cannot step into the highest realm. Yi Lingling's cold voice came. Originally, she had some thoughts after what Tianlin said, but unfortunately, Gu Ran was too disappointing. Just then, a rustling sound suddenly echoed in the woods. Tianlin suddenly stood up and protected the two in front of him. There's killing intent. Senior, Gu Ran, be careful. Gu Ran, upon hearing this, immediately pulled Yi Lingling behind him, although he hadn't sensed anything yet. After all, his sensitivity to killing intent wasn't as high as Tianlin's. He trusted Tianlin and was ready to fight. Boss, should we wake the teachers? No need. Let me see what is first. If it's just a century-old soul beast that doesn't know its place, we don't need to disturb their rest. As he spoke, Tianlin's eyes flashed with golden light, shining brightly in the darkness. This is a soul bone, Yi Lingling exclaimed in surprise. She didn't expect that the Tianlin she usually saw was still incomplete. She didn't know how much power he was hiding. The foundation of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect was deeper than she imagined. Perhaps it really was suitable for her alliance. And Gu Ran, though not promising, his instinct to protect her in a critical moment touched her slightly. If he could grow in the future, perhaps she wouldn't mind giving him a chance. She didn't notice that what Tianlin had was not an ordinary soul bone, but a more precious external soul bone. Otherwise, she would be even more surprised. There were two soul beasts, their bodies pitch black, with wings, humanoid, moving at high speed, and sharp fangs at the corners of their mouths, quickly traversing the forest. Tianlin described the appearance of the soul beasts, resembling the vampires from his past life. However, in this Douluo Continent world, they were naturally not the kind of Western bats, but merely similar soul beasts. It's the night demon spirit. Yi Lingling, being a top student at the academy, immediately guessed the identity of the two soul beasts. The night demon spirit only appears at night, usually feeding on the blood of humans or other soul beasts. It seems they have set their sights on us. Xiao Tian, can you see how tall those two soul beasts are? Tianlin observed for a moment and estimated. These two are about 1.5 to 1.6 meters tall. Yi Lingling nodded. These are 2,000-year soul beasts. with ages probably between 1,500 and 1,600 years. They're just perfect for us. Chapter 70. The third soul skill of Yufeng and Osro. Thanks to Yi Lingling's reminder, Tianlin finally remembered the soul beasts they were looking for. Speed type, flying type. These two fit the bill perfectly, making them the best choice for Osro and Yufeng. Lingling, Guren, changed the battle plan. Go wake up Osro and the others. I'll hold these two soul beasts, Tianlin said, summoning his magic sword and flying up. The two night demons were very alert. Upon seeing Tianlin's movement, they realized they had been discovered. However, since only Tianlin charged at them, they did not immediately flee but instead attacked him. One of them bared its fangs and lunged at Tianlin, while the other, with blood-red eyes, unleashed a soul shockwave. Not bad. A combination of physical and soul attacks. It's tough for ordinary people to deal with, but unfortunately, you've run into me. Tianlin smiled slightly, focusing on the night demon that released the soul attack. I'll start with you, Golden Flame Soulburn. His gaze ignited with flames as it clashed with the mental force of the night demon, the immense impact of the ultimate fire instantly suppressing it. The night demon let out a sharp cry, the pain of its soul being burned far more intense than that of its body. Tianlin had shown mercy. If it weren't for wanting to leave the soul ring for Osro and Yufeng, he could have unleashed a stronger golden flame annihilation and finished off the night demon in one blow. The night demon's scream immediately awakened the sleeping group, and without Yi Lingling needing to call them one by one, they all rushed out. At this point, Tianlin was already engaged in battle with the other demon. The night demon flickered and unexpectedly split into three. This was its illusion skill. Let us hurry and help Xiao Tian. Du Guyan worried that Tianlin would get hurt and was ready to rush over, but was stopped by Qin Ming. Don't worry. A mere 1,000-year soul beast won't be able to defeat Xiao Tian. I want to see just how strong he is now. An illusion? I'm not afraid of you. Celestial wind, cloud technique, drunken immortal moonstep. Tianlin simultaneously activated the two major movement techniques of the Shushan sect. Suddenly, his figure also split into three, all moving at incredible speed, stepping with strange footwork as he wielded three magic swords simultaneously. The two illusions of the night demon were instantly shattered, and the only real body was pierced through the arm by the magic sword. Osro, Yufeng, this guy is yours. Absorb it. Tianlin flicked the night demon's body towards the group. Osro, you go first. Don't hesitate, Qin Ming shouted. This night demon was clearly skilled in physical attacks and illusions, making it more suitable for Osro. Yes, first soul skill, Leopard Shadow Raid. Osro transformed into a cheetah and charged at the night demon with the fastest speed, using his sharp claws to tear it in half. A purple soul ring appeared on its surface as Osro used his soul power to draw it in. Seeing that Osro had already started absorbing the soul ring, Tianlin turned his attention to the other night demon, which had just been severely injured by Tianlin's soul attack and was only now recovering. Seeing its companion killed, it had no thought of revenge and instead tried to flee at the first opportunity. The pitch-black night served as its camouflage, making it hard for ordinary people to discern its position once it entered the forest. Try to escape? Dream on. Tianlin snorted coldly and immediately locked onto his opponent. Swift Wind, Demon Wolf, right leg bone skill, teleport. The external soul bone served as insight, while the right leg bone was used for ambush. Tianlin instantly appeared next to the night demon, swinging his sword and severing one of its arms. The night demon knew it was no match for Tianlin and, disregarding its severed arm, desperately continued to flee. But no matter how it tried to escape, Tianlin appeared precisely in its path. The attack power of the magic sword was simply too strong, and before long, the night demon had been severely injured several times. So powerful. Although Xiao Tian only has 3 rings, his real combat power is likely enough to rival high-ranking soul masters, Qin Ming marveled. He believed that even if he intervened, he might not do better than Tianlin. Hey, why has this night demon stopped fleeing? Has it given up? At this moment, Tianlin noticed that the night demon, which had been desperately trying to escape, suddenly stopped, its face ashen, seemingly having completely abandoned hope of survival. That's fine. Absorbing a soul ring like this will be much easier. Tianlin leapt and kicked the night demon toward Yufeng. Yufeng understood and flapped his wings to meet it. First soul skill, Wingblade. His enormous wings transformed into sharp blades, striking down and decapitating the night demon. Tianlin could almost see the expression of relief on the slain night demon. It seemed that it had truly been tortured to the point of losing all will to survive by Tianlin. Yufeng sat cross-legged and began absorbing the soul ring. This night demon was more skilled in soul attacks, so perhaps Yufeng could inherit that. This held significant meaning for the royal fighting team. It was best if the two agile attack soul masters did not share the same attack methods. If Overthrow excelled in physical attacks and Yufeng in spiritual attacks, it would become much harder to counter each other's rear support soul masters in the future. With this incident, everyone lost their sleepiness and decided to sit by Yufeng and Overthrow, forming a circle to protect them. Tianlin, meanwhile, leaned back and meditated to recover the soul power he had just expended. 3 hours later, just as dawn began to break, a bird's call signaled that Yufeng was the first to awaken. Although he had absorbed the soul ring later than Overthrow, due to the complete despair of his night demon, his absorption was much easier. Yufeng, what is your third soul skill? Tianlin asked as he approached. He remembered that in the original story, Yufeng's third soul skill was winds rise and clouds gather, a single target physical attack soul skill, but it should have changed somewhat now. It's dark wind, a single target attack soul skill. However, this wind affects not the opponent's body but their mind, making it a spiritual attack, Yufeng replied. Just as Tianlin had predicted. The difference wasn't significant. It had merely shifted from physical to spiritual attack. The power might be similar, but in terms of strangeness, the latter was definitely stronger. Good soul skill. Spiritual attacks are quite rare, so it seems we've gained well this time. Qin Ming smiled with satisfaction. With an additional soul master capable of spiritual attacks, he could plan for more varied strategies in the future. Before long, Overthrow also awoke. His soul skill remained unchanged from the original story, still Leopard Shadow clone, which he had inherited from the previous night demon's illusion skill. It could create 2 clones, each possessing 50% of the main body's attack power, but could only attack once. For a 1,000-year soul skill, it was quite good. Chapter 71. The fragrant meat attracts soul beasts. Death Tyrannosaurus in the early morning. Overthrow and Yufeng had already absorbed their soul rings, and now only Giran had not successfully hunted a soul beast. Strength-type soul beasts are actually not rare, but it is quite difficult to find one with the right age in this small soul-hunting forest. They had previously encountered a giant strength demon ape that was around 4,000 years old, but Giran couldn't absorb it. He wasn't like Tianlin, who could absorb soul rings of such an age. We need to hurry a bit. If we delay too long in this soul-hunting forest, we won't make it to the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School's title ceremony. It doesn't matter for us, but Tianlin and Giran absolutely cannot miss it, Qin Ming said anxiously. Giran scratched his head awkwardly. If it doesn't work out, I'll just come back next time. We should head back and attend the ceremony. He didn't want to delay such an important event. Tianlin sighed. If it really doesn't work, then so be it. I have a method, but it's a bit dangerous. Yi Lingling suddenly said. She was the most knowledgeable here, and as a top student, she even surpassed Qin Ming and Zhou Yin, who specialized in practical combat. What method? Everyone turned to look at her. The night demon spirits, which are humanoid soul beasts, and some soul beasts like to eat humans, Yi Lingling succinctly explained. Tianlin's eyes lit up. Good idea. Although this might attract powerful soul beasts, this is the soul-hunting forest, not the Stardow forest. No matter how strong they are, it won't be too extreme. We have Teacher Qin with us, so it's worth a try. What are these two talking about? Overthrow and the others were confused. With their intelligence, they couldn't understand the implications of their words. Yi Lingling nodded, feeling somewhat regretful. If only Giran were as smart, then I might have agreed earlier. She didn't want to keep them guessing and stated directly, let's roast the corpses of the 2 night demon spirits we found. Gulp. Overthrow instinctively swallowed, finally understanding that Yi Lingling wanted to attract those powerful carnivorous soul beasts with the smell of roasted meat. Since the night demon spirits were humanoid, their meat would be similar to human flesh. Such a beautiful girl came up with such a ruthless plan. It truly shows that the most poisonous thing is a woman's heart. He initially thought Dugu Yin was cunning enough, but he didn't expect Yi Lingling's dark side to be equally formidable. From now on, Osro would definitely be careful not to provoke her again. Osro, you should quickly pay back the money you owe Lingling, or I'm afraid you'll be the next one to be roasted. Yufeng patted Osro's shoulder and said. Osro broke out in a cold sweat. Even the excitement of having finally obtained his third soul ring was gone. Qin Ming shook his head, too lazy to pay attention to these two jokers, and directly grabbed the two night demon spirit corpses, summoning his flame wolf to roast them. Although Yi Lingling's method of using corpses was a bit ruthless, it was indeed a good plan. With his soul power approaching level 60, there was nothing in the soul-hunting forest that could threaten him, so the danger was relatively low. Under the strong flames of the flame wolf, it didn't take long for the two night demon spirits to be roasted to perfection, releasing a rich meat aroma. Yufeng's wind bell bird possessed him, creating a whirlwind that blew the meat aroma in all directions. Soon, heavy footsteps echoed through the forest, and it seemed that more than one soul beast was approaching, at least 3 or more. This method is indeed effective, rivaling Tang San's method of attracting soul beasts. Qin Ming said, Everyone be on guard. Qin Ming stood in front of the group, uncertain of the ages of the approaching soul beasts. As a teacher, he had to take responsibility for protecting his students. Suddenly, a mist appeared in the forest, obscuring the view of the distance. With wind like a tiger and clouds like a dragon, the coming one is probably a powerful dragon-type soul beast. Tianlin opened his fiery golden eyes, instantly seeing through the mist. Behind the clouds, a massive Tyrannosaurus Rex appeared, but unlike the usual imposing Tyrannosaurus, it exuded a thick aura of death. The Death Tyrannosaurus. How could such a soul beast exist in a mere soul-hunting forest? Tianlin was shocked. This soul beast was no ordinary creature. Its combat power far surpassed that of typical subdragon types. Moreover, from the sound of the footsteps, there seemed to be 3 soul beasts, but only one had appeared, meaning the other 2 had likely already become its appetizers before the main course. What did you say? The Death Tyrannosaurus? This soul beast possesses the attributes of power, darkness, and death. Aside from the legendary dark demon Evil God Tiger, very few soul beasts of the same attributes can rival it, Yi Lingling explained. Boom, boom. The footsteps grew closer, and finally, the figure of the Death Tyrannosaurus appeared before everyone, towering nearly 20 meters tall. It opened its massive mouth and let out a furious roar. Seeing this giant, Yi Lingling shook her head. No, the cultivation of this Death Tyrannosaurus exceeds 2,000 years. It's simply not suitable for us. Moreover, due to its uniqueness, even a 10,000-year soul beast might not be its match. Fighting it is pointless and time-consuming. We should prepare to retreat. Wait. At that moment, Gyurin interrupted. Teacher Qin, big brother, please help me defeat it. I want to absorb its soul ring. Gyurin, what are you talking about? Didn't you hear what Lingling said? The age of this Death Tyrannosaurus exceeds the limit, and it is extremely aggressive. Absorbing its soul ring is too dangerous. I cannot agree. Qin Ming immediately refused. As a teacher, he would never knowingly allow his students to fall into danger. But a soul beast that possesses the attributes of power, darkness, and death is too compatible with my bone war horse. If I miss this opportunity, I don't know if I can find such a suitable soul beast again. Moreover, I've always been the weakest in the royal fighting team. Only by breaking through my limits can I catch up with everyone. I can't always rely on my big brother. Please, Teacher Qin, Gyurin pleaded earnestly. Yi Lingling's opinion of Gyurin changed slightly. Although he lacked confidence, at least his effort was no less than others. Hearing this, Tianlin gripped his magic sword and stepped forward, ready for battle. Gyurin, you should not participate in the fight. Conserve your soul power and physical strength for absorbing the soul ring later. Tianlin, you. Qin Ming looked at Tianlin in confusion. He couldn't believe he would agree to Gyurin's reckless request. Teacher, Gyurin is right. He can't always rely on me. To become stronger, he must break through his limits. Plus, he has consumed the iron armor peony, and his physique is far beyond that of an ordinary soul respect. I believe he can handle it, Tianlin said without looking back, stepping forward. Fine, since that's the case, I'll go along with your craziness. Xiao Yan, protect the kids. Flame Wolf, possess. Qin Ming, being from Shrek Academy, was also a monster himself, so he could accept Guren's adventurous mindset more readily. Geniuses should indeed be different from ordinary people. Chapter 72, The Emperor's Battle Alliance, Defeating the Death Tyrannosaurus Brothers. Let's start the battle and reveal our martial souls. With you, Tianheng absent, the responsibility of initiating the attack fell to Tianlin. Facing the Death Tyrannosaurus, a beast on par with a 10,000-year spirit beast. Only a fool would think about fighting it alone. Isn't it better to swarm it? Xiao Tian, the frontal assault is up to you. Osro Yufeng. Disrupt it from the sides. As a control-type spirit master, Duge Yin was directing the battlefield. Although Qin Ming did not take action immediately, his martial soul was already activated, ready to provide support at any moment. First soul skill, Condensed Cold Snow. Tianlin jumped forward with a chopping strike, sending a wave of intense cold towards the Death Tyrannosaurus. The Death Tyrannosaurus opened its mouth and suddenly spewed out a wave of black mist, clashing directly with the cold air of Condensed Cold Snow. Once an unstoppable first soul skill for Tianlin, it was now easily pushed back. Yi Lingling shouted anxiously, "Xiao Tian, be careful. That's the Death Tyrannosaurus's ultimate move. The Death Aura. Anyone hit by it will have their soul separated from their body, and the Death Tyrannosaurus can attack or even devour the separated soul. It's a terrifying move. What a powerful skill, teleportation." Hearing this, Tianlin dared not take on such an attack head-on and used teleportation to narrowly evade it. Seeing Tianlin successfully escape, everyone sighed in relief. Although Tianlin's attack was ineffective, it successfully drew the attention of the Death Tyrannosaurus. At that moment, Osro and Yufeng appeared at its sides at incredible speed, launching their newly acquired soul skills simultaneously. Third soul skill, Leopard Shadow Clone. Third soul skill, Dark Wind. One was a physical attack with an offensive illusion, while the other was a terrifying storm that could attack souls. If it were an ordinary spirit master or spirit beast facing such a pincer attack, they would likely have no means to counter it. Unfortunately, their opponent was the Death Tyrannosaurus, comparable to a 10,000-year spirit beast. The Death Tyrannosaurus used its powerful body to withstand Osro's claws, then swept its tail, shattering the illusion and continuing its momentum to strike Osro's real body, sending him flying and crashing through several large trees before coming to a stop. The Dark Wind indeed invaded its soul, but it was not a picky species. It consumed flesh and would not spare souls either. Thus, not only was its physical strength formidable, but its soul strength was also astonishingly high. Roar! The Death Tyrannosaurus let out a fierce roar, nearly causing Yufeng to suffer a soul backlash. Fortunately, he could fly and timely escape to the sky, barely avoiding the attack. This spirit beast not only had immense strength, but could also attack souls. With both physical and special defenses maxed out, it could be said to have no weaknesses. Tianlin marveled. "Don't give up, everyone. I'll support you," Duge Yin declared. First soul skill, Azure Scale Red Poison. Second soul skill, Azure Scale Blue Poison. Duge Yin merged with the Ice Fire Azure Scale Flood Dragon and simultaneously released her first and second soul skills to the group. Although she was a control-type spirit master, her third soul skill was the only attack move. The first two were purely supportive. The first soul skill, Azure Scale Red Poison, was a stimulating poison that increased attack power and speed by 20, while the second soul skill, Azure Scale Blue Poison, was a paralyzing poison that eliminated pain and increased defense by 30. The auxiliary effects of these two skills were nearly on par with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda. However, there was a drawback. After the battle, one must detoxify, otherwise they would be harmed by the toxins. And one could only endure this kind of support once a day, or their body would not withstand the continuous toxic erosion. From this perspective, it was inferior to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda, but that was for others. For Tianlin, Duge Yin could poison him 100 times without concern because of the relationship with the 8-pointed profound ice grass and the fiery apricot. Tianlin's body was completely immune to poisons. At this moment, the Death Tyrannosaurus noticed Duge Yin's martial soul, the Ice Fire Azure Scale Flood Dragon, which also belonged to the subdragon species. If it could eat her, it would benefit greatly, so it charged towards Duge Yin without hesitation. Sister Yin, be careful. Tianlin shouted loudly. Don't worry, it won't be that easy for it to eat me. Third soul skill, Azure Scale, Purple Poison. Douluo Yin was enveloped in a flash of purple light, and then the Ice Fire Azure Scale Flood Dragon opened its mouth wide, unleashing both blue and red poisons. This was Douluo Yin's new ultimate skill, the Ice Fire Azure Scale Flood Dragon Poison. Her third soul skill was a powerful ability that could double the release of her own toxins. Under the enhancement of this soul skill, the Ice Fire Azure Scale Flood Dragon Poison was something even Soul King level experts would not dare to touch lightly. Ice and Fire Power? Very well, I'll join in. Second soul skill, Ice Fire Sealing God. Tianlin activated his second soul skill, merging it with Douluo Yin's deadly poison. In an instant, the lower half of the Death Tyrannosaurus was encased in ice while its upper half was seared by flames, as if it were trapped in a hell of extremes. Excellent auxiliary attack, Qi Ming praised. Although Tianlin and Douluo Yin could not perform a martial soul fusion, Tianlin's sword had such a strong attribute-based attack that it could absorb teammates' attributes to enhance himself or attach his attribute power to strengthen their attacks. It was a perfect fusion of strong offense and support. 9-Heart Begonia. At that moment, Yi Lingling also took action, opening the 9-Heart Begonia to assist Tianlin and Douluo Yin. While they had not been injured, their soul power had already been significantly depleted. Today, the 9-Heart Begonia had showcased its new ability for the first time, restoring soul power. With the enhancement of the 9-Heart Begonia, the sustained combat capability of the Emperor's Battle Alliance was greatly improved. The kids have done very well. Now it's time for me to step in. I can't let them exhaust themselves too much. Qi Ming prepared to take action. He had 2 yellow and 3 purple soul rings, 3 of which lit up simultaneously. Tianlin exclaimed, Teacher Qin is actually preparing to unleash 3 soul skills at once. It seems he wants to end this in one strike. Third soul skill, Fury of the Firewolf. First soul skill, Spirit Gathering. Fifth soul skill, Explosive Fire. Qi Ming's order of releasing his soul skills was somewhat unusual. He first used the third, then the first, and finally the fifth. Only when Tianlin understood the effects of these 3 soul skills did he realize the reason for this choice. His third soul skill, Fury of the Firewolf, was similar to Dai Mubai's White Tiger Diamond Transformation, a skill that enhanced himself, while the first soul skill, Spirit Gathering, was a technique that condensed all his soul power in an instant. It seemed Qi Ming was not an ordinary offensive spirit master. He followed the path of explosive power. Samwet Aiken Toma Hongun. Take this. Qi Ming prepared to finish, roaring as he charged forward. A terrifying flame shot into the gaping maw of the Death Tyrannosaurus and exploded inside, instantly shattering its head into chunks of flesh. One incredibly powerful attack. Oh no! Ming, you went too hard. You killed the Death Tyrannosaurus outright. How will Gu Ran absorb the soul ring now? Zhou Yin couldn't help but complain to her boyfriend upon seeing this. Don't worry, the Death Tyrannosaurus isn't completely dead. To kill it, one must not only destroy its body, but also extinguish its soul. Otherwise, its flesh will regenerate quickly. Qi Ming would never make such a foolish mistake. He turned to Gu Ran and said, It's time. Hurry up and act. Now is the Death Tyrannosaurus's most vulnerable moment. Gu Ran's martial soul also possessed a death attribute, capable of directly attacking souls, making it perfect for him to take action now. Alright, first soul skill, Bone Spike. Gu Ran wasted no time and unleashed 10 bone spikes, completely piercing through the remaining fragment of the Death Tyrannosaurus's soul power. A purple halo slowly emerged. That was its soul ring. Gu Ran quickly moved forward to draw it in, preparing to absorb it. Chapter 73. Bountiful Harvest. The invaluable torso bone Gu Ran began to absorb the soul ring, and Tianlin sat beside him, saying, Gu Ran, absorbing a soul ring beyond your level will definitely be very painful. You must hold on and absolutely cannot faint, otherwise you will never wake up. He was prepared at any moment. If Gu Ran showed signs of not being able to endure, he would no longer care about the issue of the twin martial souls being exposed. Although the Holy Spirit Pearl was a secret, it was far less important than Gu Ran's life. Since Gu Ran had called him boss, he had to take on the responsibility of being a boss. Fortunately, Gu Ran had practiced the body-refining method taught by Tianlin and had consumed the celestial-grade herb, iron-armored peony, so his physique was incredibly strong. The soul ring from the death Tyrannosaurus, which was only around 300 years old, should not be too much for him to bear. However, the soul ring of the death Tyrannosaurus was too violent, and it would likely take him a considerable amount of time to fully digest it. Hey, there seems to be something under the body of the death Tyrannosaurus. Yi Lingling suddenly pointed at the corpse of the death Tyrannosaurus. Following her direction, it could be seen that the abdomen of the corpse seemed to be emitting waves of black light. Could it be? Tianlin couldn't help but stand up and use the magic sword to cut open the abdomen of the death Tyrannosaurus. Inside, a bone similar to a human spine was shining brightly. Qin Ming couldn't help but get excited and exclaimed, "It's a soul bone, and it's the most precious torso bone." The stronger the soul beast, the higher the probability of producing a soul bone. This saying was indeed true. They never expected that the death Tyrannosaurus would send them such a great gift. Among soul bones, the torso bone was the rarest and far more valuable than other types. It could be said that even a low-quality torso bone could fetch an astronomical price on the market, and there would be demand without supply. Moreover, since the death Tyrannosaurus was so powerful, the soul bone it produced couldn't be inferior. Even if it was just a 1,000-year soul bone, it wouldn't be worse than any 10,000-year soul bone. With excitement, Qin Ming took out the soul bone, thinking that Gu Ran had struck gold this time. Once he finished absorbing the soul ring, he could give this soul bone to him. The others nodded. Everyone knew that having the same person absorb the soul ring and soul bone would maximize the effect, so they didn't covet this precious soul bone. They were also fortunate that Qin Ming was a person of excellent character. If it had been the teacher from Sanghui Academy, upon seeing the soul bone, he would have claimed it for himself immediately. If the students disagreed, he would have no qualms about killing them all. A day passed in the blink of an eye, and Gu Ran had actually been absorbing the soul ring for a whole day. In fact, his aura had already stabilized last night, having passed the most dangerous period. The last bit of time was spent completely stabilizing his soul power, but the resentment of the death Tyrannosaurus was indeed quite deep, consuming a lot of his time. Finally succeeded. The next morning, Gu Ran finally completed the absorption of the soul ring and opened his eyes. Not bad. You managed to endure the 2,000-year soul ring. Ostro patted Gu Ran on the shoulder. Now tell me, what soul skill did you get from absorbing a soul ring beyond your level? It's not a particularly powerful skill. It's just the death breath that the death Tyrannosaurus used yesterday, which can separate a person's soul from their body, Gu Ran said with an embarrassed smile. You little rascal. That skill isn't strong? When did you learn to be so humble? Tianlin responded speechlessly. Gu Ran's martial soul inherently had a death attribute, capable of attacking souls. If paired with a death breath that could separate a person's soul from their body, it would be incredibly terrifying. Just like before, without a physical body, even the powerful death Tyrannosaurus was killed in one strike by Gu Ran, unless it was a soul-specialized expert. Otherwise, if an ordinary person's soul was forced out, death would be imminent. By the way, you should absorb this too. This is the torso bone produced by the death Tyrannosaurus. Tianlin took out the torso bone and handed it to Gu Ran. Gu Ran pushed it away, saying, "No way, boss, I can't take this. It's too precious. The death Tyrannosaurus was only defeated thanks to you all. I'm already very satisfied with the soul ring I got. This soul bone should go to someone else like you. Boss, Teacher Qin, Tian Heng, or the Shi brothers. You all will be very suitable for this. I don't want it, even though this is a power-type soul bone. The death attribute doesn't suit me." Qin Ming directly refused. What about Tian Heng? This soul bone belongs to the dragon species, just like his martial soul. You should be suitable, right? Gu Ran continued to be modest. At this moment, Tianlin couldn't hold back anymore and patted his head forcefully, saying, "If I tell you to absorb it, then just absorb it. Why so much nonsense?" Tian Heng, as the direct descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, would he lack a soul bone? Besides, if you absorb both the soul ring and soul bone, the boost to your strength should be tremendous. Don't you know this? Indeed, sometimes reasoning doesn't work. Direct action is the way to go. Got it, boss. Gu Ran stopped being coy. To be honest, facing such a precious torso bone, it would be impossible to say he wasn't moved. He just felt embarrassed before. Absorbing a soul bone was much easier than absorbing a soul ring, especially since Gu Ran had already obtained the soul ring from the death Tyrannosaurus. The compatibility was simply off the charts. In less than an hour, he completely absorbed the torso bone. Tianlin walked in front of Gu Ran and said, "That was quick. This soul bone really does match you well." "Yes, boss. This soul bone skill is quite powerful, called Body of the Tyrannosaurus, which allows me to have physical and mental defenses comparable to the death Tyrannosaurus for a short period. Plus, my soul power has already reached the peak of level 37. I think the iron-armored peony you gave me must have raised me by about 6 levels. And then absorbing the soul ring and soul bone gave me another 3 levels," Gu Ran said joyfully. He never expected such astonishing progress in just a few days. All thanks to Tianlin. Years later, when someone asked the now titled Douluo Gu Ran what the most correct thing he did in his life was, he would answer, "Acknowledging Tianlin as my boss was the best decision of my life." Good. Now you deserve the title of another protective Douluo of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. I believe that Grandpa Bone will be very pleased to see your current strength, Tianlin said with a satisfied smile. Damn, originally Gu Ran was the weakest among us. And now he not only got such a strong attack skill, the Death Breath, but also obtained such a strong defense skill, and his level is so high. I think even the captain might not be able to defeat him now, Overthrow said with a displeased expression, feeling that he had become the bottom of the team because of Gu Ran's improvement. Although Tianlin's level was not as high as his, he did not think he could defeat a top monster like Tianlin. All right, Gu Ran is also one of us in the Imperial fighting team, and he's certainly better the stronger he gets. Du Guyin and the others didn't mind at all, as they were all partners who could trust each other's backs. Overthrow didn't really feel jealous. He was just a bit envious. Now that everyone had hunted suitable soul beasts, and Gu Ran had also obtained a soul bone, this was indeed a bountiful harvest. With all tasks completed, the group immediately left the soul-hunting forest and headed towards the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. As the title Douluo ceremony was approaching, and they couldn't miss this grand event. Chapter 74, Return to the Sect, the eve of the title ceremony in Qibao City. Named after the Qibao Liuli sect, which is also the location of the sect's headquarters, the atmosphere is particularly lively recently due to the upcoming title ceremony. Various guests invited from all directions have gradually gathered. Unlike decades later, in this era, the status of a title Douluo is extremely high. Among the so-called 7 great sects, only the top 3 sects have titled Douluos stationed, and the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon family has only 1, while the bottom 4 sects currently have none. Among the bottom 4 sects, the strongest is the Saint Dragon sect, led by the sect master Tuoba Shi, and the Elephant Armor sect, led by the sect master Huyin Jun, both of whom are only soul Douluo level above 87. Tuoba, she might become a title Douluo in the future, but that would take at least another decade. Therefore, the sudden emergence of a title Douluo in the Qibao Liuli sect is undoubtedly a shocking event for the continent. Ning Fengji intends to use this title ceremony to demonstrate the strength of the sect. This is indeed the Qibao Liuli sect, quite impressive. Overthrow and Yufeng looked at the luxurious sect courtyard with immense envy. They, along with Yi Lingling, come from minor noble families and could barely enter the Tiando Royal Academy due to their talents. In terms of status, they are far behind the direct descendants of top sects like Tianlin and Tianheng. It is indeed luxurious. If Dean Flander had such resources back then, my Shrek Academy wouldn't have had to. Sigh. Qinming seemed to reminisce about his alma mater. It was precisely because of being poor back then that the academy couldn't even have a simulated training ground and had to face oppression from other academies, ultimately missing out on qualifications for the Continental Soul Master Elite competition. If Teacher Qinming is willing, he can join our Qibao Liuli sect at any time. I can guarantee that you will definitely occupy a position as an elder in the future, Tianlin said with a smile. Hearing this, Zhouyin tugged at her boyfriend's sleeve. This is a great opportunity. Qinming hasn't joined any other forces yet, and joining Qibao Liuli sect is definitely a good choice. With his talent and Tianlin's support, it wouldn't be long before he achieves the title Douluo status. Sorry, Xiao Tian, I don't plan to join any forces for now, but if I have any thoughts in the future, I will definitely consider coming to you first. Although Qinming didn't agree, He also didn't refuse outright. Tianlin nodded. As long as he made the offer, whether Qinming would join later is up to him. Tianlin gave him the fairy grass simply because they are friends and never intended to use it to morally coerce him. After leading the group through a long corridor, they finally arrived at the core of the Qibao Liuli sect, in front of the main hall, the Qibao Great Hall. Today, the Qibao Great Hall is open to the public since all guests are nobility. It would seem very impolite not to allow them inside. Under Tianlin's guidance, they entered the hall smoothly. At this moment, there were already 5 seats in the center of the hall, 1 for the sect master and 4 for the elders. Yin Yang had already taken his seat. He had returned half a month ago, and judging by his radiant appearance, he must have obtained the soul ring he desired. Ning Fengji must have also obtained his 8th ring. Tianlin and Guren stepped forward, first bowing to Ning Fengji, and then greeting their respective masters. Xiao Tian, Guren, you're back. The people behind, you must be the teachers and classmates of the royal battle team, Ning Fengji said with a smile. Tianlin nodded and introduced, yes. These two are Teacher Qinming and Teacher Zhou Yan, and these 4 are Senior Duvian, Senior Yi Lingling, and the 2 seniors Overthrow and Yufeng. Additionally, the 2 brothers from the Shi family and Tianheng will come back with their elders. I am Qinming, with the martial soul Fire Wolf, a 55th level attack type Soul King. It's an honor to meet Sect Master Ning and the 3 lords. Qinming's courtesy was quite thoughtful, introducing himself along with his martial soul and level, which is a sign of respect in the Douluo Continent. The others followed suit and introduced themselves. Zhou Yan, martial soul butterfly, 51st level control type Soul King. Overthrow, martial soul ghost leopard, 35th level agility type Soul Master. Yufeng, martial soul wind bell bird, 35th level agility type Soul Master. Yi Lingling, martial soul 9 heart begonia, 35th level healing type tool Soul Master. Dugian, martial soul ice fire green scale dragon, 39th level control type Soul Master. After listening to their introductions, Ning Fengji was astonished. Did he just stumble upon a nest of geniuses? That Qinming should be around 26 or 27 years old and has already reached the mid-level Soul King height. With such a training speed, he might break through to title Douluo before 60 years old. As for the others, except for Zhou Yan, they all have the potential to become title Douluos. No wonder Xiao Tian hangs out with them. This is what they call birds of a feather flock together. However, he also guessed that Tianlin must have shared some fairy grass with them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made such rapid progress in such a short time. The last time he heard Guren mention them, there were still a bunch of great soul masters. Teacher, I am now also a 37th level soul master, and I absorbed a 2,000-year-old death tyrant dragon. Not only that, but I also obtained a piece of its skeletal remains. Guren recounted his recent gains to Gu Rong. Gu Rong was taken aback for a moment. Is such an outstanding Guren really his silly apprentice? Soon, he was filled with joy. Good, good. Guren, you haven't disappointed me. From today on, you're no longer my registered disciple, but my direct disciple. Guren repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Master. What he had been yearning for was to become Gu Rong's direct disciple. Tianlin was also very happy for him. It seems that in the future, the inheritance of the 2 titled Douluos of the Qibao Liuli sect can continue. Ning Fengji still had to greet other guests, so he entrusted Tianlin and Guren to take care of Tianlin's classmates and teachers, repeatedly reminding them not to be negligent. It seems that this sect master is also contemplating how to bring them into the Qibao Liuli sect. Teacher Qinming, this is where I live. Tianlin led everyone to his courtyard, which has many rooms and can easily accommodate several of them. Which room is next to yours? I'll just stay there. Yi Lingling directly asked Guren. Since Guren started training with Tianlin, he had also moved into Tianlin's courtyard. Overthrow and Yufeng immediately widened their eyes at Guren. Hey, when did you manage to get Yi Lingling? Guren felt exceptionally awkward under their gaze. He didn't. It was just that the boss had inexplicably added a bit of ambiguous atmosphere between the two of them. I know Guren's room. I'll show you the way. It's this one, a cute, lowly voice chimed in. It was Ning Rongrong, who had been sent by Ning Fengji to host the guests in her capacity as the successor sect master. Following the direction, she pointed. Guren's room was indeed on the left side of Tianlin's room. Yilingling decisively walked to the other side and opened the door, saying, "I'll stay here." Tianlin smiled at Ning Rongrong, appreciating her cleverness in creating opportunities for Guren. It seems that Guren was right to have called her big sister so many times back then. Seeing the praise in Tianlin's eyes, Ning Rongrong proudly lifted her head, thinking, "Look, this young lady is really considering the lifelong affairs of the sect's disciples. I will definitely be a qualified sect master in the future." Chapter 75, The Gathering of Big Shots, thundered Yuanjin after a little more than half a month. The long-prepared title ceremony of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect was finally about to begin. During this time, the pioneers from various sects had already arrived. But the real big shots were still arriving late, likely not making their appearance until the very last day. In the past few days, Tianlin had not been training much and had been accompanying Ning Rongrong. Seeing the two of them being so close, Gu Ran felt an indescribable envy. Stimulated by this, he firmly decided to pursue Yilingling. Upon hearing this, Gu Rong and Ning Fengji fully supported him. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda was the best in the world when it came to amplification, and if Gu Ran could also bring the strongest healing capabilities into the sect, they would definitely support it with both hands. Soon, the day of the ceremony arrived. As the successor sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect and the future protecting Douluo, Ning Rongrong, Tianlin, and Gu Ran could not miss it. They stood behind their respective fathers or masters, waiting for the guests to arrive one by one. Patriarch Huyin of the Elephant Armor sect has arrived, a disciple outside shouted, announcing the arrival of a big shot. "Haha, sect master Ning, Sordo, Bondala, it's been a long time." A towering figure laughed as he entered, standing at least 2 meters and 5 centimeters tall, resembling a mountain of flesh, giving off a powerful presence. His dark skin and large eyes resembled copper bells, making Ning Fengji look like a child standing next to him. This was Huyin Zhen, the sect master of the Elephant Armor sect, who was currently an 87th level defensive battle spirit Douluo. The Elephant Armor sect claimed to be the #1 defensive sect in the world, with its inherited martial soul. The Diamond Mammoth, being a top-tier martial soul combining power and defense. However, Huyin Zhen, as the sect master, was not the #1 in defense on the continent. The title of the top was held by Gu Rong of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, which made Huyin Zhen extremely envious of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Tianlin knew he had secretly allied with the Spear Hall, attempting to replace the top 3 sections. Tianlin remembered from the original work the soul-hunting actions of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, in which he seemed to have participated. In Tianlin's mind, he had already sentenced this guy to death. After all, although this guy was strong in defense, his intelligence was low. He dared to resist the Sea God Trident with his body, so plotting against him would likely not be difficult. Sect Master Huyin's visit brings great honor to our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Please take a seat. Ning Fengji's attitude towards him was lukewarm. Given Ning Fengji's wisdom, he must have already sensed the underlying issues between Huyin Zhen and the Spirit Hall, since they could no longer become friends. There was no need for him to be overly enthusiastic. Maintaining a polite demeanor was enough. After that, several guests from other sects arrived one after another. Aside from the Elephant Armor sect, the other lower sects only sent an envoy, such as from the Holy Dragon sect, where was Tuo Ba, Shi's younger brother. Tuo Ba Yi, from the Tindo royal family. It was not Xue Qinghe who came, as he was the prince and had too many governmental duties. Instead, it was Prince Xue Xing representing Emperor Xue Yi, and with his status in the Tindo Empire, he was fully qualified. Additionally, the grandfather of the Stone Brothers, Shirley, an energetic old man whose martial soul was also the Black Tortoise, came. Although he did not have a sect, Shirley was one of the few battle spirit Douluos on the continent who could compete with Huyin Zhen in terms of defense. He had a good relationship with Gu Rong and often exchanged insights on defense with him. Haha. Old turtle, why are you only just arriving? I miss you so much. You must self-punish with 3 cups later as a light punishment, Gu Rong said enthusiastically. Old bone, don't mention 3 cups. Even 30 cups, I'll accompany you. Firstly, to celebrate that your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect has gained another title Douluo, and secondly, to express my gratitude. My 2 grandsons came back, and told me that thanks to the celestial gray divine pills provided by Tianlin from your sect, they made such great progress in a short time. Shirley expressed his gratitude. Not long ago, when his two grandsons returned home, he was shocked by their progress. Upon inquiry, he learned that it was the people from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect who had helped them. So he took this opportunity to personally come and express his thanks. This has nothing to do with me. It's Tianlin's achievement. Little Tian, come over here. Gu Rong called Tianlin over and introduced him. This is Shirley, an 85th level defensive battle spirit Douluo and the grandfather of the Stone Brothers. He has come specifically to thank you. Hello, Senior. I am friends with the two Stone Brothers. They have taken good care of me at the academy, so I am just returning the favor. You don't need to be overly polite, Senior, Tianlin said, cupping his fists. Shirley nodded. Truly a young talent. At such a young age, your soul power is so high, far surpassing my two grandsons. You are called Tianlin, right? Since you are friends with my grandsons, I will not be polite and will call you Little Tian. Little Tian, today you helped my two grandsons, and in the future, I will surely repay you generously. It seemed he was a principled person, believing in repaying kindness, which was also a good thing for Tianlin, as the favor of a battle spirit Douluo was quite precious. Patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Thunder, Douluo Yuanjin has arrived. At this moment, an ultra-heavyweight figure arrived, the sect master of the third sect, Thunder, Douluo Yuanjin. Ning Fengji hurried out to welcome him, as the visitor was completely on par with him in status. Hu Yanjun coldly snorted, feeling displeased with Ning Fengji's double standard in treating the two. What were the top three sects anyway? He would one day replace them. Tianlin followed Ning Fengji outside and saw that the visitor was a very handsome middle-aged man. His cultivation was roughly comparable to Gu Rong's back then, and despite being over 80 years old, he still looked very young. It was said that this man was a spirited and righteous sect leader, proud of his martial soul, placing the interests of his sect above all else. He once fought to a draw with Sword Douluo Continent using his family's unique skill, Dragon Transformation. Thunder Douluo, it's been a long time since we last met. I didn't expect you to come in person. I feel greatly honored. Thank you, Ning Fengji said. Although he was also a sect master, even now he was just a battle spirit Douluo and appeared to be a head shorter when facing a title Douluo. This was also the reason why he had been insisting on evolving the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda all these years. Sect Master Ning, you're too polite. I came not only to celebrate today, but also for a very important matter, Yu Yuanjin said. Ning Fengji asked curiously, Oh, may I ask what the matter is? Yu Yuanjin smiled mysteriously. Let me keep you in suspense for a moment. I will explain in detail after the title ceremony is over. Seeing this, Ning Fengji did not pursue the matter further and immediately welcomed Yu Yuanjin and his grandson Yu Tianheng inside. At this point, most of the important guests had arrived, and the title ceremony could basically begin. However, at this moment, a group of uninvited guests had already arrived at the city gate. Chapter 76, The Title Conflict. The Spirit Hall intervenes. The title ceremony begins now. Thank you all guests for coming to witness. For this title ceremony, Ning Fengji specially invited the professional host from the Heaven Do Great Spirit Arena. This host spirit is quite interesting. It happens to be a microphone, truly a natural fit for a master of ceremonies. Now, let us invite the newly appointed title Douluo, His Excellency Yin Yang, to come forward. Ning Fengji nodded to Yin Yang, who understood and walked to the center of the hall. He was surrounded by 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black, flickering around his body. Compared to testing soul power, releasing soul rings is much more direct. A tremendous pressure descended upon the hall. Strong as they were, experts like Hu Yanjun and Tuoba also looked grim. Facing a title Douluo they as high-level soul Douluos could hardly be considered strong, likely managing only 2 or 3 exchanges at most. The only ones who could maintain complete calm in the hall were fellow title Douluos like Chen Xian and Yu Yuanjin. However, from Yu Yuanjin's face, a trace of envy could still be seen. In his Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, he was the only one supporting it, and he wished so much to have another title Douluo to help him share the burden. Looking at the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, there was one family with 3 Douluos. No, it should be 4 Douluos. He had come today specifically for the fourth title Douluo. Your Excellency, please announce your title now. The host said. Yang looked at everyone and spoke loudly. My title is Thunder Eagle. Thunder Eagle Douluo, a conventional title, fitting for Yang's spirit, yet not too ostentatious. Everyone felt it was quite appropriate. Wait. At this moment, a sinister voice echoed from outside the hall. How can the title Thunder Eagle demonstrate dominance? Our spirit hall has thought of a better one for your excellency, Thunder God Douluo. How does that sound? Hui Mei. Ning Fengji's expression darkened as he looked at the newcomer. The spirit hall was deliberately creating enemies for his seven treasures glazed tile school. Thunder God. Even you Yuanjin wouldn't dare to take this title. If Yang chose this. The first to be unable to accept, it would undoubtedly be the blue lightning tyrant dragon family, which dominated the world with lightning. What a clever scheme to sow discord. Ning Zhongzhu, we come uninvited. I hope you won't mind. Gue Douluo said with a sinister smile. Behind him were Sol, Douluo Daira, and three young individuals around 15 years old, two boys and one girl. The three young people displayed a certain arrogance on their faces. Even in a gathering of Sol Douluos and title Douluos, they could not hide their pride. Of course, I don't mind. I was thinking that Your Holiness, the Pope, and the elders of the Spirit Hall must be very busy, and our title ceremony of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School is a trivial matter, so I wouldn't bother you all. However, since Gue Douluo has come, Ning Fengji sincerely welcomes you. Ning Fengji said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. As for what title elder Yang should take, that should be decided by himself, so it wouldn't trouble Gue Douluo. Haha, not at all. All soul masters in the world are under the jurisdiction of our spirit hall. Such a significant matter as the title of title Douluo should involve our spirit hall. After all, even though Elder Yang is from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, his name will also be engraved in our Douluo Hall, Gue Mei sneered. Inside the hall, the two sect masters, Ning Fengji and Yu Yuanjin, frowned. The spirit hall was being too overbearing, implying that all soul masters must heed their will. Just then, Tianlin suddenly stepped forward and smiled. Uncle Ning, what this Gue senior said actually makes sense. We indeed overlooked that the spirit hall, as an organization that records all soul masters, is as important as the historical archives of the Heaven Do Empire. We were negligent. Upon hearing this, Yu Yuanjin laughed loudly. Exactly. Ning Zhongzhu, how can you not have a child who understands manners? The spirit hall is to the continent what the historical archives are to an empire. How could you overlook this? It truly tarnishes your reputation as a wise sect master. What sect master you said is correct. I once again apologize to Gue Douluo. I will never forget it next time. With Ning Fengji's intelligence, how could he not understand the hidden meanings in Tianlin and Yu Yuanjin's words? He immediately began to echo Yu Yuanjin. Gue Mei's expression turned ugly. They actually said the spirit hall is equivalent to the historical archives. What are the historical archives for? They record significant events that happen in the empire. Besides writing records, they have no real power. The names of the emperors and marshals of past Heaven Do dynasties were recorded by them, but could they command those emperors and marshals? This was indeed akin to what the Spirit Hall had just said. Kid, I know you. You are the disciple of the Sword Douluo, right? You're quite clever for your age, but those who are too clever don't live long. Gue Douluo suddenly fixed his gaze on Tianlin. A mental attack surged toward him. No one expected that Gue Mei would suddenly attack. His spirit was too strange. The attack was immaterial, and even when using soul skills, only a ghostly shadow appeared without any visible soul rings. For a moment, even the Sword Douluo couldn't react in time to save him. However, since Tianlin dared to speak, he was naturally prepared. A gray-white light suddenly shot out from behind him, colliding with Gue Douluo's mental attack. As both sides were locked in a stalemate, a flash of brilliance appeared in Tianlin's eyes. Golden flame, annihilation. The powerful ultimate fire attached itself to the gray-white light, instantly overpowering Gue Mei. Gue Mei sensed danger and quickly chose to withdraw his attack. But his spirit was still scorched by that light and Tianlin's flames. With Tianlin's strength, he naturally couldn't achieve such a level. The true attacker was the one who emitted the gray-white light. Tianlin merely attached the ultimate fire attribute to that light. At this time, Everyone could see that the glazed tiles on the ground that the light passed through had turned into stone. Only one ultimate move could achieve this. Is the gaze of Medusa. Old poison, come out. Gue Mei roared in anger. Haha, old ghost. I didn't expect you and Chrysanthemum Douluo to have just lost to me not long ago. And here we meet again. What? Are you here to deliver soul bones to me? A green light flickered, and Douluo appeared behind Tianlin as if he had teleported. He had been there for a long time, but disliking the commotion, he was too lazy to show himself until Gue Mei arrived, at which point he chose to secretly protect Tianlin. Upon hearing this, Gue Mei's expression twisted. This old poison was too disrespectful to him. Although it was the truth, saying it in front of so many people undoubtedly greatly diminished the spirit hall's prestige. But Gue Mei had sworn an oath with his spirit, and he could not go back on it. With a flip of his left hand, he took out 2 prepared soul bones from his soul guide and tossed them over. Take these. Our matters are settled from now on. Seeing this scene, everyone knew that what Douluo had just said was true. Then came the astonishment. Douluo was among the weakest of the titled Douluos, yet he had managed to defeat the combined forces of Chrysanthemum and Gue Douluos. Could it be that he had some recent fortuitous encounter that greatly increased his strength? Chapter 77. Betting on titled Douluos, Spirit Hall versus 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Douluo received 2 soul bones and examined them. One was a skull bone and the other was a left arm bone. The aura from both was not very strong, and their quality seemed lackluster. Douluo had anticipated this. How could the Spirit Hall possibly give him precious soul bones? However, the skull bone had a poison attribute. Was this specifically to annoy Douluo? Although it matched his attribute, he already possessed the Medusa skull. The recent Medusa's gaze was a soul bone technique. Even if he received this poison-type soul bone, he couldn't absorb it again. Douluo didn't mind. He couldn't use it. So why not leave it for his granddaughter? Seeing Douluo obtain 2 soul bones in one go, the onlookers were envious to the point of madness. But with so many titled Douluos present today, even with a few more guts, they wouldn't dare act. Old ghost, when did you become so shameless as to target a child who's only 9 years old? Douluo said. His enmity with Ghost Shadow was offset by these 2 soul bones, but he still disliked the Spirit Hall and didn't mind adding a few more words. I was just testing him. As a titled Douluo, how could I really target child? Lin Douluo, since you've already taken the soul bones, it's best you don't meddle. This is a matter between our Spirit Hall and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ghost Shadow retorted unhappily. If you can't manage it, then what about me? Ghost Shadow, if you don't give me an explanation today, I'll make you regret it on the spot. Chun Xin stood before Tianlin, his killing intent evident. Ghost Shadow's attack just now indeed lacked lethal intent. It was more of a lesson. Ghost Shadow wasn't foolish enough to kill someone in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, believing that as long as he didn't kill, he wouldn't be touched by Douluo, but attacking in front of his master was crossing the line. I said I was just testing the genius of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Chun Xin, can't you see he's fine? At worst, I'll apologize, Ghost Shadow said, completely unafraid, as he had the Spirit Hall backing him. Attacking him at this moment would be courting death for the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Master, I'm fine. Don't worry. Tianlin tugged at Chun Xion's sleeve, shaking his head. Although Chun Xion, with his current strength, could easily deal with Ghost Douluo, it would also give the Spirit Hall a legitimate reason to act against the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. This was what they called a justified attack. The current 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School could not compare to the fully powered Spirit Hall. Chun Xin suppressed his anger and stood next to Tianlin, fearing Ghost Shadow would act again. However, Ghost Shadow wasn't foolish either. The element of surprise was key for maximum effect, and now that the other side was prepared, any further attack would only infuriate Chun Xion, making it not worth the loss. All right, back to the main topic. Our Spirit Hall has conferred the title of Thunder God upon Yin Yang. You have no objections, right? This was the primary purpose of his visit today, and he would not back down. Master Ning, since the Spirit Hall has given His Excellency the Thunder God such a domineering title, shouldn't you thank the elders of the Spirit Hall? It would be disrespectful otherwise, Hu Yin Zhen said gleefully, clearly siding with the Spirit Hall. Just accept it. What's the big deal? Tianlin smiled, then turned to Douluo, Senior Douluo. Thank you for your life-saving grace just now. By the way, what was your title again? Poison Douluo or Bailin Douluo? Douluo instantly understood Tianlin's intention and revealed a malicious smile, loudly declaring, of course, I'm the Poison Douluo who dominates the world. The Bailin Douluo was the title given to Douluo by the Spirit Hall, but he completely disavowed it, preferring to be called Poison Douluo, as most people referred to him. Ghost Shadow thought to himself that this brat had found a flaw. His meaning was clear. In the Spirit Hall's Douluo Palace, whether they recorded Thunder God or Thunder Eagle was up to them, but they would just call him Thunder Eagle Douluo. That's right, just accept it. Ghost Shadow, thank you for the title of Thunder God. I, Thunder Eagle Douluo, hereby express my gratitude, Yin Yang said with a slight bow. Congratulations, Thunder Eagle Douluo. Your Excellency Thunder Eagle, blessings upon you. Yu Yuanjun and Shi Lei stepped forward to congratulate him, making it seem like the Spirit Hall was performing a solo act. At this moment, Yin Yang's situation was similar to Douluo's. You can confer your titles, and we can confer ours. How the world chooses to call them is their business. However, in most cases, people would still recognize the title chosen by the title Douluo themselves, as that was their rightful privilege. People would thus feel dissatisfied with the domineering Spirit Hall. Why do people pursue strength? Isn't it for freedom? If even titled Douluos must listen to you, then what is the point of cultivation? You little brat. Ghost Shadow glared at Tianlin, wishing he could tear him apart. But with Sword Douluo right beside him, he found no opportunity. At this moment, someone could no longer hold back. A youth clad in fiery red armor stepped forward and shouted, You dare to disrespect our Spirit Hall? Seeking death, are you? Who are you? Tianlin asked. I am Yin, a disciple of the Spirit Hall, and I now challenge you to a soul fight, a life and death battle. Do you dare to accept? It turned out he was Yin, one of the three from the original golden generation of the Spirit Hall. No wonder he was so arrogant. The other two must be Xiaoyu and Hulaina. I am Xiaoyu, disciple of Ghost Douluo. Do you dare to duel with me? And I, Hulaina, disciple of His Holiness the Pope. Before Tianlin could ask further, the two introduced themselves. All three looked at Tianlin with deep hatred. They viewed the Spirit Hall as their heaven. Anyone who dared to disrespect the Spirit Hall was their sworn enemy. Soul fights generally have distinctions between sparring and life and death matches. If Tianlin agreed, they could kill him on the spot, and no one would be able to say anything. Ghost Douluo's mind turned, realizing this was a good opportunity. He couldn't act himself, but the younger generation could. Master Ning, how about we make a bet? What do you want to bet on? Ning Fengji asked. Ghost Shadow smirked as if his scheme had succeeded. Let's bet on the right to confer titles. You, 7 Treasure Glaze Tile School. Send out 3 young talents to face our Spirit Hall's 3 children. If you win, the Spirit Hall will no longer interfere with the title matter. If we win, Yin Yang must announce the acceptance of the Thunder God title and publicize it across the continent. Ning Fengji hesitated upon hearing this. He could see that the 3 young men and women before him, although only around 15 years old, already possessed the strength of 4 Ring Soul Masters. At this moment, there was no one of their age in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School who could match them. Master Ning, the strength of a power cannot only be judged by the present. The younger generation is the foundation. Surely you aren't afraid? Hu Yanjun suddenly said sarcastically. It's not that I'm afraid. It's just that this bet is unfair. Tianlin secretly signaled Ning Fengji to reassure him, then continued. Titled Douluos have the right to choose their titles. It is inherently excessive for the Spirit Hall to try to strip this right. Do you think you can take advantage of us without any stakes? What do you want then? Ghost Shadow no longer saw Tianlin as a child. This guy had too many schemes. Tianlin raised a finger. You must at least put forth a soul bone, and it mustn't be of inferior quality, over 10,000 years. A gem-type soul bone. If you bring it out as a wager, we will accept. Additionally, the life and death match will only involve me. The other 2 will engage in a sparring match. How about that? Chapter 78, Tianlin and Hulaina. The contest of spiritual power 10,000-year soul bones must be of the gemstone type. This time, Tianlin can be considered to be asking for a lot. Gemstone-type soul bones generally enhance spiritual power, making them very suitable for support-type soul masters or battle spirit masters who are good at mental attacks charm, and illusions. Compared to ordinary soul bones, these are undoubtedly rarer. Alright, let's gamble. We can produce gemstone-type soul bones. Before Gue could speak, Hulaina interjected. She is adept at charm, and has already prepared several gemstone-type soul bones for her by Bibidong. Nana, this bet is too big. Gue hesitated this time. However, Hulaina confidently replied, Elder Gue, you've fallen for that kid's trick. He's intentionally asking for too much to make you reluctant to accept this wager. Her words awakened Gue Mei. He instantly understood. With the combined strength of Hulaina and the other two, there was no one among the younger generation who could be their opponent, especially since Hulaina and Xiaoyu had their ultimate martial soul fusion technique. Once unleashed, even a Soul King would not be their match. All right, kid, we accept your terms. But I want to add another condition. The person you send cannot be older than 16. To be safe, Gue added a condition. Xiaoyu and the others were all between 15 and 16 years old, making it difficult to find opponents who could match them in the same age group. Fine. Our 7-treasure glazed tile school also looks down on bullying the weak. Tianlin had no intention of sending anyone else. Approaching Ning Fengji, Tianlin clasped his fists and said, Uncle Ning, please believe me, this time, I will definitely uphold the honor of the 7-treasure glazed tile school and bring back the 10,000-year soul bone. Ning Fengji patted Tianlin on the shoulder. Go ahead, Uncle believes in you. In his younger years, Ning Fengji was also a passionate person, but after becoming the sect leader, he became more calculating. Now, seeing the spirited Tianlin, he felt as if he had returned to his youth and was willing to take a gamble on him. The only thing he worried about was that Tianlin had agreed to a life-and-death battle. Even if the Spirit Hall killed him on the field, he would have no chance to take revenge right away, or else it would give the Spirit Hall a legitimate reason to wipe them out. He knew very well that besides the Pope, there was another existence in the Spirit Hall that they could not provoke. Xiao Tian, the Spirit Hall is being too aggressive. I will fight alongside you. Yu Qianheng walked up to Tianlin. Tianheng, you are not from our 7-treasure glazed tile school. Letting you fight won't showcase our sex abilities. Tianlin smiled and opened his arms to everyone. Please, esteemed guests, observe how our 7-treasure glazed tile school's younger generation fights against strong enemies. Rongrong, Guren, follow me in a battle. Got it, brother Jian. Yes, boss. Ning Rongrong and Gu Ran stood firmly behind Tianlin. Tianlin's choice surprised everyone. He was just a 9-year-old child, and his chosen teammates were still a 9-year-old girl and a slightly older 13-year-old boy. Was this not underestimating the enemy? It was important to remember that their opponents were not just any random fighters, but the golden generation of the Spear Hall. Only Chun Xian and Dugu Bo trusted him completely at this moment. Go ahead, Xiao Tian. It's time to show the world your sword. Hee. Is the little monster about to show its fangs? Spirit Hall, you are in for a serious defeat this time. On the Soul Arena, the golden generation looked at the 3 children walking up, not feeling happy, but instead grinding their teeth in anger. Sending 3 such young members from the 7-treasure glazed tile school was a blatant disrespect to them. Good 7-treasure glazed tile school. I will take care of these guys today. Yin, who had the worst temper, was already exuding killing intent. Rongrong, don't use your soul skills until I give you instructions. Understand? And Guren, your only job is to protect Rongrong with all your strength, nothing else. Tianlin instructed the two. Ning Rongrong and Gu Ran nodded. Although they did not know Tianlin's plan, they had no doubts about his words. All right, summon your martial souls. Tianlin commanded. The 3 immediately completed their martial soul summoning and martial soul possession. Tianlin's demon sword, Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tower, and Gu Ran's bone warhorse all appeared. 1,000-year second ring. Seeing Tianlin's second soul ring shocked everyone present. Gue Mei and the golden generation of the Spirit Hall were also astonished. Even for talents like them, they would not dare to absorb a 1,000-year soul ring at the second ring. And yet Tianlin was only 9 years old with soul power exceeding level 30. His genius level was greater than theirs. This guy is indeed a top-notch genius. If he were the same age as us, we wouldn't be able to compete with him. Hulaina, despite her arrogance, did not deny the fact. Upon hearing Hulaina praise another man, Yin, who had always liked her, became displeased. Humph. What if he is a genius? If he hasn't grown up, he's just trash. 2 soul respecters and 1 great soul master. I will take care of them today. After saying this, Yan's muscles bulged, and a gigantic phantom appeared around him, embodying both the brutality of flames and the heaviness of the earth. This was one of the strongest martial souls, the dual attribute martial soul, Flame Lord. At the same time, Hulaina also completed her martial soul possession, the top-tier martial soul. The Demon Fox. Xiaoyu held 2 sharp moonblades, which were also top-tier weapon martial souls. The momentum of the 3 from the Spirit Hall was much stronger than that of Tianlin's side, and they all had the best soul ring configuration of 2 yellow and 2 purple. Hee. Gue Mei coldly laughed. 1,000-year second ring, so what? The gap in strength is so huge. I really can't see where Tianlin and the others have any chance of winning. First soul skill, Charm. Hulaina's most adept method was to charm her opponent right from the start, after which she could easily slaughter them. Today, she used the same tactic, locking onto Tianlin, as she could tell that he was the core of the opposing trio. Tianlin smiled slightly, gazing directly into Hulaina's eyes, yet remained unmoved. Hulaina discovered that her spiritual power seemed to hit a shield and could not invade Tianlin's mind at all. Sorry, I have a fierce wife. I'm under her control. Tianlin pointed to Ning Rongrong behind him, as Hulaina's flirtatious gaze had already made her jealous. To be immune to charm because of having a controlling wife was indeed a first for Tianlin. However, those with intelligence understood that it was not because of this, but rather due to Tianlin's far superior spiritual power that allowed him to resist her charm. How could a 9-year-old child have such strong spiritual power? Gue Mei was very puzzled. No matter how he thought, he would never imagine that Tianlin possessed the spiritual power of 2 lifetimes, coupled with the divine-level technique of the Nuwa meditation method that cultivated spiritual power while cultivating soul power. Moreover, his eyes were enhanced with a soul bone, which was an advantage Tianlin had over Tang San. While Tang San's 8 spider lances were powerful, they were too obvious. And his flame golden eyes. Even if he used them, others might not necessarily be able to detect it. For example, right now, golden flame, burning soul. Mental attacks are extremely dangerous. While opening the opponent's spirit, one's own spirit is also in an open state. If counterattacked, the consequences are far more severe than physical harm. In an instant, Hulaina's spirit suffered a heavy blow, kneeling on the ground and howling without any dignity. There was no way, at this moment. Her soul was being burned by extreme fire, and no one could endure such pain. Chapter 79 Control the situation. Liuli takes the advantage. Nana, what's wrong? Yin and Xiaoyu looked at the pained Hulaina, both anxious and heartbroken. Nana must have suffered a mental attack. It was that guy's doing. Xiaoyu glared at Tianlin with killing intent in his expression. One of them was Hulaina's pursuer, and the other was her older brother, who had always treated her as the group's pet. I've already gone easy on her. Otherwise, I could have wiped her soul out just now. Tianlin said with a smile. Dare to hurt Nana. I will kill you. First soul skill / Firelord's second soul skill, Granitic Rock. Xiaoyu and Yin attacked Tianlin from both sides. Tianlin's footwork was extraordinary, evading Xiaoyu's 3 strikes and Yin's 2 powerful punches in succession. What kind of footwork is this? There's no soul power fluctuation. It seems to be a type of technique. Yu Yuanjin said curiously. That's the drunken immortal moonwalk, a unique movement technique created by my disciple. Chen Xian said proudly, though he added, my disciple only tinkers with useless things all day. The most important sword technique doesn't even make the stage. Sigh. Yu Yuanjin could see through Chen Xian's facade. He was not sighing, but rather showing off. Nevertheless, today he had gained insight into what a genius truly is. Compared to Yu Qianheng and Tianlin, they were simply unworthy of the title of genius. This guy's movements are too agile. Yin, go attack Ning Rongrong. First deal with the other 2, and I'll hold back Jun Tianlin. Xiaoyu cleverly thought of a strategy to surround Wei and save Zhao. Holding the Moonblade, he kept slashing, and even if he couldn't hit Tianlin, he could sufficiently block all his support routes. It would only take a moment. A 2-ring Ning Rongrong and a 3-ring Gu Ran would be no match for Yin. Second soul skill, Granitic Rock. Yin, carrying a thick earth attribute power, punched at Ning Rongrong and Gu Ran. Gu Ran remembered Tianlin's instructions to protect Rongrong at all costs and charged directly toward that fist. Boom! The sound of a powerful clash echoed throughout the arena. Surprisingly, only the soul respect level Gu Ran could take Yin's punch head-on without moving an inch. It looked as if Gu Ran had donned a thick layer of pitch-black armor, which had just blocked Yin's attack. Berserk Dragon Body. Gu Ran said the name of this move resolutely. This could it be? Yin suddenly realized it was actually the rarest torso bone among the 6 soul bones. If you want to touch the young lady, you'll have to get through me first. Second soul skill, bone enhancement. With the dual enhancement of the soul bone and soul skill, Gu Ran's power suddenly surged, and he wrapped his arms around Yin's arm, throwing him over his shoulder. Good opportunity. Tianlin's eyes lit up. He first swept aside Xiao's attack with a sword, then activated the soul bone technique teleportation, instantly appearing in the direction Yin was thrown. Xiao did not expect Tianlin also had a teleportation soul skill and was momentarily caught off guard. By the time he reacted, it was too late to pursue, and he could only shout loudly, "Yin, be careful, Jun Tianlin is behind you. Damn it, third soul skill, Hellfire." Yin shouted angrily, unleashing his third soul skill. Countless flames erupted from the ground, rushing toward Tianlin. "Using fire against me, you've got it wrong." Tianlin waved his long sword, and the flames seemed to dissipate as if they had never appeared, demonstrating the absolute attribute suppression of ultimate fire over ordinary flames. Then his second soul ring shone, and he activated his second soul skill, Ice Fire Sealing God. Tianlin swung his magic sword to form and shape, releasing sword energy, leaving a similar shaped scar on Yin's back. Tianlin had still held back. Otherwise, that sword could have killed Yin. Still the same issue. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School currently doesn't have enough capital to offend the Spirit Hall to the death. Even a life-and-death struggle. The Spirit Hall possesses the ability to overturn the table. Rules are merely toys they manipulate at will. However, this level of injury is enough. Tianlin leaped and kicked Yin back toward Gu Ran. "Gu Ran, he has in your hands now. Give him everything you've got." Rongrong assists Gu Ran. Yin spat out a mouthful of blood, unwillingly saying, "You actually hurt me this much, damn it. Let you see my anger today." Fourth soul skill, Lava Surge. Yin finally prepared to unleash his strongest soul skill, but 10 seconds passed and nothing happened. The entire 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School fell silent. Lava Surge sounded impressive, but why isn't it erupting? Lava Surge, Lava Surge. Yin was still fussing about. At this moment, Gu Ran couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed loudly. "Haha, is this what you call anger? I think it looks ridiculous. Fool, look at your soul rings." Gue Mei couldn't help but remind him. "Soul rings? Why is my soul ring turned into this? And my soul power is only at the 30s. Yin finally noticed that something was off. Not only had his soul power decreased, but even the color of his 4th soul ring had changed from purple to gray. It must have been Tianlin's soul skill just now. It actually has the effect of lowering the level and sealing the soul ring. The 1,000-year second ring absorbed beyond its level is indeed extraordinary. Yu Yuanjin realized all this was Tianlin's doing and praised him. Now is the time. 7 treasures have their fame. First is strength, second is speed. Ning Rongrong seized the opportunity and fully amplified Gu Ran. At the same time, Gu Ran also completed his 3rd soul skill, Watch My Death Aura, under the amplification of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. The power of Gu Ran's strike reached the level of a soul master, while Yin, reduced to the level of a soul respect, could not withstand it at all. In an instant, he was struck by the death aura and his soul body separated. Gu Ran immediately stepped forward and kicked Yin's physical body off the stage. By the time Yin's soul finally returned to his body, he found that he had already been eliminated. He hadn't even had the chance to showcase his strength, and he was inexplicably defeated like this. This isn't gonna work. 3rd soul skill, mental amplification. Hu Laina endured the pain and activated her 3rd soul skill, boosting her mental power, finally barely holding on against the scorching of Tianlin's soul fire. but anyone could see that her mental state was extremely fragile, and she could no longer use her adept charm soul skill, effectively rendering her combat power non-existent. The situation was no different from a 3-on-1. The scales of victory had already tilted. The three from the Spirit Hall, who were originally favored, were utterly powerless against Tianlin's side. From the very beginning of the match, it seemed they were being led by the nose by Tianlin. Old Ghost, don't you admit defeat yet? If this goes on, the golden generation of your Spirit Hall will probably be ruined. Gu Rong said smugly. In this match, his disciple Gu Ran had also performed exceptionally well, which made him quite satisfied. We won't know until the last moment of the match. Let's wait and see. Gu Mei, although also worried, did not intend to give up because Xie Yu and Hulaina were still in the fight. They still had a trump card they hadn't used yet. Chapter 80. Tianlin breaks the demon charm. Achieving great victory, brother. Yin was kicked down. I can't use any mental attacks anymore. Our only chance relies on that move, but this time, you'll have to take the lead, Hulaina said weakly. All right, sister. Don't worry. This time, I will definitely take down all three of them, especially that Tianlin. Xie Yu's hatred for Tianlin was off the charts. He couldn't wait to kill him. The two released their 4 soul rings. Hulaina's soul rings flashed in a very regular pattern. First the 4th, then the 3rd, the 2nd, and finally the 1st. With each flash, the red light around her became increasingly dazzling. At the same time, Xie Yu, holding 2 moon blades behind her, also moved. He stood side by side with Hulaina, surrounded by the red light, which began to spread like mist, seemingly aiming to envelop the entire soul fighting platform. Wuhuan fusion skill, Ning Fengji exclaimed, feeling a wave of tension. He originally thought victory was assured, but he didn't expect the Spirit Hall to have such a trump card. The Wuhuan fusion skill formed by 2 soul masters above level 40 had power enough to rival high-ranking soul kings, and judging by the scale of this fusion skill, its power was undoubtedly formidable. Hee, old bone, which side do you think is more dangerous now? The tides have turned. This time, it's the ghostly charm's turn to be proud. Gu Rong, like Ning Fengji, was nervous, but on the side, Dugabo and Chun Xin showed strange expressions. Against Tianlin, why would they choose such a state-type Wuhuan fusion skill? They were in for a tough time. Tianlin smiled slightly, and, before the red mist spread to their side, took the initiative to step inside, holding his sword. This guy is looking for death, Yin immediately mocked. He knew how powerful Xie Yu and Hulaina's Wuhuan fusion skill was. Even he would be instantly killed if he entered. Once inside the red mist, Tianlin used his flame golden eyes to see clearly that the two had fused into one, becoming a long-haired figure that was indistinguishable in gender. In their hands, they held Xie Yu's moon blades, which were now more than twice their original size. I didn't expect you to dare to step into this death zone. Prepare to experience our Wuhuan fusion skill, Demon Charm. A mixed male-female voice echoed. A Wuhuan fusion skill that looked pretty but was likely of no practical use. Tianlin continued to mock. At this point, seeing that Tianlin still did not take them seriously, Xie Yu, who was responsible for leading this fusion, immediately became furious and swung the moon blade towards him, killing intense spreads with the 7 killing sword technique. Merciless as the heavens, blood floods the mountains and rivers. Tianlin unleashed the first 3 forms of the 7 killing sword technique in one breath, engaging in a fierce counterattack with Xie Yu. Although Tianlin's soul power was inferior to these two, the exquisite sword techniques of the 7 killing sword technique made it difficult for Xie Yu, who usually relied on the powerful attack of the moon blades and his deep soul power, to cope. Moreover, in this red mist, most people had no visibility and could only be slaughtered at will, so he never bothered to learn any intricate martial skills. Yet today, he encountered Tianlin, who could see clearly here with the aid of his external soul bone. Bang! Xie Yu was once again knocked back by Tianlin's sword. Very well, to force us, who are in Wuhuan fusion state. To this point, I won't be polite anymore. You shall die under this move, my self-created soul skill, Full Moon. Xie Yu moved, his body spinning like a whirlwind. Before Tianlin appeared only a massive disc, devoid of any friction sounds or whistling winds, as if it could devour everything. This is Xieyu's strongest ultimate move, which can be released alone or in the Wuhuan fusion state of Demon Charm. When released alone, with his current soul power of over 40, it can rival a Soul King, and when used in the Demon Charm state, it can even slay a Soul Emperor. However, the downside is that it consumes a massive amount of soul power, and after one release, he'll be drained of soul power, forcing the Demon Charm state to be lifted. One could say that this is a skill that, if it cannot defeat the opponent, leaves him powerless to recover. Therefore, Xie usually only uses it as a trump card, and today he used it, indicating how desperate he was against Tianlin. This move is absolutely perfect. Let's see how you break it. Xie said coldly. I can't break such a soul skill. Tianlin admitted helplessly. Just as Xie thought he had accepted his fate, Tianlin changed his tone. Although I can't break your full moon, I can break your Wuhuan fusion. Take this third soul skill, flowing water turns. At this moment, the onlookers outside were nervously watching the soul fighting platform. The demon charm was indeed powerful. Even the title Douluo could not see the scene inside clearly and could only hear the sound of clanging swords. They all guessed that it should be Xieyu's moon blades clashing with Tianlin's sword, but now it had fallen silent. Ning Rongrong and Gu Ran were so nervous that their palms were sweating. You might as well accept your fate. A Soul Zune cannot withstand this Wuhuan fusion skill. Gu Mei said confidently, eagerly anticipating how Ning Fengji and the others would react upon seeing Tianlin's corpse. But the next moment, he was slapped in the face as a figure flew out of the red mist. It was Ulaina. There was a footprint on her chest. She had actually been kicked out. It's Nana. How is that possible? Ghost Douluo was incredulous. As Ulaina was knocked out, the demon charm was naturally broken, and the red mist gradually dissipated. Only then did everyone see the situation of the two remaining inside. To their astonishment, Xieyue had lost both moon blades and had multiple wounds bleeding, while Tianlin had him lifted by the neck in midair. In contrast, Tianlin had no injuries except for slightly disheveled clothes. The outcome was already clear. Hey, weren't you going to take my life? Is this how you do it? Being held in midair like a rabbit, with no ability to fight back? To be honest, you three are called the golden generation of the Spear Hall. But your performance today has truly disappointed me. I really can't see where your so-called genius lies. Tianlin mocked mercilessly, with his neck being choked. Xieyue couldn't refute, even if he wanted to. Let go of my brother. Hulaina's weak voice came through. She seemed to be struggling to get up, but unfortunately, she was also at her last gasp, unable to even stand steadily. Why bother? Isn't it better to lie down? I don't intend to kill you. Ghost Douluo, I'll return your disciple. Tianlin threw Xieyue out of the arena, and Ghost quickly stepped forward to catch him. Finally, Tianlin walked up to Hulaina, pressing his sword against her forehead, saying, Do you still not admit defeat? All I have to do is apply a little pressure, and my sword will pierce your skull. Hulaina looked at Tianlin unwillingly. If she could, she really wanted to fight him again, but unfortunately, after the Wuhuan fusion skill was broken, her mental power was nearly completely depleted. In the end, she had no choice but to admit, this time we concede. Chapter 81. 4 Douluos in one sect. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. With Ulaina's surrender, cheers erupted from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, especially Ning Rongrong, who directly jumped into Tianlin's arms, feeling incredibly relieved after being bullied by the Spirit Hall just moments ago. Yin immediately went up to the stage to help Hulaina down, casting a resentful glance at Tianlin, viewing him as a sworn enemy since he had hurt his beloved. Gu Mei examined the 3 of them and sighed in relief. Although they seemed heavily injured, they were actually only lightly wounded. Yan's back had 2 wounds that did not reach the bone and would heal with some rest. As for the sealed soul power, it would naturally be released through meditation. Hulaina was very weak, but it was only due to excessive mental energy consumption, and she would recover after some rest. Xieyue was the worst off, with 3 critical injuries on his body, but under Tianlin's exquisite sword technique, they were merely superficial wounds. Gu Mei looked horrified at the wounds on Xieyu's neck, wrist, and chest, realizing that if the sword had deviated by just 1 centimeter, it would have cost him his life. Such precise swordsmanship was something even Shun Xian in his youth might not have been capable of. He almost fell for Chan Xian's old trick of claiming that learning too many miscellaneous things would make one's swordsmanship unrefined. What unrefined? It was already at a level of effortless mastery. Additionally, Xieyu's earlier use of the round moon had drained too much soul power. But this was not a problem at all. Gui Mei first stopped his bleeding and then transferred a bit of soul power to him, quickly restoring his vitality. Xieyu, what on earth happened? How could your martial soul fusion skill be broken? Gui Mei questioned, unable to believe that a mere soul respect could disrupt a martial soul fusion skill that could rival a soul emperor. In terms of raw power, Tianlin was certainly not as strong as the demon charms move, but his martial soul just happened to restrain theirs. Xieyu recalled that moment, feeling a lingering fear as he recounted, "At that time, Nana and I had gathered all our soul power, ready to unleash the round moon to kill him in one blow. But unexpectedly, his third soul skill had the ability to forcibly separate our martial soul fusion. He was simply our nemesis. Because of the sudden separation, my round moon was interrupted and all my soul power was exhausted, turning me into a lamb for slaughter." As Xieyu spoke, his anger reached a boiling point, and he slammed his fist in the ground, leaving a deep imprint. Having lost the protective barrier of soul power, his fingers began to bleed, but at that moment, all he felt was a surge of rage, completely numb to the pain. On the other side, after accepting the cheers from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Tianlin, along with Gu Ran and Ning Rongrong, walked up to Ning Fengji. "Master, the three disciples have fulfilled their mission and returned victorious." "Well done, Jun Tianlin, Ning Rongrong, Gu Ran. You three listen well. I now recognize each of you with a great merit in the name of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School," Ning Fengji said solemnly. A great merit in the sect was not just a title. It was a pathway to obtain sect resources and a guarantee for continuous advancement within the sect. Even if Tianlin and Gu Ran were titled Douluo's disciples, and Ning Rongrong was Ning Fengji's daughter, if they had no achievements. Even if they were to inherit positions as elders or the sect master in the future, few would respect them. "Thank you, master," in front of a large crowd. Even Ning Rongrong, who usually had no regard for hierarchy, was obedient and learned to bow to Ning Fengji like Gu Ran and Tianlin. "I seem to see the future generation of the Glazed Tower Swordbone combination. Sect Master Ning, I truly envy you for having such outstanding successors." Yu Yunjin commented with a tone of envy, as he had always boasted about his grandson Yu Qianheng, who was completely incomparable to Tianlin. Yu Tianxin was also no match for Gu Ran, who had consumed the iron armor peony. Not to mention there was Ning Rongrong, whose talent surpassed even Ning Fengji's. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School not only showcased their current strength, but also demonstrated their profound heritage. After all, the younger generation was the future of the sect. "Hee. Old ghost, do you have any more nonsense to say?" Douluo, who had not forgotten to make sarcastic remarks, enjoyed seeing Gui Mei's terrifying expression. Although he promised not to attack Gui Mei again, it didn't prevent him from using trash talk to infuriate him. Having spent half a year with Tianlin, he had learned quite a few insulting phrases from him. A bet is a bet. What title Yin Yang takes is up to you to decide. Our spirit hall will no longer participate. Gui Mei's face looked ghostly pale, terrifying to behold. But Douluo enjoyed seeing him like this and continued. What title to take was originally their freedom. What I meant was that piece of 10,000-year gemstone class soul bone. Today, representatives from major sects and the Tiando royal family are all present. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Old poison. This is a matter between our spirit hall and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. What are you, an outsider, meddling in? Gui Mei angrily questioned. He genuinely wanted to backtrack. After all, it was a 10,000-year gemstone class soul bone, and they had very few in the spirit hall. But now that Douluo had brought it up in front of everyone, if he went back on his word, the reputation of the spirit hall would be ruined, which was a far greater blow than losing a soul bone. Who said the poison couldn't participate in matters of my Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? Ning Fengji stepped forward, ready to announce the second major event of the day. Fellow soul masters, I actually invited everyone here today not only to attend Elder Yin Yang's title ceremony, but also to announce another matter. our 7-treasure glazed tile school will establish a 4th elder position today. I believe you all noticed that there were 4 seats in the 7-treasure hall, not 3. Did you think that the 4th seat was unoccupied and set up to encourage the disciples of the sect? You are mistaken. The owner of this 4th seat is none other than Poison Douluo himself. He will officially join our 7-treasure glazed tile school today. Ning Fengji spoke confidently, his words brimming with vigor. 4 Douluos in one sect. That was his bold declaration. Except for Yu Yuanjin and Shirlei, who had already been informed by his grandson. Everyone else's eyes were fixed on Douluo, eager to hear him admit it personally. Everyone knew that Douluo was the sole master who yearned for freedom the most. The Spirit Hall had invited him multiple times, using threats, bribery, and even assassination attempts. They had done everything possible, yet Douluo remained unmoved. Could it be that today he would truly break his resolve and join the 7-treasure glazed tile school? Under everyone's gaze, Douluo walked up to Ning Fengji and smiled. Sect Master Ning, I don't want to call you Sect Master. It feels like I'm lowering myself. Upon hearing Douluo's words, everyone thought he was rejecting Ning Fengji. However, they did not expect Douluo to pivot and say, "How about this? From now on, I'll call you Fengji directly, just like the old sore man and old bone. It sounds more familiar." Ning Fengji smiled slightly. "Of course, you may call me that. It is an honor for Fengji, and I will also call you Uncle Douluo from now on." Their exchange undoubtedly confirmed what Ning Fengji had just said. Douluo really was joining the 7-treasure glazed tile school. From this point on, wouldn't the 7-treasure glazed tile school become a super sect with 4 Douluos? Chapter 82. Yu Qianheng seeks marriage. 50,000 years of precious soul bone, old poison. What do you mean by this? Our Spirit Hall has invited you so many times, but you have always refused on the grounds of not liking constraints. Now, however, you join the 7-treasures glazed tile school. Gue Mei is genuinely furious this time, and when it comes to image and such, to hell with it. He just wants to know why Douluo made this choice, otherwise he cannot make sense of it. Once Douluo joins the 7-treasures glazed tile school, their strength will increase significantly. Although his individual combat ability is not strong, his group combat skills are terrifying to the extreme. The Sea of People tactic is meaningless to him. Perhaps he couldn't defeat any title Douluo before, but he can turn the entire battlefield into one filled only with title Douluo, not to mention with the snowy swan kiss in hand. Douluo's strength has risen to another level, making it difficult for ordinary title Douluo below level 95 to resist his poison. There's no helping it. This little monster said he would take care of me in my old age. I thought about it. I'm already quite old, and Yinner will eventually marry one day. It's time to find a place to enjoy my twilight years, so I agreed to this little monster. Douluo pointed at Tianlin, his face showing a loving expression that a senior has for a junior. "It's you again." Gue Mei glared fiercely at Tianlin. If this were not the 7-treasures glazed tile school, he would genuinely want to use his title Douluo strength to kill him on the spot. Sensing his killing intent, Chun Xin, Gu Rong, Douluo, and Yin Yang all stood in front of Tianlin. As soon as Gue Mei showed any unusual movement, they would tear him apart without hesitation. Many young people looked at Tianlin with envy and admiration. Being protected by 4 title Douluo is quite a treatment. Hui Mei, feeling helpless, had to forcibly suppress his killing intent. However, he remembered today's events. Tianlin was already on his must-kill list. Because Gue Mei no longer cause trouble, everyone returned to the 7-treasures Grand Hall, and Yin Yang's title ceremony was finally completed successfully. His title is Thunder Eagle. After the ceremony, the 7-treasures glazed tile school immediately invited all the guests to take their seats. However, Gue Mei and the others from the Spirit Hall couldn't eat anything at this point. With a flick of his sleeve, he prepared to leave, too lazy to even say goodbye. Just then, Yu Yuanjin suddenly stood up and said, "Old ghost, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I also have something to announce today, and since you from the Spirit Hall are here, I would like to ask you to help witness it." Gue Mei turned back and asked Old Dragon, "What is it this time?" Tianheng, take it out." Yu Yuanjin chuckled and turned to his grandson. "Yes." Yu Qianheng took out a gem box from his soul guide. The outer packaging was so exquisite that one could imagine how valuable the contents would be. Tianlin noticed that when Tianheng walked over with the box, his face showed an incredibly excited expression. It seemed that what Yu Yunjin was about to announce was related to him. Could it be? Tianlin thought of something in his heart and couldn't help but feel happy for Tianheng. Master Ning, Lord Dugu, this is a gift I am presenting to both of you. I have admired Miss Dugu Yin, the granddaughter of Senior Dugu, for a long time. Today, I am being presumptuous and hope that Lord Dugu can fulfill this for me and betroth Yenner to me. I, Yu Tianheng, vow with my martial soul that in this life and the next, I will never let Yenner down. If I break this vow, may my martial soul shatter and perish. Tianheng expressed his determination with an oath and then looked eagerly at Ning Fengji and Dugabo. The crowd below was in a panic. Dugabo had already joined the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, and now Yu Tianheng was seeking marriage from him. Did this not mean that the second and third major sects of the world were about to enter a marriage alliance? Such a powerful combination would likely make even the Spirit Hall and the number 1 sect, Haotian sect, feel apprehensive. Master Ning, Old Poison, look at my grandson. Although he may not be as outstanding as Tianlin, he can barely be considered a genius. He and Dugu Yin are in love with each other. Why not fulfill their wish? Yu Yunjin laughed. I have no objections. Lord Dugu's granddaughter should naturally be decided by him, Ning Fengji said, which actually meant he had already agreed. He could not stand Yu Tianheng, who was trying to take his granddaughter. But there was nothing he could do since his granddaughter had set her heart on him. If you want to marry my granddaughter, you must meet 2 conditions. First, prove your talent by reaching level 45 soul power before the age of 20. Second, obtain Yenner's own consent. I will not force her to marry someone she does not like. Thank you, Senior Dugu. Yu Tianheng was overjoyed. The 2 conditions proposed by Dugabo were difficult for ordinary people, but for Yu Tianheng, they were as easy as eating and drinking. He had already reached level 38 soul power. With a few more years, raising 7 levels would be a piece of cake. Moreover, Dugu Yan's heart was already his. He had long since met the second condition. Congratulations, Tianheng. Tianlin and the members of the Emperor fighting team rushed forward to congratulate him. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling surrounded Dugu Yin, who was now blushing and looked completely different from her usual heroic self. However, she was very happy. Yu Tianheng publicly proposed in front of so many titled Douluo today. It was truly impressive. Yu Yunjin laughed. Haha, this is wonderful. Tianheng, why don't you open the box and present the betrothal gift to Master Ning and Lord Dugu? Yes. Yu Tianheng complied and opened the treasure chest. Suddenly, a light as brilliant as purple gemstones shone from the box. The experts present could even feel the powerful soul power contained within. As the light gradually dissipated, they finally saw that inside was a purple skull. Head spirit bone. The crowd gasped. Yet another top-tier treasure. We are not like some people who are stingy and use mediocre 1,000-year spirit bones to trick others, Yu Yunjin implied. Master Ning, Lord Dugu. This head spirit bone was obtained by helping the elders of my clan hunt a 50,000-year poison electric salamander. Unfortunately, this spirit bone only inherited the poison attribute of the poison electric salamander, not the electric attribute, so is not suitable for my clan. Today is a fortunate occasion, so I present it to Lord Dugu, hoping to find it a suitable owner. The salamander, which resembles a lizard, is also a subdragon-type spirit beast, with poison attribute, dragon type, 50,000 years, and being a precious head bone. These factors combined make it fair to say that this spirit bone is worth its weight in gold. Compared to the 2 pieces previously presented by the Spirit Hall, this one is not even fit to carry shoes. Old Dragon, I received your sincerity. I hope you all will treat my Yenner well in the future. Dugabo finally let go completely. Being able to present such a thing as a betrothal gift shows how much Yu Tianheng values Dugu Yin. His talent is good, and he is in love with Dugu Yin. Dugabo truly could not find any reason to oppose this anymore. Chapter 83. BB Dong's lesson, the 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile School, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family successfully arranged a marriage alliance. And from now on, Yu Tianheng and Dugu Yin are engaged. The 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile School celebrated 2 significant events in a row, making the banquet a joyful occasion, though some were exceptions. For instance, Guai Mei, who hurriedly left without eating, and Tianxiang Huyinjun, who wore a grim expression throughout the event. With the two major sects of the upper three sects joining forces, when would the elephant armor sect finally rise? 3 days later, outside Seven Treasure City, Yu Qianheng and Du Guyan looked at each other as if they were parting forever. Tianheng, take care on your journey. I will wait for your return. Du Guyan said gently. Yin'er, no matter where I am, I will always think of you, Yu Qianheng replied, holding Du Guyan's hand tightly, reluctant to let go. The single dogs present were left speechless. Was it just a trip home for Yu Tianheng? Was this level of reluctance really necessary? Oslo couldn't hold back anymore. Didn't we agree to regroup at the Tiando Royal Academy in 3 days? Do you really have to act like this? Can't you wait 3 days without being so clingy? And don't forget, there are still 6 single dogs here. You wouldn't understand, single dog. And who says there are 6 of us? Don't you know that Shimo and Shimo have long since lost their virginity? Yu Qianheng shot back with a sidelong glance. He had learned this from his father, and he was quite shocked when he first heard the news, as those two brothers were indeed quite foolish in their team. Oslo stared at the two in disbelief. We agreed to stay single together. Yu Tianheng is understandable. After all, he and Du Guyan have been flirting for years. But you two, who looked the most honest, actually took the lead? As the older brother, Shimo, awkwardly scratched his head, actually, this was arranged by our family. Our Xuanwu, turtle martial spirit, is quite special, and we must undergo a special ritual with a female at a certain age to further awaken our bloodline. But my brother and I didn't abandon them. We agreed with those 2 girls that we would marry them after graduation. They are currently living well at my home. To prevent misunderstandings, Shimo continued to explain. Tianlin understood. So it turned out they needed such a ritual to awaken the divine beast bloodline in their bodies. Just like Su Sanshur in later generations. Unfortunately, their bloodline didn't seem as profound as Su Sanshi's, and even after successfully undergoing the ritual, it only slightly strengthened their martial spirit's power, without truly becoming a divine beast Xuanwu. Otherwise, their royal fighting team would have 2 more god-level martial spirits. Even the Shimo brothers have fiancé ES now. Yu Feng, Xiao Tian, Guren, it seems we're the only 4 unfortunate brothers left, Oslo said dejectedly. You can't count my brother Jian in. Jian has me. Ning Rongrong suddenly burst out from nowhere, hugging Tianlin's arm and fiercely declaring, well, although I'm still single, at least I have a goal now, Guren said shyly, glancing at Yilingling, looking at Tianlin and Guren, who were flanked by a lowly and a young girl. Oslo realized he had misjudged again. How could these good-looking and talented guys possibly be single? Oslo turned to his last hope, Yu Feng. Don't even think about it. I have a girlfriend. Yu Feng, though usually the quietest, was actually a bit of a tease. Tianlin had seen him secretly dating a beautiful senior several times. He was actually the first to leave the single life. By the way, their also teacher Qin. It said he plans to take Zhou Yin back to Shrek Academy during these 3 days to meet Zhao Wujin and Flender. As an orphan to him, the 2 deans are like his elders, so this trip is actually to meet the parents. Perhaps soon, Qi Ming will be able to hold a little wolf cub. Alas! Oslo, take care. Tianlin patted Oslo on the shoulder and turned back to Seven Treasure City. The others looked at him with pity. After all this time, he was the only clown left. As the guests dispersed, Oslo was left alone in the wind, feeling disheveled. Meanwhile, Gui, Mei, and the others had returned to Spirit City, kneeling in the hall as they dared not breathe a word. Bibi Dong had finished listening to their report, her silence filled with tension as she tapped her fingers repeatedly, her hand gripping the Pope's staff as if she might snap it in half. Those familiar with her knew that although she appeared calm, she was actually seething with rage. Good, very good. My spirit hall, Elder Gui Mei, and the Golden Generation trio were actually outmaneuvered by a 9-year-old child, not only failing to sow discord, but also losing a 10,000-year-old soul bone. Bibi Dong said coldly after a long silence. Teacher, this is all my fault. Originally, Elder Gui intended to refuse the bet, but I insisted on using the soul bone as a wager, thinking that little brat was just bluffing. If you want to punish someone, punish me. Hulaina pleaded, lowering her head. Do you think you can take this matter on your own? Your problem isn't just agreeing to the bet. It's that after agreeing, you lost. Facing a great soul master and 2 soul ancestors, you 3 actually suffered such a complete defeat. You have embarrassed Spear Hall, Bibi Dong said frostily. The three kept their heads down, unable to speak. Bibi Dong continued. Do you know where you lost? I'll tell you, it's 2 words. Underestimating the enemy. First, Nana, you rashly launched a mental attack, only to find the opponent's mental strength was stronger than yours, resulting in a backlash and losing your combat ability right from the start. Then there's Yan, who was brave but foolish, overly arrogant, insisting on using weak soul skills to toy with others. If you had used your 4th soul skill from the beginning, would you have fallen to the point of having your soul power sealed? Lastly, Xiaoyu, both Nana and Yan were restrained by that Tianlin. Their defeat can be excused. But you, who had the best chance to defeat him, still let him lead you by the nose. As she finished, Bibi Dong stood up, her aura radiating outward. The pressure of a title Douluo making it impossible for the 3 to straighten their backs. Your Majesty the Pope, this matter cannot be entirely blamed on the 3 of them. It's just that Tianlin is too powerful and cunning. Even I was outplayed by him. Gui Mei interjected. Yes, who would have thought a 9-year-old child could be so formidable? If anyone else were in this situation, they would likely end up with the same fate as old Gui, Moonlight said, naturally wanting to defend Gui Mei. Bibi Dong glanced at the few of them and sneered. Oh, so you all have come to accept Tianlin's strength and don't intend to seek revenge, right? Of course not, teacher. I swear, next time, I will definitely defeat him. Hulaina raised her head firmly, staring directly at Bibi Dong despite the pressure of a title Douluo. Bibi Dong, satisfied, returned to her seat as Pope, finally hearing a sentence that pleased her today. Nana truly lived up to being her direct disciple. This unyielding spirit was very much like her. Chapter 80 for the discussion of the Spear Hall. Well, it has come to this, so let's put this matter aside for now. But I tell you, if you lose to that Tianlin again next time, you will all go to the mysterious canyon to train for 3 years. Bibi Dong said. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but they were still very frightened. That place, the mysterious canyon, seemed like only ghosts could survive there. After 3 years, they would probably really turn into ghosts. Teacher, do you know what Tianlin's abilities are? Why can he restrain both me and Yan? And even our martial soul fusion technique is ineffective against him? Hulaina asked. She needed to know as much information about Tianlin as possible so that they could win next time. That defeat had already been regarded as a lifelong humiliation, and she needed Tianlin's blood to wash it away. According to what you said, that Tianlin is indeed remarkable. Nana, the reason your charm had no effect on him is probably because he has a soul bone protecting him, and it's a head soul bone that enhances mental strength. And the reason Yan's fire attack suddenly disappeared is due to absolute suppression in attributes. He should possess the ultimate fire. Lastly, his 3rd soul skill is called wind and water flow, right? I guess that skill's function is to dispel states. Although your and Xiaoyu's martial soul fusion is powerful, it also belongs to state-type soul skills, so it will definitely be tightly restrained by him. Bibi Dong was indeed the Pope, and was once the beloved of the Master. Just by listening to them, she could guess Tianlin's situation almost perfectly. The only mistake was that Tianlin did not possess a head soul bone, but rather an external soul bone. After all, that kind of thing is too rare, and no one would think in that direction. So, actually, we have a good chance of winning. If my charm doesn't target him, but instead targets the other 2, I should be able to easily defeat them. As for Yan, as long as he doesn't use fire and switches to earth, he won't be restrained by Tianlin. My brother even has a chance to kill Tianlin, as long as he doesn't use the martial soul fusion technique. With my brother's soul power exceeding level 40, using the full moon alone is not something a soul master in their 30s can handle. Hulaina's battle IQ is indeed impressive. After hearing Bibi Dong's analysis, she immediately thought of many countermeasures. Nana makes sense. We were just set up this time, and we will never lose to him again. My moon blade will definitely cut off his head next time. With Hulaina saying this, Xiaoyu and Yin immediately regained their confidence. Ghost Douluo nodded secretly to himself. Hulaina was indeed a direct disciple of the Pope, and her abilities were truly stronger than his own disciples. Failure is not scary. What is scary is the fear of failure. She easily helped the 2 regain their belief. Now let us talk about the 7-treasure glazed tile school. What is 2nd largest sect in the world, with 4 titled Douluo, this has completely surpassed the former Haotian school. BB Dong started discussing serious matters. The current strength of the seven-treasure glazed tile school has become a major concern for her. Your Holiness, you need not worry. Although having 4 title Douluo seems powerful, compared to our Spirit Hall, they are still lacking significantly. Yuguan comforted. BB Dong glanced at Yuguan. Foolish. Don't forget that among those 4 title Douluo are the number 1 in attack, Qinshin, the number 1 in defense, Gaiong, and the number 1 in group battles, Douluo. No matter how many title Douluo we have, it doesn't mean much against them. Douluo, wielding the Snowy Swan Kiss, can kill all title Douluo below Super Douluo. BB Dong originally planned to deal with the 4 title Douluo of the 7-treasure glazed tile school later, but they were all below level 95. Now the plan must change, but among her subordinates, the highest levels are Yu Guan and Ghost, and neither of them can match Douluo. Does she have to act personally? BB Dong quickly dismissed this thought. The next 10 years are a critical moment for her to inherit the position of the Rakshasa god, and she cannot afford to lose big over a small matter. So there's only one method left. BB Dong looked towards the worship hall. It seems she would have to pay some price to have the people there take action against the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Forget it. You all go down now. I need to think things over. By the way, Nana, stay. BB Dong waved her hand, signaling Yuguan, Ghost, and the others to leave. Your Holiness. Regarding the 10,000-year gemstone soul bone promised to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, should we keep our word? Ghost asked tentatively before leaving. BB Dong's staff struck the ground forcefully. You all said that in front of various sects in the Tianlin royal family. Do you think we can go back on our word? We still have 3 pieces of the 10,000-year gemstone soul bone in storage. Let Laodia take 1 to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, but remember, do not choose the head. The gemstone soul bone is most suitable for the head. If it is for other parts, the effect will be greatly weakened. BB Dong ultimately wanted to minimize losses. Understood. Ghost, fearing that BB Dong would get angry again, hurriedly retreated with Yuguan and the others. In the Pope's Hall, only BB Dong and Hulaina remained. Hulaina respectfully said, Teacher, did you keep me for something? Nana, I know what you just said was merely to restore Xieyu and Yan's confidence. But ask yourself when you encounter Tianlin again in the future, what are your odds of winning? BB Dong questioned. She wanted to hear Hulaina's true thoughts. Hulaina lowered her head. She couldn't hide anything from her teacher. The odds? Less than 50%, and as time goes on, those odds will continue to decrease. She was considering Tianlin's terrifying talent. Now Tianlin could crush them even with a near 10-level difference. Once he catches up in level, there would truly be no hope left. Indeed, I never expected that the 7-treasure glazed tile school would produce such a genius. Apart from her, there seems to be no one else who can compete with him. What a pity. BB Dong thought of Qianrinxue. Her talent was certainly not inferior to Tianlin's, but unfortunately, her relationship with Qianrinxue was not good, and it could even be said to be hostile. Nana, your talent is definitely top-notch as well. You need to believe in yourself. Now absorb this. BB Dong suddenly took out a deep blue head soul bone. The soul bone slowly flew into Hulaina's hands, astonishing her. Teacher, what is this? The wisdom skull of mental concentration from a soul beast over 50,000 years old is a premium mental type soul bone. Since that Tianlin surpassed you in mental strength because of his soul bone, you should win back in the same area. Do you think our Spirit Hall soul bones would be inferior to those of the 7-treasure glazed tile school? BB Dong said with great determination. This soul bone was originally intended to be the championship prize for the Continental Soul Master Elite competition in a few years. But this time, to ensure Hulaina can successfully defeat Tianlin in the future, BB Dong took it out early. Thank you, teacher. Hulaina was overjoyed. She certainly knew how precious this soul bone was. After absorbing it, her mental strength would at least become several times stronger, and she would no longer fear Tianlin. Hulaina completely regained her confidence. Tianlin, 7-treasure glazed tile school. Just wait. I, Hulaina, will make you pay the price sooner or later. Chapter 85. 3 years later. Time flies, and 3 years have passed since the title ceremony of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. During these 3 years, the Douluo Continent has been very peaceful, so the biggest event that everyone remembers is still the title ceremony. The 7-treasure glazed tile school, with its 4 title Douluos. is now referred to as the #1 sect in the world. Due to the fact that the Haoyan school has long since gone into seclusion, people's impression of this sect is merely a dual title Douluo, which cannot be compared to the current Seven Treasure glazed tile school. After 3 years, Tianlin is no longer that 9-year-old child, but a handsome 12-year-old boy, and his strength has far surpassed the past. The scene where he defeated the 3 from the Spirit Hall with overwhelming power is still unforgettable to this day. Today at the Do Soul platform of the Seven Treasure glazed tile school, it is a rare day for Tianlin and Guren to return from the Royal Academy to visit family. Qinxin and Gurong specially invited several ordinary soul ancestors to test their strength as a comparison of their cultivation progress. First up is Guren, who is now at level 44 with his soul power, sporting 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings that showcase his soul ancestor strength. Not only that, but 3 years ago he also obtained a soul bone, one of the 2 given to Douluo by the Spirit Hall. At that time, they had quite a bounty. Douluo's 2 ordinary soul bones were the strength-type left arm bone and the poison attribute skull bone. The left arm bone was given to Guren, while the poison attribute skull bone has yet to find a suitable person to absorb it. As for Douluo, she has something even better, which is the poison electric salamander skull bone, one of the other 2 super rare soul bones. This skull bone was a betrothal gift from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family to Douluo, and of course, its owner is Douluo, which no one would oppose. The soul skill that Douluo gained from absorbing this soul bone is extremely terrifying, a powerful technique that even Tianlin cannot evade. Finally, there is the 10,000-year gem-type soul bone sent by the Spirit Hall, the right leg bone of the Amethyst Spirit Cat. The Amethyst Cat is a gem-type soul beast covered in jewels, known for its incredible speed and strong mental power, capable of striking its opponent's soul with its sharp claws. If it were an arm bone, it would likely inherit the soul skill Cat Spirit's Claw that attacks the soul, but since it is a leg bone, it only inherited the speed soul skill Amethyst clone. This soul bone is very suitable for Rongrong, and Ning Fengji handed it over to her. After Rongrong absorbed this soul bone and combined it with the drunken immortal moonwalk that Tianlin taught her, her survival ability on the battlefield has greatly improved. Guren, come on. If you lose today, Grandpa Bone is going to break your bones, Tianlin said with a smile. Boss, don't worry, Guren confidently replied. Good opportunity. Seeing this, Guren's opponents instantly became spirited and seized the moment to launch a fierce attack. First soul skill, Barbarian Bull Charge. First soul skill, Blade Strike. Third soul skill, Body Collision. The 3 consecutive attacks from the soul ancestors would make even a soul king hesitate to take them head on. But Guren stood firm, using his body to block all the attacks without dodging, even without using the Death Tyrannosaurus Soulbone skill. Over the years, he has absorbed all the medicinal power of the iron-armored peony. It wouldn't be wrong to say that Guren is now a defense-type soul ancestor. Guren raised his head and glanced at the 3. Now it's my turn to counterattack 4th soul skill, Bone Domain. Guren slammed his arm down, and immediately countless bones stretched out from the ground. These bones are not only incredibly tough, but also contain toxins. Anyone pierced by them, even with a slight scratch, would have the toxins enter their body, causing paralysis. This can be considered a top-tier wide-range soul skill that combines strong offense and control. This soul ring was personally selected by Gurong because his own 4th soul skill is also a similar bone domain. Knowing its power and which type of soul ring has a high chance of obtaining this skill. The result is evident. Guren succeeded. In an instant, the 3 soul ancestors were surrounded by the bone forest, unable to move. However, since they are all from the same sect, Guren showed mercy, and the bones merely brushed past them without causing real harm. Brother Guren is indeed powerful. We are willing to concede. The 3 soul ancestors immediately admitted defeat, fully aware that if Guren had not held back, there would have been 3 corpses by now. Sigh, these ordinary soul ancestors are simply no match for Guren. They can't even pose a problem for him, let alone withstand a single soul skill. Gurong said, looking quite troubled. Qinxin and Ning Fengji beside him were speechless. Anyone could tell he was just showing off. Old Bone, if that's the case, why not let little Tian compete with Guren? It's not good for young people to be too proud. They need to be challenged from time to time. Qinshin teased. Upon hearing this, Gurong looked as if he had choked on his food, his smile abruptly stopping. Finally, he said bitterly, "Old swordman, if you want someone to test my disciple, you at least need to find someone decent, right? Your disciple is hardly human. He's a reincarnated monster." Ning Fengji nodded, although he was quite displeased with Gurong's bragging. He had to admit that he was stating a fact. The current Tianlin's level is not inferior to Guren's at all, and his fourth soul ring. Everyone turned their attention to the Do Soul platform. After Guren stepped down, it was Tianlin's turn to take the stage, and his opponents were even more numerous than Guren's. A total of 7 soul ancestors. However, the 7 soul ancestors were not proud because of their numbers. Instead, they were all nervously watching the much younger boy, as no one from the same sect knows better than they do just how terrifying that boy is. "Brothers, I'm coming. Please take my attack. Sword control technique," Tianlin said as he flicked his fingers, sending the magic sword flying out. After years of training, Tianlin has finally mastered the sword control technique to a superb level. Now, when facing weaker opponents, he doesn't even need to wield the sword himself. 10,000 sword technique, shadow sword, 10,000 swords exorcise demon. The 10,000 swords exorcise demon is a new combination soul skill created by Tianlin. Since he perfected the 10,000 sword technique, he discovered that merging this move with the shadow sword exponentially increases its power. Although Tianlin's current 10,000 sword technique is only in its initial stage and hasn't reached the true 10,000 swords level, 1,000 swords are definitely not a problem. With the addition of a shadow sword, each magic sword splits into 5 shadow swords. In the sky, over 5,000 swords immediately pointed at the 7 soul ancestors, and once they fell, they could instantly turn them into hedgehogs. "Wait, little Tian, we concede." The 7 soul ancestors immediately shouted, too lazy to even release their martial spirits. Since they knew they couldn't win, it was better to just lie down and avoid a beating. Since Tianlin took the stage, he hadn't moved a single step or even revealed his soul rings, yet he easily won the victory. Gurong wore a look of as expected, saying, "I told you, old swordman, finding someone to test this monster is just a waste of time. Now, that little Tian has gone all out. I'm afraid even an average soul king wouldn't be able to defeat him, and even a soul emperor could be a challenge." Chapter 86. Ning Rongrong runs away from home since Tianlin and Guren could only stay for 1 day and had to return to the Tiando Royal Academy tomorrow. The two rarely put down their cultivation. It was nice to return home once in a while and spend time with family, especially since Tianlin had to return to Qibao village in the evening to accompany his parents. Although Tianlin had always wanted to bring his parents to live with him, they were not accustomed to life here and returned to Qibao village after just a few days. Seeing this, Tianlin let them be, as long as they were happy. That was enough. However, during lunch, Tianlin noticed that one person was missing. "Uncle Ning, where's Rongrong?" Tianlin asked, puzzled. The little ant who used to chatter beside him every time he came back was nowhere to be seen. Ning Fengji smiled slightly and said, "Oh, because last time she went to the Tiando Royal Academy to see you and saw that you had other women, she got angry and ran away from home." Upon hearing this, Tianlin's expression became anxious. "I don't have other women. Those women approached me on their own." With Tianlin's strength, appearance, and status, it was natural for some women looking to climb the social ladder to approach him. When Ning Rongrong visited him one day, she happened to see a curvy senior sister bringing Tianlin food, which made her explode with anger on the spot. Tianlin was anxiously explaining, but when he saw Ning Fengji leisurely sipping tea while listening, his eyes immediately narrowed. This guy seemed completely unconcerned when talking about his daughter running away from home. Seeing him like this, Tianlin realized that Ning Rongrong's whereabouts were certainly under his control. He had been overly worried just now, losing his composure for a moment. With the current security strength of the Qibao Glaze sect, it was impossible for Ning Rongrong to slip out unnoticed. After scanning the room, Tianlin realized that, besides Rongrong, someone else was also missing. "Uncle Ning, where's Grandpa Ing? He should have been sent to protect Rongrong, right? I didn't do that." Uncle Ing went on his own. Ever since he was promoted to title Douluo, he said his life goal has been achieved, and he was doing nothing every day, so he secretly followed Rongrong. Ning Fengji said, putting down his teacup casually. Yin Yang's original potential limit was actually only at peak level 89 Soul Douluo, and he might have been stuck at this bottleneck for life. Even though he broke through with Tianlin's pills, the effect of the purple gold pills had already been exhausted. Now, no matter how much Yin Yang cultivated, his soul power advancement speed was extremely slow, and he would probably only reach level 92 or 93 at most in this lifetime, making it nearly impossible for him to become a super Douluo. Therefore, he focused most of his energy on nurturing the younger generation, with Ning Rongrong, who was like a granddaughter to him, being his favorite. This old man spoiled Ning Rongrong no less than that pair of sword bones. Fengji, how can you let Rongrong go out alone? If it weren't for old and going with her, I would have a serious talk with you, the sword Douluo said, recalling this matter and immediately straightening his face. Originally, Ning Fengji only wanted to send 2 little soul kings to secretly protect her. They were the Qibao Glaze sect after all, and they had more than just a few titled Douluos. Rongrong won't be in danger. With the reputation of our Qibao Glaze sect, we can deter most soul masters. And judging by Rongrong's direction, she seems to want to join Shrek Academy, Ning Fengji said. Just like in the original story, Ning Rongrong still went to the place she was supposed to go. However, this time there were 2 reasons. One was out of anger, upset that Tianlin had too many women, and she wanted to find a team to defeat the Tianlin Royal Academy and prove herself. The second reason was for the Qibao Glaze sect. Tianlin had mentioned that he would eventually go to Shrek Academy, as he needed to utilize some people there, recruit others into the sect, and suppress some to prevent them from becoming too powerful and uncontrollable in the future. The most important among them was Tang San. Although Tianlin no longer needed his help regarding fairy herbs, and it was impossible to return the fairy herbs to him, he might even take advantage of him. He still needed to remember that Tang San was skilled in hidden weapons. The direct disciples of the Qibao Glazed sect lacked offensive power, and these hidden weapons were crucial for the sect. Therefore, before taking advantage of him, he needed to utilize him a little. In the original story, it was thanks to the hidden weapons he provided that the Qibao Glazed sect avoided the disaster of extermination during the soul hunting operation. Although the Shushan sect also had talisman techniques, it had been only a few years since the original soul hunting operation, and Tianlin had only studied simple auxiliary talismans. To draw attack talismans, one must master the 5 elements immortal arts, but Tianlin was still clueless about it. The other skills the Shushan sect excelled in were sword techniques, Taoist arts, sword forging, and alchemy, but they had no knowledge related to hidden weapons. Therefore, to enhance the sect's combat power in a short time, they still had to rely on Tang San for hidden weapons. Ning Rongrong, intending to help her sword brother, decided to go to Shrek Academy to scout the way first. For the people Tianlin planned to invite, she would build a good relationship in advance, with her as the future sect master personally inviting them. Wouldn't they feel honored enough? Just a mere Shrek Academy. Can they compare to us? At that moment, Gu Rong angrily slammed the table, clearly dissatisfied with Ning Fengji allowing Ning Rongrong to go out. In fact, Shrek Academy was not entirely unknown. It was said that there was a young elder from there in the Wuhuan Palace, though whether it was true or not was unknown. However, the genius teacher Qin Ming from the Tianlin Royal Academy did indeed graduate from there. Now, Qin Ming's soul power had reached level 65, 3 levels higher than in the original story. With his aptitude, the purple gold pills were just a bonus, and it was only a matter of time before he became a title Douluo. Hearing the sword Douluo and bone Douluo angrily retort back and forth, Ning Fengji felt a headache coming on. They were clearly causing trouble, but he really had no way to stop the complaints of these 2 grandfathers who spoiled their granddaughter, especially when both were super Douluos among titled Douluos. Master, Grandpa Bone, don't worry. The teacher currently instructing me is also from Shrek Academy. When I have time, I'll ask Teacher Qin to take me to meet Rongrong. Tianlin comforted the 2 old men. Ning Fengji took the opportunity to add, Uncle Jian, Uncle Gu. Now that Tianlin has said this, you should feel relieved, right? With Uncle Ing and Tianlin around, nothing will happen. Besides, Rongrong indeed needs to see the world. Staying behind closed doors in the sect is not beneficial for her growth. Hearing this, Gu Rong secretly nodded. Ning Fengji's words were not without reason. If Rongrong has any issues, I will hold you accountable. Chun Xian dropped a harsh remark and flew away on his sword. Ning Fengji broke out in a cold sweat behind him. He couldn't afford to provoke a grandfather who loved his granddaughters so much. On the other side, Tianlin arrived at the sect's alchemy area. In recent years, the sect had established a new hall called the Medicine Hall. Unlike the other 3 halls responsible for combat or reconnaissance, this hall was mainly responsible for assisting the sect's disciples in their cultivation. The apparent leader was Douluo, but in reality, it was managed by Tianlin. After all, Tianlin had promised Douluo that he wouldn't let him do any work, and he had to keep his word. At that moment, Douluo was lying alone on a recliner, hiding in the shade to cool off. Snakes indeed love cool places. Little monster, you're back. Douluo, hearing the footsteps, didn't even open his eyes to know who had come. Chapter 87 Shrek Academy. Seeing that Douluo didn't even bother to open his eyes, Tianlin helplessly said, I say, old monster, you're being a bit too leisurely. Aren't you? Are you really planning to start your retirement life now? You know, you're not even 90 yet. As a titled Douluo, after detoxification, you can at least live for over 200 years. With so many years left, you're just going to stay in a recliner? Huh. Douluo stretched lazily, yawned, and then said, didn't you say you would take care of me in my old age? I find this life quite nice. The environment is so good. I eat and sleep every day, and when I have free time, I just cultivate my soul power. I don't have to worry about the toxins in my body acting up, nor do I have to worry about those guys from the Spirit Hall causing me trouble. It's really too comfortable. But if you keep this up, I'm afraid your body will rust. You still need to move when it's time to move, Tianlin advised earnestly. I'm not relying on my body to fight. What's the big deal if I rust? My poison is getting stronger day by day, Douluo said dismissively. Tianlin knew he wasn't lying because over the past 3 years, he had transcribed the alchemy section from his Shushan treasure record and given it to him. Douluo, having nothing to do, studied various poisonous herbs. Now his Rui Baobao bag was separated by 2 layers, with at least a dozen different poisonous herbs in the first layer. Aside from the bottom of the second layer, which held his trump card, the Snowy Swan Kiss. These poisonous herbs not only contained extremely strong toxins, but could also merge with his green scale Serpent Emperor's poison to produce various terrifying poisons. Although his level hadn't increased in these years, his combat power had at least doubled. If he were to compete against the 2 titled Douluos, Zhu Gui, and others, they would definitely not win against Douluo's endless supply of terrifying poison. Forget it. Do as you wish. Tianlin shook his head and no longer paid attention to him as he walked into the alchemy room. At this moment, Douluo opened his eyes, watching Tianlin's departing figure, and murmured, this little monster's soul power has improved again. Truly an extraordinary being. I thought he would be held back by that extreme attribute. But unexpectedly, he still surpasses the majority of talents. Tianlin's rapid progress in soul power was also thanks to Douluo giving him the ice and fire yin-yang eye. The ice and fire attributes that were exceedingly rich, which greatly compensated for the slow cultivation speed caused by his extreme attributes. Now, Tianlin only stayed at the academy for half a month each month, spending the remaining time meditating and cultivating in the ice and fire yin-yang eye. There, Douluo had set up a poison array, free from disturbances from soul beasts and others, making it an excellent place for cultivation. Even when he returned to the academy, he would assist his cultivation with Shui Qinghe using the power of the heavenly snow, and his speed was by no means slow. As for why he didn't rely solely on the heavenly snow power for cultivation every day, it was simply because Tianlin didn't want to overly aid his opponent. Qian Rinchue's cultivation speed was truly terrifying, with innate level 20 and no extreme attributes to hold her back. Tianlin had long discovered that ever since she started cultivating with the heavenly snow power, her true level was already close to that of a soul saint. If this continued, by the time the original story reached the point of her official appearance, she would have become a genuine soul Douluo. How could he possibly compete against her then? However, over these years, Shui Qinghe had treated Tianlin very well. Even though she was busy as a princess, she always found time to see him, bringing along some medicinal pills to assist in his training or some precious soul guide devices, and even a lot of information on attribute soul beasts. Unknowingly, Tianlin had already owed her a lot of favors, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. If this continued, not to mention being able to defeat her in the future, whether he could even make a move against her was still questioned. Every time he thought of this, Tianlin always hoped to find a way to repay her, even if it meant aiding an enemy. Although Tianlin wasn't a good person, his bottom line was that he couldn't forget his gratitude. Even if he had to fight for his life against Qian Rinxue in the future, he had to repay all that he owed her first. Tianlin walked into the alchemy hall, and several disciples immediately came forward to greet him. Greetings, young master. These people were disciples of the alchemy hall, mostly soul masters with mediocre abilities who originally could only guard the city gates. Tianlin had discovered them and taught them alchemy knowledge, making them important figures in the sect. Thus, they were immensely grateful and respectful towards Tianlin. Tianlin nodded. Everyone, since I'm returning to the Tianlin Royal Academy tomorrow, I need to trouble you to help me refine a few types of medicinal pills and then send them over. Young master, please give your orders. They would never refuse Tianlin's commands. 1 Xian Yuan pill, 1 bottle of ice crystal pills, 1 bottle of concealment pills, and a few soul nourishing pills. How long will you need? Tianlin asked. After discussing for a moment, they replied, reporting to the young master. Except for the Xian Yuan pill, which requires a bit more effort, the rest of these pills are very simple. We guarantee to complete them within half a month and deliver them to you. Half a month? That should be fine. Tianlin thought for a moment and agreed. All right, I'll wait for your news. Thank you all. Young master is too kind. It is our honor to serve you, the alchemy disciple said nervously. Sometimes, Tianlin's excessive politeness made them feel unreal. These medicinal pills were not for Tianlin himself, but were meant for several members of the Shrek 7 monsters. As long as they were willing to follow him and join the 7 treasure glazed tile school, not to mention a few ordinary pills. Even divine-grade pills Tianlin would not hesitate to refine for them. Of course, if they didn't join, Tianlin wouldn't give them a single feather. On the other side, Ning Rongrong, who had left the 7 treasure glazed tile school, was like a wild horse that had broken free. It was her first time in the outside world, and she looked around excitedly. The jealousy she felt because of Tianlin was completely forgotten at this moment. This little princess truly had the heart of a little girl. In the shadows, Yin Yang smiled and shook his head, thinking how long had it been since they came out? Not to mention Ning Fengji and others. Even the brother she liked the most, Sword Brother, probably had been forgotten in the clouds. Bye, was what Ning Rongrong did the most on her way here. After all, she had money and soul guide devices to store things, so she didn't miss out on any strange items, buying as much as she wanted without caring about the cost. Of course, such a beautiful girl, coupled with her wealth, naturally attracted the attention of many villains. However, with the title Duo Yin Yang secretly protecting her, they were taken down before they could make a move. Thus, Ning Rongrong safely arrived at the legendary Shrek Academy. No way. Is this the Shrek Academy that Sword Brother mentioned? I feel like my family's cafeteria is more luxurious. Looking at the dilapidated academy gate, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but sigh. In such a shabby academy, can they really teach talents that rival Sword Brother and the Spirit Hall's golden generation? You must know, they're all monsters among monsters. It's hard to even find someone close to them in the younger generation, let alone defeat them. Chapter 88. Yin Yang's Discovery, 100,000-Year Soul Beast. Are you kidding me? This is the so-called Soul Master Academy, the one that claims you can become a Viscount upon graduation. Along with Ning Rongrong, many other parents of students who came to register shared the same doubts. A boy's father said uncertainly, "This is what the Wuhuan Temple people said. It shouldn't be wrong, right? But this academy is just too shabby." The boy kept complaining to his father, "Dad, I don't want to study here, it's too embarrassing. I'd rather go to the Soto Intermediate Soul Master Academy. After all, I was a genius at the Primary Soul Master Academy." Since they were already here, the father could only persuade him to wait a bit longer. Maybe this was just a test, and the Real Academy was not here. Similar sentiments were definitely not rare in the queue, as most of the boys and their parents displayed disappointment. Having studied under Tianlin for so long, Ning Rongrong had already learned to read people's expressions. She noticed that, besides herself, there were 3 others in the crowd who were quite remarkable. Their expressions showed no change. There were a couple standing 3 places behind her and a girl at the end of the line. Tianlin had taught her not only the drunken immortal moonwalk, but also the perception techniques of Shushan, so her sensitivity to soul power was quite sharp. The soul power these individuals possessed was only slightly less than hers. If they all joined this academy, she began to believe that this academy indeed had the potential to rival the Wuhuan Temple Academy. The registration was handled by an elderly man in his 60s, who appeared lazy and dressed very simply, looking no different from an ordinary villager. However, Ning Rongrong sensed that the soul power within this old man was considerable, at least above the Soul King level. Having a Soul King level expert in charge of registration meant that, if nothing else, this academy must have a strong faculty. At that moment, a boy came to the table to register. The old man lazily said, "The registration fee is 10 gold soul coins. Just put them in that box." The boy's father hurriedly took out 10 gold soul coins and placed them in the box made of a few nailed wooden planks. He extended his hand. Following the old man's instructions, the boy reached out his hand, but the old man pinched it twice, shook his head, and said, "You don't meet the age requirement. You can leave." The boy was taken aback and turned to look at his father, clearly hoping his father would speak up for him. His father quickly smiled and said, "Teacher, my son just turned 13. Can't you make an exception?" The old man, a bit impatient, replied, "Don't disturb the other students. Hurry and leave." Seeing him so fierce, the father had no choice but to try to get the registration fee back, but he was refused by the old man. "Mubai, someone wants a refund for the registration fee." "Handle it," the old man lazily called out. A handsome boy jumped down from a tree, saying, "If you want a refund, you have to fight me first. Only then will I return it all." As he spoke, 3 yellow and 2 purple soul rings rose from beneath him. The appearance of the 1,000-year soul rings made the father and son dare not cause trouble any longer, and they hurriedly left. "This guy is probably only 2 or 3 years older than my brother Jian. Judging by the fluctuation of his soul power, he's around level 37. He is certainly not as good as brother Jian, but among the younger generation, he must be quite exceptional," Ning Rongrong thought to herself. If the members of the royal fighting team hadn't consumed the immortal herbs, their talents might not even compare to this Dai Mubai. After the troublemakers left, the old man stood up to save time and announced loudly, "This place is called Shrek Academy. Shrek means monster. We only accept monsters, not ordinary people. That is our academy's principle. Anyone over the age of 12 or with soul power below level 21 should not waste their time." Then the old man unleashed his aura, and a long staff appeared in his hand, with 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black soul ring rising up. Ning Rongrong immediately realized that her previous assumptions were conservative. This old man was not merely a soul king, but a soul emperor. Interesting. Ning Rongrong smiled like a little devil, stepped forward, paid the registration fee, and extended her hand. The old man examined it briefly and showed a look of surprise. "May I pass the preliminary test?" Ning Rongrong asked sweetly. Her demeanor instantly attracted the attention of Dai Mubai, who was leering at her. Seeing his lecherous gaze, the girl who had been at the end of the line frowned tightly, her fists clenching involuntarily. "Do your family know you're here?" the old man asked, regaining his composure. Ning Rongrong did not answer directly, but countered with a question, "Isn't there a saying that there are no distinctions in teaching, as long as I meet the academy's requirements? You have no reason not to accept me?" This made the old man smile in relief. "You're right. They're just an academy, not a sect. There's no reason not to accept qualified students." He instructed Dai Mubai to take Ning Rongrong aside. Soon, it was the turn of the couple Ning Rongrong had noticed earlier. They were the original male and female leads, Tang San and Xiao Wu. After testing and confirming their ages, they unleashed their martial spirits, Blue Silvergrass and Softbone Rabbit. Neither of these martial spirits was particularly powerful, but their rapid cultivation speed surprised the old man. It perfectly fit the standards of their monster academy. If he was surprised, then the other person hiding in the shadows was shocked. Yin Yang stared wide-eyed at Xiao Wu, having not noticed her before. But when she released her martial spirit, her aura became evident. This little girl is actually a 100,000-year-soul beast in human form, originally meant to protect the little princess. Unexpectedly, there was such an unforeseen gain. Yin Yang was so excited he wanted to act immediately. A 100,000-year soul beast represents not only a 100,000-year soul ring, but also a 100,000-year soul bone. Ning Fengji, now over level 80, would surely gain a powerful 9th soul skill if he absorbed this soft bone rabbit as his 9th soul ring. Or it could be saved for little Tian in the future. Either way, their 7-treasure glazed tile school would definitely see a significant boost in strength. However, just as he prepared to act, a more terrifying aura locked onto him, making even Yin Yang, a title Douluo, too afraid to move. Who is it? Yin Yang looked around, but found no one, showcasing the terrifying strength of the newcomer, far surpassing his own. It seemed there were other powerful individuals eyeing this soft-bone rabbit, but a 100,000-year soul beast must not be easily let go. Seeing that Ning Rongrong had already entered Shrek Academy, he thought it unlikely that she would encounter danger in the short term. Yin Yang planned to leave and seek reinforcements. If he couldn't handle it himself, he would call on Xian. A 100,000-year soul beast is ranked first on the Soul Master's dream list. He must have it. Chapter 89. Tang Hao appears. Threat. Yin Yang left Shrek Academy and headed back to the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Just as he exited Soto City and entered a forest, he suddenly realized that he had been locked onto by that aura again. The person from earlier was actually following him all the way, and he hadn't even noticed it. Which senior is it? Please show yourself. Yin Yang shouted around, guessing that someone capable of suppressing him to this extent must be a well-known title Douluo, at least on par with Yu Engine. However, he was somewhat confident in his escape abilities. Even if he couldn't defeat such a figure, he could at least run away. It was best to understand the opponent's situation first to make it easier for Xian to deal with him later. After all, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy leads to victory in every battle. Not all. It should be me who calls you senior. A man in a black robe appeared on a tree branch at an unknown time. Thanks to Yin Yang having an eagle-type martial soul and sharp eyesight, he was able to see the man's appearance clearly. The man was in his 50s, and his looks made Yin Yang's pupils constrict. You are Tang Hao, the Haotian Douluo. To his surprise, Tang Hao, who had been missing for over a decade, suddenly appeared before him. Yin Yang, we haven't seen each other for nearly 20 years, have we? Congratulations on breaking through your limits and entering the realm of title Douluo. Tang Hao's voice was very low and completely different from the spirited and imposing figure Yin Yang had met years ago. The Tang Hao of the past had been so full of vigor and dominance, but now he seemed too worn and haggard. Such compliments from a youngest title Douluo on the continent sound rather sarcastic. Yin Yang said with a bitter smile. Although he had successfully become a title Douluo, he found that he still couldn't see through Tang Hao at all. Tang Hao's strength was conservatively estimated to be above level 95. You didn't appear today just to congratulate me, did you? Is it about that 100,000-year soul beast? Yin Yang guessed. Since Tang Hao had just been at Shrek Academy, he couldn't possibly be unaware of what Yin Yang had discovered. Tang Hao nodded. That's right. I know you're probably eager to return to the 7-treasure glazed tile school to inform Ning Fengji about this matter. But I hope you could do me a favor today and keep this matter hidden. Tang Hao will certainly reward you handsomely later. On what grounds, Tang Hao? As a title Douluo, you must know what a transformed 100,000-year soul beast represents, right? That's a 100,000-year soul ring and a 100,000-year soul bone that can be easily obtained. As long as a suitable level 90 soul master absorbs it, they can instantly create a powerful being far beyond an ordinary title Douluo for the sect. Yin Yang was not inclined to give this favor. Tang Hao, who had been expelled from the Haotian sect, had no right to command him. So you refuse? In that case, let's see the truth under our hands. Tang Hao suddenly raised his head, a heavy murderous aura radiating from him. He was one of the gods of death in the city of slaughter, and at this moment, his killing intent was fully locked onto Yin Yang. Yin Yang didn't dare to be careless and immediately summoned his martial soul. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings appeared. Seeing this, Tang Hao scoffed, wielding the Haotian hammer, and his 9 soul rings also appeared, but his were 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red. Who would have thought that in a small area outside Soto City, 2 titled Douluos of the era would confront each other? Red, a 100,000-year soul ring. Yin Yang suddenly felt a shock. Tang Hao was 4 levels higher than him. In the realm of title Douluo, the gap between each level was immense. He originally had little confidence in facing Tang Hao, and now he realized that Tang Hao actually possessed a 100,000-year soul ring. If a fight broke out, he feared he wouldn't withstand 2 strikes from Tang Hao. Yin Yang, what I just said still stands. As long as you swear by your martial soul today not to reveal the matter of the 100,000-year soul beast, I can spare your life. Otherwise, you will only meet your demise here. Tang Hao was using both courtesy and threats. After all, he had no enmity with the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and their strength was too formidable. If not necessary, he truly didn't want to provoke this great enemy. A spirit hall was already difficult enough to deal with, and with the addition of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, he had no hope left. However, he absolutely could not allow the events concerning Yin to repeat with Tang San and Xiao Wu. Yin Yang was still contemplating. He still didn't want to give up on the 100,000-year soul beast. Although he knew he was no match for Tang Hao, he was an agile attacker, while Tang Hao was a strong attacker. If he did not seek a dead battle and focus solely on escaping, Tang Hao might not be able to catch up to him. As if seeing through Yin Yang's thoughts, a flash of red light enveloped Tang Hao, and a domain spread out, instantly enveloping Yin Yang. I advise you not to think about escaping. This is my god of death domain. Without a domain of your own, you cannot resist at all. Your speed will be greatly reduced within my domain. Also, don't forget the Outcast sect's ultimate technique. With just one hammer, I can utterly kill you. Yin Yang broke into a cold sweat. The killing intent within the god of death domain was too terrifying. How could he forget the Outcast sect's strongest secret technique, the exploding ring? If Tang Hao was willing to destroy that 100,000-year soul ring, he could indeed potentially kill him in an instant. Yin Yang had finally cultivated to the level of title Duoluo, so naturally, he cherished his life. Moreover, if he died, not only would the news not return to the sect, but the sect would also lose a title Duoluo, which was a loss that was not worth it. All right, Tang Hao, I will give you this favor today. I swear by my martial soul that the matter of this 100,000-year soul beast will remain between you and me. If a third person learns of it from me, I will immediately shatter my martial soul and die. Having made his decision, Yin Yang did not hesitate. Upon hearing Yin Yang swear by his martial soul, Tang Hao withdrew the god of death domain and the Outcast hammer. If it weren't for the sake of his son, he wouldn't want to become enemies with the 7-treasure glazed tile school at all, even if he could kill Yin Yang today. The 7-treasure glazed tile school would undoubtedly spare no effort to investigate the truth. Yin Yang appeared here to protect Ning Rongrong, so they would certainly go to Shrek Academy to investigate clues. If they encountered Xiao Wu and recognized her, would he continue to kill? The sword Douluo and bone Douluo were not as easy to deal with as Yin Yang. Even he wasn't confident about leaving, and, at that time, he would face the deadly pursuit of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Thank you, Mr. Yin Yang. In fact, both the Outcast sect and the 7-treasure glazed tile school belong to the top 3 sects and are branches of the same tree. We shouldn't be enemies. Today's situation is truly out of necessity. Tang Hao sighed. 100,000-year soul beast. Anyone who sees it wouldn't let it go. I can understand that much. Yin Yang snorted coldly. Although he was very unhappy, he had already sworn an oath, so he could only accept it today. It seemed that the 100,000-year soul beast would belong to the Outcast sect. If I had known this, I should have brought the sword Douluo along that day. If he were here, what could a mere Tang Hao do with a 100,000-year soul ring? Now, Chen Xin is a level 98 title Douluo. The difference in levels is enough to make up for the inadequacy of the soul ring. Moreover, the 7-killing sword technique and the 7-killing domain are not at all inferior to Tang Hao's Outcast sect ultimate techniques and god of death domain. Chapter 90. Tang Hao and the grievances with the spirit hall. Tang Hao looked at Yin Yang's displeased expression and said, "You seem to think that I kept Xiao Wu for her soul rings and soul bones. Isn't it?" Yin Yang retorted, "What other reason could there be?" Tang Hao, do you want to hear my story? Tang Hao suddenly became somber, as if lost in memories. Since Yin Yang had already vowed, there was nothing left to hide. Sure, since I have nothing else to do, let's talk while we walk. Yin Yang turned back towards Shrek Academy. He had sworn not to inform his sect, so returning would be meaningless. It was better to continue protecting Ning Rongrong here. Tang Hao nodded and walked side by side with Yin Yang. Along the way, he shared all his grievances with the spirit hall, including the fact that his wife was a 100,000-year soul beast and that she had sacrificed herself for him. However, Yin Yang did not show any surprise after listening, which puzzled Tang Hao. After entering the tidal Douluo realm, has your temperament strengthened so much? Such matters don't even move you at all? Yin Yang shook his head. That's not it. I was indeed surprised, but that surprise had already occurred earlier. It turns out that the sect leader's speculation was completely correct. As a tidal Douluo, Yin Yang was also considered part of the highest echelons of the sect. After decades of diligent service to the sect, Ning Fengji had no more secrets from him. He was already aware of Tang Hao's grievances with the Spirit Hall and the matter of the twin martial souls. Wait, you mean Ning Fengji? He actually guessed the whole situation? Truly worthy of being called the wisest sect leader, Tang Hao exclaimed in surprise. Yes. The sect leader also speculated that the Tang San who is with Xiao Wu is your son, and that he has twin martial souls, right? Upon hearing this, Tang Hao was even more shocked. He hadn't met Ning Fengji in over a decade. How could he know everything so clearly? Seeing Tang Hao's expression, Yin Yang said proudly, Tang Hao, when it comes to strength, the sect leader might not be as strong as you, but when it comes to wisdom, you are probably at least 100,000-year soul rings difference behind him. Tang Hao rarely admired anyone. Now, in terms of wisdom, he could consider Ning Fengji as the second person he respected, the first being the master. So, Yin Yang, you should understand why I won't touch Xiao Wu. I don't want Tang San and Xiao Wu to follow in my and Yin's footsteps. Yin Yang nodded, understanding the reason. However, he added, even if I don't say anything, other soul Douluos and tidal Douluos who see that girl won't let it go easily. To be honest, I don't think the Spirit Hall was wrong in the past. After all, hunting soul beasts is the rule of this world, even if that soul beast was your wife. So you're saying I'm the one who was wrong? Tang Hao suddenly tightened his fists. Ayin was his reverse scale, and he wouldn't allow anyone to speak ill of her. You're not wrong either. As a husband, it's only natural to protect your wife. Ultimately, there is no right or wrong between you and the Spirit Hall. It's just a matter of position. Yin Yang saw through it clearly. His words made Tang Hao's tightened fists relax. Tang Hao fell into deep thought. Over the years, had he not considered this? But so what if there was no right or wrong? The fact that the Spirit Hall caused his wife's death was undeniable, and he could not avoid revenge. At most, when he attacked the Spirit Hall in the future, it would not be from a so-called righteous standpoint to punish evil, but purely for revenge for his wife. In fact, many of Yin Yang's thoughts were influenced by Tianlin. In the original story, Tianlin was most displeased with the fact that while Tang San had no issue targeting the Spirit Hall, he insisted on placing himself on a moral high ground. Why not just say he was avenging his mother and Xiao Wu? Standing up for family is not something shameful. The Spirit Hall was just overly ambitious. But not everyone was evil. At least over the years, Tianlin found that Qianren Xue had treated commoners very well. Under the name of Xue Qinghe, she often advocated for the people, and the lives of the commoners in the Heavendo Empire had visibly improved under her governance. While the power of the nobles was continuously weakened, now the world was spreading tales of the wisdom of Prince Xue Qinghe, which was the best evidence. Even if Tianlin were to oppose her in the future, he wouldn't say anything about punishing the wicked. It was simply because the Spirit Hall would not spare the seven-treasure glazed tile school that refused to surrender, and he was merely protecting his own sect. It was just a matter of differing positions. Over the years, Tang Hao had actually come to terms with this, but he did not know if Tang San would understand in the future. As they spoke, they had already returned to Shrek Academy, where Tang San and the others had entered the fourth round. The examiner for the fourth round was the unmoved king, Zhao Wujin, who seemed to intend to personally test these children. Seeing this scene, both Yin Yang and Tang Hao clenched their fists, with a soul power level of 76. He actually dared to bully 4 children who were all under 30 levels. It was truly shameless. Tang Hao, after these kids finished their tests, I plan to take Zhao Wujin to a nearby grove to have some fun tonight. Are you interested in joining? Yin Yang said with a dangerous smile. Since His Excellency the Thunder Eagle has invited me, I would be honored. Tang Hao happened to have the same idea. Poor Zhao Wujin was still unaware that he was about to experience double the joy from the original story. Zhao Wujin gave Tang San and the others an incense stick's time to discuss tactics. Tang San and Xiao Wu introduced themselves first, like in the original story. They were both at level 29. The last girl, who had an explosive figure, was Zhu Zhuqing, a level 27 agility attack type soul master. And there were no changes at all. Only Ning Rongrong startled Tang San and the others when she introduced herself. Ning Rongrong, level 29 auxiliary system soul master. Martial Soul 7 Treasure Glazed Tile. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile, ISNT, that the martial soul known as the strongest auxiliary martial soul in the continent. And you actually have level 29, just like me and Tang San. Xiao Wu exclaimed in surprise. It was a widely recognized fact that auxiliary martial souls were harder to cultivate than battle martial souls. But Ning Rongrong's cultivation speed seemed a bit too fast. In the original story, Ning Rongrong was level 26 when she first appeared, which was actually reasonable. However, over the years, although she hadn't consumed true elixirs like the immortal pill, Tianlin still often concocted some ordinary medicinal pills to aid her cultivation. Plus, she had worked harder than in the original story, which allowed her to achieve such a high level. If not for the fact that she had also spent a lot of effort on controlling her distractions, she would likely have already broken through level 30 by now. You don't have to look at me like that. All of this is thanks to my brother Jian's help. Let's just get through this test first. Ning Rongrong said shyly under the gaze of so many people. Although everyone was curious about who this brother Jian was, now was definitely not the time to dig deeper. The urgent matter at hand was figuring out how to last an incense sticks time against Zhao Wujing.